RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Wilson out of the gun, ball to near hash. Shotgun snap. Wilson looking, dancing, scanning, throws into the end zone. Broken up! It's broken up! The Colts win! Ball game! Stephon Gilmore with the pass break-in. Ball game! I-N-D-Y! Colts win a fourth down stop in overtime!
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Friday edition of Sean and RJ Colts Radio with the call. Who knew that it could take, forget about Trump and Biden or DeSantis, Beto, politics, the governor races. Who knew that the two people that could absolutely unite the country were Russell Wilson and Matt Ryan? Because I've never been a part of social media to the degree that it was last night, where everybody was on the same exact page that was one of the most unwatchable, worst games of all time. Hideous.
Thursday Night Football is dead. It's terrible. Get it off my screen. Get it out of my life. It's bad football. Rookie head coaches are now 11-25 against the spread on Thursday night. And Paul Hackett's kid, I don't care if he handed over the reins to Russell Wilson. Russ can't cook. It's facts. Geno Smith's a better player. The Seattle Seahawks won the trade. They won the trade by simply trading Geno for Russ straight up if they did that one.
So you're attributing this to Thursday Night Football more so or on an equal level as these two teams and two quarterbacks being finished?
Well, they're finished.
Yeah.
They're finished. No.
Because I think this probably would have happened on a Sunday.
It may have happened on a Sunday, but we wouldn't have cared about it on a Sunday because it would have gotten buried.
And that's the beauty of the red zone and the way that the NFL gets away with that.
Yeah.
You can bury horrible games.
Yeah. They thought they had something with Russ and Matt Ryan. Oh, new cities and, aging quarterbacks that could have a resurrection.
And I think Russ and the Broncos are scheduled for a lot more primetime games in our near future. Yeah, and if you thought that was bad, next Thursday, the Commanders and the Bears. What's that over-under?
The over-under is, let's do the over-under on how much of that game you're going to watch. Is it over-under 2.5 quarters? That's the over-under I'm going to put on last night, too. Like, how many people? I've never seen home fans leave.
They left as the overtime was happening.
Never seen that before.
I don't know. I don't know if the numbers will be as bad as you think. Amazon, because now if you just bought Amazon for this, you feel like you need to get something out of your investment. The Amazon subscription shot up more for the start of Thursday Night Football's package than they've had at any time in the past 3 years. And again, it is the only thing on. The Broncos play in primetime in 4 of the first 6 weeks of the season. That's what it's been for them. 4 of the first 6 weeks. And on that final play, you see the receiver slamming his helmet. Why? It wasn't just frustration over the loss. KJ Hamler is wide open on a slant. Russ, as he's known to do, hangs onto it, tries the crazy sidearm throw that Stephon Gilmore breaks up. He had the humongous interception earlier on a brain-dead throw. I mean, a stupid throw from Russ where you can just sit there, eat clock, and kick the field goal. KJ Hamler is wide open on a slant, and he told reporters afterwards, yeah, I could have walked in. So just a few games in to this brand new extension, the Denver Broncos have a humongous problem.
Yeah, they've got a $240 million problem, whatever it is. They've got a coaching problem. The Walmart dude has got a problem he's got to figure out when he finally, has he officially taken over the reins yet? Has he had has the sale already, is all the money transferred? Is he in the office?
They were a combined 0 for 4 in the red zone. Both teams, they combined for negative 17 yards on 11 red zone plays. The first game in NFL history where you had quarterbacks with at least 4 Pro Bowl appearances each not scoring 1 touchdown. 0 touchdowns with quarterbacks on both sides that have made the Pro Bowl at least 4 times. And Indianapolis ends up winning this thing on the road.
They're 2-2. and 1. They're like in first place, or they're a game back, a half game back in first place.
I could do the whole entire show based upon the Twitter reaction. That's it. There's a picture of Melvin Gordon looking at Russ. This is going to be an all-time meme for the Broncos. And he's just kind of staring at him, picking up the Gatorade bottle. And people said, caption this. And Micah responded, nah, bro, this has gone too far. Every player has been there before. Warren Sharp, this is brutal. But we're all sitting here watching and paying for it. You guys may have to revisit the Russ or Rush question that you had on Thursday's show. That from Tolo Jeremy. The Broncos paid $245 million to Russ, and then a rich conglomerate paid $4.6 billion to own the Broncos, and then a richer man is paying $11 billion to broadcast them on TV for the next 11 years, and we're all watching. We're complicit. That from Warren Sharp. There was a picture of Toronto Elijah guarding Orlando Magic Patrick Ewing, saying this is Russ against Matt Ryan.
The punters just tired. I love that one. That was my favorite one.
Russell, I didn't see that one.
It was like it was a Miami Heat player bent over the chair, like resting like this, and then it was like the Popeyes worker outside, just with their head like that, like just so tired, just exhausted from the day.
I love this one. Russell Wilson wasted Pete Carroll's prime. That's a good one. Marcus Spears was on fire. The former Cowboy. Yo, Amazon, we should get a complimentary Prime Day for this BS. DeMarcus Lawrence put out a poll question. What's harder to watch, this game or the Sun? 19,000 votes. 83% went to the game over the Sun. Wade Phillips, I think both teams should just consider punting on first down. Florio, Russ has been booed by a home crowd more tonight than he did his entire home career in Seattle. Jeffrey Dahmer holding people hostage in the room. I told you we were going to watch the first touchdown. And then you can leave.
And you can leave.
Watching Russ cook. It's a picture of the Fire Festival sandwich platter with the bread, the cheese, the lettuce, and the tomato. Russ's agent deserves a bonus for getting that extension before the season. It's all out there, and it is magnificent. Broncos, 2 points in the third quarter this season. Fewest in the National Football League. 2 in the third quarter all year long. And we're 5 games in.
Was he 11% completion percentage with target in the end zone this year?
Fantasy quarterback!
Yeah.
I thought, he scored 30 against the Raiders. And I was like, okay, you got the Colts. They're going to be punting nonstop. No Jonathan Taylor. At least 2 touchdowns, maybe 2 touchdowns and a rush TD. And I will lose this week in fantasy after that disastrous performance. People were like, why is he still on your roster? I was like, a little early. Early to punt.
No, it's not early.
Little early to punt. And no, it's not.
I would, if I were you, first of all, I'd cut him if I were you. I would just cut him. And if I were the Broncos, I would just cut him. Take the hit.
We got to look up the cap hit ramifications for what they're willing to swallow.
So I saw this from Darren Rovell. Someone before the game put $100 on no touchdowns to score in this game.
No.
And the payout, take a guess.
Wait, somebody put $100
for no touchdowns to score in this Thursday night game.
Oh, gosh. It had to be $100, had to be $16,000.
Sean?
I'll go with Choppy.
$10,000. And obviously he cashed it. So he turned 100 into $10,000.
With no touchdowns.
No touchdowns. Which, why would you ever bet that? But I mean, he's $10,000 richer now.
I had the Colts D last night, so I was happy. And I had McManus with 3 field goals. It's crazy, man. Like when you look at that team and how bad they are right now, they are god awful.
Yes, absolutely. And then this new whiz kid head coach. Another example of a player that got an evaluation wrong. Peyton Manning with Adam Gase. Aaron Rodgers was basically Nathaniel Hackett's agent. He probably just sat there, did the mushrooms with him, did all the crazy massages, did the Kama Sutras, and listened to A-Rod's BS life philosophies. And Aaron Rodgers said, this is the guy. I'm sad that we lost him.
It's kind of amazing when you look at it that way because the players, Rodgers and Manning, they don't realize that they were the reason that this guy was and Adam Gase was any good. The only thing that, like Adam Gase, he had an okay year or two in Miami when his quarterback was Tannehill, but Tannehill was a first-round draft pick. Like, he was okay. But that's it. Like he did nothing in New York, and he did nothing outside of that 1 year really in Miami.
And now we have to reevaluate the Seattle Seahawks position and all the criticism, including from myself, the head coach and GM, because they apparently saw it earlier than a lot of other people. Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. Major League Baseball playoffs start today. By the way, Mike McCarthy, he should be gold at 6:30 this morning. He's talking about gambling and Vegas lines. So Mike McCarthy will join us live with the Tolos at 6:30. MLB playoffs. Did Draymond Green apologize? We got the Texas Longhorn QB returning, and Joe Biden is pardoning marijuana. Football Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Back Nation, it's a Football Friday. Stephen Jones.
Live here on a Friday edition on DFW Sports Station. You all right? Gonna be a rough one for you today.
I woke up around 2 a.m. I was like, ooh, I'm warm. And then I took the covers off thinking, let me just take the covers off. And then started getting chills. I was like, oh, no. Uh-oh. I don't know what's going on. I was cold last night, apparently. I don't remember. I fell asleep on the couch.
Oh.
And
you in trouble for the segments we've been doing on here? Talking about the Saxy story?
No, she did ask if I still talk to them.
Because she's like, sign him back up.
Sign him back. Yeah.
Giddy up.
No, she's not mad at all. we just fell asleep watching the game. Like, after the game was over, just falling asleep on the couch, right? And I wake up and I'm like, man, I'm cold. So she busts out the heated blanket, which is never a good thing.
Yeah,
it's a good idea.
The little electric box that you got to avoid laying on top of.
Yeah, so it's like, that's never a good thing because you put that on and it sounds like a good idea when you put it on. And then when you realize that it's 5,000 degrees under those covers.
Got to sweat it out.
You got to, but I didn't realize I was like, it wasn't like that. I thought it was just cold.
You got a fever?
I don't think so. I don't know what it is. I just kind of feel sluggish right now.
Okay.
End of the week. It happens.
That means you're going to chill tonight.
Oh, yeah. I got the kids this weekend, or tonight at least, and we're just going to chill. They watch Dahmer.
How many times has that sentence been mentioned or uttered in the past 2 weeks? I got the kids tonight. I think we're going to watch Dahmer.
No, I don't think they're going to watch it.
Hey!
They're not going to watch
Come
it.
on in here. Let's go,
Come on,
kids.
Let's look at what it means to eat an intestine.
Okay, so you all right, so you think that you can stomach it.
So
you're not worried.
Everybody on the fan text said it's not like gory. That it's just creepy. So I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
And she can deal with that type of stuff?
Oh, she loves that stuff. She tries to get me to watch scary movies all the time. And I say, I can't. I'm a wuss. I don't do that.
Same here.
I don't do scary movies. Like, you guys pick something else. I don't do demons. I don't do, gory. I'll do, suspenseful. But I won't do, gory and nasty and stuff.
So Draymond Green apparently apologized. Yahoo Sports, Chris Haynes, said tension had been building up between Jordan Poole and teammates who noticed a change in Poole's behavior throughout training camp. Like he was thinking of himself, I'm a rising star around here. And he was being a little bit too cocky. And Steve Kerr addressed that report and said, I heard that it's BS. Couldn't be further from the truth. He's been fantastic throughout our training camp. Steph Curry said the same thing. There was nothing that happened at practice that warranted that. So everyone is saying, look, it's unfortunate. Draymond wishes that it would not have happened. It happens in sports, and we got to move on. We think he will make amends for it. So that is the Draymond Green fallout with what happened between him and Jordan Poole, where he apparently struck the up-and-coming player. So that's the Draymond situation. Major League Baseball playoffs kicking off today.
They do. They start at 11 o'clock this morning. And that's something that is not making fans in Cleveland and Tampa very happy. They don't want noon starts on a Friday. They're staggered. So every game is staggered. So you could basically watch every single game, which, I think there's an advantage to that, right?
Yeah.
I also think that, the NBA doesn't necessarily do that, right? They'll have multiple games on at the same time. The NCAA tournament doesn't do that. They'll have multiple games on at the same time. But the NFL always has the teams in their own window. They don't compete. So Major League Baseball is taking that route. However, fans of Cleveland and Tampa obviously not happy that their game starts at 11 o'clock our time, 12 o'clock theirs.
Is there what's that first round series that you're glued to?
Oh, I think Mets-Padres is going to be the best one. That sounds, and that has the makings of being like, holy cow, this is awesome. Like both those teams, at least the Mets. The Mets can, I think, win the World Series. So they're probably the team that I think is the most dangerous in the National League out of the wild card round. And I think in the American League, I'm intrigued by Toronto-Seattle. I'm very intrigued by that one. I don't think Seattle can win. But them having their first playoff run in 20-something years, the Toronto crowd is going to be lit. That's a great crowd.
It is.
They're jackasses, but it's a great crowd. And Toronto's a team I think can absolutely win the American League. They're clearly the third best behind the Astros, who are. It goes Astros, then a step down, then the Yankees, then a step down, then the Blue Jays. And the National League is just Dodgers, and then a step down, then the Braves and Mets.
Quinn Ewers is back for the Longhorns tomorrow.
He is back, baby. Quinn Ewers is back. We're back. He got knocked out in the game against Alabama with an SC sprain. He is going to be back on this one for this game against Oklahoma in the Red River rivalry, which has absolutely zero juice to it.
No juice.
None. It's usually must-see TV, and now it's, do my kids have games or not?
Right.
That's all it is. It's like there's no juice to this game. It's got no meaning. Neither team is going to go to a bowl game that you care about. It's going to be like, now they could get lucky. They could win out and go to the Cotton Bowl, but for the most part, it's going to be, Texas Bowl or Alamo Bowl or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, as I look on like the main college football scoreboard, nowhere to be found. Not on here with any relevance whatsoever. What's the spread for this one? Did you see it? Is this part of the degenerate picks at 9 a.m. today?
It is not in the degenerate picks as of right now. If there's some line movement or if I see something, I might put it in there. But
it's
right
pretty
now,
crazy right now. The Texas OU one?
The spread?
Yeah.
All right, let's guess it, Ralph. Texas is favored.
Yes.
They are. Okay. I would say they're favored by 4.5.
I'll say they're favored by 6.5.
9.5. It was 7 before the Ewers announcement. After the Ewers announcement yesterday, it moved up to 9.5.
Wow. That's a big spread in this series.
Good find, Peyton. Mike McCarthy live at 6:30 this morning. I heard this driving in. The president is going to pardon thousands convicted for marijuana possession.
Oh, man.
This seems like a very obvious thing that we should be doing.
What about sales?
Marijuana sales?
Yeah, what about illegal marijuana sales? They're going to pardon you for that?
I don't know, but I think that, that should be a part of it as well.
I agree. I want to start selling. I want to start getting a little side job.
The pardons cover simple possession, which is a low-level offense. So people in prison for trafficking, sales, or other marijuana charges will not be covered. So if you're selling, you're still in trouble.
Oh, man.
No one incarcerated currently in federal prison. They said no one is currently incarcerated in federal prison solely for simple possession. And I think I heard the number was about 6,500 in terms of who would be affected. So thousands are going to be pardoned. Makes sense.
No, it's good. It's good. It's, I've never cared what you do at home. Like, within reason.
How do you view smoking and driving versus drinking and driving?
I never really thought about it.
Well,
I've never really smoked and drove that I remember. Drank and drove.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever smoked and drove.
But like, I don't know, just take the last time you either smoked or took an edible. Can you remember, what your driving capability? Because I believe, now look, your tolerance goes up the more you smoke, right? Mm-hmm. So 3 beers is equivalent to what for you in terms of the effect? If you have 3 beers in an hour, you're probably getting in trouble for drinking and driving. But man, if I smoked, I don't know, if I had 3 or 4 hits, I do not want to be driving a car. Now, I stopped weed a long while ago. Maybe in my prime after 2 or 3 hits, I feel like I was okay. But if I took 2 bong rips or if I smoked a joint to myself, I view that just as bad as drinking and driving.
I mean, if you're impaired, I
was definitely impaired.
Yeah, like that's pretty fair.
I took a half a gummy one time back from the Arlington Improv. And, we've all done this, right? It's like, this isn't hitting. Nothing's happening. Yeah,
then bam.
And then
you take another one?
And bam. And I'm driving like 27 miles per hour on the road, just focusing on staying within the lanes. I'm like, this is just as bad or worse than drinking and driving.
He usually does 30. And
I almost dropped it. I almost dropped the curse word. I almost did.
Did you just like put your hands on the wheel and just put your thumbs up and then just stay between your thumbs?
I'm doing hand signals out the window like my car was broken down. Shut up. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's Sean and RJ off to the quick start for the Friday edition. Back to the Thursday Night Football disaster at 6:20. But let's start previewing the Rams And is Mike McCarthy stunned that the Cowboys are the underdog in this game? Wait till you hear this audio with our Cowboys-Rams preview next.
The free Odyssey app. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Back to the Thursday Night Football disaster that actually united the country. That's a rare time when you can say that line. 6:20 coming up here on The Fan. Then Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. I have actually become excited in anticipating Michael McCarthy on this show,
Yeah,
RJ.
I am too. I enjoy having him on.
Helps that they're 3-1.
It does.
Maybe things would be a little different at 1-3.
Helps that he's the coach of the year in the NFL.
Helps that he's the coach of the year. You know what? I think that should be the way you intro him. You do the intro today.
Joining us now, the NFL's next coach of the year.
Current
Coach of the year.
Yeah. Think that out.
Yeah.
We'll workshop that. And then we'll say, what a great intro. Do you love us even more? So we'll see how Mike McCarthy responds at 6:30. Yesterday in the Cowboys presser, he responded to reporters letting him know they were the underdogs for this game and asking McCarthy if he ever uses the point spread as motivation.
How often do you use the point spread to motivate the team?
I don't know if I ever have. No, I have. What is it this week?
5-10.
We're underdogs? We're good. All right. Just wrote my Saturday night speech. I'm good. No, I've never used it, but I'll just say this: we're nobody's underdog. So if you need a quote.
Oh,
baby.
If you need a quote. How about the surprise? That's what I want to know from McCarthy at 6:30. Are you were really that surprised that you were the underdog?
I can't.
That's what I took from that audio.
That's what I took from it. He was surprised. Maybe he has seen the tape and he was like, "I know we got this team." You know, that's we've heard. Was it George Selvey that said that to us?
Whoa.
It was in 2014. He was in studio.
What pick up that name drop.
No, he was in studio with us, rocking his, Fruit Loops T-shirt or whatever it was.
Ninja Turtles, I think.
Ninja Turtles, that's right. And he said that they had known going into the Seattle game they were going to beat Seattle. He said we saw it on film. This was like when Seattle was in the middle of their run, and that was the 2014 season. He goes, I knew it. We watched the tape, and we knew that they could not stop what we were going to do.
But every team plays this up, right? No one expects us to win.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks that the Rams are going to win this game. And McCarthy had surprise in his voice over the point spread. So play that one more time, Peyton, before Coach joins us in a few.
How often do you use the point spread to motivate the team?
I don't know if I ever have. No, I have. What is it this week?
5-10.
We're underdogs? We're good. All right. Just wrote my Saturday night speech. I'm good. No, I've never used it, but I'll just say this: we're nobody's underdog. So if you need a quote.
So what were they playing at practice yesterday? Hate it or love it, the underdogs on top. So they quickly put that into use out there at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. CeeDee Lamb didn't.
Is that fitty?
I don't know. I
think
asked,
it is.
I asked
Yeah.
DJ.
Hate it or love it, the underdogs on top. It's fitty.
Is it? How does it go?
Hate it or love it, the under.
I knew the song.
You know the song.
I knew the song. I just wanted to say it with your chest.
Oh,
you say
man.
everything else with your chest.
I don't,
While we're driving around California, we're the 40-year-olds bumping hip-hop music,
Yeah,
and then
I
you
know,
hear your
but
little quiet Pee-wee dog.
You got music in the background. I got to have a flow.
Oh, okay.
All
right. Well,
Plus,
Peyton,
I got a little bit of a fever, I think, so I can't really flow the way I want to.
I got a fever.
Yeah.
And the only solution is more fitty.
It's more fitty.
CeeDee Lamb did not practice because of a groin injury, but he said that he is fine. All right? So keep that in mind. Bobby Bell tweeted, the list of teams to allow fewer than 20 points and 200 net passing yards in every game this year. The Dallas Cowboys. So what is the number it's going to take to win this game? That's what a lot of these NFL locker rooms do. I hear former GM Michael Lombardi talk about it all the time. Write down the number, readjust that number at halftime. What's the number that it's going to take to win this game? They're allowing less than 20 Matt Stafford problems, not getting Allen Robinson the ball. It's been Cooper Kupp or bust. Offensive line thin and banged up for the Rams. No running game. What is that number going to be? We'll make the official picks at 8 o'clock this morning. Micah Parsons was the subject for Sean McVay. What do you think? He said the versatility, the explosiveness, the complete player, can play the line of scrimmage, off the line, a playmaker in his purest form. He's a guy that can affect the game in a lot of different ways. He is special. Micah has not recorded a sack since week 2. The Rams allowed 7 sacks to San Francisco last week. Cowboys lead the league in pressure rate, and with the Rams' offensive line struggling with injuries, this could be the story from DallasCowboys.com. So that's where we stand right now. Vegas on whether Cooper Rush is going to remain perfect with not throwing interceptions. They think he's going to throw one. It's slightly yes in Vegas, but he has not thrown a pick in 3 starts this season. All right? Ooh. In terms of the Rams running the football, they average just about 69 yards.
Nice!
69 yards a game, a little over 3 yards a carry. Cam Akers and Darrell Henderson have combined for 256 and 2 scores. But look, this is what I've called the kryptonite of the Cowboys defense for years. That run defense. They have allowed an average of 5 yards a carry and almost $138 a game. So wow. Are they going to try to go? Everyone keeps saying the Rams are really a running team. We all think of McVay and Stafford and Kupp and throwing and Odell and all that stuff. Robert Woods back in the day, but they're really a running team. So Sean McVay has never lost to the Cowboys in 3 career games against them. We've traveled to this stadium twice in its brief history. First trip to open the 2020 season, it was a 20-17 loss, and you know the home crowd will be a storyline in this one with the weak LA fans.
What home crowd? That's the question. There is no home crowd. They don't have one. They have moved to a city that doesn't care about sports. Like, they care about the Lakers, they care about the Dodgers, but even then, it's only, in a when they're winning. I mean, it really is. And those are legendary teams in that city. But are they a running team? I find that, look, I don't think you trade for Matt Stafford and give up 2 first-round picks. And,
yeah. I don't believe it.
To run the football.
They lost Whitworth.
Yep.
Injuries to their center and their guard have allowed them to give up 16 sacks this season. And, of course, 7 against San Francisco. So, again, as worried as we were about the Cowboys' offensive line, I keep saying it. It's crazy how it's played out this year. Washington, Cincinnati, Tampa Bay, and now this game, the Cowboys are going to go in with the advantage health-wise and ability-wise on the offensive line.
Yeah, they are. I mean, like that's how they're going to have to go into this game. They have advantages in certain places. Obviously, they don't have an advantage at quarterback historically. Or let's be fair, even though Stafford's not having the best year, they have an advantage, the Rams do, at quarterback this year. And they have an advantage at wide receiver. But for the most part, I mean, this is either an even or a Cowboy. There's some Cowboy pluses throughout the other 52 on this roster.
And one of my biggest misses of the offseason, Allen Robinson. I feared him going to L.A., right? We all thought he was the most underrated player in the league, being trapped in Chicago. They gave him a 3-year, $46.5 million deal. Did you get anything from DeMarco Farr yesterday when we had him on, when he was trying to explain why they can't get Allen Robinson the football, the former Ram and Rams sideline analyst?
I'll tell you this. I have a feeling that he thinks that he's kind of washed, obviously.
He's 29.
I know, but that's kind of when Dez started to fall off, right?
Give me his catches on the year.
This is 4?
9.
God.
9 for 95 yards and a touchdown on 18 targets. Why can Matt Stafford? He hooked up with Odell pretty quick. He can't do it with Allen Robinson. Hopefully that continues on Sunday right here, 12 o'clock pregame on 105.3 The Fan. All right, let's get to the absolute S show. All the comedy, all the jokes from Thursday Night Football. and Russell Wilson is getting destroyed like no other. And Tom Brady is talking about bad football, and people are talking about Tom Brady being bad in the bedroom. Then Mike McCarthy, next on Sean and RJ.
Two of the Cowboys' top insiders.
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Keep believing in. Thank you guys. Broncos country.
What was that? Play that one more time, please, Peyton.
Keep believing in. Thank you guys. Broncos country.
Keep believing. Broncos country. Broncos country trending.
So corny, man.
He is awful. Just get him off my screen. I used to love him. I discovered him. I take credit for Russell Wilson.
You did like him early on.
And now he's just a washed has-been.
Is it fake? Is he fake or is he just really this corny?
He's corny. Like, I think there's an element. I think you have to be corny to be, in some regard, to be a team leader, to be a leader. I think you have to have a level of corny to you because you got to be willing to go out there and put yourself out there and be a little bit corny in order to be that great leader. So I do think there's an element of cornball to him. But I think he just goes above and beyond.
And what are you seeing in his play?
Nothing.
If we actually break it down.
Nothing.
The interception that he threw when they were sitting there getting ready to try to burn off the clock, and just a mind-numbingly stupid pick that allows the Colts to get the ball back and drive down the field for the field goal that forced the overtime. The final play, he misses a guy wide open on a slant. His receiver was slamming his helmet in the back of the end zone. And Russell Wilson is he's such a target. He's such a perfect target for everyone. There's a police sketch of someone who stole, $250 million from the Broncos. By the way, his cap hit in 2028 is $54.4 million.
Oh, dear.
$54.4 million. As he is
Mr. Unlimited.
public enemy number one in Denver right now, which is supposed to be a phenomenal sports town, an awesome football fan base.
Yeah, huge fan base.
And they left. They left before overtime last night.
That was bad to see. It was tough to see.
He has $107 million in potential dead money left on the deal after this year. 107 in dead money left after they gave him the brand new extension.
107.
You know who was very busy last night?
The kicker?
The
punter?
ESPN Stats and Info.
Oh, yeah, they were.
Oh, I love ESPN Stats and Info for a night like that. After a 3-and-out, the Colts are now scoreless over their last 7 straight opening drives. That's the second longest active streak in the NFL, only trailing the Steelers. Carson Wentz was sacked 32 times last season. Matt Ryan already suffered his 17th sack of the season last night. Since the merger, real quick, only Andrew Luck in 2016 suffered more sacks as an Indy quarterback over his team's first 5 games.
The idea that Matt Ryan and Russell Wilson had anything left, I mean, a lot of people were in on both teams this offseason. A lot of people, not to win the title with Indy, but to be a playoff contender.
I was in on Denver, out on Indy.
The decision making on these quarterbacks is terrible right now.
Watching Matt Ryan try to throw an out route, it's painful.
Yeah, it is.
Late last night, a ball got tipped that he completed to the white guy who was coming up with tough catches, the rookie white receiver, and it didn't even strike me that the ball was tipped. I'm like, that's just a Matt Ryan pass.
Yeah, he just floats it out there now. He just floats it out there. But, I wonder, why does a quarterback's decision-making go when they get older? You would think it gets better. Russell Wilson's decision-making, he had that guy wide open in the end zone. Elite quarterbacks, I don't care what age you are, you don't miss wide-open dudes like that. Like, you don't miss them. You find a way to get them the ball.
Matt Ryan fumbled for the 10th time. 10 times already. That's like 2 a game. That matches Kurt Warner in 2006 for the most fumbles through 5 games since 1970. Sacked 19 times total. Broncos, after a Russell interception, 0 for 3 in the red zone. They've scored a touchdown on just 23% of their red zone drives this year. Worst mark by any team through 5 games since 2010. matching Carolina and Washington. Then Matt Ryan had an 11th fumble, fumbling more than any player through 5 games since the merger. And then finally, the reporters, the press in Denver, they just broke on Channel 7.
First off, Troy, I feel the need to just apologize to the viewers. I know we didn't play, we didn't really even run this broadcast, but the fact that you had to watch that on our air, I feel bad. I was here and I didn't even want to watch it. Where do we begin?
Well, listen, it burns the retinas. It was that awful. Both teams stunk offensively. What was most shocking is they were in position, as ugly as it was, to win the game. Very like that Texans game we saw a few weeks ago. And then Russell Wilson made 2 of the most face-palm throws he's made in recent years. The one to KJ Hamler, throws it up for grabs. They were in field goal range there. And then, Nick, they're driving near the 2-minute warning. 3rd and 4, inexplicably, he tries to get a pass to Tyree Cleveland. It's an errant pass. It gets picked. That's what allows them to go to over. It just makes no sense. It's just illogical. Then you get to the 4th and 1, season on the line, Nick. And what do? They go out of the shotgun, which has not worked once in the red zone all year, and yet they do it again. It just defies logic. It really does.
Season on the line, I don't know about that. That might be a little bit early, but the Colts became the second team in the Super Bowl era to win a game in which they scored 0 touchdowns through multiple interceptions and was sacked at least 6 times. They joined the 1973 Browns, who won 12-10.
Oh, they're in the playoffs right now.
Indy?
They're in the playoffs right now. That's how the tie's going to help them out. And they don't deserve to be in the postseason. They're not a playoff team. They've got problems galore, mainly at quarterback. But they're in the playoffs right now. That Denver team though, man.
Even DiNucci was taking shots. Ben DiNucci talking about how trash the game was, and then people responded to it, and he said, "If the people want some more Ben DiNucci, I can give them some more Ben DiNucci."
I'll bet you Ben DiNucci loves giving other people Ben DiNucci.
I bet he does.
Yeah, buddy.
And then Tank Lawrence with the poll question of the night. Tougher to watch, this game or the Sun?
Don't look at the Sun. Don't test this out. Don't test this out. No.
New TikTok challenge?
Yeah, you know it's going to be a TikTok challenge. You know it is.
How long can you last, though, with the Sun?
Oh, with the Sun.
With the Sun?
Yeah.
I don't know. With sun, I haven't looked at the sun without sunglasses on in a long time.
Ryan Clark tweeted, "I'm so ashamed. I was wrong about Matt Ryan. I said the Colts would be good. Dog, I was super wrong. Like white socks with black shoes wrong. Raisins on potato salad wrong. I mean, wrong. Like old Kanye turning into new Kanye wrong. I should be dang fired." So that was Ryan Clark on social media.
Man, potato salad is just bad in general. And so is chicken salad.
No.
They're all those
Mac salad. Love Mac salad.
Macaroni salad?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like macaroni in a pot.
Like macaroni and cheese?
I mean,
what does macaroni in a pot mean?
It's just
Is that a
RJ just like stirring the pot?
Is that a lingo? Is that a TikTok?
Yeah.
You ain't feeling that sick. Mike McCarthy, our new best friend, joins the show live next with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
to motivate the team?
I don't know if I ever have. No, I have. What is it this week? We're underdogs? We're good. All right. Just wrote my Saturday night speech. I'm good. No, I haven't. I've never used it, but I'll just say this: we're nobody's underdog. So if you need a quote.
Ooh,
oh, baby.
That is our new best friend on Fridays.
Yes, it is. Our guy, the soon-to-be NFL Coach of the Year, and my black coffee brother, the great Mike McCarthy.
Good morning, Sean and RJ. My goodness, you guys must be a slow news day with that introduction.
What? It was. Did you watch last night's game?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I had it on. Didn't watch much of it. So
you didn't miss anything. But
yeah, would it end up 12-9?
12-9. Coach,
yeah,
why is scoring down this year? I think there's like a 5-point per game difference. Have you looked into that whatsoever? Do you have any theories, in this world of offense on why scoring is down this season about 5 weeks in?
Yeah, definitely. I think, like a lot of things, you have trends go on in the National Football League. I mean, if you go back and look at the pandemic year, just in weeks 1 through 4, the amount of games over is it 500 yards, compared to like in the maybe 50s, and then now it's like 14. So I think you got a couple things. I thought the pandemic year was you had a lot of different, training factors that were involved. So my point is that the teams in September, some were clearly way ahead of others, more so than I think I've ever experienced. And unfortunately, we were on the wrong side of that in 2020. But then you look at how the numbers have, kind of balanced out last year. And then I think really getting back to having a full off season, I think what defenses are doing on first and second down is really reflects, frankly, what has gone on the last 20 years on offense. They're giving you so many more different personnel groups and more variations. So I always refer to certain situations when you clearly understand where the defense is playing your upfield shoulder. You're able to get some free offense, easier plays that really don't exist. Easier opportunities that don't exist as much in today's game. So I think there's a number of factors involved in it, but the numbers clearly speak for themselves. And I'm sure that's what you're referring to, right? Because the numbers from 2020 to 2022, just in September football, are really out of whack.
Yeah, and I noticed that like pass plays are at a 10-year low from efficiency, and I wondered, and you brought it up, it's like maybe defenses are doing something different, or our offense is shifting more towards a running game on early downs. I mean, is that going on too?
I think the biggest hole in this whole off-season program and the relationship, that goes on with the league and the union on trying to get the off-season training, get it right, and is the fact of the matter is these offensive linemen are at a severe, not just a disadvantage, severe training disadvantage compared to the other positions in the game of football. The fact that they can't really even truly train in their, environment that they actually make a living at until the second week of training camp is, it's a factor. You can't deny it. I mean, the pass rush is ahead of the pass protection, which obviously equates clearly to the numbers that you've already presented. So that's where I see the biggest challenge in training. Getting your football team trained is the offensive linemen. There has to be a better way to give these men opportunities. And I'm really talking about your young players, which obviously makes up 80% of the league. But we got to find a way to get these guys, the offensive linemen, an opportunity for more training, in my opinion.
Coach, how about the rest of your guys in the preseason, like, kind of your first teamers not playing in games so much, or have those team scrimmages that everyone sets up, does that make up for that? Does that contribute to a slower start to the season with lack of first-team preseason action?
I think you make an excellent point in theory, but I disagree with it just based on the mathematics. And what I'm talking about, I think we've talked about this coming out of training camp. The fact of the matter is, the number of reps that the first group had against, other football teams. Now, granted, we did we practiced with two teams, so we were able to get 3 full 70, plus play practices. The one was 90 against another opponent. So actually, in my experience of being a head coach, our number ones actually had more competitive reps than they would in a normal or former preseason format where you played 3 games or 4 games. So that's the part I liked about it, because the quantity of work was significantly more, but it was in a safer, less risk environment of a practice structure. So, I mean, that's the reality of the mathematics, and I can see why people have always done it. I will not do 2 teams again. I thought the travel, was a bit much for us, in hindsight. But there's definitely merit to go that way, because at the end of the day, you want to start the season as healthy as possible, and I think we all give up, the risk of health, and play to that over, trying to get more production or more competitive reps against an opponent in a preseason game or even in the competitive practice structure. So, so the numbers don't match the theory, but I clearly understand why you said, why you look at it that way.
Mike McCarthy joining us here, 105 through the Fan, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Does it seem to you that the Thursday night football is bad football? Like, do you find that it's more difficult to put a really sound game together?
I mean, it's a challenge. I mean, sure weeks are challenges. I mean, Monday night on the road is probably the toughest, in my opinion, going into the short week, because you wait, it's a long preparation week going into it, and then you're waiting to be the last game, and then boom, you turn around and have to play a game. The Thursday games, you do have, obviously, Sunday to Thursday, we all know we have at least one a year. So, maybe I'm just used to it, because there's definitely the light at the end of the tunnel moment, because, when you do play on Thursday night, you do have a mini bye type, mindset for your football team. And I think that's very helpful, because so much of this is how you train your team, staying on top of the stress. And I'm talking about simple as, how much time are you spending on a plane, from one year to the next, because stress is additive. It all adds up, and it does factor, and you're naive to think it doesn't. So those are the things that I really look at. But, Thursday night football is a challenge. I think it's clearly, one of the challenges of flipping from a Sunday to a Thursday. But, my experience, the Monday night on the road, Monday night in New York, it was a great win and everything, but you get back at 4:30, and that's a hard week, and you're going from one division game to another. I mean, that's all added, pressure, and that goes into the scheduling process.
I mean, boo-hoo, Coach. Welcome to our life every day.
4:30.
4:30. Boo-hoo.
No, I mean, hey, I get it. You guys are just, to do what you do as early as you do it.
Sitting on our ass.
Big time respect here.
Were you that surprised yesterday to hear that you were an underdog to the Rams in the press conference?
I mean, frankly, I probably shouldn't admit this, but it was a question I wasn't expecting. But I just never really given it any thought. So, but usually the only time I worry about getting questions that I don't expect is when I come on your show.
Right, there you go.
I'm usually a little more relaxed when I go into a press conference. But, no, yeah, I was surprised by it. I was surprised by the number, because for a minute there I thought we were favored by 5. That's the way I think of it, think of our team. But no, I frankly I've never really looked at it, and they obviously do a great job. And I love the analytics that go into it. I do respect the mathematics that the length of what people do to come up with that situation. But at the end of the day, I'm in it. I'm in the training of the team every day, and we're really focused on improving, which we have a lot of room for. And I think as we do that, we're confident to beat anybody on Sunday.
Do you believe in the idea of the Super Bowl hangover? I know it didn't really impact you guys in Green Bay. You went 15-1, but in general, is that a real thing, or is that more media fodder?
No, it's real. It's definitely real. And I think you go back to, I can only talk specific on my own personal experience, but I go back to the 2010 season. You win the Super Bowl. But if you recall, we went into a lockout. So, a lot of the riding the wave or, the pressure and some of those things throughout the offseason and even through training camp, really didn't exist. We didn't have to go through that because, from the day the Super Bowl was won, I think the next time we saw each other was at the ring ceremony, and that was, we had to get permission to do that. And then, then finally when the lockout ended, we went to camp. So we were able to kind of just pick up where we left off in a sense, So, I thought that was very helpful to us at that time. But I think when you do win and just the whole, winning is the biggest challenge in this league. Handling success has always been the biggest challenge. And there's, and I'm talking about at every level of success. You win 3 games in a row, and then all of a sudden, human nature is people want to, take their foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah.
And you can't do that. And now just the way, things are in the off season, the marketing, all that goes into it. I mean, it's just another additive component of, stress or, energy, and tapping into your energy source that you have to deal with. So there's definitely some truth to it, in my opinion.
Mike McCarthy here every Friday with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm asking this connected to Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald, not asking you specifically what you're going to do, but your philosophy in going up against the great player, right? This is for all sports, Coach, particularly basketball. Do you let the great player get theirs and minimize everyone else, or do you eliminate them from the game and then count on everyone else beating you? How have you approached that throughout your career?
Well, it's all about projected risk. I mean, he's a great player that is so disruptive. So you have to, the reality is you're trying to take him out of the game, with the attention that you give him and so forth. But there's obviously situations. You can't really play it that close to the vest all day long because let's not forget what they have on the other side of the ball. They have a all pro quarterback, and they have an excellent offense too. So that goes into your thinking here. So, but I think the biggest thing is you try to give that player as much attention as you possibly can, and by doing that, you try to minimize his impact on the game. And Aaron Donald is obviously a very disruptive player, and it's definitely got our attention. And so that's really the reality of how you go about it.
What do you see from Cooper Kupp, in terms of his style, the way his career has gone? And do you remember anything about what you thought about Kupp or Donald coming out of college?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing when you look at, Aaron's just, he has the skills of a elite pass rusher, as a defensive tackle. So he does have the ability to go out and play over a tackle at the end position and be extremely disruptive there. So just a super talented, physically gifted, and he just has the whole thing. For his quick and explosive and the discipline in his hand placement and usage, in the phone booth. He's a unique player. And as far as Cooper, he just reminds me of a receiver that plays the position, from the quarterback platform. You could see the route running and the connection that he has with Matthew, and just how they're in sync, and they're really maximizing their opportunities to get him the ball too. There's you'd see by formation, and the fact of the matter is, he's so involved in the run game, in the run blocking, which opens up so many excellent opportunities in the action pass game. So, you talk about a complete receiver. We're usually talking about guys that can beat, bump, and run, can also go vertical, make the big red zone catch, and, all those things from a perimeter perspective. But the fact of the matter, this guy can do that, but he also is ingrained into the box, run blocking components that, definitely give him an opportunity to be a huge weapon in the action pass game. So he is definitely a challenge to prepare for.
All right, Coach, 2 quick things before we let you go. We heard this locker room audio, and we wanted to get your version of what this meant. Hit it.
All right, hey, frankly, man, you just did exactly what you said you're going to do. Excellent, complimentary football, outstanding. Zach, what time is it? It's only 3:15!
Coach, why does 3:15 matter?
Well, I mean, you guys should respect that. I mean, how many days, you guys get up early, but you get to go home early too. But how many days in professional football are you done at 3:15? So it's a big deal.
Okay.
Especially with a win. A win and done at 3:15, that's a great day in this business.
Yeah, and it also gives you more time to shave. Why have you abandoned us? We are the bearded, unshaven men, and we feel like, at least I have black coffee with you, but you've abandoned us with the shaving.
Well, I mean, you always got November, so we'll see what happens. There's only one person that likes it when I don't shave, and that's my mother. So just trying to make mom happy.
Mike McCarthy, every Friday here on Sean and RJ. Coach, absolute gold as always. Thank you so much for the time, and let's keep that win streak going. Good luck on Sunday.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
There he is, Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. How many moms like it when you don't shave? My parents can't stand it. My mom can't stand it. They always want to see like their little baby boy. I thought McCarthy was going to say for superstition, the win streak.
I thought so too. My grandmother was that way. She hated if I had a beard or a goatee or anything like that. She hated it. She's like, a man are supposed to shave every day.
Right. Yeah.
She even grunted like fish.
my dad still does it. Old school razor, shaving cream every morning. Man, what a pain.
Man. There's so many more advancements.
Imagine being a woman, though.
I couldn't imagine being a woman.
What a pain in the ass in terms of maintenance, right? Legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta get laser. You go laser.
Lip.
Armpits.
Sideburns.
Lip.
Armpits.
Sideburns.
Yeah. You better.
You never seen a girl with like sideburns and stuff?
No, I have.
Peach fuzz?
I have. See, I've seen
the way
that.
you test them out, you get them to look a certain way in the sunlight, and then you can see.
Yeah.
The peach fuzz.
I hear you.
You don't. It's not on your evaluation list. They just gotta be brunette and athletic.
I try not to date girls with back hair, so that's just my thing.
Okay.
Arm
hair. Another one. But that's hard to get rid of. But
you could shave that, I suppose, if you wanted.
And then eyebrows. Then their nails.
I have never cared about eyebrows. Okay?
Unless it's a uni.
Yeah, unless it's a uni. But I love a good set of nails. I love a good set of nails on girls.
You do?
Absolutely, yeah.
I haven't noticed or cared once.
Oh, I think it's great. Especially if they're tan. Like if Sarah's tan and she gets like a pink nail, it just pops, man. I like it. But I have never cared about eyebrows. They put so much effort into their eyebrows. I don't think anybody's ever cared about eyebrows.
All right, speaking of bad football and relationships and girls, we take you on over to Tom Brady, who came out with shots fired towards the rest of the NFL when he was asked the question that we just posed to McCarthy about lack of points and lack of scoring.
I think there's a lot of bad football from what I watch. I watch a lot of bad football, a lot of poor quality of football. That's what I see.
Wow.
Tommy boy.
Usually Mr. Generic. I'm seeing a lot of bad football. Maybe he's watching his offense. Maybe he's watching that on his own tape.
Maybe he is watching his offense on his own tape. There's also
they're scoring 20 a game, so y'all ain't doing nothing too impressive.
No, he's scoring more than Giselle is, apparently.
All right. Go ahead and get into this. By the way, the stat that you're good with your segues.
Thank you.
Today. But here's the Tom Brady stat. He will attempt to avoid his first 3-game losing streak in 20 years this weekend.
So he lost it back in the Super Bowl year, the year after they won the Super Bowl, right?
2002. Yep.
He's
lost more than 2 games in a row one time in his career, back in 2002. And now we have this other story that I do feel. So, my buddy hit me up the other day after I posted that Tom and Giselle are getting divorce attorneys, according to the tabloids. And he texted me. He's like, man, do you think that you're going over the line? Do you think you're, crossing the line? This is, too personal. And I was like, what, you just waking up? Were you born yesterday? Tony Romo, Candace, Jessica Simpson, A-Rod, J-Lo, Beckham, Sporty Spice, whoever he's married to. All these...
He's posh, right? He's posh
all
Spice.
These celebrity relationships, they're public figures. If the president gets divorced, that's a humongous news story. Harry and
Harry and Meghan.
They
don't even live here. Well, they live here. They're not even American.
And I was like, yeah.
They're royals. We don't even care about them. Well, I do.
I was like, yeah, these are stories, When Kim and Kanye break up, the entertainment blogs cover them. And he's like, I just feel like it's a little invasive. It's over the line.
It's definitely invasive and over the line, but
Yesterday, I felt this one was over the line.
I did too. Apparently.
But we're going to talk about it?
Yes, we are.
All right.
Apparently, there is a new report, and Giselle is none too happy about this one.
She's not happy about the report?
About the report coming out. But Radar Online had this, that Giselle is the one that has, quote, sacked Tom Brady over a sexless marriage. The marriage has gone cold as ice. She's a Brazilian supermodel with a super sex drive, and she's told her friends she needs more from her all-American husband. Oh, man, give me like the 2020 hard copy music in the background here. She fears he's fallen out of love with her. She's told her friends she can't live without it anymore. NFL obligations and prolonged absences and his lack of scoring in the bedroom have left the marriage in the end zone.
Oh,
sources claim she feels betrayed when his February retirement from football lasted 40 days before he committed to the Bucs for another year after promising to quit. They had a string of brutal blow-ups, and the Victoria's Secret bombshell gathered up the kids and swept them off to Costa Rica without Tom. She says Tom lied to her about his intentions to give up the game to be a better hubby and father. She has threatened to divorce him several times over the years, and it was all over football. Ooh. Oh, my gosh. So there it is. Tom Brady, I can't believe I'm saying this, is not
scoring,
sleeping enough with his Brazilian supermodel wife.
He's got worse red zone conversion rates than Russell
Wilson. Yep.
And there's one solution for it.
BlueChew.
Bam.
.com.
There you go.
Promo code RJ. Maybe Tom isn't having like that. Maybe he doesn't have problems there. He just doesn't want it. Maybe his drive's gone. Either way, BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ.
Maybe he's not around.
Not around. It's hard for her.
No, it's not.
To get some if she's not there. If she left the compound, even when he comes home.
If she left the compound.
Yeah, if she leaves the compound, even when he's home, comes back after a long day at the office.
And you got that snake Antonio Brown putting out the picture of him and Giselle, putting out the picture of those two together. What was that all about?
I'll tell you, if I was Giselle, after seeing what Antonio's working with, good gosh, man. Jeez.
All right, as if this couldn't get any more inappropriate, Stephen A. Smith. We really can't talk about this that much. I don't know how we code this, how we speak in a different language about it. But Stephen A. was on the Logan Paul. Was it Jake Paul or Logan Paul?
I think it was with Jake Paul.
One of the Paul brothers. And the girl on there was interviewing Stephen A. about his bedroom activity. Asking if he was, I don't know if there's a term for this, RJ. You would know this. I have never experienced it. If he was ever interested in talking, using his, help me.
If he likes, I think they call it the clenched cuisine.
Okay. And Stephen A.
The
said,
foul flan.
It's a good
the foul flan.
Okay.
That's what they call it.
And
Is it flan or flan?
Flan.
The foul flan.
Flan. And what did he say?
He said that's private.
No.
Oh, he said he doesn't do that. But when asked if he gets it done, he said that's private. And he said his reasoning was that he doesn't need to.
Where's the memes for Stephen A. Smith? Not using his mouth that makes the millions of dollars for one thing, but apparently when the reverse takes place, maybe all in. Okay, Sean and RJ, happy Friday, y'all. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Where does that football game rank in terms of worst played of all time? The Thursday night disaster. And let's get you the full schedules. NFL, college, and Major League Baseball playoffs in your Friday headlines next. But first, let me get you on over to Trajan Wealth. Man, watching the stock market right now is brutal.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Wilson out of the gun, ball in the near hash. Shotgun snap, Wilson looking, dancing, scanning, throws into the end zone. Broken up! It's broken up! The Colts win! Ball game! Stephon Gilmore with the pass breaking! Ball game! I-N-D-Y! Colts win! A fourth down stop in overtime!
That is how it ended on Colts Radio. Indy won that game. Thursday Night Football, unfortunately for all of us, was not buried in the middle of the Sunday schedule. Good morning, Metroplex. This is a Football Friday. We already had on Mike McCarthy. That was a pretty wild first 90 minutes. Let's see what happens the rest of the show here on Sean and RJ. Peyton Russell is running things 12-9 last night. One of the worst sports decisions I've ever made, but I couldn't turn it off. I made the mistake of starting Russ after he put up fantasy points against the Raiders, and this game was so bad. Like, halftime, I switched on over. I'm laying in bed with the wife. I'm like, let's watch our Bravo show. Let's go ahead. This game, it's not going anywhere. The Bravo show ends. It's still like 6-3, and I'm like, I could go to sleep right now. I could get a nice 7+ hours. And like an idiot, I stayed up. And of course, it had to go to overtime.
Yeah.
Where the Colts end up winning. And Russell Wilson ends up getting crushed by his own teammates and social media.
As he should be getting crushed. He's terrible right now. This is... Look.
So what that receiver did real quick, Hamler, who was wide open. We're not that show that likes to second guess a ton of X's and O's, you know. We're not coordinators. I hate when people call up and they go, "Oh, we got a difference in the run game, and why don't we draw up this play and that play, keep this receiver in for the blindside block?" But Russell Wilson not seeing that receiver and forcing that throw that Stephon Gilmore broke up. I thought Kyle Brandt, Bobby Belt just sent us this from the NFL Network, and once we get this audio, my God, RJ, he made a great point. What that receiver, that no-name did with the way he slammed his helmet down and reacted afterwards, that's very telling. I think that's more frustrating than just one play of being missed. That is, I'm playing with a quarterback that can't score 16 points.
He's lost the team. Russ has lost the team. And if the coach, the only thing saving Nathaniel Hackett right now is he could say, my quarterback sucks.
In the Jeter documentary, and you know this in baseball, and so does Bassick, right? When a guy makes an error, how do you react on the mound? In the Jeter documentary, when they got David Wells, and David Wells showed some type of emotion, he got ticked off over something. And Jeter went up to him afterwards calmly and said, "We don't do that around here." Now, David Wells would put Derek Jeter through a wall, but Derek Jeter said, we don't show each other up around here. And what that receiver did in showing that frustration to me says a lot more.
Yeah.
Because he just showed up, Russell Wilson, and threw a tantrum with a future Hall of Famer and a guy who just got $200+ million.
Yeah.
I'm not calling out the receiver. I'm just talking about what I think it means.
I totally agree with you. You don't see a guy of Russ's stature get shown up.
You know that couple when you're out and they're getting along and all of a sudden a huge blow up happens and it's like, whoa, like where did that come from? I thought they were perfect. I thought they were cool. Build up. Things behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Not as it appears. And that blow up shows reality.
It does. And this is a problem that they're going to have to deal with. And Hackett is not prepared to deal with that. He is not the guy to deal with that, I don't believe. They are awful in the red zone. Russell Wilson has 11% completion percentage when targeting the end zone. Okay, on the year. He was 0 for 6 with an interception yesterday. Like, they're bad. And he's bad. And he needs to... He's tired. Okay. We said yesterday, at least I did, that I would take Cooper Rush over Russell Wilson. And I have never felt more confident about that statement than I do this morning.
You are looking good today. You're looking good today.
I look real good today.
By the way, listen to the irony in this from Richard Sherman, who said on that 4th and 1 where they threw incomplete, you got to run the ball.
On the final play, you got to run the ball. Again, like, I mean, I wish I had Marshawn up here. Like, 1 yard. You need 1 yard. Run the ball. Run the ball. CT.
It's triggered.
All he has to do is run the football. Like, necessary criticism.
You know, running the ball. I'm not the guy to say run the ball. I'm not a running fan, but
I wasn't thinking about them running there at all. It didn't even cross my mind, even as a mistake afterwards.
3rd and 1 is a great running down. Great running down. I don't know if I run it on 4th and 1. Maybe you do a QB run.
Take Russ's legs out of it too. You know that should be a secondary option.
Yeah,
that's what the Ravens got criticized a ton for in that 4th down against Buffalo. Like you had Lamar in a straight drop back situation. Have a pass run option. Lamar obviously much more dangerous than Russ, but I saw Russ run around a little bit last night. I was okay with the pass attempt.
Yeah, I was okay with it too. I mean, he had a guy wide open.
Yes.
He had a guy wide open. He just missed it. He missed the receiver. He was like a rookie out there. That's a rookie mistake that Russ had.
I thought the pick he threw before that was the rookie mistake.
Well, yeah, but like that's a play a rookie just keys in on one receiver and doesn't scan the field. And I know it's a tight spot, but I mean, dude, that's wide open in the NFL. That is so much real estate. And he missed him. He just missed him.
Woo! So a game that united all of us. I've never been a part of social media that was killing a product as much on a field as this one last night. It was ruthless. It was hilarious, and it was ruthless.
Jeff Bezos paid $80 million for that.
And I bet he got his money's worth out of viewership.
Maybe.
I know they have out of subscriptions. There was a 3-month sign up. That was their highest ever before this package was released. And this is a great talking point today because of how bad it was. We can just crush. This is better than a, 20-16 final result. It was this bad, and Russell Wilson is getting destroyed. Indianapolis isn't even a part of this, really.
No, they're going to skate. I mean, they were terrible, too, and they're going to skate because, people still have higher hopes for Russell Wilson than they do for Matt Ryan. Even though Matt Ryan, they both had great careers. He's just more toast than Russ is. Although, maybe he isn't. I like, who's more toast right now?
We're just so used to older quarterbacks continuing to rise up.
Yeah, because they get smarter.
And not fall off the cliff. So it's really weird, right? Breeze, Brady, Rodgers, and now we're seeing one fall off the cliff here after they just gave him over $200 million. Cowboys, Rams, Sunday. 12 o'clock pregame on this radio station. The Rams are favored by 5.5. Mike McCarthy. How about that confidence from Mike when he joined us at 6:30, saying, I thought we were the favorites. Whoa. That confidence or unawareness?
That's confidence.
Because he said it legit. He didn't say I have to look at it with that mentality. He's like, I mean, you heard it in his voice yesterday. He was surprised. He didn't understand. So I was like, you can't be that unaware, right? But he is confident.
Yeah, he is definitely confident. And that's fine. I love the confidence. I was just surprised that he didn't know. Like that he had no idea whatsoever. Like someone hadn't told him that in the first 4 days. You would think that you would get your bullet. But do
you have to be told you're going to the defending champs?
No, I mean,
with a backup quarterback, automatically you're the underdog. I'm not making a big deal of it. I'm happy. I'm happy that he's this unaware and this confident over it.
Yeah.
He feels great about this game. He feels great about it. CeeDee Lamb did not practice because of a groin issue, but he said he was fine. And the Cowboys were playing this song after McCarthy's presser. Peyton Russell.
Oh, good.
There you go. You said you needed the beat. Give it to us.
I like the song. I can't believe that McCarthy knew this song to play.
Are you gonna sing it? You said you needed the beat.
I'm not singing this song.
Oh, okay.
Are you kidding me? I'll get in trouble.
But in the
bad words.
in the production room, you would crank it out. I would. I don't think McCarthy said, "Go get 50." I don't think he said, "Go get 50," but somebody knew to play, and it is.
I think the game is on this too, right?
It is
the game.
Yeah.
It is an amazing song.
Yeah, it
so there we go. Cowboys Rams set for Sunday right here on DFW Sports Station. Bobby Belt will join us in 10 minutes to preview, and we'll pick this thing at 8 o'clock this morning. Rest of the NFL schedule. London, Giants at Packers. Please, Green Bay, try to score. Please score and drop the Giants to 3-2. The Packers are favored by 8. Daniel Jones banged up throughout the week with his ankle issue. Noon games. Steelers at Bills. It's the first time since I think the 95 Super Bowl against the Cowboys that the Steelers have been this big of an underdog.
And, you know
what it is?
It's 14.
14. Buffalo favored by 14.
That's a lot, dude. That's a lot of points.
The Steelers have not been a 14-point underdog, I think, since 1995 against the Cowboys, and they covered that, losing that game by 10. Sorry, were you going to say something?
I can't hear you. My headphones just died.
They did. Oh, Chargers at Browns. Bears at Vikings. These are the rest of the noon games. Lions at Patriots. The Patriots are favored by 3 at home against the Detroit Lions. Did you ever think you'd be able to say that? Seahawks at Saints. Dolphins at Jets without Tua. Miami's still favored by 3.5. Falcons at Buccaneers. Titans at Commanders. Texans at Jacksonville. 3 o'clock games. San Fran at Carolina. Eagles at Cardinals. Come on, Kyler. Come on. Philly is favored by 5 on the road.
On the road. How about that being a road fave against a team that started 10-0 last year with a good quarterback, and they're a 5-point road favorite.
Sunday Night Football, Bengals at Ravens, and then Monday night, Raiders at Chiefs.
So they're saying that Philadelphia is really, they would be an 11-point home favorite over the Cardinals. So they're saying with that line.
Why not 8? They're favored by 5. It wouldn't just give 3 more points?
Well, they're already given 3 to Arizona. So you take the 3 or 2.5, really. So you take the 2.5, 3 away.
Make
so
it
now
6.
It's 8.
Yeah, 6-point advantage.
Yeah.
So from 5 to 11.
And then, then you add 3 for you, so it's a 6-point swing. That's a big number.
Your headphones back?
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but they're back.
I think you got the flu. You just need a rest weekend.
I don't have the flu. The flu's gone.
It's gone?
The flu's gone. Got eradicated.
Oh, eradicated.
COVID killed the flu. There is no flu anymore.
RJ Fauci here on Sean and RJ. What's the college schedule?
All right, good little slate in college football this week. We do have college game day in Lawrence, Kansas. Number 17 TCU at number 19 Kansas, 11 a.m. on FS1. Of course, it is the Red River rivalry at the Cotton Bowl, Texas and Oklahoma. A&M is at top-ranked Alabama. That's a CBS game at 7 o'clock. Tennessee at number 8 in the nation. One more win, Sean.
Ooh.
One more win.
Get us to Bama.
To get us undefeated to Bama, it'll be number 1 versus number 6 if they win. Tennessee's at number 25 LSU this weekend at 11 a.m. on ESPN. Dude, just give me one more victory to get to Bama undefeated. That's all I'm asking for. I don't ask for literally anything in this world. I'm begging you. Get me one more victory to get to Bama undefeated. I just want to be able to sit there on a Saturday and tell everybody in the world,
this is it.
Stop talking to me. I'm doing nothing today. I haven't had a big, meaningful game in 25 years to watch.
Oh.
Just get me to Bama.
Yeah, exactly. You already got to think of a little party set up.
I don't want anyone around.
I like it.
I want to be by myself. Well,
I support it.
Maybe bring my kids over, bring Sarah over, but I don't want no parties. I want absolutely no parties. Tech is at number 7, Oklahoma State, 2:30 on FS1. That game will be featured in The Degenerate. Number 11, Utah is at number 18, UCLA. Got to give props to old Chip Kelly. He has got an undefeated UCLA squad.
Have not heard him mentioned in like 3 years.
No, not really at all, have you? And that's really all your top 25 slates.
Major League Baseball playoffs start this morning at 11. Rays at Guardians. Then at 1, Phillies at St. Louis, Mariners at Blue Jays, Padres at Mets tonight at 7 o'clock. These are your headlines here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Does Dak Prescott think that he's injury prone? I heard Bobby Belt talking about this yesterday. Let's preview and pick the Rams game with our Cowboys Insider next. But first, Halloween. It is here. It's the DFW trick. Fridays are always more fun. It's a football Friday here on your home of America's team. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Let's bring in our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Is Pete Carroll a genius?
Well, I mean, let's slow down a little bit. He's got his own issues. But yeah, I mean, he and RJ Choppy just had the foresight to say Russ is done. And so, I mean, if we're going to say Pete Carroll's a genius, we got to say Choppy is too.
Well, RJ didn't say it totally in the offseason. I think we had the Broncos
making the
playoffs. So
I did too.
No,
I did too. I thought the Broncos were going to be a lot better. But this is the factor. This is what happens when Randy Gregory misses games. The team just falls apart.
Why is Russell Wilson, at least for me, I feel this way, why is he so difficult to evaluate? Why we gave him a pass for last year when he had DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. And even through the first few games, I was like, he's going to get going. You know, he can still throw the football. He's not looking dead out there. Do you find that he's very, very difficult to evaluate, at least before last night?
Yeah, because he took, for a long time, remember he had that whole bus driver label early on in his career.
Yes.
He just doesn't make mistakes, but, he's going to throw 14 passes in a game or something like that. And then he really started ramping up. He was one of the better quarterbacks in the league. And then he became just one of the most prolific passers in the league and was, doing ridiculous stuff, just about 2018, 2019 around there. And then I don't know. This is just one of the more perplexing, aggressive fall offs I've seen a player have. And so I'm more just confused I don't think it's a tough evaluation. I think when you watch it, it's like, this is bad. This is definitively bad. He's a bad football player right now. I just can't explain why.
No, but in trying to figure out what Denver was going to be this year, we were all 50-50 kind of.
I wasn't. I thought he was going to be good.
Okay.
I thought they were going to be really good. And so I don't know, because I thought they had stocked up all this talent, and I thought the defense was already pretty good. And I thought Russell Wilson having these weapons, a better offensive line, I figured, all right, Russ is going to be here and he's going to be able to be back in his element, and we'll see him return to form. And it's just not there.
I'm going to ask you a very hard-hitting question. It does not have to be a Cowboy. This is based upon what you sent me. I can't wait to play this at 8:20. Kyle Brandt, and he said this on the NFL Network, which I found shocking, but he spit fire towards Russ.
He did.
Is there another player that you know of that other people whisper about being this much of a fraud, personality or leadership-wise, throughout the league? I have a former Cowboy, if you can't come up with any name.
Okay. Do I? You want me to say a Cowboy?
No, I don't care.
It's not my own opinion. I'll just tell you that occasionally was said about old Nine God from time to time.
I'm sorry. Did you say Nine God?
That's what they refer to him on Twitter.
I was going to say
I
my name was New Nine God. That's who I was going to say. Jalen.
Yeah. Oh, we knew that.
Oh, I mean, you'll hear it about Brady too. People think Brady's a little, a little bit of a phony at times. Yeah.
Right now.
I think it's just, it naturally plays into quarterbacks, because some of them are asked to be leaders that they aren't. You're asked to be leaders and politicians and things like that. You're asked to kind of, have they're not allowed to be as much of themselves. You can't have a Terrell Owens personality at quarterback. It just doesn't work. And so a lot of there are people out there who have that personality, who play the position and just have to kind of, lock it down. And so I think that quarterback just naturally lends itself to guys that aren't always able to be themselves.
Why did CeeDee Lamb miss practice?
He has a groin injury, and it's funny because they were trying to say, the GPS numbers, GPS numbers were just a little high. That's what CD was saying. But it's like, okay, but you were, you got pulled aside after, the initial part of practice. You get pulled aside to get on the resistance cords with Brett, and then you're getting stretched out by the, strength and conditioning coach the rest of the time that we're out there. That's not just for, we've been running you a little too hard, buddy. And so CD tried to say yesterday, it's just the GPS numbers. That's kind of what the chatter we had heard. And then he pops up on the injury report with a groin issue. I talked to some people yesterday. He's not expected to win the game. It's not, or miss the game. And it's not considered to be a serious injury or anything like that, but he he is dealing with a little bit of a groin issue, and his GPS numbers were high. So the two things combined, they just thought it was good to rest him. I would guess this is a Friday practice, which a lot of times is a walkthrough, and then they project participation. So I'm guessing he'll be projected as a limited participant, but he should be ready to go Sunday against the Rams.
Do you think Bill Parcells ever thought there'd be a day where they were talking about GPS numbers in practice?
No. I think Bill Parcells would probably scoff at that. I think there's a lot that Bill Parcells would scoff at. I'd love to have like Bill Parcells in a press conference and you start trying to throw PFF grades at him and just see what he does. Because I don't think there is any way he would take that.
Bobby Belt right here on the Fan. Your reaction to Mike McCarthy's, I think, legitimate surprise to find out yesterday the Cowboys were underdogs in this game.
Kind of funny. I mean, he genuinely was. It seemed like caught off guard that, it's like, have you ever used the point spread to motivate a team? And I think he was kind of confused. Like, how would I, why would us being favorites motivate the team? Like, he didn't say that, but it's almost like it didn't register with him. And it wasn't just, oh yeah, you're an underdog, you're a 3-point underdog, but it's like you're 5.5 or 5. And I think he just was kind of caught off guard by that. And I liked his response, honestly, of like, look, we're nobody's underdog. And it played well in the locker room. Micah Parsons talked yesterday about how he loved that McCarthy said that. Says that means he knows what's up. He reads the room, and that they really feel like it's us against everybody. And so we get out there and they're playing, hate it or love it. So we got, the underdogs on top playing. I honestly think that was a coincidence. Because the day before they were playing To Live and Die in LA by Tupac, and they're playing West Coast music. They're playing like West Coast California themed music, and the game obviously being, an LA rapper. I think that was more what that was about.
Okay. That's why we have you on.
But we can give him credit for it.
I'm not giving McCarthy credit.
I don't want to be told I'm not giving him credit. So yeah, Mike McCarthy gets credit for hate it or love it, the underdogs on top, and I'm gonna shout homie until my heart stops. Yeah, that's all credit to Mike McCarthy.
Okay, let's get to what you said yesterday on G-Bag. I was driving around and I'm like, why didn't Bobby say this on our show? But that aside, Dak Prescott.
I've said this on your show before.
You think that Dak Prescott worries about himself now as being injury prone?
I think he absolutely was in his head about his own durability in the second half of last year. And so I think breaking his thumb in the very first game of this year and missing more games doesn't help that. I think that let's go back to the end of 2019. He has the AC joint injury. Then you get into the first 5 weeks of 2020. He breaks his ankle. Then it's you don't even get into training camp really of 2021, and he has the lat strain. And then it's 6 weeks into the season, it's the calf strain. And so I think after the calf strain happened and he came back from the bye, it's like, man, this is 4 injuries in basically what was that? 10 weeks of time on the field. And that's a lot piling up, and it's to different parts. It's the lat, it's the shoulder, it's the ankle, and now it's the thumb. And this is 5 injuries now in 18 weeks time. And I think that got in his head a little bit last year, where it's like, I don't have good protection. I don't know where my durability is at right now because I keep getting hurt. And I think that's why he was rushing and making a lot of poor decisions last year in the second half of the season after looking really calm, cool, and collected in the first half. And so I just think it was a sort of PTSD for him at times in the second half of last year. And then breaking his thumb now, I think he's really frustrated and he wants to be out there. And I think it's honestly, tearing at him that he can't be out there playing right now. And so G-Bag had just asked me, Brian asked me what I thought probably got to him more. The fact that, they're out there winning without him, or that, people think he's injury prone. And my thing is just, I think it's probably that people think he's injury prone because I think he just quietly internally to himself maybe wonders it a little bit about his own durability.
Is he doing more at practice?
I mean, he's holding a football while being on the resistance cords. That's a step up.
So he can grip it.
Yeah, he can grip it. Can he rip it though?
Yeah, but I mean, he's been doing that. Like, he keeps like grabbing the football in front of us. I think he's definitely, showing off and trying to like, oh, look what I can do here. And
right.
He was in a good mood yesterday. He's he's getting hooked up on the resistance cords, and Clarence Hill's standing there in his Longhorns polo, and he asks Dak, like, you feeling good? And he's like, yeah. And then he turns back around to look at Clarence, and he goes, if y'all don't win this week, we're not letting you in the SEC. He's like, y'all got to get it together.
That's what this game is. This game is to get in the SEC game.
Yeah, he's like, yeah. So he was like, y'all got to get it together. Yeah, we can't have this in the SEC.
That's
so
good.
Do you subscribe to the Kevin Hagelin theory that he's injury prone?
I mean, I think 5 injuries in 18 weeks. It's only fair to say it. Now he can go out there and prove it wrong and show he's got durability. But I mean, yeah, like we reached a point there with Julius Jones years ago. You remember Julius Jones kept getting hurt, and it was different parts, and it was kind of fluky. Like, oh, somebody fell on your ankle, and somebody did this and that. And it's like, yeah, but there reaches a point where it all stacks up. It can't just be bad luck. And so, at least right now, if somebody were to say he's injury prone, I don't think you can push back against that because the data's pretty clear. 5 injuries over 18 weeks on the field is pretty significant. I mean, we talk about Tyron as being injury prone like that. We would talk about Sean Lee as being injury prone like that. And I know Sean Lee was soft tissue. Tyron's not soft tissue. Tyron's dealt with different issues. And so Donovan Wilson's a guy who gets labeled as injury prone for injuring different parts of his body that aren't always soft tissue. And so, yeah, I think that if somebody were to level that claim right now, I don't think you can push back against it. And I think that he'll need to go out there and prove he can stay healthy for an entire season next year to really kind of kill that narrative.
How do you think they defend Cooper Kupp?
They pray, Sean, and just say, we hope your 20 receptions don't kill us.
Right.
Honestly, I think it is kind of a, like we talked about yesterday, of just like, let him get his and worry about everybody else. Because I don't think you can totally stop him. I'd be in favor of letting Diggs follow him, letting him go with him. You could see, I'm guessing whenever Cooper Kupp's in the slot, that'll be Jordan Lewis on him. Jordan Lewis, by the way, will play, it sounds like. He was back at practice yesterday, participating a little bit. And so I think Jordan Lewis is going to be back. So you could see some Jordan Lewis. I think if, it wouldn't surprise me if all 3 corners take some time covering Cooper Kupp. So I think it'll be a collection of guys, and you'll see a lot of zone, and that'll be the way they approach it.
Your pick for the game and why?
So I'm going to go Rams 27-20. Just because I wouldn't be surprised if Dallas won this game, honestly. But I think it's just, there's a lot of, it sounds like Sean McVay is getting a little frustrated. And I think that they're going to find a way, or try to find a way this week to take advantage of the running game, try to find a way to get Allen Robinson more involved. But look, this is Matthew Stafford. So there's always a chance that he'll just give you the ball.
Yeah,
and
buddy.
If that happens,
that's right.
If that happens,
the Lions won the trade.
My gosh, they did. Honestly, this year they are. And so, Stafford, he is, for everybody who's even a big fan of his or whatever else, he has leveled up Jameis Winston. That's the player that he is. That's the way that he plays. He believes way too much into his own arm talent, and he takes a ton of shots, and he makes dumb decisions regularly. It's irrational confidence on top of irrational confidence. And when you've got a bad elbow and people can't block for you, that compounds everything and makes it really, really bad. And so if they lose this game, it'll be because Matthew Stafford does dumb stuff.
Yeah. I don't know why you're so worried about Cooper Kupp. I thought we had an elite cornerback.
Trayvon Diggs.
That's what everybody tells me. I had to block Newey from texting me.
Gosh,
stop.
The two of you are actually the two of you are actually the same person, so don't criticize them, Bobby. You're both the same stubborn asses, both of you.
Look, I think Chop's got a great future making up grades for PFF, and just coming up with random numbers to assign to Trayvon Diggs. I honestly think PFF just sits there and goes like 42. It's like doesn't even. There is no formula to it. It's like, what's that look like? It's like it's just a random scale where they're like, I think that looks like a 53.
He had a good
last
game.
week. They said he had a good
last
game.
week he had a great game. They gave him credit for it.
Who had a great game last week? Neville Gallimore had a great game.
Yes,
Neville Gallimore was given like a 32 by PFF last week. So they're the least trustworthy entity of all time. It's a bunch of
look, you can look at a couple of plays. They'll look at 60 of them, and that's just why they're so much better than everybody else. I know that you can throw out. I know people can throw out the oh my God, he leads the league in pass breakups. That's because he's getting targeted.
Look, I think that just as politicians should have to disclose their donations, I think Choppy should have to disclose the payments PFF is giving him, obviously, to defend these awful grades every week.
Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate it. You going anywhere in L.A.?
I'm going to meet up with Hellman because he's been out of town for months. So I don't know. Hellman, Machota, and I are going to go somewhere in L.A. I don't know.
Peter Pan? You're not meeting up with Peter Pan out there to take you around on any red carpets?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Are you going to eat at a Cheesecake Factory out there or some place that's...
Why? No one's asking who Peter Pan is? You're just floating over my insult.
Who is Peter Pan?
I'm going to...
Bob?
What?
You want to say?
What? Who's Peter Pan?
Jane
Slater! Wait, she's Peter Pan?
Slater's not going to L.A.
Oh, man.
She's off this week.
Oh.
Yeah.
Week 5.
No, I know, but they don't have her assigned to travel this week. So they've got reporters. I mean, that's the NFL Network hub. A lot of the LA games, they assign on-site reporters.
Okay.
Oh, very nice.
Thank you, Bob.
You don't have to pay for travel that way, man.
Do you think Hellman's
real quick,
do you think Hellman's living any type of LA life?
Oh my gosh! Like, do you see the copious amounts of makeup that man's wearing on television now, and the way his hair is coiffed, and he's putting Instagram stories up of like working out with Shady McCoy, and just like
wow.
I mean that man is feeling
who in the
I'm sorry. What?
Who in the DFW media is the most jealous that Hellman is on TV? Who out there on that beat?
Man.
Who on that beat is the most jealous?
Oh, on the beat.
Nick Eatman.
Nick Eatman? I don't know.
He's looking at the life he could have had if he would have,
asked for it.
Left DallasCowboys.com. He could be all over TV.
Okay.
So
all right, we'll ask him.
Nick is my guess.
All right, we'll ask him at 9:20. Thank you for the third time. Goodbye.
I love you all for the third time.
Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Man, there's I bet you there's quite a bit of Hellman jealousy out there.
Oh, hell yeah.
Quite a bit.
Hell yeah. I have my name. I have my theory. I'm gonna work on it. I'm jealous. Sure. I don't think I'm the most jealous because we're radio stars.
Yeah, we are.
So like we're kind of close.
Does he get to interview Jerry every week?
Right. We're kind of close, but I wonder who's the most bitter out there. I mean, Clarence was popping on FS1 here and there when we would go out to LA.
Yeah. Clarence is upset because he doesn't get to hang out with Acho. That's what he wants.
With Acho, that's right. And you're upset because you don't get to sit next to Joy Taylor. You dropped the pickup line on at the Super Bowl.
I did drop the pickup line on Joy Taylor one time, and I was rebuffed with great prejudice. Big time.
Brian Baldinger, NFL Network, has been doing great Cowboy breakdowns at Baldy NFL. We usually get Baldy on a few times a year. Here he is with a little preview of the Cowboys defense against the Rams on Sunday.
Well, the Rams just saw the best defense in football, the 49ers Monday night, and they look like it. But the Cowboys, when you watch them, you don't need any stats for the third-ranked defense. Like, their team speed is blinding. Team speed and then freakish athletes at every single level. But they're also putting it all together right now. Like, Washington could not get the ball down the field against this Anthony Barr, middle linebacker, this Tampa 2 defense. He's going to run down the middle with the number 3 receiver. In essence, it's a 3-deep coverage. They could not get the ball over their heads. Not many teams have. Kayla just talked about the Rams trying to get the deep shot. Well, the Cowboys have been doing a good job all year against all 4 opponents from keeping the ball from going over their head. That's part of their team speed. But then it shows up in other areas. You talk about, the quarterback hits and all that. I mean, here they are chasing Carson Wentz right now. And it's one thing to flush the quarterback. Carson Wentz is a great athlete. But they chase him sideline to sideline right here. They had 11 quarterback hits on Carson Wentz. And they forced 2 intentional grounding balls, including that one. It might as well just be another sack. You can't talk about the Cowboys defense without talking about Micah because he shows up everywhere. He plays everywhere. And he's just everywhere. So it kind of starts with him.
Okay, so there he is, loving the MPP, the Micah Parsons problem, in previewing Cowboys Rams Sunday right here on this radio station.
Everyone has a Micah Parsons problem. Every team in the league has a problem. You're either keen on him and someone else is going to come bite you, or you're going to, try to go one-on-one, and he is going to wreck your football game. He's a game wrecker.
You want Jimbo threats, college tailgating and atmospheres, or Barnwell MVP?
Ooh, with Jimbo threats.
Yeah, let's go college. Let's go with a little college. Official game picks at 8 o'clock. Cowboys, Rams. Get it on the truckwreck.com text line for 8 o'clock at 877-881-1053. So you want to set it up on the Paul Feinbaum show with Jimbo?
So this was an unfortunate situation that happened yesterday on the Paul Feinbaum show. A lunatic, and I do mean an unhinged
Phyllis
lunatic
from Mulga?
Not Phyllis from Mulga. No, instead we get ourselves some idiot Texas A&M fan, and I say that very, very harshly.
Okay.
Roger from Texas floated the idea of how to get out of having to pay an $88 million buyout to Jimbo Fisher on the Paul Feinbaum show.
As far as Jimbo's contract, that $90 million contract, a hitman cost a lot less than that. Thank you, and have a great day, Paul.
All right, Roger.
Wow.
I hope that's an alias. My gosh, dude. Wow. Hitman costs a lot less.
Have a great day, Paul.
Have a great day, Paul.
Let's hear that whole thing one more time, Peyton.
As far as Jimbo's contract, that $90 million contract, a hitman cost a lot less than that. Thank you, and have a great day, Paul.
Thank you, and have a great day, Paul.
And I think afterwards there's like 20 seconds of just Paul not talking, and I think he was like, wow. So he couldn't
Does that
believe
qualify it? Where is that in the threat level?
Oh, I think we're DEFCON. Is it 5 or 1? What's the high one? What's the biggest DEFCON?
I think 5 is the highest.
5.
Does it goes reverse order or sequential?
Is that a 2 or a 3? If five is a major threat.
5 is a major threat. That's a 4, man.
Yeah. Wow.
A public hit.
So they are
hit job.
They are freaking out. Most hostile stadiums to play in. College football players with a poll. The Players Tribune did a survey. All right, so this is Jeter's website, the Players Tribune. Let's go. Okay, the toughest road game environment. I now think of Eli Manning with this school. Penn State was ranked number 1.
Okay. All right.
Surprised?
Yep. LSU.
LSU's number 2.
LSU. I think Penn State. Penn State's a good environment. It really is. With the whiteout, they do the whiteout. I've been to a night game at LSU. You will never ever, and I haven't been to Penn State. You will never get me to say that anything other than LSU is a better tailgate or game atmosphere.
Wow. University of Oregon is 3.
I've heard it's fantastic.
Tied for 4th, University of Michigan, University of Texas, and Ohio State.
Yeah, you get a lot of northern love here. This is a bunch of crap. The Big Ten doesn't have any home field advantages. You're wearing winter coats after October. You're frozen. You can't clap because you got gloves on your hands.
Toughest road game traditions. You want to guess?
Toughest road game traditions. What do they mean by that?
Kind of like either music or the whiteout is number 4 here from Penn State.
They're gonna give that stupid jump around to Wisconsin at number 1. Ooh. The dumbest thing ever.
Jump around is number 2.
Okay, is it South Carolina? Is it South Carolina? Is it Virginia Tech?
Virginia Tech's 3.
Okay.
Enter Sandman.
Yep.
So 4 is Penn State whiteout, 3 Enter Sandman, 2 jump around. I don't.
I'm trying to think what number 1 could be. Give me a conference.
I think they're still in the Big Ten. This coach has been there forever. It has to do with a color.
Oh, wait a second. The pink locker room?
Yeah.
No.
What is that?
So that was back at Hayden Fry's day. He colored the visitors' locker room pink to kind of give them a psychological advantage, think they were women.
Are we allowed to do that these days?
I don't know, but that's what they did. That's what they did back then.
Does it still exist? The pink locker room at the University of Iowa was voted number 1.
I think it still exists. I don't know. But they tried to soften up the little do they know, like my oldest one, his favorite color is pink. Like a lot of the kids nowadays, their favorite boys, their favorite color is pink. It's a great song. But listen, Virginia Tech, and Space Odyssey or whatever the hell it is at South Carolina. And they do Sandstorm, right? Rudy, and then Wisconsin would jump around. Get some original content. If you have to pipe in somebody else's song, you're not a great tradition. You have no tradition. You have a band. You have a 300-person band that you give scallies to. Let them do something. This is garbage. I can't stand jump around. It's such an awful, awful tradition. This at
the
Vodtech,
whole place going up and down?
Who cares? Who cares?
He's a hater.
Who cares? I don't want to hear piped-in music at a college football game. I want to hear the bands.
What about the Clemson?
And I don't want to hear bands at the NFL.
What about the Clemson Rock thing where they run down the hill and stuff? You got Dabo leading the way.
That's dumb, too. I hope Dabo falls.
Oh.
Tears an ACL and just keeps going tumbling.
He's going to fall one day. All right, we continue with the college football poll from the Players Tribune. The fan bases that cancel out home field by traveling better than anyone else. Traveling fan bases. Any guess, Mr. Angry?
The fan base that travel the best.
The fan bases that cancel out home field by traveling better than others.
Nebraska?
No.
Vodtech?
No.
Okay, well, they historically, they're two of the best traveling fan bases.
But they suck.
They suck.
So that probably got canceled out. Number one, I'll go 5-1. 5 is Bama. We've seen that in Arlington. 4 is Oregon.
Yeah.
Clemson is 3.
Okay.
Georgia's 2. Ohio State's 1.
Okay.
For travel.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they're all very good teams for the most part, and they travel.
And then 538 revealed the perfect tailgate football spread. You know we're going to be all over this. This is the 538 poll tailgate spread. What's ideal? Nobody wants to be cooking soup or chili on a 100-degree day in August. So these are the ideal college football setups. All right?
Mm-hmm.
America's favorite and least favorite tailgate foods. Peyton, you go ahead and guess the number one food for a college football tailgate.
Oh, it's got to be burgers.
It is burgers. Good job. 66%. Number 2?
Well, let's just go down the list. Hot dogs.
Good job.
Oh.
That's number 2. Chips is 3. Pulled pork barbecue is 4th. Then dips, fruit/veggie tray, pasta salads, popcorn, ice cream/popsicles, and then salad. Okay? Worst tailgate foods, ice cream/popsicles, got 41%. I talked about that the other day. Man, no ice cream sitting out there while you're
No, you can't keep it cold enough. You can't keep it cold enough.
Can't keep it cold enough.
Well, and if you're drinking and stuff too, that doesn't mix well. Ice cream and alcohol.
Right.
Ice cream. Hang on. Ice cream and alcohol doesn't mix?
No.
What about an alcoholic milkshake?
Do you want to drink that while you're out there, like for hours and
hot?
hours? Like that's going to cause some stomach issues. It's hot. You're pounding drinks all day long, and then you get a big fat milkshake.
Oh, no,
especially with your stomach.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't disagree with what you're saying.
It doesn't fit the scene.
Yeah, it doesn't fit the scene. But I'm saying like ice cream and alcohol together is very good.
Oh yeah, but this is for tailgating.
Just for tailgating.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're sitting at home and you're at a restaurant, warm night with the fireplace.
Ooh,
I don't know.
I think tonight's a fire pit night.
You got a fire pit.
Dude.
I thought you were going to stay in the house. You got the flu.
No, I am going to stay in the house, but it's my house. I'll be in the house.
No, fire pit's outside.
Right, no, but the fire should fire's good for you, right? Give me all the fire.
Okay.
All the smoke.
Do you use your fire pit? Fire pit is one of those things that people don't end up using.
I've used it 2 or 3 weekends in a row now. It's
a low of 50 tonight.
Oh, baby. It's a solo stove. It's one of those solo stoves. You've seen those? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
No.
Yeah, it's a solo stove. It's pretty cool. I like it.
All right. Do you have a fireplace in your house?
I do.
Is it electric or real?
Yeah, hit the switch, baby.
So you like
the
it?
light switch. Yeah,
All right.
I never use it, but I like it.
Ice cream popsicles is 1 for worst tailgate foods at a college setup. Then veggie burgers. Then granola bars. Cake, pie, salad, pasta meals, pasta salads. Who's bringing a gnocchi out there to Texas, Oklahoma, setting it up in the parking lot? Fruit, veggie tray, and then peanuts. So there we go. Those are the best and worst setups. People reacting. How can hot wings not be an option? How can hot wings not be on there? The problem with hot wings out there is you got to wash your hands.
Yeah, you do. You got to bring those wet naps. You know, and you got to get inside your fingers.
Anything needing a utensil to eat is bad for tailgating. Dips severely underrated. The rest of this is good. Cold chicken tendies / bourbon disrespect. Cold chicken tenders, and yeah, you gotta have some bourbon out there. You gotta have a great shot. You gotta have a shot of choice. That's probably my number one thing I miss about not being able to go out to these games on Sunday is the Tolo tailgates that are set up to go enjoy. My boy Jimmy, Dave Swavey, Guns and Hoses, like these setups that are so serious with the big barbecue pits and the big screens and the sound systems, and just to go out there and party it up, man. And I miss that. I would do that in DC when I could wake up later, but no longer.
Truckwreck.com on the best tailgates or best atmosphere. By the way, DEFCON 1 is the most severe. We're always at DEFCON 5. Okay. Let's see. That makes sense. Number 1 is at Iowa. It's the waving to the children at the hospital. That is definitely number 1. But another Iowa fan says, yes, it is still pink. The locker room.
Okay.
Still pink. Let's see. They waved to the kids. That's number 1. Go Dogs, chant at UGA.
Jacob on Twitter agreed. Chop went to Bama LSU in 2014. Went to overtime. Nothing like Death Valley at night.
I'll be smoking a brisket, putting small slices in a croissant with bacon, jalapeno, and cream cheese for the game this weekend.
Croissant?
Making a sweet cheese sauce to drizzle on top. Oh, baby.
Ooh.
Let's see. This all changes if you tailgate in an RV. No wings. You got to have wings on there. Brats with the beer. Okay. Wear gloves and eat wings. That's an interesting thing.
Hey, what if you whip out your own gloves? RJ would do that.
I do that now. Not when I'm
You don't
eating.
have wing gloves.
No, I have, I'll get like
food gloves.
You know those rotisserie chickens?
Yeah.
Like those you can buy the pre-made?
Sure, they're amazing.
They're amazing. When I get them, I bring them home, put the gloves on, and rip it apart. I shred it.
What gloves? Like plastic food gloves?
No, they're like gloves that you would get like doctor's gloves, like those latex gloves.
You put them on and shred it.
Yeah, I mean, it's I burn my hands. It's hot, for one. But then the other is like, I don't want to have to wash my hands now.
I think that's a video. I think that's an Instagram.
You think so?
I know so. You make about lighting candles. You do candle Instagrams. Do something like,
I need to figure something out.
How quick can you shred it, though? A full rotisserie.
Watch how fast he can eat it. Forget about shredding
I can eat the whole thing. I don't know, 4 minutes?
Can you eat a whole one?
Yeah.
The 5 things that RJ wants to see on Sunday, and let's make the official picks for Cowboys Rams next.
Let's get you over, though, to number 1.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a football Friday here on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you as always. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and Sunday at noon. Man, I feel great already that this can't be a losing Monday feeling. All right, we got through the Giants in Washington. That was most important. Cincinnati was the surprise. And now this would just be gravy. If the Cowboys play the Rams tough, I'm still going to come in on Monday feeling very, very good because they are an underdog, despite Mike McCarthy being surprised by it. This is kind of a no-pressure feeling, in my opinion, for the Cowboys going into this thing.
Oh, yeah.
With Cooper Rush. So I really don't feel any letdown can come of it, in my opinion.
No, I think this is they're playing with some gravy here. You know, house money, if you will.
Yep.
That's what this is. They shouldn't be 3-1 with a backup quarterback. They shouldn't be 3-0 in the games you started. And they should probably be more than a 5-point dog on the road to the defending Super Bowl champs. But here we sit, and they're a 5-point dog. And what does a 5-point dog mean in the NFL? It means the Vegas books have no idea what they're doing. Not what they're doing, but
what do you mean?
So, like, any spread between, 4 and 6, Vegas doesn't really have a good handle on the game.
Oh.
So, if it's 3.5 or less, or if it's 6.5 or more, they know. When it's between 4 and 6, what they're doing there is they're kind of just putting it out there, and they're letting the public decide the line. And they're hoping that the public will push it one way or the other because most games are decided by 3 or 6.
Okay.
So they don't really have a good feel on this one. And I can't blame them.
Me neither. This has been very tough for me. I'm getting this wouldn't be as big of a win. I'm getting that Seahawk on the road feeling that we could come in Monday with. But I don't think, I'd have to go back and check. I don't think, do we think of the Rams now or that Seahawks team as better? Like, going to Seattle, they were still invincible at home. And when the Cowboys won that game, Terrence Williams, everything on the sideline, that was one of the top 3 most exciting Cowboy moments that I've had in covering them for 10 years. And I don't think I would have that type of feeling because of the way the Rams are playing. But I thought of that for a split second. Get the picks in, who and why. Truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. First, RJ, the 5 things you want to see.
Oh, man. The 5 things I want to see this weekend. Number 1, I want to see was Diggs last week. The new Diggs. Coverage, baby. He was fantastic last week. He's been murdered by smart people since he came into the league.
Murdered by smart people. What is he going to have to do to have you turn? What's he going to have to do for you to say, I stunted his growth way too early in his 3rd year, and he has made the leap? What has to happen?
I want him to play the way he did the other day, which is coverage. I don't care about interceptions. I don't care about all that stuff. I care about being locked down and covering guys. Not allowing yards. Byron Jones got killed. He allowed 324 yards. Like, that's elite. Sorry. Like, you could the old hats can say they want picks. When you allow 300 yards, it means you're not getting A, you're not getting targeted, and B, when you are, you're locking them down. When you allow over 1,000 yards, I don't care how many interceptions you get, it means they're picking on you.
And Al Harris, secondary coach, former player, was very unfair to Diggs on the sidelines in their last game against Washington. Like, Trayvon is one of the balls he batted away, and Diggs is like, or Al Harris is like, push-ups. And he's like, what? He goes, that was a drop pick. Drop picks or push-ups around here. And he's like, come on, man. And now everyone's in a good mood. And I think Diggs knew he was just trying to keep a very high standard.
Sure.
But he dropped down and gave the push-ups over a ball. He's like, with your ball skills, that could have been a pick.
Best ball skills in the league.
Drop down.
Yep, absolutely.
All right.
Pressure Stafford, number 2. He had a year last year, but he's not carried that over. You can get to him in the pocket. You can get to him with coverage sacks. He doesn't get rid of the ball very fast. Like, his
You're talking about Stafford.
Yeah, his decision-making this year has not been great. Was last year a fluke? No, I mean, he's always been a good player. Always been a good player. Was the playoff run vintage Stafford? Not really. I mean, he was basically mistake-free for a lot of it.
Some of the numbers
and a little lucky.
Some of the numbers that you sent, you sent this topic earlier in the week. Stafford and the Rams cannot win the Super Bowl the way they are presently constructed. Been one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL this year. 22nd in efficiency, 11% worse than league average, 14th in QBR, which means every time he plays, they have a 50-50 chance of winning. He's taking twice as many sacks as last year, which you put a lot on the quarterback. So here we go. Is it the shoulder or just regression? Either way, not good for the Rams.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, now if the shoulder's bothering him, get it worked on. I know he did in the offseason. It was an elbow too, right? It was like a. They're really kind of saying this is a pitcher's type injury.
Yes,
and he was going, and they were using baseball team doctors and training regimens to improve his his arm, because it's basically the same kind of injury a pitcher would get. Number 3, how the defense responds to probably the best offense it's faced this year. This is probably their best offense they face, even though they're probably having a down year. Having Cooper Kupp, having Allen Robinson, having...
You think this is better than Cincy's weapons? And
no,
quarterback?
I don't think it's better than their weapons, but Cincy has not played tremendous this year either. So maybe it isn't. Maybe it's right up there. Maybe it's tied with Cincinnati, but I do want to see them get tested and how this defense responds to when they do get tested. Number 4, Cupper. To continue to give Jerry his dream, his fodder. He should never start over Dak Prescott. But Jerry is right when he said, wouldn't it be something if he played so well that we had to think about it? Jerry is absolutely right on that one. Keep pushing the ball downfield, brother. And finally, stop giving it to Zeke. Don't give it to Pollard either. Just stop running the ball together.
You want Cooper to win it?
In fact, just cancel the offensive line. Just run 10 wide receivers out there with one of them snapping the ball. Like, you go full-on flag football. No, it's a joke.
Yeah.
But they rushed for, they were terrible last week running the football.
But they were good the week before.
Awful. Yeah, they were. They were okay the week before. But I mean, look, what is Zeke at this point? Who's the best running back on this team?
Tony Pollard.
Let's stop giving it to Zeke.
877-881-1053. Your keys to the game, and let's get to the picks as we go around the room and why. I'm going to pick the Rams. I thought back and forth. This could easily be a Cowboys win. But, man, Aaron Donald, CD Bobby Belt just worried me with that CD report. I thought it was nothing. We should have asked McCarthy. Not that he was going to tell us, because they already lied about Dak's shoe. Oh, that's nothing. Oh, we heard a pop, so it was more than something. Dak was a little bit worried about it. But CD, working on the courts, he said he's going to be fine, but why did he miss practice? Jalen Ramsey is a step or two slow, but I feel like this is just that get right, not totally get right game, but they'll just have a little bit more than the Cowboys. So I'm going to pick the Rams 23-17.
23-17.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go with the Cowboys.
And I don't like Diggs. Now, Diggs has proven me wrong as well this year. I always throw you under the bus, but I said he would get torched by Jamar Chase. That did not happen. I keep thinking about Diggs sitting down with us. We should try to find that, Peyton. It's going to be tough. Our sit-down interview where he asked him at training camp about facing different receivers. He said he prefers that bigger DK Metcalf type than that smaller, shiftier Cooper Kupp. But look, how long can they keep feeding Kupp like this? I know you'll say a year and a half, dummy, because he had an all-time great season. And this year it's like 12, 14 catches a game. But I don't like – I think a surprise corner performance has to step up. If Kupp is going to be limited a little bit, I don't know if I love Diggs running around because the size difference, just keeping up with this guy and the same page that he and Stafford are on. Micah, come on now. No sacks since week 2. I'm going to barely go Rams by 6.
All right, I think the Cowboys scored 20 points in this game. I think 20 points is the number that they wind up getting.
Well, that usually means the Cowboys win this year.
Yeah, it does this year, and they do. They win 20-17.
Ooh.
On a last second, Mahervich 60-yard field goal. 60.
How much do you factor in what the crowd will be to take away? And does Vegas factor that into Rams spreads? The fact that they have a terrible crowd?
Yeah, they will. They don't like every team doesn't get 3 points. Most teams now only get 2.5 anyway. And then some get downgraded even more than that. Like Buffalo in the wintertime, or they might get a little bit more of a boost because the crowd's awesome and for one, and the conditions are brutal to play in. I don't know how they do the Rams though, and especially how they do the Rams when they're playing a team like the Cowboys is going to bring a ton of fans.
Man, I don't even know. Now I'm thinking, do they even score 23? Because their line is banged up.
Yeah, it is.
Their line is missing. Matt Stafford also, again, it's Kupp or bust. Allen Robinson has not been getting the ball. Kupp had 14 on 19 targets. 14 catches on 19 targets for 122 against San Fran. Next closest player in production, Higbee. 10 catches, 73 yards. So far, Cooper's got 42 for 403 scores. That leads the Rams by a wide margin. So I'm going to go Rams, barely getting the win. RJ says the Cowboys win. Peyton, break the tie.
Well, since RJ had 20-17.
Skip Bayless.
I'm going to go missed extra point. Cowboys win 20-16.
Whoa!
I think RJ stole my notes because I had it written down the first to 20 in this game. Whoever gets first to 20 wins the game.
Did you send us your notes?
No, I did not. Yeah.
RJ stole them then. Exactly.
Right.
He came in here.
All right, truckwreck.com text line. Where the Tolos at? I'm going to guess it's 70-30 Cowboys, and that may be short. Is it more than that?
Let's see. It is 23-16 Rams. Rams 27-20. Dallas by 3. 20-17 Cowboys. Let's see. Cowboys lose by a touchdown. Rams win 31-21. Rams win 17-13. Cowboys win 17-16. Cowboys win 21-14.
So this is kind of split?
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Joshua on Twitter. Rams 23, Cowboys 20. Rams outside runs. Coop, we're on the road, out of division game. So there it is from the Tolos. We'll preview it with Mike McCarthy and what has become Can't Miss Radio, in our opinion, at 8:40 this morning. But how about the person on TV who just called Russell Wilson an absolute fraud? We'll play that for you after what happened in the debacle from Thursday Night Football. Then Mike McCarthy next.
Well, let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner.
injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
So Russell Wilson is the laughingstock of the NFL after last night. Both teams fail to score a touchdown. Indianapolis comes back and wins 12-9 in overtime. This is Sean and RJ. If you missed Mike McCarthy, he's coming up at 8:40, where we're talking about point spreads, we're talking about razors, we're talking about beards, and of course we're talking about the Rams. So that's coming up at 8:40 this morning. But Bobby Belt sent me this, and I'm pretty stunned. When you work for the NFL Network, it was. I think they're undergoing a transition in terms of ownership.
Yeah.
Like the NFL didn't want to have the network anymore.
Yeah, right.
But when it was that setup, you got to be a little bit softer. You know, there's still like 6 idiots and another, AM station left out there believing that we have to, be careful over our Jerry or Cowboys criticism. It's just a desperate plea to try to convince you, the public. But if you listen to an hour of Bassick, you know that that's not the case. Or the interviews with Jerry. But NFL Network, more kid gloves than working at ESPN or FS1. You work at the other ones, you can criticize a lot more. NFL Network, hey, let's be a little bit careful. You really don't get scorching hot takes. But this morning, Kyle Brandt on Good Morning Football said this about Russ after last night.
I think Russell Wilson is one of the least authentic personalities we have in this league. I think Russell Wilson is a poser. And that doesn't mean he's a bad person. I actually think he's a good person. I think he tries to be something that he's not. And when you make the $245 million, you either got to be a really great guy with the locker room who loves you, or you got to be an amazing player. Brady, who makes half of what Russell's making, is both. Rodgers, MVP. Patrick Mahomes, both. Allen, people love him. He's amazing. Kyler, we'll find out. Russell Wilson, first of all, the NFL, the Broncos fan base has no history with him. They have no allegiance to him. This is not a Seahawks thing that they drafted him, they grew up with him, he's their guy. None of that. I work the NFL honors. I work the red carpet. Kelsey comes by, Rodgers comes by. Russell Wilson shows up with his sunglasses and his wife, and I think they're Jay-Z and Beyonce, and they will literally put their hand up and say, no, we're not talking. Why? Because you think you're that cool and you're that famous and you're that amazing and everything is so perfect. That does not work in a locker room unless you are really good or really, really good guy. It just doesn't work. $245 million, that can come unraveled fast. Mm-hmm. And especially when you're missing throws like that and you're putting up 9 points in a nationally televised game. Look out. This could come off the rails. It could.
Wow. Kyle Brandt unleashing, calling Russell Wilson a fraud.
We've been pretty good about
well, thank you.
Our
11 years?
I know. About our predictions on who's a fraud. We nailed Josh Hamilton. CJ
Wilson.
We nailed there's those likable. We nailed it. And now, if we were closer to the situation, maybe we would have nailed Russell Wilson, but we already knew. We knew he was corny.
Yeah.
And
there were just a lot of whispers.
Mm-hmm.
The Legion of Boom can't stand him. They won a title together. Should have won 2.
Yeah, they give him that. I think
Richard Sherman got caught out for being a fraud himself last night, as he's always insulting Russ on Twitter with the cook emoji, like, whoa, this is real good cooking. And then last night before the game, it's, dabbing up and laughing and joking around. So Richard Sherman was getting called out as being a fraud. Like, oh, you go and kiss his rear end in person, but you kill him online.
Yeah, I mean, look. How much of that is unfair based on
his job?
The fourth down play. I'm sorry, the goal line play. The interception in the Patriots game.
How much of what?
How much of their hate towards him is that?
I don't think it is. I think it's because he's Hollywood. And he thinks that he is. Yeah. He thinks he's Jay-Z. And he wants different rules and different setups. And he's no longer good enough to warrant it. And people know when you're fake. People know when you're a fraud. There's people that are making some news in our business who are fraudulent people and fake and full of BS. Some of them. But with Russ, this has been out there and been whispered for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start stinking and you're not good, it gets brought to the forefront. But Kyle Brandt, did you hear what he said about the awards show? That they're like putting the hand up like, don't talk to us? You're at the NFL award show.
He's
that reaction from that receiver who ran the slant last night says everything. That's a no-name receiver who was wide open that Russ didn't see, slamming his helmet to the ground. I mean, he was outraged. You do that in baseball to your pitcher? That's a fight in the dugout. You don't show that type of emotion. You don't show someone up like that.
Right.
And he did it to his quarterback. That was more, I think, than just being missed for the game-winning touchdown.
Yeah, and maybe, I saw people in the fan text
and the stories are going to start to leak. They're going to start to come out from the Athletics of the world and Broncos media.
Yeah, there are people in the fan text saying, in football it's a little different. Like, there's not the same code about showing people up, your teammates in football. It's such an emotional game.
Yeah.
Which I get. That was an emotional outburst by Hamler, and those things happen. But you don't usually see it against, for guys and of Russ's stature with somebody else that really you've never heard of. And I'm sure it happened. I'm sure it happened with the Saints and Drew Brees when his arm was falling off. The frustration. I remember Manny Sanders getting frustrated with Manning when his arm was falling off. But there's a difference between frustration and completely slamming a helmet down.
I love Twitter for these moments. Twitter can suck. Twitter can be toxic. No doubt about it. But when we all gang up together to make fun of one thing, it's glorious.
Yep.
I'm here for it. And the Tolos are sending it. This from Gray J. What we saw versus what Russ saw. And it's like an overhead view of the receiver running the slant route. And then there's another view of what Russ saw. There's Malcolm Butler superimposed at the 2-yard line right there. How about this one? This person came up with a Halloween warning. Please remember to check your kids' candy this Halloween. I just found Broncos versus Colts in my son's fun-size Snickers, and there's a little TV screen of the candy as you're getting all your drug warnings of candy this year, your fentanyl warning.
Dude,
but the Tolos brought up a good point. Go ahead, you go.
I was just saying, like that is real, that fentanyl thing in the candy. Like that's
it?
That's what they're saying.
But the Tolos are saying it's not real because of two reasons. One, why is a drug dealer giving away their product for nothing? And number two, why are you trying to kill off possible future clients? I thought that was a very, very good illegal substance point.
I mean, they put razor blades and pins in candy.
Do they still, or are they still myths?
I don't know that they still do that.
But razor blades, I'm not running a razor blade business over here. I'm not doing pins and needle black market business.
Yeah.
Fentanyl.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even know where the fentanyl's coming from.
I don't even know what fentanyl is.
I think it's a drug they give you basically when you're in the hospital about to die. Like they just give you I think. That's what I've always heard it as. But now apparently they're lacing it in other drugs, and people are putting up their nose, and all of a sudden they're gone. It's terrible.
Is there anyone else in sports, before we move on, I want you all on the chartwreck.com text line, is there any other fraud out there that you think
currently in sports,
yes, is in this discussion? Someone where you're like, man, come on. Bobby said there's been whispers about Brady. There are whispers about Romo. A couple years ago, before he got cut, someone within the Cowboys told me Jalen Smith was like this too. And other people have repeated it. Just curious.
I'll look on the fan text. I'm not seeing any other frauds that have been named.
What about Jalen Ramsey? Is he starting to get on that fraud level?
No. I think he's like the definition of real.
Okay.
Right, don't you think he's raw emotion?
Right, I guess I'm just taken back of what was it, 2017 when he talked all that smack to Dak, and then Dak put up 45 on them and stuff, and so he kind of, and when the reporters asked him questions afterwards, he kind of just like said, I don't know. I kind of take it like that.
Yeah, but now I do like that receivers have gone after Jalen on social media and stuff. Like Debo trolled him the other day, so I like it I love that Jalen Ramsey's outspoken. I also love when people go back at him. Tyreek Hill saying if there's one player to fight in the NFL, it would be him. So I don't know. I was just curious if there's any other quarterback, big league player, anyone that's on that fraud list.
Let's see. I like this one. If you have to tell somebody, if you have to post how good you are as a person, generally you're pretty much a fraud. People are saying that. Let's see. J.J. Watt. Okay. J.J. Watt. Jalen Hurts. Matt Ryan's a fraud. Dak's name in here. Richard Sherman. Kenny Galladay's a fraud. I don't know anything about Kenny Galladay.
Kenny Galladay getting called out.
Yeah, right. Naomi Osaka. Kirk Cousins. Yeah, you know what? There you go. Kirk Cousins. Dabo is a fraud. Fernando Tatis. J.J. Watt, another one.
All right.
LeBron is a fraud for sure.
All right. We were talking about the admission to youth sporting events the other day with Bassett during Crosstalk. Mike McCarthy coming up in 10 minutes. I was pretty stunned over the Little League admission. You have to pay to attend Little League games. I know for a high school football game every Friday, but like Little League games, and now you have another sports ticket.
Yeah. Like, so, for example, my kid's playing a tournament this weekend.
Well,
on the thing, it says it's $165 gate fee per team. They just put that into the cost of the tournament. So when we get there, we don't have to pay an entrance fee, but the gate fee is already baked into the cost.
So
of
the
tournament.
gate fee is the entry fee to get your team in the tournament.
Well, no, there's the entry fee to get in the tournament is probably like $400 or $500 for the team, and then they'll tack on a gate fee, and this one is $165.
How long has this been around?
I don't know. As long as
you've always had to pay, get money ready to pay to go watch your kid play Little League.
Yeah, like like we don't pay at the time more often than not. Like some tournaments will have you pay when you walk in. For the most of the time, they bake it into the cost of the tournament. Just a gate fee, basically, just so the tournament director can make money. Because
am I crazy for thinking
that's a billion? This is
that's
$1 billion
wrong?
a year industry.
Like that is like really wrong. Like I have to go.
So,
I guess for a high school basketball game, there's $2 tickets and
because let's take for this weekend for example, like the person who is the tournament director has to pay for the use of the fields. He pays for the use of the fields with the entry fee, and then he keeps as his fee for putting the tournament on the gate fee, or however it works right there. I don't know.
Okay.
So, but there's a high school football game between Mater Dei and St. John Bosco. That is tonight. This features 70 players with at least one offer from Division I.
This is Pat Doney's dream right here.
Yeah. So, I believe DJ Uiagalele's brother is in this game. Anyway, 70 players with an FBS offer, 38 from St. John Bosco, 32 from Mater Dei, $150 per ticket.
What? $150 a ticket? Will it be sold out?
Yes. It's a 9,000 seat stadium at Santa Ana, which is basically the smallest stadium that we're going to have here. We have like 20,000 seat stadiums here.
Wow.
So it's the hottest ticket in SoCal this weekend. Maybe even, not quite as much as the Cowboys one, but it's a hot ticket.
Why did Mike McCarthy abandon us when it came to shaving, and why he is so confident that he is surprised the Cowboys are a road underdog with a backup QB against the Super Bowl champs? Another can't-miss interview with Mike McCarthy joining Sean and RJ next.
Well, let's get you over to Q.
What is it this week? 5-8. We're underdogs? We're good. All right. Just wrote my Saturday night speech. I'm good. No, I've never used it, but I'll just say this: we're nobody's underdog. So if you need a quote.
Ooh,
oh, baby.
That is our new best friend on Fridays.
Yes, it is. Our guy, the soon-to-be NFL Coach of the Year, and my black coffee brother, the great Mike McCarthy.
Good morning, Sean and RJ. My goodness, you guys must be a slow news day with that introduction.
What? It was. Did you watch last night's game?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I had it on. Didn't watch much of it. So
you didn't miss anything.
But yeah, would it end up 12-9?
12-9. Coach, why is scoring down this year? I think there's like a 5-point per game difference. Have you looked into that whatsoever? Do you have any theories, in this world of offense on why scoring is down this season about 5 weeks in?
Yeah, definitely. I think, like a lot of things, you have trends go on in the National Football League. I mean, if you go back and look at the pandemic year, just in weeks 1 through 4, the amount of games over is it 500 yards, compared to like in the maybe 50s, and then now it's like 14. So I think you got a couple things. I thought the pandemic year was you had a lot of different, training factors that were involved. So my point is that the teams in September, some were clearly way ahead of others, more so than I think I've ever experienced. And unfortunately, we were on the wrong side of that in 2020. But then you look at how the numbers have, kind of balanced out last year. And then I think really getting back to having a full off season, I think what defenses are doing on first and second down is really reflects, frankly, what has gone on the last 20 years on offense. They're giving you so many more different personnel groups and more variations. So I always refer to certain situations when you clearly understand where the defense is playing your upfield shoulder. You're able to get some free offense, easier plays that really don't exist, easier opportunities that don't exist as much in today's game. So I think there's a number of factors involved, but the numbers clearly speak for themselves. And I'm sure that's what you're referring to, right? Because the numbers from 2020 to 2022, just in September football, are really out of whack.
Yeah, and I noticed that like pass plays are at a 10-year low from efficiency, and I wondered, and you brought it up, it's like maybe defenses are doing something different, or our offense is shifting more towards a running game on early downs. I mean, is that going on too?
I think the biggest hole in this whole off-season program and the relationship, that goes on with the league and the union on trying to get the off-season training, get it right, is the fact of the matter is these offensive linemen are at a severe, not just a disadvantage, severe training disadvantage compared to the other positions in the game of football. The fact that they can't really even truly train in their, environment that they actually make a living at until the second week of training camp is, it's a factor. You can't deny it. I mean, the pass rush is ahead of the pass protection, which obviously equates clearly to the numbers that you've already presented. So that's where I see the biggest challenge in training. Getting your football team trained is the offensive linemen. There has to be a better way to give these men opportunities. And I'm really talking about your young players, which obviously makes up 80% of the league. But we got to find a way to get these guys, the offensive linemen, an opportunity for more training, in my opinion.
Coach, how about the rest of your guys in the preseason, like, kind of your first teamers not playing in games so much, or have those team scrimmages that everyone sets up, does that make up for that? Does that contribute to a slower start to the season with lack of first-team preseason action?
I think you make an excellent point in theory, but I disagree with it just based on the mathematics. And what I'm talking about, I think we've talked about this coming out of training camp. The fact of the matter is, the number of reps that the first group had against, other football teams. Now, granted, we did we practiced with two teams, so we were able to get 3 full 70, plus play practices. The one was 90 against another opponent. So actually, in my experience of being a head coach, our number ones actually had more competitive reps than they would in a normal or former preseason format where you played 3 games or 4 games. So that's the part I liked about it, because the quantity of work was significantly more, but it was in a safer, less risk environment of a practice structure. So, I mean, that's the reality of the mathematics, and I can see why people have always done it. I will not do 2 teams again. I thought the travel, was a bit much for us, in hindsight. But there's definitely merit to go that way, because at the end of the day, you want to start the season as healthy as possible, and I think we all give up, the risk of health, and play to that over, trying to get more production or more competitive reps against an opponent in a preseason game or even in the competitive practice structure. So, I the numbers don't match the theory, but I clearly understand why you said, why you look at it that way.
Mike McCarthy joining us here, 105 through the Fan, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Does it seem to you that the Thursday night football is bad football? Like, do you find that it's more difficult to put a really sound game together?
I mean, it's a challenge. I mean, sure weeks are challenges. I mean, Monday night on the road is probably the toughest, in my opinion, going into the short week, because you got your waiter. It's a long preparation week going into it, and then you're waiting to be the last game, and then boom, you turn around and have to play a game. The Thursday games, you do have, obviously, Sunday to Thursday, we all know we have at least one a year. So, maybe I'm just used to it, because there's definitely the light at the end of the tunnel moment, because, when you do play on Thursday night, you do have a mini bye type, mindset for your football team. And I think that's very helpful, because so much of this is, how you train your team, staying on top of the stress. And I'm talking about simple as, how much time are you spending on the plane, from one year to the next, because stress is additive. It all adds up, and it does factor, and you're naive to think it doesn't. So those are the things that I really look at. But, Thursday night football is a challenge. I think it's clearly, one of the challenges of flipping from a Sunday to a Thursday. But, my experience, the Monday night on the road, I mean, Monday night in New York, it was a great win and everything, but you get back at 4:30, and I mean, that's a hard week, and you're going from one division game to another. I mean, that's all added, pressure, and that goes into the scheduling process.
I mean, boo-hoo, Coach. Welcome to our life every day.
4:30.
4:30. Boo-hoo.
No, I mean, hey, I get it. You guys are just, I mean, to do what you do as early as you do it.
Sitting on our ass.
Big time respect here.
Were you that surprised yesterday to hear that you were an underdog to the Rams in the press conference?
I mean, frankly, I probably shouldn't admit this, but it was a question I wasn't expecting. But I just never really given it any thought. So, but usually the only time I worry about getting questions that I don't expect is when I come on your show. But,
right, there you go.
I'm usually a little more relaxed when I go into a press conference. But, no, yeah, I was surprised by it. I was surprised by the number, because for a minute there I thought we were favored by 5. So that's the way I think of it. Right. Think of our team, but no, I frankly I've never really looked at it, and they obviously do a great job. And there's I love the analytics that go into it. I do respect the mathematics that the length of what people do to come up with that situation. But at the end of the day, I'm in it. I'm in the training of the team every day, and we're really focused on improving, which we have a lot of room for. And I think as we do that, we're confident to beat anybody on Sunday.
Do you believe in the idea of the Super Bowl hangover? I know it didn't really impact you guys in Green Bay. You went 15-1, but in general, is that a real thing, or is that more media fodder?
No, it's real. It's definitely real. And I think you go back to, I can only talk specific on my own personal experience, but I go back to the 2010 season. You win the Super Bowl, but if you recall, we went into a lockout. So a lot of the riding the wave, or the the pressure and some of those things throughout the offseason and even through training camp, really didn't exist. We didn't have to go through that because, from the day the Super Bowl was won, I think the next time we saw each other was at the ring ceremony, and that was, we had to get permission to do that. And then, then finally when the lockout ended, we went to camp. So we were able to kind of just pick up where we left off in a sense, So I thought that was very helpful to us at that time. But I think when you do win and just the whole, winning is the biggest challenge in this league. Handling success has always been the biggest challenge. And there's, and I'm talking about every level of success. You win 3 games in a row, and then all of a sudden, human nature is people want to, take their foot off the gas a little bit, and you can't do that. And now just the way things are in the off season, the marketing, all that goes into it. I mean, it's just another additive component of stress or energy, and tapping into your energy source that you have to deal with. So there's definitely some truth to it, in my opinion.
Mike McCarthy here every Friday with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm asking this connected to Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald. Not asking you specifically what you're going to do, but your philosophy in going up against the great player, right? This is for all sports, Coach, particularly basketball. Do you let the great player get theirs and minimize everyone else, or do you eliminate them from the game and then count on everyone else beating you? How have you approached that throughout your career?
Well, it's all about projected risk. I mean, he's a great player that is so disruptive. So you have to, the reality is you're trying to take him out of the game, with the attention that you give him and so forth. But there's obviously situations. You can't really play it that close to the vest all day long because let's not forget what they have on the other side of the ball. They have an all pro quarterback, and they have an excellent offense too. So that goes into your thinking here. So, but I think the biggest thing is you try to give that player as much attention as you possibly can, and by doing that, you try to minimize his impact on the game. And Aaron Donald is obviously a very disruptive player, and it's definitely got our attention. And so that's really the reality of how you go about it.
What do you see from Cooper Kupp, in terms of his style, the way his career has gone? And do you remember anything about what you thought about Kupp or Donald coming out of college?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing when you look at, Aaron's just, he has the skills of a elite pass rusher, as a defensive tackle. So he does have the ability to go out and play over a tackle at the end position and be extremely disruptive there. So just a super talented, physically gifted, and he just has the whole thing. For his quick and explosive and the discipline in his hand placement and usage, in the phone booth. He's a unique player. And as far as Cooper, he just reminds me of a receiver that plays the position, from the quarterback platform. He just you could see the route running and the connection that he has with Matthew, and just how they're in sync, and and they're really maximizing their opportunities to get him the ball too. There's you'd see by formation, and the fact of the matter is he's so involved in the run game, in the run blocking, which opens up so many excellent opportunities in the action pass game. So you talk about a complete receiver. We're usually talking about guys that can beat, bump, and run, can also go vertical, make the big red zone catch, and all those things from a perimeter perspective. But the fact of the matter, this guy can do that, but he also is ingrained in the box, run blocking components that definitely give him an opportunity to be a huge weapon in the action pass game. So he is definitely a challenge to prepare for.
All right, Coach, 2 quick things before we let you go. We heard this locker room audio, and we wanted to get your version of what this meant. Hit it.
All right, hey, frankly, man, you just did exactly what you said you're going to do. Excellent, complimentary football, outstanding. Zach, what time is it? It's only 3:15!
Coach, why does 3:15 matter?
Well, I mean, you guys should respect that. I mean, how many days, you guys get up early, but you get to go home early too. But how many days in professional football are you done at 3:15? So it's a big deal.
Okay.
Especially with a win. A win and done at 3:15. That's a great day in this business.
Yeah, and it also gives you more time to shave. Why have you abandoned us? We are the bearded, unshaven men, and we feel like, at least I have black coffee with you, but you've abandoned us with the shaving.
Well, I mean, you always got November, so we'll see what happens. There's only one person that likes it when I don't shave, and that's my mother. So just try to make mom happy.
So there's Mike McCarthy every single Friday with the replay, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Choppy, let's make some money off of football.
Let's make some money off of teams north of the Red River. Next.
You want me to say next? Next on 105.3 The Fan. First, let's go ahead and get you some.
105.3 The Fan.
Wilson out of the gun, ball in the near hash. Shotgun snap. Wilson looking, dancing, scanning, throws into the end zone. Broken up! It's broken up! The Colts win! Ball game! Stephon Gilmore with the pass breakup. Ball game! I-N-D-Y! Colts win! A fourth down stop in overtime!
If you bet the under, congratulations. Fist pump time. Final hour on the Fan Cam. It's Sean and RJ on your home of America's team. It's 105.3 The Fan. Nick Eatman will be joining us from DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. We are live on the Fan Cam, YouTube, and Twitch. Before we try to make you some football money from RJ's degenerate picks, the Draymond video is out. And this thing has been underplayed. I don't know whether Shams got this type of description. Chris Haynes, the other reporters, Woj, who have been on this is a straight, clean knockout, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
So Jordan Poole is standing on the baseline. TMZ got this. And Draymond is kind of standing next to him, probably about 10 feet away. And then all of a sudden, second by second, Draymond approaches him. Jordan Poole must have been talking while looking at the other guys on the court. Draymond gets in his face. Jordan Poole pushes him, and Draymond leaps across RJ with a clean right that looks like it connected and knocked Jordan Poole clean out as he crashes back against the wall at the Warriors facility.
Mm-hmm.
This is a professional boxing knockout.
It's gone. I could see why they wanted to talk about suspending him and punishing him. I could see why. That was a vicious hit.
I mean, what's the punishment for this?
I mean, he walked over to him. I don't know. Obviously, they were talking about something. They had been John about something.
Yeah.
But he walks over to him and gets right in his face, and, he broke the bubble. You break the other person's personal space bubble.
Yeah.
And Poole pushes him away, and then Draymond comes right up with him. Pow.
What's your initial team punishment? And how much does it change now? I wonder if this change. I hope it doesn't change that the video is now public. But Draymond Green is going to get two reactions today. Number one, he's going to get some street cred for being a badass with this type of punching power.
That's a sucker punch, though. Do you get street cred for that?
I don't know. Let's look at the comments. And then number two, he's going to get called out, and the Warriors are going to get pressured, as I think they should, for punishing him. I mean, is this a number of games or just a crazy fine? Or both? This is vicious. And why did this get leaked?
And who leaked it?
The Warriors. Someone within the Warriors leaked it. This is practice footage.
Sure, but why?
Why?
Somebody within the Warriors has an axe to grind with Draymond? Or I mean, honestly, I'm sure I know why they leaked it, because TMZ paid for it.
Of course. Someone said probably made more money from selling the video than they actually make from the team.
And what I would have done if I was that guy, I would have gone to the team and say, hey, look, they're offering me this. Pay me this, and video's yours.
You would have done what?
If I was the video guy,
yeah,
right, whoever leaked the video,
right?
You go to Joe Lakeup and you're like, hey, dude, they're offering me this. You make it worth my while?
What is wrong with you? You're going to get fired. You're going to say, I'm going to sell this unless you give me money. Okay, video coordinator, bye. I think the flu's got you.
I'd still get the money.
And not be employed.
That's fair, but
this person is... Anyway.
Yeah.
So here come the memes. Jordan Poole after Draymond hit him with the spirit bomb. It's the Steph night.
Spirit bomb.
It's the Steph night. So Jordan Poole's gonna get made fun of. There will be sympathy for him. Draymond's gonna get props, and man, this is vicious. Peyton, I'm assuming you saw it. What's this punishment?
I'd go a lot of games. I mean, man, I think you got to go like 15 or 20 games for this. I think.
Woo! That's a knockout punch. I was thinking 10 to 15 games. Maybe a 10-game suspension with a 5. And this comes from the team, right? Mm-hmm. Because as we talked about with training camp fights, Aaron Donald swinging his helmet around, the NFL doesn't really step in when it's those internal scrimmages that we just talked about with Mike McCarthy. But, man, this is a cold knockout. He's gone. So there it is. 877-881-1053. It's on my Twitter account. I just retweeted it. Thanks to all the Tolos who sent it. I'm at 1053SS at 1053SS. Sucker punch, B move from Draymond. Poole wasn't even trying to challenge him. We don't know what was being said. The audio is muted, but I thought this was going to be like a hard shove. Typical sports fights, typical NBA fights.
Mm-hmm. I thought so too.
Is there any other event for those that can't see it right now that we can relate this to from the past? A straight punch, a knockout?
Odor Batista? I mean, that was straight to the jaw.
This is worse.
Right, yeah.
This is as clean, but I think Poole is knocked out.
I think he is too.
Is this Rudy T?
That's the only thing I could think of. That was what I was thinking of, was Rudy T. Because we've seen was it PJ Brown? Who was
Miami? I remember Van Gundy on someone's ankle.
Yeah, that was PJ Brown's ankle. But then I feel like PJ Brown did a belly to belly suplex on somebody once.
But a punch
like that. This is big time. I would have loved to have seen the Jordan Kerr punch.
That one.
But this is Rudy T, man.
Someone should ask Kerr today. When Michael knocked you out, was it worse than this or the same?
Yeah.
Because Kerr's the coach of all this.
Yeah.
How does the MJ punch compare to this?
How does Draymond's punch compare to Michael's?
Right? Can you imagine someone asking that? But man, this is MMA from Draymond. Y'all let us know. What's your punishment?
You can't. Okay, so this is gonna be more severe. If I was the team, let's just say the league
lets the team handle it,
which they should. To me, the punishment should be more severe from the team than the league. You cannot punch a coworker. You can't punch a teammate. What is the punishment? The punishment's a month.
A month of regular season games?
Yeah.
How many is that?
I mean, there's 6 months in the season. I mean,
if you play every other day,
15,
was it 15?
12 games a month? 10, 12 games?
10 to 15 games, I think sounds appropriate.
Because the games don't mean anything. He's going to miss 10 to 15 games over the course of the year anyway, with load management. It's something like that. I mean, you can't give the impression that you're allowing this to go on. You just can't.
Right.
This is terrible.
How do Poole and Draymond get back together? As Draymond apparently apologized, but man, the Tolos getting us this video instantly. The Draymond Green punch of Jordan Poole. But we all agree that looks like definite contact, and he's gone. Back against the wall.
Yep.
Going down to the ground. All right. Let's get to RJ Choppy. Some football degenerate picks for the NFL and college this weekend.
was 5-2 in college football last week.
Oh!
And then the NFL happened. 6-5 for the week. It's a win. It's a win. It's not the best win, but it's a win. We take all the wins we can get.
Not the best.
It's not the best win,
It's
but
the best.
people are saying it's the best 6-5 record ever happened. The best 6-5 ever. So I've got, 5 college and 5 pro selections. Who do you want first?
Let's go with the pros.
All right. Give me Detroit plus 3.5 against New England. Although I do love the Bailey Zappi show. If Detroit can't stop New England's offense, they've got problems.
I have a bunch of Bailey Zapp Vegas numbers for your boy.
Oh, yeah?
Bunch of different numbers from
baby.
Bet Online. Total passing yards, over under 212.5. Total touchdown passes, over under 1.5. Zapp interceptions, over under 0.5. They're giving your boy some love in Vegas against the Lions. So there you go.
Yep, they are. They're giving some love there, but 3.5 with Detroit. Give me the plus 3.5. Tennessee -2 at Washington. It's a dangerous play to pick Tennessee doing anything, but Washington's so bad. I'm betting on Washington just being that awful. San Fran -6.5 on the road against Carolina. Give me Baltimore -3 at home against Cincinnati. And Kansas City -7 against the Raiders. It's a big line for a division game, but man, Kansas City I think they're about to hit a stride here. College football. Colorado State plus 3.5 at Nevada. TCU -6.5 on the road at Kansas. They're going to have game day there. And look, Kansas had a great year. TCU is for real. They are a legit New Year's 6 contender. No doubt about that one. Tennessee -2.5 at LSU. I can't believe I'm actually not going to bet this game because I don't bet on my team, but the numbers say to pick this game. Texas Tech +9 at Oklahoma State for your Red Raiders, Sean. And finally, the fighting Lane Kiffins. Ole Miss -17 against Vandy. Ole Miss is, they might be the second best team in the SEC West right now. Both Mississippi schools are fantastic this year, and they're gonna give Bam all they can handle.
At RJ Choppy with the degenerate selections, I have a few other things you could wager on. Baseball, Mets are favored over the Padres. Cardinals, slight favorite over the Phillies. Blue Jays, slight favorite over the Mariners. Guardians, even slighter favorite over the Rays. Next quarterback to lose their starting job, not from injury. Peyton, you can chime in as well. Next QB to lose their starting job. Demoted.
It's Baker, right?
Baker's second.
Next QB.
NFC.
Carson Wentz.
Good job.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Carson Wentz, then Baker, then Davis Mills, Justin Fields. First NFL coach fired or resigned? Mike McCarthy, once upon a time, was at the top of this list.
He was at the top of this list once upon a time. It's Matt
After
Rule.
week 1, it is Matt Rule. Matt Rule, heavy favorite, 1-2. Then Nathaniel Hackett. Come on. Poor guy. Nathaniel Hackett. Then Kingsbury, Frank Reich, Ron Rivera. Frank Reich looked like he is aged as well last night. He's 10-1. McCarthy's all the way down to 50-1, along with Pete Carroll, Robert Saleh, Arthur Smith. Saleh was up there as well. Where does Odell Beckham sign?
The Rams.
No.
Packers.
Man, the Packers just seem so obvious.
Tampa Bay.
No.
Philadelphia.
They don't need no more weapons, Peyton. It's the Chargers. LA Chargers have moved up to the top of the board. Then Buffalo, then the Rams, then the Bucks, then Green Bay, Kansas City, and the New York Giants. Geno versus Russ. I got this before yesterday. Who has more passing yards in the regular season?
Geno versus... Geno.
Russ. Russ is -200. Listen to this clip of the reporter with the back and forth with Geno at the Seahawks presser yesterday.
Only 4 weeks in and focus on the task at hand, but you're in the midst of doing something that we frankly haven't really seen before. The guy was a backup for 7 years, and now you're near the top of the league in passer rating. You're just kind of offensive player of the week. I mean,
You surprised by that?
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you told me before the season, I'd be a little surprised.
Yeah, that's because you never watched me throw.
You surprised? Yeah, I was surprised. That's because you never watched me throw. So this was, again, before last night. Russ favored to have more passing yards and more touchdown passes than Geno.
I'll take Geno.
Will Baker be a starting quarterback next year?
No.
Heavy favorite, no.
No.
Minus 400.
You know, how... It's amazing, like, you know, year to year how this changes, right? Like, going into last year, Baker Mayfield, people were thinking, oh, man, this guy, what kind of career is he going to have? Browns are going to have him for a long time. And now, we're a year later, and he's about to be out of the league from a starting perspective.
Will the Cardinals score in the first quarter against the Eagles? They haven't scored a point in 60 first quarter minutes this season, the equivalent of a whole game. Will they score a point first quarter against Philly?
Yes, they will.
The favorite is yes. It has to be yes.
Yeah.
Has to be yes.
Now, the only caveat to that is, you know, if they don't take the ball first, they might only get one possession in the first quarter.
And then the Broncos have scored 2 points in the third quarter all year long. What?
That's not even offensively.
Disaster. Oh, yeah. It had to be for the safety.
Safety.
Right? All right, let's cross-talk with KMC at 9:40, but a Rams preview and pick it. I'm picking the Rams. I don't feel great about it. Choppy is picking the Cowboys. What about Nick Eatman with an LA preview next on Sean and RJ? But hey, let me preview your weekend first. The weather is getting cooler. Football is in the
3 The Fan segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
We're going to crosstalk with KMC at 9:40 this morning. Nick Eatman is getting ready for his trip to Los Angeles, where it's going to be the Cowboys against the Rams. Mike McCarthy, surprise over the point spread. If you missed our interview, we'll have it up at 105throughthefan.com. How does the crowd usually play out in L.A. for this game, Nick?
We've only had one at SoFi on a regular season game. It was the Chargers, and it was their first home game ever with fans, and it was very 50-50. I mean, it was died down the middle. Rams, I think, have a lot more fans, obviously more following, and I think they have more success with the Super Bowl, defending Super Bowl champs. So I would imagine it's a little bit more than that. But I mean, I listened to, was it DeMarco Farr you had yesterday, saying how much they could get, they could pay for their tickets by just selling a game or two. So I imagine there'll be a lot of Cowboy fans there, but probably in the more of the 65-35, I would think, split for the Rams.
Yeah, DeMarco Farr, the guy you corrected live on air over his movie references.
I think I just texted you. I just was like, I mean, it's a great baseball reference. You don't mess with mess with air quotes, of course. You don't mess with a winning streak, but it was really Crash Davis and Bull Durham that said that, but other than Major League. Major League's got its greatness, but that line is not one of them.
Nick, what was your reaction to McCarthy sounding genuinely surprised that the Cowboys were underdogs in this game?
I don't know. I think that kind of goes to show that, I mean, he doesn't really look at it, and that's fine. And honestly, like, when you look at it this year, I mean, now they're pretty good. Obviously, Vegas is amazing, but they have not been good with the Cowboys. They have not figured out how to what's the word? I guess just put the line down for the Cowboys. They haven't figured out this year. If you go look at it, every single result is about 10 points different for what they've had. So I think with this defense, with Cooper Rush, I don't think that they're really understanding this team this year. So, I'm a little surprised how high it is because I don't know how the Rams are going to score a lot of points. So, I don't know. We'll see.
My takeaway was that Mike McCarthy feels fantastic about this game.
Yeah.
Like, he feels very, very confident. And obviously, I mean, I think that's a great thing. He sounded genuinely surprised that Cowboys were not the favorites. Now, he either doesn't understand at all how Vegas works, right? Backup quarterback on the road, defending Super Bowl champs, or he feels really, really good about how they match up, or maybe both. I think that's what I took from it.
Yeah, I mean, and you're right. I guess with this late in the week like that, you're looking at tape, all your coaches are in the hallway talking about this and this and this, and you just build the confidence. You get excited about it, and you're right. I mean, he probably feels that way. Like, wait, we're the underdog, and that goes to his point of what he said afterwards is we're nobody's underdog, and he was, I don't know if he wanted to cue music while he said that. I thought it was, it was pretty emphatic, but it's true. It is true. I mean, I always think the Cowboys are, that's the way they are. It's kind of like Notre Dame. It's like, and sometimes you're not good enough to handle the expectations that come with it. But everyone is like, you don't sneak up on anybody because you're the Cowboys. And so, I'm a little surprised it's that high. I think the Cowboys have a really good chance to win the game. I really do. But because I don't feel it's going to be a true road game. I think that, it'll be a ton of Cowboys fans. That's just what happened with the Rams. I mean, look at that game against the 49ers last year in the regular season. I mean, that game at the end of the season, the 49er fans, pretty much filled that place.
Which coach in the time you've covered them has used bulletin board material the best?
Well, I would say Parcells. but Parcells didn't use bullet. I mean, Parcells created his own bulletin board stuff. Like he created those things within the locker room. So it wasn't really bulletin board, but he would play off of the narrative the most. Bill would definitely do that. I'm not really sure about I'd say Garrett last. Okay, I don't think Jason ever did that. You know, I mean, he never changed his shirt and his haircut in 9 years. He's not going to change the process of that. Now he'll put a T-shirt. He'll put something on a T-shirt for you. You know, he created more T-shirts than anybody. But I don't know. I would say Bill for sure. You know, I'm Wade Phillips maybe did some of that, but it's more Parcells for me.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Should we be worried about CeeDee Lamb missing practice?
I think we'll see what is said today. I mean, you guys had McCarthy right this morning. I heard a little bit of the replay. Did y'all ask him about that?
No, we didn't. We should have, but I've just grown not to trust them with any injury updates after what happened with Dak. Like, what's the point?
Right. No, I hear you. I mean, CD made it sound like it was absolutely nothing and he's fine. And he was talking about the game and what's going to happen at the game. So I would think let's not make a big deal out of it right now. I know they put everything on there, any kind of setback at all. They have to put that on there. But I think it's going to be okay. I mean, Jerry talks today. McCarthy talks again to the media here. In his press conference, we'll get a little bit more clarity, but I think it's a little too early to worry about that just yet.
All right, Nick, your keys to the game, and then your pick.
You know, I think it's going to be interesting to see what Trayvon Diggs does and who he covers. Like, what do they do with him and Cooper Kupp? Do they travel him, or is he a guy that maybe takes Allen Robinson and then they kind of work on a zone defense or whatever with Kupp? It's just going to be interesting to see how all that plays out and how those corners tackle, because I think they're going to get after Stafford. He will dump it off quick. Can Anthony Brown and Jordan Lewis if he plays. If not, if it's McQuamu and Bland and of course Diggs, how they tackle. If they tackle in space and get them down quickly, then I think that's going to be huge, because I think the Rams will try to run. I don't think they'll have a ton of success. It'll be those quick throws. And it's just those yards after catch. If they can limit that, I think the Cowboys have a really good chance of winning.
Do they even need to waste Diggs on Robinson? Isn't he? He's kind of. I think he's washed. No, I mean, they're not even attempting to throw to him.
I get your point there, but I'm saying that it's that whole Deion Sanders would just go take Alvin Harper and take him out of the game, and then the rest of the team would figure out Michael Irvin, you know? Mm-hmm. And, like, it's that kind of approach. But what we've seen when Diggs travels is he takes number one. So I don't know if that will necessarily happen. I think what will happen is that they'll mix it up. Diggs will go after Kupp at times. At times he'll play his position. He might, follow Robinson, or if they want to do something tricky with Kupp. But, I mean, Dan Quinn, is what we've seen, will definitely mix this thing up. And that's the beauty of him as a defensive coordinator, is that every coordinator can do exotic things. It's just that their players don't always understand what the hell they're doing, because you have 2-3 days of practice. Dan Quinn magically knows how to make exotic schemes in a way that dummies it down for his players, but not the opposing quarterback.
And I need to correct myself from earlier. Jesse Holly texted me. I think I stereotyped unfairly Cooper Kupp's size.
Oh, you gave him like the Julian Edelman?
Yeah, thinking he was just a little white guy. And I was like, I don't feel comfortable with Diggs running around, with Kupp all game. And then Jesse said, he's 6'2". Okay, yeah. So they're about the same size. And I was like, dang, I didn't realize Kupp was that tall.
Yeah, this isn't Wayne Corbett. I mean, like he's or Wes Welker or any of those guys. No, he's like a running back almost in the way that they're playing him. Because he's getting hit a lot, and when you throw the ball to him that much, and linebackers are hitting him, and safeties and corners. I mean, he's really, really good, really dynamic. But I think they are missing the Allen Robinson or the Odell Beckham or Woods or whoever it was that was really kind of making them a little bit more dynamic. So, but we'll see. You know, Sean McVay's a great coach, and he's had the Cowboys number at times. I mean, he always has these cool, fun plays that he's going to play, and I think that they're going to be desperate. They're going to throw it out there. I mean, it's going to be a fun game because the Rams definitely have to win this game. And as I talked to Stephen Jones yesterday about the hungry team, and he goes, "Trust me, our team is hungry too."
The pick is what?
I'm going to go Cowboys on this one. I do. I'm trying to watch. I'm going to get sucked into the trap of what I saw Monday night. But I think the Cowboys will score some points. They'll get it blocked enough. And I think it'll be a low-scoring game. But I'm going to go Cowboys 20-14.
20-4. Okay.
20-14.
You were boring in New York socially.
Mm-hmm.
You're a veteran of LA because of training camp. Are you hitting up there?
Time out. I'm not Clarence Hill here. Just because they go to Oxnard does not make me a veteran of LA. Trust me, I've been to the city in New York probably 2 times in my life, and we've been there like 25 times. We usually stay in New Jersey.
Okay,
so
look,
I'm not going to be hitting up Roscoe's at 3 a.m.
All right, look. I wrote down I couldn't even read my own writing. On the fan cam, I'm like glaring at this. But I finally figured out. It said most jealous. When Bobby Belt was on at 7:20, he said he's going to go hang out with Hollywood Hellman, Dave Hellman, formerly at DallasCowboys.com, now on FS1 TV. I asked Bobby who on the beat is most jealous of Hellman's rise to television. Do you have an answer?
Bobby Belt.
Oh,
you heard Bobby earlier, didn't you?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. But Bobby loves Hellman, and that's okay. I mean, but I would say it's Bobby Belt.
But if he loves him, how's he jealous? He said it was you, and I disputed that greatly because you and I have had conversations about some of these matters.
Oh, he thinks I'm the most jealous of the Hellman's rise?
Yes, he named you.
Oh, no. That's funny. That's funny that he said that. No, I hadn't heard that. No. Trust me. No one's ever been in a car with me if they think I want to live in L.A. I don't like driving 2 miles from here to there. You think it is exhausting. I wouldn't live in L.A. for anything.
Yes.
I love what Dave's doing. I really do. He deserves everything he's getting. And it's perfect for him because I'll tell you this, he's not going to change a bit. That's what I love about Dave.
Yeah.
He won't change. You can call him whatever you want to, but he's going to be him. He's going to wear his old white T-shirts that he used to wear as a cook when he was working at chicken places or whatever. He's going to wear his old LSU T-shirts, and he's going to be him. And he's going to do it in L.A. And, now he dresses a little differently now, on the set, which of course, but he's uniquely him, and I'm proud of him. And I'm definitely not jealous of him. I'm really proud of him though, for sure.
Well said. Well said. Have a good trip. Great stuff as always. And we'll talk to you on Monday for the recap.
All right. See you.
Nick Eatman on the Diamond Factory hotline. Let's talk. Let's see what punishment KMC is handing out for the Draymond punch. As we crosstalk with the fellas, let's see if Mike Bassick remembers he's supposed to lead it. It's been a crazy Friday show. Should be a crazy Friday crosstalk next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jack.
you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Byers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at ByersBarricades.com.
All right, fellas, the Mike Bassick Hour for 10 minutes.
Isn't it
All right,
always?
Thursday Night Football. Let's go hot take here. Russell Wilson's not going to be a Hall of Famer. This is going to ruin his career as a Hall of Famer. Your opinion?
I like the opinion. Can this knock Russ out of the Hall of Fame? I think it could.
Do you think he's a Hall of Famer already?
I think he would get in.
Okay.
What do you think about what he had to say?
About Russ not being a Hall of Famer?
That this season could ruin it.
I think that this is going to continue. I think he's going to play 5 more years like this, where he's going to average 17 points a game, and people are going to go, hey, you know what? All of his teammates, his coach, I know Reggie's not here today. I almost feel like a lot of people need to apologize to Pete Carroll.
Yes.
Pete Carroll is a fabulous coach, and I would say to Jeff Kavanaugh, when I worked with him, I'd say, hey, I know you're crushing right now Pete Carroll, but don't you think he might know that this guy, every time he lets Russ cook, bad things happen? Like once every 4 games, he actually has like a cook game. And then when they're like, hey, let's pass the ball 35, 40 times, he throws 2 interceptions and makes a whole bunch of bad decisions and they lose. So maybe he's protecting him by running it this much. And I think that Pete Carroll was smart enough to know, if I let him loose, like sometimes, let's say the Chargers let Justin Herbert loose, and Justin Herbert throws for a whole bunch of yards and a whole bunch of touchdowns, and Russ doesn't throw for a whole bunch of yards and a whole bunch of touchdowns. He actually turns the ball over a lot. And now I think we're finding out he's not out of his prime, and he looks really out of it.
Pete Carroll and John Schneider look brilliant.
They look great. They're still morons.
Because of the way
they're just
go
backwards.
on with your intriguing hypothesis.
They're just backwards.
Well, a lot of people do say they're prehistoric.
He's prehistoric. Like he's terrible
running the football, special teams, defense.
But
what
Russ is cooked.
But
Russ, you're right.
Don't
Russ
you have
is
to have a
out.
quarterback though to want to play football the way that you want to play football? Like I don't think Russ can, and I mean I know that I don't think Geno Smith can either.
So yes, but just for example, the number 1 rushing offense is about as productive as the 17th best passing offense. So even if you have a middling quarterback, you're still better off throwing the football than you are running it. But the problem is that if you have a bottom 3rd quarterback, you're cooked. You got no chance.
Cooper Rush or Russell Wilson for the next 2 seasons?
Cooper Rush.
Oh, man.
I would say
No doubt
Russell
about
Wilson because of the resume, but these 4 games and now 5 for Russ and 3 for Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush is by far a better quarterback this year than Russell Wilson.
2 years.
I guess I'll say Russell Wilson, but I don't feel good about it.
Corey, you said no-brainer.
No brainer.
I don't feel good.
Cooper Rush every day.
Every
of the
day.
week.
High five.
Every
High
day
five.
of the
High
week.
five.
What has this guy done to prove that you shouldn't put him out there?
Did you hear our Cooper Rush game yesterday?
Oh, maybe
Cooper
not.
or Pro Football Focus. Sorry, Mike, I don't want to.
No, I like this.
Cooper Rush, Pro Football Focus said he's going to get paid in the off season. So we just played 1, 2, 3 with RJ and Peyton. You're taking Cooper Rush next year for the next 3 seasons.
I take Peyton, but I take Cooper over RJ.
Thank you.
Oh, that's not
Cooper,
the game you were
okay.
playing. Got it.
All right,
Got it.
so I'll just say, you just say Cooper Rush or this guy.
Okay.
Can I add one other thing real quick to the Russell Wilson
start
thing?
the game?
It seems like Cooper Rush has a connection with his teammates and they like him. And that's the other thing about Russell Wilson, that like he just showed that you can't just throw him in a room and everything work.
I'll only take up 2 minutes, Mike.
No, go ahead.
Cooper Rush or Mac Jones? Say when you decide.
Oh, for me, Mac Jones.
Mac Jones.
I mean, Mac Jones is injured right now, so I'll take Cooper Rush.
No, for the next 2 years.
Okay, all right.
Give me Cooper.
Okay. Carson Wentz.
Cooper.
Yeah, Cooper Rush.
Okay. Justin Fields.
Fields. I might get crushed for that one. I'm a Fields guy. It's not looking great.
I'll take Fields.
I would
too.
take Fields only for the upside.
Goff.
The unknown.
Goff.
Yeah.
Do Dak with that one.
Cousins.
Cooper Rush.
It just matters.
Whoa!
What time,
I hate
it matters
Kirk
what time
Cousins.
the game's
I'm
at.
taking Cousins.
I've always
Kirk?
hated Kirk
Yeah.
Cousins.
Yeah, if it's a noon game, I'll take Kirk.
Yeah, noon all the time.
Peyton's hot take was on this one. Tannehill.
Cooper Rush.
Tannehill.
Wow! Think of
What's Tannehill doing right now?
I'll take Tannehill.
Yeah, he led.
Mike,
He was.
answer.
Tannehill was really
I think
good
it's a tough choice.
You do, Ryan Tannehill. I mean, they've won a lot of games
All
over
right,
the past couple
how
of
many
seasons.
yards? How
He
many?
hands the ball off to Derek. Like Derrick Henry puts him in a lot of favorable situations.
Well, I will say this: before he came in, took over for Mariota, 3 years ago? They were 2-5, and Henry was blowing up.
Baker.
He
He's
comes
thrown
in.
for less than 140 yards twice this year.
Baker.
I'll take Rush.
I'll take Cooper Rush.
Jameis.
I'll
take Rush.
I'll lean
take
to
Jameis.
It's so I'll lean to Jameis, but that's a great one to
Even with the
discuss.
5 fractures in his back?
Well,
For 2 years. 2 years.
That's fine.
The thing about you're getting such different quarterbacks, you're going to get a very conservative quarterback who's just going to get rid of the football, and you're going to take a guy who's trying to make huge plays when they snap the ball to him.
And who's your answer?
It matters on my defense. If I have the Cowboys defense,
oh my
God, I want Cooper Rush.
Kyler.
This is a drunk test. Like how? It's
Kyler Murray.
Okay. Garoppolo.
What are you doing over there?
I'm just laughing about that tweet that said that Kyler looks like a toddler running away with his parents' phone, and that's all I can see every time I see
want
Kyler.
Jimmy G.
Okay,
Me
and
too.
then Geno Smith.
I'll take Cooper.
And then
Cooper.
Because you're that dug in against what Reggie said.
That's right.
And then next 3 years, Dak Prescott.
Or Cooper?
I'll take Dak.
Dak, but if you're going to tell me I can pay my quarterback $700,000 or $42 million, that changes things.
That is an interesting point.
I'm done.
I do not think Dak. Yeah, I do
Dak's
not
not
think
40
Dak's
times
45 times better.
I'm done.
All right, so that's football talk. Today starts.
That's how our show's going to go today.
Choppy's going to
Now
agree with
baseball
me,
talk.
but we've discussed this before. I just can't remember everybody's answer. I can remember Choppy's answer because he agreed with me. Starting today, for the next approximately 30 days, this is the best month of sports
100%.
ever.
100%.
There's no other better time for sports. That today, starting at 11 o'clock, is baseball, going till 11 p.m. at night, playoff baseball. Tomorrow, you have the same thing. You have playoff baseball from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Plus, you have Texas OU. You have Alabama A&M. You have all these Kansas versus TCU. You have unbelievable college football starting because a lot of conference stuff is happening now. And then you have NFL football.
I feel like you've named three. You've had 3 different answers for this.
The
I
best
thought it used
sports
to
month?
be yes.
No, it's
I thought it
easily
used to-
October.
I thought it used to be. I thought it was either March Madness or the Masters time period.
That's the best week.
I agree.
The best sports week is
Not for the Masters part.
You got Masters starts, you have the Final Four, baseball's opening week, and WrestleMania all in the same week.
Okay, and your argument for this
I'm
is
in on
baseball playoffs, NFL, and what?
College football conference. And also,
NBA starts
in
in
12
October,
days, the
too.
NBA
And hockey.
starts. So
And
on
hockey
October
starts.
18th, it's Mavs at Phoenix Suns.
It's the best
And
month of the
State
year.
Fair.
And the State Fair.
I wonder how the decline of baseball and basketball popularity changes this for the month.
The decline of basketball popularity?
Yeah, I feel like maybe RJ just weighed on me. You know, I like the NBA, but
then what
you
is a
feel
better
like-
month? I mean, baseball's the second popular sport in the United States of America. Basketball's the third most popular sport in the United States of America.
yeah.
I guess if you like soccer, also soccer's going on right now too.
Yeah.
What?
No, nothing. This is something off air. Sorry, my bad.
What a reaction. Did you see the Draymond punch?
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
No, Corey told me the video's out.
Yeah, it's violent, dude.
It's bad.
There's no way.
They did not play this up enough. Here, I'll hold it up here. All right, so Jordan Poole is standing on the
that's
base.
a TMZ video right there.
It's a TMZ video, so someone on the Warriors released it. Jordan Poole's on the baseline. He's not looking at him directly.
But they're talking to each other.
They're talking to each other, and now here comes Draymond. Kevin, you want to do the play-by-play?
Draymond's walking up to Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole's not looking at him. He's still not looking at him. Poole just pushed him. Oh, my Lord.
Night. That's a clean, straight knockout.
He Superman punched him. He took a step forward and popped him, pushed him back against the mat wall.
Mike, look at that. He's gone. He goes back against the wall.
That is way different than I thought it would be.
You're right. You thought it was maybe pushing and
Yeah.
shoving. That is a clean knockout from Draymond to Jordan Poole's face.
That's a legit punch.
He got him in the jaw.
Yeah.
I'm looking he luckily missed his eye, right? Because he could have broken his.
What's the punishment? What do you do if you're the Warriors after this has been released?
He's not missing any real time.
Ooh!
You don't think? I don't think.
We
I don't
said
think
10 games.
Yeah, I don't think you could punch a teammate and get away with that without missing.
This is vicious.
10 to 15
It happens
games.
in the clubhouse.
I know, but does the video being released change it, I wonder?
That is an interesting
It's my team. It's not the NBA. The NBA can't punish me for my guys fighting in practice.
Yeah.
It's my own team fighting in practice.
Who's getting punished is the guy that leaked that video.
So
That's the only guy that
Yeah,
don't
they're
get
gonna
punished.
find
I
out.
say he misses no regular season.
So it happens a lot in the clubhouse.
You agree with Kevin, by the way, first? He misses not one regular season
Maybe
game?
one.
Wow. A fine like crazy?
Yeah, what do you think that is? Like
I'll always
200K?
remember this. This was minor league. I'll always remember
More?
Mel Motley taking a
Was he Marion's grandson?
taking
he in a crew?
a leg table, somehow unscrewed it. I don't know why he didn't take a baseball bat. It would have been the same. And I'm getting dressed, and Mel Motley's like bending over like to put on his clothes. And
Stephen A. Smith?
or sorry, this guy is Mel Motley because people get mad at him. He just talked too much crap. And he freaking took that table chair and smoked it across his back and just
my
laid
God.
him out.
The
So
Stephen A. thing was a connected story.
I know.
And guess
I was
what?
just
You know what
listening
happened
this morning and heard it.
to the guy who did that? Nothing.
Wow. I
Because it's
bet,
just
he's,
inside the clubhouse.
I bet he's gone for over one game. Over under bet with KMC for the regular season.
I'll take the over. He'll be gone for more games than Tom and Giselle.
We're out of time,
have
but
relations
Mike,
a
do you
month.
think-
Sean, I think
he throws
Sean
a
hates
Jordan pool
Draymond
party?
Green. I like the
Yeah.
way that you hate Justin Herbert.
I do not hate Justin Herbert.
I do hate him.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, the KNC Masterpiece with Jerry Jones and playoff baseball.
Yeah! buddy.
We're in this together. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where my shout out to start things is that Joey did not turn on Mike's microphone 2 to 3 seconds before he actually did.
That could have been bad.
I didn't say any bad words.
You did not.
You didn't say a single bad word.
I called the body parts by their body part.
Yes, you did.
And that's why we appreciate you, Mike.
It is a shout out Friday all day long. We got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30, plus in the noon o'clock hour, we will give away tickets to the Royal Rumble. But I want to start with this. If you like Cooper Rush better, why do you like Cooper Rush better than Dak? I feel like...
Because he's not Dak.
Okay. I actually think that's going to be the number one answer, is people with some combination of he's not Dak, or he doesn't make $40 million, or we're winning. Like some semblance of that. And you can everyone's mileage on quarterback win stat is going to vary. But there are a lot of people... For everybody who shouts out that there's no quarterback controversy, and Jerry has said that, and there's not among the people who make the decision. But among the fans, holy cow, have we heard from person on top of person on top of person who thinks Cooper Rush should continue to start. I'm not trying to say that's the way it should be. I just want to know more about the people who feel that way. Why do you want Cooper Rush over Dak? And you think it's just going to Dak fatigue?
Yeah. And I mean, I think the first person I ever heard say this was Newey Scruggs. So I will credit Newey.
Yeah.
But he may have gotten it from somebody else. And Mike, you've heard this a million times too. The most famous person in every city is the backup quarterback. Because there's an unknown.
Or is it the most beloved person?
Most beloved. That's sure. They'll take that. Because there's an unknown. I don't know what he can and cannot do. Well, you have no clue what this dude bounces back from a loss with.
Right.
Or if he goes on a losing streak.
Right.
So there's a lot of all we know is he wins. That's all we know about this guy.
Do you
think
there's just
nothing
take
else.
one loss for people to turn, and then one loss they're like,
and maybe that's another interesting question to discuss with Jerry is are you kind of just waiting for this to have that moment? How many? Do you just keep going here? Because I understand the concept of he has to play when Dak can't play until he's ready. He can't play until he can grip the football, and then as Mike was pointing out, and throw the football well like he typically does.
Yeah,
I understand that part of it, but there's also got to be this I believe in what you're saying. You can buy yourself a little time. You don't have to rush the process. If there was, he could be back in this window. Well, you can say, let's take the whole window instead of saying, we're losing games. We need to hurry and rush them in. So I think there's something to that as well, but they all deny that. And they're like, it's just the medical stuff. As long as you're winning, it absolutely isn't just the medical stuff.
We are getting answers.
I'm glad you are.
And from the 972, Rush plays fearless and instinctive. Dak plays timid and cautious. I mean, there are times, and that's the other thing. This is another thing that I firmly believe is there's just so much more film on Dak, so it's so much easier to be like, here are the plays I don't like. I have no doubt there are many a play of him playing timid, but I don't think of him as a timid player.
He didn't say that against Dak, but he did say that Rush is dropping back, getting set, and trusting what he sees.
Sure.
And then ripping it. There's something to confidence whenever it comes to a quarterback. If he has that confidence that it's there. Now, you see the Zach Wilsons and those other guys where their eyes deceived them and they stopped trusting it. And I don't know if that is a place that Dak was in against Tampa Bay because they were doing some things that he didn't see.
Yeah, nobody did anything good in Tampa Bay, it felt like, except for maybe Micah. Now, this one, I think I do kind of agree with. From the 2-1-4, he gets rid of the ball, and now people think the offensive line is good, plus he targets the number one wide receiver. I mean, we did talk about that yesterday, what a bump up that CeeDee Lamb has seen in targets, and it's a smaller sample size. I might be more inclined to agree with that. But the thing that I see from the 214 and the 469, Cooper Rush is more accurate than Dak. That is just not bared out in the numbers. And I will say, to be fair, I do not always believe that numbers tell the entire story. I know RJ will be like, you're a fool. You just got deceived by what you saw. The numbers tell you the truth. I don't always think that's 100% right, but Cooper Rush this year, 60.8% completion percentage. Dak over his career, 66.4. So Dak is like discernibly more accurate in terms of completions. But I wonder if people are like, I'm not saying accuracy in terms of completions, but accuracy in terms of you put the ball in the maximum spot for a completion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm with you. And I'll go back to one of the points you made a minute ago is I do think Cooper Rush has done a better job of getting rid of the football than Dak.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times, and I know we have on Mickey a lot, and I think Mickey will fall into, if it's a sack, most likely, I would say most of the time he blames the offensive line.
Which we do not necessarily feel is the case.
And there's times where I'm like, I think the offensive line gave him, let's just say 4 seconds or 3.5 seconds. I know you'd like 6 seconds, but we didn't do that. We only blocked for 3.5 or 4. That's plenty of time to get rid of the football. When you hold on to it, and hey, maybe nobody was open. Well, hey, guess what? Nobody's open. Throw the ball away. Don't take a sack. Don't extend a play. But to Dak Prescott, most of his life until recently, because of the injury to his ankle, he's been able to hold on to the football and then extend a play and make a big play out of the extension of a play. Cooper Rush, I think, knows athletically I can't do that. I can't hold on to the football, break a tackle, scramble to the right for 3 seconds, tell people to get open and make a play, or then run for another 10 yards and make a play. Dak Prescott, from probably age 10 to age whatever he is now, 27, could do that. Now, once the injury has happened, he's not as good at breaking tackles. He's not as good at running out of situations. So I think Dak should learn from his injury and go, I have to be more like Cooper Rush in those after 3 to possibly 4 seconds. I have to release the football.
Trust the scheme, right? Like, just trust that they drew the play up right.
Sure. And I don't know if this will bother you or not, but Dak is actually 29.
Right. So when I said 27,
before the injury. Okay, I got
he
you.
could do.
Okay, gotcha.
So he could extend plays going, man, I've had so much success in they can't bring me down. I got freaking, trunks for legs.
Yeah.
But once the injury has happened, we haven't seen the same person be able to either break tackles or then escape and go a long way.
29. Wow, he is falling down the quarterback power rankings.
No. That's his age. I mean,
Where do you think he's power rankings right now?
Well, he has to be at least 30 above Matt Ryan and Russell Wilson. Like, I'll take Dak today ahead of this very second above that garbage that we saw last year from the 469. And people are kind of feeding into these two narratives, cautiousness and accuracy. From the 469, Dak cannot or will not throw into tight 1-versus-1 coverage. And so I think that's the thing. It's not accuracy in terms of your completion percentage. It's accuracy in terms of putting the ball exactly where it needs to be in a one-on-one coverage or to lead the receiver to where you want them to go. Because those are things that you don't always see quantified as much, especially in the older style statistics.
From the 214, Dak wants to play hero ball.
Which is interesting because somebody was like, he's too timid. And so those things would work against each other.
Think, like, Jameis is the perfect example of, I want to make a big play on every play. And that does hurt you. I mean, Tua gets hurt with it. Wilson gets hurt with it. So that does happen for sure.
And this is what a lot of people have said from the 817. I also see it from the 903. It's not because Cooper is better. It's because he can get us, they think, the same results and doesn't cost $40 million. And I wonder how many people you brought up in the crosstalk. I don't think anyone in the universe thinks Dak is 40 times better than Cooper Rush. Right. Like, whatever amount you think Dak is better than Cooper Rush was, 2, 3, 4, whatever the amount is, it's disproportionate to the amount of money that you actually pay Cooper Rush. So I think at the end of the day, that's what it is for a lot of people. And we predicted this, Corey. Mm-hmm. Just like people were harsher on Tony Romo when he got paid. Guess what? People are harsher on Dak when he gets paid. That is just the way sports go. You don't have to like it. I'm just telling you, when people get paid, there is a different level of responsibility that some fans put on that individual player.
And Dak's a big boy.
He can handle it, I'm sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Cowboys season has been a success thus far, but who has been the biggest disappointment this season? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, it is a shout-out Friday. I know I might have forgot about that in the first segment, but we will do the shout-outs all day long. However, my question for y'all here is, the Cowboys season, it's been a success. But if you were to zero in on a non-Dak disappointment, who do you think has been the most disappointing for the team thus far this year?
Well, I mean, Diggs only has, 2 interceptions at this point, so...
He leads the league in pass breakups.
Is he still on pace for 11?
No, he's on pace for 8.5.
8, that's it?
That's it.
What a bomb.
He's also on pace to lead the league in pass breakups.
I would say the only real disappointment I have right now is probably Anthony Brown.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because he's one of 5 I have.
The pedestal that we had him set. He looked like in camp, man, and hey, this is why you can, Mike says it every time, you can't trust camp, all right? You can't, no camps, no basketball camps. That's why you shouldn't even watch NBA preseason. You can't trust that.
Tonight. Mavs Orlando.
But at camp, Anthony Brown looked like he was going to be the next Diggs.
Yeah.
He had this, and this year, he gets picked on more than Diggs because Diggs is a better cornerback. I just thought that he took the next level up. So he's still playing better than I think a lot of people give him credit for.
Okay.
But he has been a little disappointing considering I thought he would lead the league, like Broad said, in interceptions.
Okay.
Or the team, at least.
Anthony Brown was one of them. I was reading this article from Bleacher Report, and they said Jalen Tolbert. But I think your argument is more logical in terms of expectations. Mm-hmm. Although there were some people with some high expectations for Tolbert.
I did. I had high expectations for him.
And I go back to something that we talked about with Jerry or Steven a couple weeks ago. This is probably cheating. The combination of Kelvin Joseph and Nashawn Wright we're talking about a second and third round pick who people are like, man, they're coming up huge on special teams, especially for Joseph. And I'm like, rock on, that's cool. But that is not what you make your second and third round picks for. And so you look at last year's picks and then Tolbert this year is you have picks that they're struggling to get on the field in the regular run of football.
I'll tell you what, though, I'd like that Sammy Williams.
Yes. Okay. So that would
be... He's going to be a very good player for the Cowboys. Not this year. He's going to contribute.
But eventually,
I think he's going to become a starter when they kind of look at their finances and go, we can't afford these other defensive ends.
Do you view Tyron Smith, somebody texted in, as a disappointment because he got hurt so early? And I know he'll be back for the meat of the schedule. I hear you on that. But,
one person thinks that.
Yes.
Every other human being who's dealt with injuries, who's a professional called doctors, think that it's more of a 3-month injury.
I am concerned about when and if he shall return. But is Tyron Smith considered a disappointment?
Yeah. Yes. There's a lot of things I want to go to here. But Tyler Smith has turned out to be fantastic.
Yeah.
So, I feel great at left tackle. How awesome would it have been if my left tackle was still Tyron and I had Tyler playing this level of guard right next to him? How good would that offensive line maybe be? That could be cool. But they've done a serviceable job of filling the role at left guard with what they have. And so, yes, Tyron, the individual, it's disappointing that he's not out there because the way Tyler Smith's playing, you could really have a good solid offensive line based on those two on the left side.
From the 901, I still get this. CeeDee Lamb has still been a disappointment. From the 940-972, multiple people backing up your Anthony Brown. This is another from the 972. Sometimes I forget that this person is on the roster. So take that for what you will. Jabril Cox.
Yeah, that was
been
going to be
a disappointment.
That was going to be another one because I really thought, now coming off injury, what can you expect a guy that rehabbed and came off injury? And, what I was probably expecting him to have a season where he kind of still ramped back up and then next year would be the better season for him. But, man, I don't even see this dude. And so, And I'm not even super in love with the way Anthony Barr is playing. But
that's fair.
As you can discuss with multiple different people, the ability to bring Curse or Donovan Wilson in as a linebacker safety and also still have your coverages set up and squared away is a huge benefit to this team.
Can I ask you guys if you think this disappointment is actually a good thing? Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz has been a disappointment thus far for sure. My contention to y'all is that's a good thing, is because the more we get Fergushot going, is the more likely I think the Cowboys are to be like, hey, we have salary cap problems already. Maybe we should just let Dalton Schultz walk, because there's folks out there who are, the thought is he'll get 4 for 52 or something along those lines. I mean, if you've got two rookies that, I'm not saying they're immediately as good as Dalton Schultz whatsoever, but if they work in the scheme that you're running and you pay them very little, maybe that's not the worst.
You think he's going to continue to play poorly whenever Dak comes back? Because I don't.
I don't either.
Because I think Dak is like, that's my guy. I'm going to, if the play breaks down, I'm finding that guy, and he's going to do that 5 times a game.
And I'm seriously asking, is Dak to the point where he can go in with Jerry and say, that's my guy, I would like him back? Or I need him
I think
back?
he is, but I also like that would be another factor. If he's just feeding him, Mike, is that a guy that's helping this guy get his contract?
Do you think Jerry and Dak talk much?
Actually, I kind of do, because I wonder if Dak has a direct line to Jerry and can skip McCarthy or whoever else you think he should talk to just say, hey, I need X, Y, and Z, or we need X, Y, and Z. I kind of do believe that.
Ask Jerry coming up.
Okay.
Hey, how many times per day? How much do you talk to Dak?
Okay. That's a great question. Absolutely.
Dak's been a disappointment this year.
Sure. And
Micah, somebody said that he's missed a couple sacks the last.
They said Micah's been a disappointment?
So they're kind of disappointed. They said still the best player on the team, but it's disappointing that he missed those sacks.
Man, how awesome would that be if people were like, I'm kind of disappointed with this season and he won Defensive Player of the Year. That'd be super neat. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with the Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager. It is Jerry Jones, and it is next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is the owner and general manager of your Dallas Cowboys. It is Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, guys. Kevin, Corey, Mike. Man, what a day.
Yes, sir.
What a day.
Here we go. Los Angeles, here we come.
All right. So, and I want to ask you, we've won 3 in a row. The Cowboys have won 3 in a row. I have nothing to do with it. Do you have a good luck routine that you need to make sure it keeps rolling going into SoFi?
Well, first of all, you're part of the routine, getting to have this show with you every Friday. But secondly, you have a lot to do with it. You're a great conduit for me to visit with the fans that do listen to you, the one or two.
Mm-hmm.
But candidly, you're a big part of this thing. I've always thought we share something in common. We both chose to spend our life in sport in different ways, but sport. And that was a big decision for me, and I'm glad you made it too. But seriously, you've got a lot to do with it.
Now, you've made it clear, and I think we all understand, there is certainly no quarterback controversy or anything of the like. What I was curious about, though, is there anything that Cooper Rush does that you think might be better than what Dak does, or you would like to see Dak integrate into his game when he comes back?
Well, I think that I would look at the overall thing, and I think Cooper's perception and how we use him speaks to a more dependence on the running game. I think when you got a player like Dak, boy, you can step on out there and do some inordinate things that you hope you can, and you can. But Romo had that same thing. And so this gets you back down into really depending on the scheme, depending on kind of everybody doing their job, but having to do it a little better. And I can't emphasize that enough. If you look at life or look at your body or look at any other thing, it's really built on a premise that if something's short, something else will go long and make up for it. And that's the way bodies work. And so I think that's what you're seeing, and I think that's what you're seeing with him at quarterback. Everybody else just stepping up and playing at a higher level. Now, does that mean they're not going to play at this high or higher with Dak? Well, that's when you hear us talk about what a leader Dak is. And he does inspire men to go beyond what they thought they could go. And that's a part of his plus.
Jerry, I'm wondering, how much do you talk to Dak Prescott? And then has that changed over the years with talking to the team or / talking to the quarterback in your tenure of 30-plus years of being the owner general manager?
I really can't answer that. I really can't. I just can't answer it because I don't have a feel for it. I communicate when the situation calls for it, and it's not a structured thing. It's not a planned thing that I'm going to have this many meetings. I'm going to be sure and touch base with this player 3 times during a period of time. That's not the way it works. The human beings that we are have enough impromptu situations that with me where I am, at the decision maker on the team, personnel, as well as from the standpoint of being able to do some things when somebody's got a need. And I'm not just talking about a player, but we all have needs, our family, we all have things that come up. And if you're human, and I've had more help than anybody, a helping hand or an interested, a sensitive hand can make a difference. That's the way I communicate.
Jerry, with this team playing so well with Cooper so far, what do you think the thing is that you've learned about this team that maybe you didn't know before this season started?
Well, I couldn't have known what I believed to be right before our eyes, such a chemistry and such a everybody pitching in and having a, if you will, a major challenge right off the bat. in our first ball game, at the end of our first ball game. And you don't want to, I guess you want to find it out, but you don't want to have the situation that causes you to have to find it out, and that is an adjustment, a major adjustment that could be a real negative and turns into a positive. Actually, Dak was a part of that his rookie year, and a real setback for us turned into a positive in a lot of ways. This has got a little marks of that. The setback could turn out to be the gathering of the troops and the strength that goes with it. Again, I've come to mind Mike. That's when the feature really can be on the leadership that the head coach is. And I don't want to say head coach. I want to say Mike because it's Mike. It's his skills. It's his way. It's his personality. It's his having his butt kicked, and everybody knows it from time to time, and then him coming back and the steady hand. All of that goes with the type of thing that he can bring to the table, and he's bringing it.
Does that mean at this point in the season that despite the adversity, do you feel better about this team than maybe you did at the beginning of the season?
Well, that's you could say that. You really could say that. The thing is that I didn't know some things about this team that I know now, but I sure don't know it all because no one can or does. But I've seen us handle adversity that I didn't know how we would handle. I hoped we would handle adversity. I really didn't know we'd have this kind of adversity. That's a rough blow to lose Dak right off the bat. And so I didn't know if we could overcome that in the way we have. You see that, and it's a credit to the fortitude and the will here that's involved in this team. Now, we're doing a lot of talking about this, and, of course, we got one coming up here this week against the world champs, and it's out there in alien territory. Although I will tell you this, you can't imagine the Cowboy fans that are out there. There's a bunch of them. Being out in California for our training camp helps that. But we've just got a ton of Los Angeles Cowboy fans, and they were there when we opened that beautiful new stadium, and I hope we'll have a nice helping of them out there Sunday.
Are you surprised at all then, since this game almost feels at times like a neutral site game, even though it is in SoFi, y'all have a better record than the Rams. Are you surprised? Because Coach McCarthy was surprised yesterday that y'all are 5.5-point underdogs. Do you think that the Cowboys are getting the respect they deserve?
Oh, I understand. That's against the world champs, and you've got to you've got to have something to do, and so setting it up as to the way people are feeling about it, which would be underdog or the favorite, those kind of things. I get all of that. That's important. That, by the way, is very important to interest in the games. Very important. And but I just absolutely love Mike's response when he said, we ain't nobody's underdog. I guess to paraphrase him a little bit, but I love that response, and there you go. That was impromptu, and that was real.
Jerry, on Tuesday, you spoke with Sean and RJ, said, hey, let's see how Dak progresses. We haven't had practice yet. Now that you've had practice this week, how much progress has Dak made, and maybe are you feeling more optimistic about him playing against Philadelphia?
Okay, you were going good on your question to the one about can he play against Philadelphia.
Okay.
That's too succinct, but he is improving, and he is gripping it stronger, and he is doing some of the things. Is he able to grip and throw in a way that you'd want him to play in a ball game? No. But is he making a lot of improvement, which is a key in a rehab situation? Yes. I don't know when he will be back out there, but I will tell you he is improving.
Jerry, the running game, but the monster you have with Pollard and Zeke, are you getting the production that you want out of it, or do you think there's a lot more that they can get out of that thing?
Well, Washington, when we talk about the running game, the strength of their team is their is right in the eye of the storm relative to the running game, and that's their defensive line. They're a very, very, very formidable defensive line, which would thwart the run game if set up to do it. And they had a good game plan, and they really knew how we were going to have to beat them, and they knew we were going to have to get some run established, and knew what we can and maybe would be doing relative to the run. And so let's give Washington Redskins some credit for a little bit of an anemic run game out here past Sunday. That doesn't mean that you stop running it, and we didn't. And that doesn't mean that it doesn't, when they set it up like that, doesn't give you some openings to throw the ball, and it did. So I'm not, I don't want to be cavalier and say I'm not concerned about the running game, but I am going to be realistic and say Washington had a lot to do with that anemic running game.
On the flip side, are you concerned at all about the ability to stop the run? Because this defense has been phenomenal, and if there is one ding in it thus far, it has been some trouble stopping the run.
Well, because most teams know the value of establishing the run, then being sensitive about being able to stop the run, concerned, if you will, whatever, is natural. And I don't talk to anybody that's not concerned about stopping the running game or interested in establishing the running game. That's across the board. Getting it done, that's a different deal. And the answer is, I think we will, as we move along, have times when we have to adjust, but I think we're capable of still providing the pressure that we want to provide, if you will, having the kind of defense that can fly to the ball and get hopefully more takeaways, and at the same time be steady in the middle in the run. Now, outside, the run game outside has been a little more of our Achilles heel, off tackle, it would seem. And so, but I think we're capable of adjusting and having success there.
And, obviously the Rams struggle to run the ball this year. They throw the ball to Cooper Kupp a whole bunch. How excited, nervous, I don't know the right word is, to see Cooper Kupp versus, let's say, Trayvon Diggs all day Sunday?
Well, I guess the word is excited. I'm just excited about getting to go out there and play the world champs. I'm glad this bunch is the world champs because we could have that substantive a victory if we can get a victory by beating the defending champions. And Cooper Kupp is outstanding. And when I see him, I just think of, boy, that's the NFL. Only in the NFL. And there he comes in, and he's just got a combination of skill and smarts and the kinds of things that you think about a receiver being able to accomplish, work ethic, and it is rightfully so has gotten the accolades and the success that he's had. He's a heck of a player.
Jerry, Matt Stafford spent a lot of time in Detroit and, kind of suffered a little bit there, and then goes to LA and gets his Super Bowl and shows that he can be that guy. Did that give him that win give him a pretty clear path to the Hall of Fame in your eyes?
Yeah, well, I don't want to. I think he has the exceptional ability and probably will have the resume to have really been as accomplished or as good as he's been over his career, and then to have that Hall of Fame. Now, they'd be the first to tell you, and I might echo that, he may not be through having Super Bowls. And so I think he's very likely to be in the Hall of Fame.
Do you have a status update for us about Jordan Lewis? I know he had been kind of on the fence for this weekend's game.
My bet is that we'll see. Really, I think it does depend on these next couple of days with him. And I'm not going to make a bet on that.
And then I had one more defensive question. Mike was talking about, because, obviously people are quick to make comparisons and talking about the doomsday defense, and he said, I hope we're making them proud. Do you think Micah in this defense would make those old doomsday defenses proud?
Yes, I do. And I have gotten to know personally the people that played on it over the years. And there's no doubt in mind the qualities that Micah has on and off the field, and his penchant for wanting to maximize, wanting to just be the best. I think he's got all the makeup that those guys would acknowledge and smile about.
And Jerry, you're speaking of Micah there. He has the suite out at the Rangers game. Him and a couple players,
Dak,
like Gallup and Dak, show up for the game where Aaron Judge hit the record-breaking home run. And I know that ball, Mike and Kevin were talking about, it was about a $2.5 million ball is what that record-breaking ball was. And I kept saying, I wanted to prove I'm the greatest fan of all time. If I caught it, I don't care about the money. I'm throwing it back, all right? I don't want that ball. I want to show I'm a great fan. Would Jerry Jones have thrown it back, or are you keeping that sucker?
Oh, I think I'd like him to have it, the player, at the end of the day. Now, if I didn't have any money, so it's all relative. Let's be real a little bit here.
Jerry, we tell Corey to get real all the time, for sure. Yeah,
we try our best, Jerry.
Your personality, your charitability, that will change on you when you're broke.
Jerry, I was wondering, you saying you're a baseball fan last week, and obviously you grew up next to where SoFi Stadium is. And are you a Dodgers fan, or what team did you root for when you were a baseball fan?
Well, first of all, baseball was my love, and playing it was, I still love it. And I got to travel, played American Legion, played all the way up through, and so I love baseball and just followed meticulously all the players that played it. And I was in college when Maris and Mantle were playing together, and Maris broke the record. So, but I'm a great baseball fan. It obviously went football for me, but it wasn't because that's where my heart was or that's where I enjoyed playing. And I followed all the teams, followed all the players. I was really a player baseball fan more than a team baseball fan. But my part of the world, in Arkansas, you couldn't go down a street in a subdivision, or you couldn't go down the street in just a street, and people would be sitting on the porch, and they'd be sitting there in a chair and gathered around listening to the radio and listening to the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It was just like the sun going down. And it was just, you'd walk down your street on those afternoons, those spring afternoons and summers, and it was just almost a rite of passage. And you'd wave at everybody or see everybody over there, and everybody be sitting around, some of them having a beer, some of them just sitting there kind of having a social, and everybody just glued to that radio. Not television, radio.
Jerry, I hope you understand bringing up the St. Louis Cardinals is still a little painful here in the Metroplex, but I appreciate that answer.
Of course I do. Of course I do. Bringing up that, of course I do. But that's just the way it was. It was that way for a lot of the South. And as a matter of fact, when the extent of the sophistication of my purchase of the Cowboys was that the Cowboys were losing so much money, about $1 million a month to be exact, the Cowboys were losing, that my idea was that the way to right that ship was to do something like the Cardinals had done in their association with Anheuser-Busch and Budweiser, and that surely that association that made Anheuser-Busch and Budweiser what they were. And I dropped it at that. That was enough for me to go and be involved with the Cowboys. I never dreamed that as time would follow, I knew I had to have something other than tickets and television to to make it work. So they were in their own way a little role model for me as to maybe how to justify somehow getting the juice to flow through the veins of the Cowboys.
And that's fascinating business side right
Absolutely.
there. Jerry, before we let you go, Zeke said that he didn't go to that game with Dak and Micah because he didn't want to make the drive from Frisco to Arlington. Is there a way, like if he'd have asked, can I get a ride in the chopper, would you have set that up for him? Or
I would. Yes, I would. Of course I would. That'd be fun. And that'd be a nice memory. I remember after the Super Bowl, our first Super Bowl in Los Angeles, I remember getting on the helicopter with Daryl Johnston. And Mark Sepnoski was on there with Daryl. And, boy, we lifted off from that Coliseum, and we lifted off, from the Rose Bowl, and we lifted off to go to our post-game party. And I'll never forget flying over all those lights in Los Angeles and Daryl and Mark sitting on that plane, and we were going we were several hundred feet above ground. And I thought, my God, going over Los Angeles, we have just drove a flag in the top of the world. It was just an unbelievable feeling to look down. And actually, when I looked down, we did fly. I could scan out and, I guess where it was, but the airport, and saw the house that I actually was living in. My parents were when I was born there in Los Angeles.
Wow.
So when I think of a helicopter and think of being able to think, and I always think of that ride. Gene was on the helicopter with me, and we were going out across there, and that was probably an hour and a half after the game going to the victory party.
Well, hopefully when y'all fly out of Los Angeles again this time, it'll be with a 4-game winning streak. Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
You bet, guys.
There you go. Jerry Jones, owner, general manager of your Dallas Cowboys. Among the many things he said in that interview, I feel like he was attacking Mike Bassick by very decisively saying McCarthy is Mike. And he goes, Mike.
he went after you there, Mike.
Yeah, I know.
He listens.
Like I said, and I'll say it again. I was here before Mike McCarthy, and I will be here after Mike McCarthy. I am the Mike.
Kevin, where else can you get 23 uninterrupted minutes with Jerry Jones?
Tuesday morning and now, right here on the Fan. That's it.
I bet his kids get it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Take that, Corey.
Well, all right.
Coming up next.
We're like his kids. Thanks, Mike.
We will talk. Yeah, you know what? Because he scoreboards us every now and again. We are like we're like all parent-child relationships. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, besides Cowboys Rams, which NFL game are you most looking forward to this weekend? All of it next, right here on the Fan.
Keep the volume. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're doing shout-outs on a Friday from the 720. Could I get a shout-out for getting a promotion 5 days before my first child will be born? I'll need that extra cash. Yes, you will. Congratulations.
From the 281, shout out to you guys. This has been 3 exhausting weeks going back and forth to the NICU, but y'all have brought joy, laughter to me and my wife through this trying time. I have been in that 14 days of hell in the NICU. I know what you're going through in that experience, and I'm glad that we can be, as Stephen and Jerry use this word, a respite for you, because I know I needed it. I needed those moments too. So shout out to you for doing what you're doing.
And shout out to Mickey Spagnola, because right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Just doing what I do.
Man, you are good at what you do. Thank you very much for joining us, as always. Now, I know everyone is saying the right things, and I just want to make sure. CeeDee Lamb told us, don't worry, everything is fine. Is that factually accurate?
Yeah, I think so. I think they anticipate him being able to go tomorrow. Remember, today they don't really do much.
Right.
So their anticipation is that he'll be able to practice on Saturday. So if he can practice on Saturday, he should be good to go with a little bit of a sore groin.
Mickey, what's the playing time look like at left guard for the combo that they kind of been rolling out? Has it been consistent, or is it just kind of weird, sporadic?
You mean with McGovern, Forniak,
Peters? Kind of with all of them, and how they've kind of decided to rotate that.
Yeah, I think McGovern's your guy. I think they were trying to ramp up Peters. I don't think they were ramping up Peters for him to take over that spot. And I sort of detected the as the game went on against Washington, I thought McGovern got better. And I was talking to him about it, and he said, yeah, he goes, the second half probably was much better than the first half. That, he kind of, he missed what? We say he missed 2 games. He missed 3 games.
Right.
Because he got hurt 7 snaps into the season opener, right? So I think he got better, and then you saw they used Forniak as a fullback on a couple snaps. So yeah, but I think it's McGovern's job, and I think they would like to get Peters, basically for. He's kind of a backstop, right, at guard and tackle, and just to kind of keep the guy active.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. But then, when he came in and they immediately popped off a couple of big running plays.
Yeah, that was that last game, though.
Yeah.
Previous game.
Yeah.
This last game, there were a couple he struggled on.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's, and you got to remember he's 40 years old.
Right.
I don't think he's ready for 60 snaps a game.
Have you, and I know Corey has done a deep dive into this that we're going to get into at 1 o'clock, and I'm excited for that. I wanted to get another person to add into the discussion have you seen any discernible differences in Trayvon Diggs' game thus far this year? We talked about he's leading the league in pass breakups. If he has another interception, it'll be his 3rd straight game with an interception for the 2nd time in his career. There's a really small list of people who have done that. Have you noticed any differences this year after a fantastic year last year?
Not really, because I wasn't one of those people who bought into this deal that the reason he got all those interceptions last year because he was gambling.
Right.
He was playing football, and he was covering guys, and he catches the ball. Now, as for the breakups, I don't think we've seen him get beat, but deep, right? He was beat for the touchdown. He caught up and tipped it, right, in the end zone. So the fact that he's breaking up passes means, he's covering, but he's got the opportunities. And I don't think he's maybe fallen for some of the things a young cornerback might fall for. But other than that, I just think he's playing football the way he did last year. I just think knowledge, certainly helps you out, anticipating a little bit more maybe what's going on. But, yeah, I was never one of these guys. Well, yeah, he gambled. He didn't cover well. Well, okay, but he had 11 picks. Just remember that.
It was turnovers or luck is what I get told.
What?
Turnovers or luck?
Yeah. Have you never been told that? Which I think is
maybe
preposterous.
sometimes maybe fumbles are,
Okay.
right? Because even if you knock it out, that doesn't guarantee you're going to recover it, right?
Yeah.
But an interception, I guess the quarterback's got to participate in that, but you also got to be there, sort of like last night, right?
Oh my God! Can we just? Thus far, we've tried really hard to just
away from
ignore.
that. You didn't
Thursday
like
Night Football.
12-9 games?
Man, I saw an amazing
No.
tweet. I'll find out who it was from and give them the proper credit. Is somebody said, "Hey, Halloween's coming up, and you need to be cautious because I found Thursday Night Football between the Colts and the Broncos in my son's fun-size Snickers," which I thought was hilarious.
Well, I don't want to bring Mike into this, but that was like a Rangers score, right?
Yeah, at times.
12-9.
People left before the overtime. They're like, I've had enough of this.
Yeah, that was bad
No
football.
touchdowns.
It was gross.
Man, I tell you what, Mick, have you ever seen a considered top quarterback in the NFL change teams and struggle as much as Russell Wilson has?
Yeah,
Matt Ryan.
and there was part of me last year thought he was struggling. Just the few times I got to see Seattle play, it was like he's pulling the ball down a lot more, running instead of, throwing the ball. Or when he's throwing deep, but that's it. Boy, they spent a lot of money on a guy, and sometimes just this bad decisions.
Well,
So,
don't worry,
we'll see.
Mickey. After this season, the dead cap on him is only like $90 million.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Well, the funny thing is, and I don't know if I told you guys this when, probably didn't, because the trade went down. It was March, right? Of last, March of this year.
Right.
I was in Colorado on vacation skiing when the trade occurred, right? And so I'm watching the news in Denver, all the network stations. They led their newscasts with that trade, and everybody was proclaiming this is the last piece to the puzzle to win the Super Bowl. I mean, everybody. This was it. And I was sitting there going, okay, maybe. And I think the maybe's kind of playing out right now.
Did you tell people that on the ski slopes? You were like, Russell
I don't
Wilson's a
think
fraud.
Anybody wanted to hear that from me. But yeah, I was just a little skeptical because, I mean, if I know they got a bundle for him, right?
Yeah.
But you don't give up on a franchise quarterback if you think he's still your franchise quarterback.
Right.
Right? I don't care how much they're giving you because these guys don't grow on trees. As Parcells says, you can't go down to the Texaco and buy one.
Man.
And it's right? If you got one, you're going to keep it, and I don't care how much it costs. And I don't care if he's not happy. If he signed a contract, he signed a contract, right?
When was the last time you went to Texaco? Are they around? I don't even see Texacos anymore. But that was a Parcells time.
But that was
so.
a Parcells. I'm sure they were big in New Jersey, right?
That's a good point. Now, Mike McCarthy yesterday couldn't believe the point spread, 5.5 points in favor of the Rams. Do you have a prediction for us now that we know the point spread?
I do. And I've thought about this long and hard. I think the Cowboys will have their streak broken of only giving up one touchdown per game over the first four. But I think because I don't think the Rams are playing well, I don't think their offense is functioning well. They're doing things that, there's this stat on Matthew Stafford where he has 0 touchdown passes in back-to-back games now for the first time since weeks 15 and 16 of 2016.
Oh, my goodness.
Right?
Oh, that's...
So, having said that, I'm going to take the Cowboys 24-21.
Yes. Love to hear it.
And that's providing that they do a much better job stopping the run, which they're not running the ball very well, but much better than they have in the last two losses to the Rams. When in the last one, when they got beat 2017, they gave up 153 yards rushing.
Yeah.
And then in the playoff game, when they got beat 30-22, they gave up 273 yards rushing.
That was the game where I was sitting next to Mike, and the first run went for like 8 yards, and he looked at me and he goes, "We're going to lose.
This is not going to work right," especially since the guy that gained the 8 was C.J. Anderson,
Yes.
who just came off his couch.
I thought Mike was being negative, but as the game went along, I was like, well,
that's the truth.
I guess
both guys ran
sarcasm.
for both running backs had 100 yards rushing in that game.
Well,
right?
I believe, or at least I hope, we can avoid that again.
So
this
I'm putting
time.
an asterisk on my pick, right?
Yeah.
If they give up 150 yards rushing, they're going to lose.
We're cooked.
But
All right.
I think this defense you can trust.
All right. Thank you very much, good sir. Appreciate it always. We'll catch up with you again on Monday.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I wanted to get this input from you guys. Besides Cowboys Rams, what's the game that you're most looking forward to this weekend?
Man,
am I a monster if I wrote for a second I thought about Giants Packers?
What?
Because I was like, what if the Giants were to win? Then wouldn't we be like, holy crap, do we have to actually pay attention to them? They look terrible against us.
But there they are. Can you believe it, Mike? This
How are
Giants
they
team getting this
3-1?
lucky. Hold on, did they win last week then?
Yes.
That means he's back to Dabes again. So there you go.
Crap.
Yeah, Dabes doing Dabes things. I can't believe it either, Kevin, although I predicted it all along.
I had, you know what? I will give you some credit for that, even though I hate that nickname. There are some games I actually more legitimately care about, and I think it starts with Bengals Ravens.
Okay, that was one of the first ones. That's Sunday night. Like that's one of those that you kind of go, okay, that's locked in. That's the easy one. But Joe Burrow, can he expose the Ravens secondary the way that they've been exposed a lot lately?
Right.
And can he stay alive with not getting hit that much?
If Baltimore were to lose this game, do they just
Lamar Jackson's out of the MVP
spiral
race.
out? I mean, actually, yes, I do 100% agree with that. Do you think they start to spiral from here, as they would be sitting there at 2-3 with a no longer MVP candidate?
Yeah, I would think that they would start looking for ways to trade Lamar before the season's over.
Not that. Oh yeah. By the way,
honestly, if they don't want to give him 45 to
which
50
they
million a year,
don't.
it's really weird. It's never happened in the history
You're
of the
right.
NFL. I mean, I guess you can look a little bit at Herschel Walker, but I mean, with that still wasn't a quarterback. If a team would trade 3 first-round picks and a few other picks in the middle of the season for a quarterback and then give him the contract that he wants.
Because we've seen it obviously now in the offseason, but the middle of the season, that's a totally different deal. Then it would be like, who would you want to trade for him?
How does Jared Sandler not want Shane Bieber on the Texas Rangers?
I don't understand Jared sometimes, but I still love the man. This is an oddly weird game to be excited about or to be interested in. It is one of the noon games, and it is Miami and the Jets. I am very interested in what Zach Wilson can do, week 2. You saw what he did against the Steelers.
Right.
What can he do now? Can he advance on what he's already done? So I'm very interested in this, and I know with Tua being down,
That's what I'm curious about.
That's another way for him to maybe gain some confidence or what. But Teddy
And the
Two
MILF
Gloves.
Hunter
What's that?
And the MILF Hunter being healthy.
Yeah, no, but with Teddy Bridgewater, what's that offense look like? So I think that has a lot of different intrigue. If they get winning, we talk about buying time for Dak Prescott.
Right.
If they get winning, do they buy themselves a lot of concussion protocol time with Tua and some time to, space out that a little
That
bit?
whole situation is going to be really fascinating to watch. From the 682, it's Raiders versus the Chiefs. And from the 636, this was another one that I think holds a lot of intrigue. You want to go?
No, I was just wondering if it was the one I'm hoping for.
Philly and Arizona. Were you
Actually-
hoping it was going to be a Jacksonville?
Yeah, they're taking on Houston.
But Philly and Arizona, I also think holds a lot of intrigue because some people have taken knocks at Philadelphia's schedule. But if Arizona loses, back below 500.
And I'm going to be honest here. I think this schedule stinks. And I will be watching Game 3s if there's Game 3s in baseball, and will not be watching any other football besides the Cowboys.
Oh.
100%.
What?
I would rather watch a do-or-die playoff game than NFL football that's not the Cowboys.
Next, you're going to tell me that you watch the Mavericks over any football
I'm very
game.
excited about the Mavericks tonight, but I'm not excited enough to go find out if it's actually on television.
Would you watch Mavericks preseason over regular non-Cowboys football? Regular season NFL football?
It matters the matchup. If Luka's playing, I will lean towards the Mavericks.
Bills and the Steelers.
I would rather watch Mavs if Luka and company are playing. If Luka's if it was like the Oklahoma City game where Luka's not playing, but if this is my first chance to get to watch maybe Luka and Christian Wood work together, I would rather watch Mavericks preseason basketball.
All right, watch Mavericks preseason basketball or listen to Reggie on the Get Right.
Well, listen, I know what I'm supposed to say.
Then say that
Say
thing.
what you're supposed to say,
I'm supposed
Mike.
to say I listen all the time to the Fan and never watch television.
You know what you could do?
You can do both.
You could watch the TV and just listen to Reggie.
True.
Like I would go with
you
that
know what?
approach.
Honestly, that's not a bad idea.
Yes.
They better have good topics, though.
Man, Mike just put them on there like, hey, if you don't hold my interest, I'm going to bail on
make
you.
it good
Absolutely.
for me. You better get right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. I see what you did there. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Plus Forgiveness Friday, including that murderous Texas A&M fan. All of it next right here on The Fan.
This segment is also brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now on the line is Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com, where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're good, and the Aaron Judge hitting 62 moment was amazing, but it sure would be nice if Texas could have history happen in their ballpark that was positive for them.
Yeah, I mean, it'll come. It's certainly.
What year will that happen?
Well, it depends on what type of history you're talking about. If you're talking about a championship, it could be a little bit, but they're a lot closer now than they were going in the last offseason. So, a couple moves in this offseason could really put them, right back into this conversation.
Well, Tony Gwynn Jr., prime time tonight is San Diego versus the Mets, Yu Darvish versus Max Scherzer. Can you give us an idea on how the Padres beat Scherzer, DeGrom, and Bassett?
Well, I can't give you any ideas on DeGrom because that's the one guy the Padres haven't seen all season long. They faced Scherzer. They faced Bassett. Had success off of Bassett. The Padres beat Scherzer 2-1 here. Yu Darvish, same matchup. Yu Darvish versus Scherzer. I believe Hosmer hit a big home run in that game, and the rosters are a little bit different, at least from the Padres standpoint. But I think a low-scoring game plays into the Padres' hands. That is the type of ball game they've played really all season long. They have a tremendous record in one-run games. And Yu Darvish is pitching probably as well as anybody in the league right now. So keeping the Mets offense quiet, I think, plays into the Padres' strength, which has been pitching and defense all season long. In terms of, it's interesting because Buck has not really revealed his hand, right? I think if the Mets win game one, it's likely the Padres see Bassett game two. If the Mets lose game one, you'll probably see DeGrom. And depending on which DeGrom you get, I mean, because by his standards, and I say that by his standards because, that's usually no runs or one run. He's not pitching that way, right? He's giving up a couple, maybe three. But I think the Padres got to feel pretty good coming into the series, the fact that they're playing some of their best baseball.
Are you on the call for that game tonight in TV or radio?
I'm on radio for all of them.
Okay, all right, so, yeah. We were kind of discussing what. So is it? Do you kind of have a little extra pep in the step whenever it's playoff time?
I mean, you can't help but to have a little bit of pep in your step. I think back to my playoff experience as a player, and it's such a great time of year, right? I mean, you have to pace yourself for the 162 games. This is the one time where you could just go out and let it hang out, right? Because the way playoffs are structured, you get more day offs to recharge, and the amount of the amount of adrenaline that you have, it's really hard to explain. And so, yeah, I think there's a pep in everybody's step who's involved with these two teams right now.
Can you just check in on us from time to time and tell us what playoff baseball is like?
We had the experience a while, like 10 years ago.
It's been 6 years.
Yeah,
Tony, it's been 6 years. So
hey, listen, as a Padre fan, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. I've grown up in an organization that hasn't had these type of experiences all that much. So you learn to savor them when they do come.
How much do you love the 3-game series versus the 1-game winner-take-all do-or-die game?
I love it. I personally, I mean, having played a full season of 162 games, I would be sick to do all of that work and only get one crack at it. It doesn't seem like baseball is really designed for a 1-game type of playoff, because we know just in the experience in the regular season that anybody can beat anybody in one game. But over a course of a series, even if 3 is on the shorter end, it gives the chance for a real result that I think is more fair. And so I like the 3 games. I like the fact that, it still puts a high priority on winning your division and being, the best team, because, we'll find out over these next 15, 20 years how this all works with the extra day off for the bye teams. But you're definitely at a disadvantage if you've played 3 games and you've had to use your best guys before you head into a divisional series where you're playing, some of the best teams in the league. So I like the way this is set up. I'm excited for this new format and how it's going to unfold.
Talk with Tony Gwynn Jr. right here on 105.3 The Fan. Obviously, as a Rangers fan, I wish nothing but failure on the St. Louis Cardinals. But what has it been like to see the renaissance of Albert Pujols in this final year?
Hey, it's been awesome, man. As a guy who has gotten to compete against Albert and shared a field with him, to see him finish the way he has, and I got a chance to talk to him when they were in San Diego a little while ago. And he was 2 homers, I believe, away from the record at the time. And you could just see this guy is empty in the tank right now. And he's in my opinion, the greatest right-handed hitter I've ever seen. And to see him go out in this fashion, and it's not just him, Waino, Yadier, to see these guys go out and all seemingly going out the way I think everybody dreams to, is pretty awesome. But I, like you, hope they fall short when it's all said.
Good.
All right, Tony. So my question is, in baseball, we'll see that a game is played a certain way for 162, and then the game can change in the playoffs. We will see bunting. We will see maybe a guy try to steal second base that wouldn't try it as much in the regular season. Will we see a change in the 8th and 9th inning with a runner on third base? The catcher actually get into an athletic position and try to block the ball, or say, screw it, let's just lose on a ball in the dirt?
That is a phenomenal question. Inevitably, we'll probably see somebody with their knee down. I think at this point, if you haven't been working, the regular stance at this point, I have a hard time seeing them go back to it. The guys who happen to catch the majority of games for the Padres are all, old school, two feet in the dirt type catchers. But yeah, of course, I think we'll see it. I know the catcher in Toronto is a one-leg guy down. So yes, it'll happen. I hope for their sake that it doesn't cost them a game, because the one thing about the playoffs is the magnifying glass is huge. So it may only be talked about in small circles. Now, let a couple teams lose a game because of it. It'll be highlighted on MLB Network for the whole entire offseason.
Appreciate your time as always. Let's catch up again next Friday and see how we're progressing along.
All right, you guys take care. Have a good weekend.
There you go. You too. That was Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. He called your question phenomenal. Now,
You're so good at this, Mike?
How about we do a little Forgiveness Friday? 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Somebody said, I need to ask for forgiveness for not doing more shout-outs, and that's fair. I apologize.
Face, Kevin.
From the 214, shout out to I-35. It's the best thing to come out of Oklahoma. And then they said, hook 'em. I mean, it's that weekend, Corey. You got to be prepared for those kind of things.
I thought I-35 came out of Texas.
Oh, did you just start a philosophical
Are they trying
question?
to credit Oklahoma with I-35 here?
No, I think they were bashing Oklahoma and saying that's the only good thing about them.
I didn't take it that way.
From the 972, shout out to my gal, Gay Lynn. She surprised me with a badass Tolo shirt this week.
Nice!
Outstanding.
Good job, Gay Lynn.
fan.com if you want to check that out. Now, Forgiveness Friday, I want to start with this. We go to cut number 3. Does this, at the very least, complicit in murder Aggie fan need to ask for forgiveness?
As far as Jimbo's contract, that $90 million contract, a hitman costs a lot less than that. Thank you, and have a great day, Paul.
Oh, my God.
He was talking to Paul
A
Feinbaum.
hitman? Somebody's getting that money still either way, right?
Is that your biggest issue with that?
If a hitman goes out and
statement?
takes out Jimbo Fisher, which is insane, by the way. Don't do that.
Yes, don't do that.
The family gets the money, though, right? It's got to be set. He's got to have that set up that if something was to happen to me,
only if they coach the game.
Oh my gosh!
But yes, no, that was just pure madness. But that just shows the level that A&M fans are at.
Yeah, that money would go into his Fisher investments, right?
Oh my God, no, he got a partner. It's Fisher Price. From the 903. I hate you for dragging me into that. From the 903. Yes, I would like to ask for forgiveness for that stupid Aggie fan. We don't claim him as one of our own. He's just a dummy, which is good. I would hope you would not claim people who are advocating for hitmen and murder as our own. I also do not want to claim that person as one of our own. All right. Let's go from that to LeGarrette Blount. He apologized, so I don't know if we actually need to grant him forgiveness. Well, I guess that is how the segment works. There's a video that shows him fighting with adults at a youth football game, which you don't want anyway, but don't you feel like that's taken on even more of a negative stereotype given the events of like 3 or 4 weeks ago?
Yes.
And so he asked for forgiveness and said, I apologize to all my players, the parents, also the players and parents on the other team. As a leader, coach, father, and a role model, I understand my actions are unacceptable. I hope and pray for your understanding and forgiveness. So, I mean, that felt better than your standard, oh yeah, sorry if you're offended.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty solid.
From the 469, I need forgiveness because I deleted the plus 7,000 node TD prop and decided to put $50 on Russ for the first TD instead.
Well,
they had a plus 7,000 no touchdown prop and said, nah.
And that's 70-1. I will tell you, at one point, there was a bettor yesterday. I don't know when they placed the bet, but they bet $100 and got 100-1 on the no TD prop and won $10,000. Like, you were praying that field goal didn't go in at the end of regulation because you knew you would win. And then you were like, oh, please don't let him score a touchdown. And then you remembered what game you were watching. And you were like, oh, yeah, nobody is definitely going to score a touchdown. And they didn't. And it was 12-9. And it was god-awful.
Please forgive me. I'm leaving my beautiful girlfriend and heading to L.A. to stay in a 3-story house on the beach with 7 friends and going to the Cowboys game.
I swear I thought he was going to say I'm going to be on the new season of The Real World. I don't know if they still make that show because you go, he got a house and he's living with 7 of his friends. I thought for half a second that's what you were going to say. I will ask for forgiveness, but this will also come with an explanation. Kevin needs to ask for forgiveness for not coming out to the fan hang last Friday night. That is fair. Here's the deal.
I wasn't mad at you.
I appreciate that.
Sean and I got hammered.
Yeah, you could say that. That's fine.
We had a good time.
It's a fan event.
It was
Sean
awesome.
was there. I know the deal.
We had a great time.
My wife is a wonderful lady, and during the week, she does everything she can to make sure I can get some semblance of sleep. So when it's the weekend, we kind of try to shift things around, and I take what we call the night shift. I don't know. We didn't invent that. That's obviously a common term. And so I don't know why I said that we call. Like, that's stupid. And so I come home and take care of the baby. And she knows, like, as soon as work's over, I'm going to go right home if she needs to take a nap or needs personal time or whatever, because she takes care of Noah so much, especially during some of the sleeping hours. So I'm sorry for not being there. I'm trying to make sure that my wife, Jess, is doing okay. Now, Corey, I know you have a bombshell story about fishing coming up that I hope we get to in the 1 o'clock hour. But did you see that chess and poker players are also cheating? What's happened to this world?
How are they cheating at chess? How do you cheat at chess? Like, they can see the moves that you make on the board. I watched that show with the Queen, the Queen's Gambit. I watched that. I know how chess works. Everybody's looking right at you. How do you cheat?
Well,
explain it.
They said that they determined he had, quote, irregularities with his in-person chess, mentioning many remarkable signals and unusual patterns in Han's path as a player. So the thought was there's an intricate network of people helping him with hand signals and whatnot, because he's just sitting there and he'll be like, and people will be like, hell, that's weird.
Oh, so somebody's telling him what moves to make. Okay, that is very... I thought he was like, he had one of the other chess pieces in his hand and he was throwing out 3 knights, and you're like, hold on, what's going on here?
And there's online components to this and the poker thing as well.
He's got 2 queens on the board.
I don't know where forgiveness needs to be given, but watching this Cleveland-Tampa game, I'm watching this kid, Shane McClanahan, pitch, who I'm going to be honest, he's had a great year, but I haven't really watched him pitch. So I'm like, hey, let me look up his resume. Where did he come from? He was the 31st pick in the 2018 draft. I'm like, dang it, why can't we draft him? As in the Rangers.
You know why? And it is until the Rangers, who got rid of a whole bunch of pitching coaches, until they make a systematic change in the way and who's in charge of the way they draft and develop players, that'll only take you so far.
We took Cole Winn, baby. We took Cole Winn.
Yeah. Now, Tampa did take a pitcher right after Cole Winn, too, who's made the majors but hasn't had a great career. But they're high school kids who, this is a college guy, but he's a stud. He's good.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, a new ridiculous football-based lawsuit. Plus, will this moment be awkward? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Sean Shreve here with DFW.
Hey, look, finally a website that won't give your PC a virus. Check out 1053thefan.com and browse safely. DFW Sports Station is 1053 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority, and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday. Can you shout out my wife, Yvette, and daughter, Mia? My wife stayed up with Mia, who's dealing with a painful ear infection. She is 5 years old. Shout out to you guys for making the family work. And shout out to the fan texters, the Tolos and the Twolos. All right, look.
Thank
the
you.
chess story that we talked about, that other stuff was not in the article from Sports Illustrated I read. Multiple people texted in and says it has something to do with his butt, we'll say. If you could send me a link to like a legitimate story that talks about that, I will 100% read it because I'm oddly fascinated by this as the show continues on. Now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Buttermilk biscuits.
What are your grades on Joey's dips thus far?
Joey, your dips are awesome.
Okay, great.
Appreciate you.
What's your favorite dip?
Probably queso.
Oh, that's
Can't
a
go
wonderful
wrong.
dip. Yep.
I think you just won.
Yeah, that's a good answer. All right, let's
Reggie would have given us a question back.
He's like, well, best.
Define dip.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Is the Giants will, in fact, start Daniel Jones in London. They had talked about his progress all week. He is good to go. Remember, this is the first time in 32 games in London where both of the teams have had a winning record, and they will get Daniel Jones to start for the Giants in that game. Let's go from that to, well, I was going to say it's a sad story, but it doesn't have to be a sad story, as the Raiders announced the death of Clarence Davis, their beloved former running back. He's a fourth-round pick, played for the team for 8 seasons, 26 touchdowns rushing, played a big part in the postseason, ran for 137 yards in the Super Bowl, in their Super Bowl win over the Vikings. Very sad. Except, of course, for the fact that he's not dead. So,
What? Is this a Taylor Webb situation?
Yeah. The Raiders, they put the story on the team website, and then
he called them and said
they were provided, hey, it happens. Now, that reference he just made, if you're not familiar, that's fine. We used to work at a newspaper together. There's this guy, Taylor Webb. Multiple people, I swear,
nobody said this,
told me it was the Taylor Webb Memorial Classic. So I assumed that Taylor Webb was dead. Bad work on my part for not investigating more about that. You will imagine my surprise the morning that the story came out. I had a phone call. My editor transferred it to me and said, "You're definitely going to want to take this phone call." I said, "Hello," and he said, "Hello, is this Kevin?" And I said, "Yes." And he goes, "This is Taylor Webb." To which I go, and he goes, "You might have heard the story of my death has been greatly exaggerated." I was like, huh.
I love the sense of humor he had with it, though.
I did think it was hilarious eventually. In the moment, I was really mad at myself for making that mistake. So, look, Raiders, it happens to the best of us.
I want to point out, Kevin, 2 things.
You can continue to prosper, hopefully.
1, I was sitting next to you whenever that phone call came in, and I could hear in your voice, your tone had changed, all right? If that makes any sense.
Dion.
And
Yeah.
then on top of that, when our boss came over and the smile on his face to transfer that call to you, he was so excited and ecstatic. And that's what you do, man. You have fun at work. Otherwise, it's just a job.
G-Bag. They're at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. They'll do biggest L, biggest dub. That was the biggest L for me of the week and many other weeks. All right. Somebody earlier said their game they're most looking forward to is the Chiefs and Raiders. Only one other person in football since 1950 has a more dominant run than Patrick Mahomes does against the Raiders. Patrick Mahomes is averaging 37.4 points per game against the Raiders. The only person he trails...
Is this only against the Raiders specifically?
Specifically against the Raiders. In 8 career games, he's averaging 2,546... he has 2,546 yards, 22 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions.
So he's only trailing Steve DeBerg?
It is not Steve DeBerg. I'll give you one more. It's a great quarterback.
An AFC quarterback?
I did not say that.
Can you give me a hint?
It is an AFC quarterback.
It's an AFC great quarterback. Mike, give me an AFC great.
Peyton Manning?
That is correct.
Nice, Mike.
My next hint was going to be he played for a team that tried to do the same thing again, and it's failing miserably for them right now.
Cowboys.
No, it would be the Broncos at one point. But Peyton Manning averaged 40 points per game in his starts against the Eagles.
That's special. That is special, man.
And that's a minimum of at least 5 starts.
Mahomes is in Manning category. Like,
sure.
I mean, whenever Mike brings it up and people they'll try and dog Mahomes all the time because, he's not this, he's not that. That dude is a special football player, man. And if you're not seeing that, we are witnessing like a very special quarterback in our era right now.
I would also like to say, in the world of ranking quarterbacks, I think Peyton Manning gets disrespected because he was in the Tom Brady era of winning all those Super Bowls. The dude won 5 MVPs, does have 2 Super Bowl titles. I know the last one, he didn't play very well that whole season, was not the Peyton Manning that we had seen, but Peyton Manning is arguably the greatest quarterback of all time. I would say he is the greatest quarterback of all time, missing kind of the run of Super Bowls that obviously Joe Montana and Tom Brady had.
Right.
But it just doesn't seem to matter in our public world. And this is where things aren't fair. Reggie doesn't, I tell Reggie all the time, it's not fair. I get it. Because you know what? I love Peyton Manning. But Peyton Manning just doesn't get near the respect of other quarterbacks that won more Super Bowls.
Do want to thank the Tolos and the Twolos. I asked a question. Y'all have responded and sent me multiple links to what the allegations are against this chess cheater and what he was really doing. I will look into that and read these stories in the break, but that is fantastic. As we work things in along the way, from the 214, shout out to me. I won $500 in a $10 scratch-off lottery ticket.
What?
That's pretty impressive.
See, I'm real anal about not getting lottery tickets. Because I feel like I'm not gonna win. That's one of those things that really turns me off.
Do you get really nervous and beads of sweat start coming down?
Absolutely, all the time.
I get what you're doing right now.
Heart starts pumping, everything's kind of vibrating,
Stop that. All right. Stop that. Now, since we're talking about Patrick Mahomes, do you think that this could be awkward? The Chiefs and the Raiders are playing on Monday Night Football. Patrick Mahomes has 162 career touchdown passes. Troy Aikman has 165, which means he might, if not definitely will, surpass Troy Aikman.
Will he blow a kiss up to the press box?
That would be awesome.
And Troy gives him the middle finger,
I feel like
that's what I want to see.
I feel like Troy Aikman will be like, yeah, he's great. He's better than me. But if I were him, I would be like, well, that's great. Win a couple more Super Bowls, then we'll talk. I don't think that's what he will do, but I think that
you
would
don't
be
think Troy's
going
to try and run down there and swat one of the potential touchdown passes and be like, not today, buddy.
I think it'll be great because then people like Ryan Drees will text me and tell me how horrible Troy Aikman was as a quarterback, that a guy in his 5th year of starting passed Troy Aikman already. And I'm like, I get it. You're a 49ers fan. You think Troy Aikman's overrated. You think Emmitt Smith's overrated. You think Michael Irvin's overrated. That's the thing about it's weird that everybody thinks they're all bad. It's like, how did they win? And they're like, their offensive line and defense. Like, all right, name me all the offensive linemen in the Hall of Fame. Larry Allen wasn't even there
For the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was only there for the last one, right?
Yeah, in terms of being a starter. Yeah, because I think he got here in 94.
Yeah.
Here's the weird thing, is people will knock Troy Aikman for not having the stats, and then they'll knock Emmett. And I was like, well, Emmett has the stats. He has literally the
All
stat
offensive
that
line.
matters.
All right, well, how many of those guys are represented in Cooperstown, in Canton?
One.
Like, yeah.
And he wasn't there for all three of the Super
Yeah,
Bowls.
so it's interesting that nobody respects those offensive linemen, and yet, all the guys that were the exterior players are all sucked.
I feel like this is too much to sue for. And maybe this, Corey, I know you're big on the negotiating tactic, is there's this fella, and he said his name is Daniel Vitale. I'm sure he's awesome. He bought a flag that flew over Foxborough Stadium on December 22nd of 2001. Okay?
Like on an airplane?
No. Like an actual flag that flew like on the flagpole at the stadium.
Okay.
He got Tom Brady to sign it.
Oh, that's cool.
So the Patriots Museum asked if they could borrow the flag. And he said, no problem.
For how long?
I think they used it for most of last season. And they brought it back to him, and he said the signature of Tom Brady is so faded, he's suing for $1 million.
Hell yeah. I love it.
That is too much. And then this is how he pitched it in his lawsuit. There's some amazing things in here. He described the flag as a priceless piece of sports memorabilia and historical artifact as it flew over a stadium that is now closed. He went on to say,
that's why a museum wanted it.
Yes. He went on to say, remember, this game took place December 22nd. He went on to say, the flag was so significant to me because it was right after 9/11, and it was the last regular season game at Foxborough. I don't know if you should invoke 9/11 if it wasn't like the next game they had, or maybe the one after that. It was 3 months later. Like, I don't know if that's going to work in your lawsuit.
I agree, but that was still a significant impact even that many months later.
I agree with that in terms of the broader scope of the world. It had a huge impact for a long time. I just don't think his lawsuit is going to work for, I had the flag that flew at the stadium 3 to 3.5 months after 9/11, and Tom Brady autographed it, so I won $1 million.
Was it an American flag?
Yes.
And Tom Brady he desecrated the flag.
Ooh, you know what? I'll double check on that. Maybe it was. It says a U.S. flag. What are you doing right now? They're not going to.
Imprison Tom Brady is all that I suggest at this point.
Stop that.
You can't do that. Dude, I did not burn a $5 bill the other day live on radio because I am that much of an American.
And by the way, Dicker the Kicker is going to start for the Eagles this weekend. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
Brady.
Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. Let us know. We'll do predictions as well next right here on The Fan.
Be a part of the From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday. This one is great, and this guy's been a great Tolo. Steven in Rockwall, he said, shout out to him and his wife. He just hit his weight loss goal of 25 pounds on soda. It's an amazing feeling. Says it owes it all to the radio station. I would have never done this program without the reviews and what you guys have said this program has done for y'all. That's awesome. And then
congratulations.
That is tremendous. The 817 shout out to Mike. Y'all should drop the and put the M in there to make it the KMC Masterpiece. Mike does a phenomenal job, and he is a great asset. I agree that he does a phenomenal job and is absolutely a great asset. Now,
thanks for saying that on the air.
Do you agree about the other part?
No.
Okay.
What was the other part?
Don't worry about it, Mike. Everything's fine.
Is all right. He'll get there. No, we're gonna watch the gears move. He'll get there. Is Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because? From the 817, Cowboys win because primetime Turpentine returns a punt touchdown and gives us the lead for good late in the game.
All right. He's already made one good play for us this year.
So have you been underwhelmed thus far by him? I'm seriously asking. I know people hyped it up.
Not me, but I think if you hyped him up as good as Deion Sanders in the kick and punt game, then I think that you should be very disappointed with what he's done so far.
Have you and Dawson worked this out? Are y'all still upset with each other over this statement?
No, not upset. I just thought that he built up a minor leaguer way too much.
Okay, you think Turpentine is
he's made it to the major leagues.
Uh-huh.
He's a major leaguer now. But usually if you're not drafted, if you're not hyped up out of college, and then you have to work your way through minor league football to find your way back into major league football, you usually then don't become one of the greatest returners in the history of football.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I just wanted to kind of hear that.
I mean, he worked his butt off. Turpentine worked his butt off.
And I think it's
to get to the NFL.
I'm glad he's on the team.
Yes.
I think he's a
and
good part of this team.
he does have the ability and speed and quickness to maybe return one. But I don't think he's the best returner in the NFL.
If he breaks, that's the thing. If he breaks through that last person, you're not catching him.
Yeah.
I believe that at this point is he does have that speed where if he gets by, you're not catching him.
Yeah, just he has to try to juke a punter, which he failed at doing earlier in the year.
We'll work on that. From the 806, can I get a shout out? I won Royal Rumble tickets this week and get to take the bus to San Antonio with you guys.
Yeah,
we still have not confirmed
I might have been
that
kicked off.
it's going to be a bus trip or anything like that just yet. From the 817, Cowboys lose because McVay always has their number. Prove me wrong. This one might be my favorite so far, though, from the 254. Cowboys win because Parsons is going to eat up that O-line like a bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That is a phenomenal text in right there.
I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
From the 214, Cowboys win because of Cooper effing Rush. Cowboys lose if his interceptions count this time. We definitely dodged a couple of bullets with all that last time.
How many more times will that happen, by the way?
At least once.
Because and again, that was my thank you letter last week, Kev, or this week, because
thank you officials.
The referees were like, it made it feel like they weren't against us for the first time, and that never feels that way.
Can I do mine?
Sure.
All right. Which one do you want me to do first?
Let's go win.
Cowboys win because this is the best defense in the NFL.
Yep.
And they make Matthew Stafford's life miserable. And they can't move the ball. They create turnovers. They create easy scoring situations for the Cowboys offense. Because I do think the Cowboys offense is going to struggle to move the ball in this game too.
Can I get my win because we're on the same page here. A depleted Rams offensive line means constant pressure on Matthew Stafford, and the Rams are unable to push the ball down the field. So I think we're pretty well there.
All right, so Cowboys lose because, I mean, I don't like saying this, but this isn't an NFC East opponent. And the Cowboys have had a very favorable, to me, 2-game schedule after Cincinnati, and they got the NFC East craps. And I don't think New York's a good team. I know what their record is. I think they're one of the 10 worst teams in the NFL.
Okay.
I think Washington is one of the 10 worst teams in the NFL.
That
and
I could certainly see.
we play great against those teams for a good, 3 to 5 year period. I don't have to go back and look, but Washington and New York cannot beat the Dallas Cowboys. They just can't. And so we're in that situation. I'm not saying the Cowboys aren't a good team. The Cowboys are a good team. Here's the next one. The Cowboys beat Cincinnati, and they're a solid team. We get to see how good or how not good they are against Baltimore this week. But that game was at home. So now you're asking your backup quarterback to go on the road against, I think LA's a good team. I don't think they're a great team. I don't think they're a Super Bowl favorite or anything like that. But you're going on the road against a good team. So that being said, a backup quarterback on the road against a good team might be just too much to overcome.
Okay, my Cowboys lose because was an over-aggressive pass rush leaves you exposed to screen passes. Although I know Mickey's convinced they will try to run the ball. I think it's going to be those short passes that hit the edge that could potentially hurt them. So if they lose, that's how they're going to lose. I will say for the record, I'm predicting Cowboys 23-17. So I think they will win this game.
That was 1 point off last week. 1 point.
I'm sorry.
Stupid Maher got his extra point blocked.
I don't think working here I've ever picked the score right.
Do you blame a kick being blocked more often than not on the line or the kicker?
That's fine.
Okay.
But he was kicking it. Kick it over him,
No,
bro.
I hear you.
I'm going to pick the Cowboys to lose since you did pick your score.
Yeah.
I am going to pick 16-13 LA.
Okay.
So a low scoring,
better than last night still.
Game.
There's
but
touchdowns.
I'm going to pick a very close loss for the Dallas Cowboys.
Cowboys win. It's because Stafford can't throw the ball downfield this year.
I think that is right.
I think and maybe he's fools me this week, but I don't. A, to your point, he doesn't have the time.
Right.
And B, I think something's wrong with the arm.
We talked about that extensively in the offseason. They're like, he's fine.
So I haven't seen that dude whipping the ball down the field the way he typically, confidently does. So because the Cowboys get to play in a small window, I think the Cowboys will win because of that.
I like that a lot.
Cowboys lose if Allen Robinson gets in the end zone twice. Because that tells me that not only did Cooper Kupp run all over the place and get his, but then Allen Robinson, who's been 4 catches, 9 catches? Something stupid right now through the season. They were like, Robert Woods, see you later, buddy. We're fine. We got Allen Robinson on the way, and he's been useless for them.
And that kind of feeds into the idea that Cooper Kupp can get his, and it might not really hurt you because of like what we saw last week.
But if the other guys get theirs, trouble. And I'll go 23-13.
Cowboys?
Cowboys.
I love it. From the 3-2-1. Cowboys win because Stafford throws multiple interceptions. Cowboys lose because the offensive line can't keep up with the Rams' defensive line.
Did you love my score?
I think your score is very possible, but you said we're going to lose.
I know, but every time you just say what you...
Because he says we're going to win.
You say, I love it.
I love scenarios in which we win.
Losing
scenario. I would rather us win than lose, Mike. That does not seem like the most complex idea.
I want to say I love your score too.
All right, Cowboys win 42-0.
Oh, you don't mean that. You don't.
I just want you to say I love it, and you love it more.
Do you remember last week though? I loved
31-0.
yours the most.
Okay.
From the.
Well, I want you to love mine the most.
From the. Oh my God. See, Joey, that's what we're talking about right there. Mark that. From the 8-1-7. Win because Diggs grabs 2 picks off of Stafford and Money Maher kicks a game winner. Man, I will tell you this.
This is a pick party.
If Trayvon Diggs has 2 interceptions and we still need the game-winning field goal, there will be parts of me that are like, why are other parts of this game not working for us whatsoever? From the 6-8-2, Cowboys win because they crush Stafford. Cowboys lose because the ends over pursue and the Rams run for 150 yards. That falls in line very similarly to how I think this could play out. And this has become kind of a tradition from the 4-6-9. Cowboys will win because we simply outswag the Rams. And yes, Kevin, I text in the same thing every week. I don't care. In Mike voice, get used to it or deal with it.
Deal with it.
Sorry,
I don't say get used to it.
Sorry, deal with it. We were thinking about putting together NAMI shirts that say deal with it on the back. What would you think about a NAMI shirt that says Yeah, I need help with my mental health. And then on the back, it's just a picture of Mike going deal with it.
How you feel about that, Mike?
I like it.
I think that would be pretty cool,
That's
actually.
a great idea. And then we can go on tour with them. And any proceeds go to Nami.
Yes. I thought you were about to say to us when you said on tour, and I was like, I don't love that part as much.
You don't like going on tour?
I do, but as long as the money goes to the charity.
I love Nami, dude.
I do love Nami.
All I know is this. That spin rate crap that I get told that Shane Bieber isn't good anymore because his spin rate has gone down. He has 5 shutout innings in this first game.
So here's a little background of that, and I swear we'll get back to these.
Sorry.
Mike told me in the pre-show, he goes, hey, you know what I'm going to do starting at 11 o'clock? Just watch baseball. And it felt like a threat. And so I know he was joking, but it felt like a threat. And we've been talking about pitchers to pick up for the Rangers, and Mike's been told, well, like his spin rate is dropping. And so now that we're 5 shutout innings in, he's been like victory lapping around here being like, oh, but we can't use him because his spin rate's down.
Yeah, it's all luck. Obviously, all the research and development team is like, yeah, he has 5 shutout innings, but we don't care about that. His spin rate isn't that great. Your mom's spin rate isn't that great either.
My God.
Well, it probably isn't.
Sorry,
She's probably
my
not a
goodness.
Major League Baseball
Working on
pitcher.
that. From the 4-6-9, Cowboys lose because they can't get more than 2 touchdowns, which is interesting because I think a 2-touchdown game could definitely win it for you because we've seen that multiple times over the last couple of weeks where that like 20-point-ish range gets you there with some field goals from Maher, who's been really good.
Could the Cowboys do it again? 5 straight weeks of less than 20 points?
I'm picking it.
Yeah.
That's the thing is I think the Cowboys
I would have to go back and research if that's been done.
I would have never guessed 2 weeks ago that I would be saying Cowboys only lose by 3 in this game. With Cooper Rush being the quarterback, I thought I'd be picking something more of like a 27-14 type of score. But because the Cowboys have played so well recently, because LA's not playing well, I'll be honest, I want to pick the Cowboys, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, can Cooper Rush really go 4-0 and go on the road and win in LA? I got to pick them to lose every once in a while, so I'm going to pick them to lose this one. I've picked them to win the last 2 games.
All right. I'm looking back at it, and the 1972 Cowboys started holding 5 opponents under 20 points. So it has happened at least, I'm going to keep going back. It's happened at least one time in franchise history, but that would only further the idea that you have the best defense in football, which I think a lot of us are pretty keen on right now. From the 214, Cowboys win because this is not a road game for us. I mean, I think we feel that way. Jerry made allusions to that. I think worst case scenario, it'll be 35 to 40% Cowboys fans in that building.
A couple of great texts here, Kevin, from the 254. Kevin, no one has a more patronizing or condescending sure than you do, and I love it every time you say it. And then from the 817, I forgive Mike for making fun of that Tolo's mom spin rate. So they're incorporating lots of conversation from our show in there.
Hey, and I want to address this because somebody.
But I didn't say it directly to a Tolo. I said it to the people that are research and development teams that just think spin rates are more important than, hey, I got 3 outs in this inning and nobody scored. Don't care. Your spin rate wasn't good.
And from the 469. Cowboys lose because Kevin didn't tell Jerry thank you for his great compliment.
He did compliment
You know
us.
what my response to that person was earlier? Because he didn't answer my question. But that being said, I'm not too prideful to say thank you if it helps us get a win. So maybe I am since there's a qualifier on it. Thank you very much, Jerry. That was a really nice thing that you said about us, the station,
the 2 or 3 listeners we have out there.
I have to thank Carter, too, because he's getting ready for OU to beat UT tomorrow. And he was like, hey, man, let's party. Let's get some pizza to party. And we poo-pooed on his pizza party. But I just want to thank Carter just because, you know, I'm eating like really good.
Does it make you a bigger jerk if you say no and then you're like, you know what, I will have pizza? And he's like, but I planned it out accordingly.
This is exactly. It's like when somebody says, can I get a fry? And you're like, that's exactly the amount of fries I was going to need to be full.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will jump on to the Expressway for the lunch rush. Have you ever been to the Cotton Bowl for Texas OU? And what's the best spot in the Metroplex to watch this game? Plus some Mike Likes It. All of it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Before
Need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Yeah, of course. They can run or throw with that timeout to use here. Direct snap. Brooks trying to make something happen. He breaks free. Kennedy Brooks says, we get the field goal. Put him with a touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We enter the lunch rush as part of the expressway, and I want you to know this. I told Joey I would like a Texas or OU highlight to come back. That was all of my explanation. So I do believe you now know who Joey is choosing in the Red River rivalry.
Oh, interesting. They changed the name again.
The Red River.
Or
Red
will it
River.
always be the Red River Shootout to you? I know some people hate it when things change their names and everything like that. Much like the spin rate gods got right back at Mike in very quick fashion.
He threw a fastball and only spun 3 times.
So, my question for y'all is, because my son had asked about going to the game this weekend, because he's a huge Texas fan, and he got the opportunity to go out to Royal a couple weeks ago to watch Texas play, and he was talking about wanting to go to the game. So my question for everybody is going to be, have you ever been to the Cotton Bowl for Texas OU? Did it live up to your hype? And then what's the best spot in the Metroplex to watch the game? And from the 214, yes, sir, I've been to the game every year since I got out of prison. And before I went to prison, I went to 6 in a row. And then they said Boomer Sooner. So
first things first. Why were you in prison? Is that an okay question? Like, you don't ask.
I don't know.
It's a
their
great
weight or
question.
age.
Yeah. It is a great question. That person went to prison.
Uh-huh.
If you know they went to prison, I need to know why you went to prison.
Yeah.
Okay.
That way I can.
He dropped it in the text. I'm sure he doesn't.
There are lots
mind.
of conversation pieces that come from that.
Yeah. From the 956, also shout out to my little kiddos who are traveling to the Rio Grande Valley for the weekend. 8-hour drive starts right now. Hope they're listening to the fan the whole way.
The 817. Noah is a huge Texas fan. Did he even go there?
I'm sorry. Brandon.
You have 2 sons at this point, Kevin.
Is something I'm still working on.
Wow.
And
Noah's going to be so let down.
It's a weird deal, and I know it makes no sense because I refer to Brandon as my son and Noah as the baby, and I know that makes no logistical sense whatsoever. I will work on that. I've been working on saying my sons or the boys. I've been working on that.
I always say my boys. Like I do refer to them.
Because you had your kids in a normal trajectory. All right, I waited until Brandon was almost 18 to have another kid. What the hell kind of sense does that make?
All the time.
No, they don't, Mike.
I know the person.
Is it me?
No, other people we've talked to.
Okay.
On air?
Yeah.
All right. Kevin.
Even further apart.
At some point.
Okay, I love to hear that.
At some point, you're going to say, this is my adult and this is my child.
Yeah. Look, it's a good
This is my
thing.
adult.
I'm telling you, it's a good thing that this wasn't the 50s or 60s, Mike. It's a good thing. I hope that did not get picked up by the fan cam. It's a good thing it's not like the 50s or 60s and it wasn't my daughter instead, because nobody would believe that kid was my kid.
Went to prison for selling hash and weed from the 214.
Well, the events of the last couple of days.
Finally.
Okay. I mean,
he probably got pardoned.
Good.
There's a whole bunch of people that were in jail that got out.
But he said he's been to it since he got out of prison. So I do not believe that just took place. For the 817, my house is the best place to watch OU Texas. Already have the smoker getting ready for the brisket. We'll put down a pork butt with a few racks of ribs. Nothing better than sitting outside, watching on a 65-inch TV. And then they said I'm watching Texas lose.
Dude, I didn't even think I should go ahead and get a brisket tonight and get it ready, get it started.
Movie gonna be canceled?
No, that's tomorrow night. So tonight I'm free.
Okay.
Actually, she's doing stuff, so I'm free to do whatever I want.
Okay.
With whomever I want to.
Stop. Not that second part.
You can. They have that rule in place.
Not whoever though. There's only like 5 or 6 select people.
From the 817. Shout out to me. I've been a Tolo since 2014. Been through 2 trucks, 4 homes, a marriage, and a baby, but always the fan. Long live the fan. Love hearing that.
Damn right.
Now, Corey, I
We'll never
really,
leave you.
I really wanted to ask you this question because
What?
somebody messaged me about the best place to watch
Okay.
Texas OU if you're not going to the game. And you obviously come from like a bartending background. Is there a place or set of places that you...
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you, Kevin,
That's
and
fine.
stop you there and just
That's
move on
fine.
with this. Back when I was in my partying days,
right?
We would go down to like the McKinney Avenue stuff. That was
Okay.
a really good area. McKinney Avenue Bar and Grill was a great spot to go check it out. Christie's was awesome. Where I worked was a really fun spot to watch it. At Pueblo, which is now I think Blackfriars. That place down there was popping. The West End is always cool, but I did find this as a list. All right,
Oh,
this is the
okay.
Oh.
a list from papercitymag.com, which
Is that?
Have you ever heard of that before?
I'm not familiar. By the way, thank you so much to the handful of Tolos who have sent in the age gaps between their children. It makes me feel a lot better.
Told you.
From drink and dining specials to a 104-foot media screen.
Oh.
These are the best places in DFW, according to papercitymag.com,
Sure.
to watch Texas OU this weekend. So if you're like, I haven't found a spot yet,
right?
But check these out. The Rustic. You guys been to the Rustic yet?
I know that place because of Eric Nadell.
It's like right there. Like it's right near where we are right now.
Oh,
And
I'm thinking of the Kessler. No, actually, I have been to the Rustic.
Rustic's dope. Mike, have you been there?
I haven't. I've driven. I've been there one time, but it was a long time ago before COVID. So
I went there to meet up with NAMI people.
I went there after the last Mudbug Bash. I wound up over there somehow watching a band, and I know Derek Holland has done his event there for 60 Feet 6 down at the Rustic too. So it's a really got a cool stage, a cool outdoor venue, and the inside.
What's the food like there?
I don't think I had food when I was there.
Yeah, I think I had some nachos.
So you can eat.
There's some nice. They have Red River wings. So they're going to have some wings there for you. They have some team-themed cocktails.
They got their wings out of the Red River.
Don't do that. Never do that. That is a dirty river. The watch party is free and kicks off at 9 a.m. And there's going to be live music there too. It is, I will say this, the style of person is very Dallas. Like that is a very Dallas style.
SMU-ish? Is that what you're saying?
SMU, Mavs game, kind of lower level bowl Mavs people that I'm
Fake
talking
boobs.
about. A lot of that going on. So that's
Collared shirts. Yeah, I'm with you.
I like collared shirts.
You're not wearing a collared shirt right now.
From papercitymag.com, Jackson, Texas Kitchen and Beer Garden off of Ackerd Street is a good place to go check it out. I think Fat Daddy's might be an awesome place to check it out too, just throwing that out there.
But what if I wanted to do that sooner?
You can go today and hang out with G-Bag Nation during their show today. Absolutely. That's a great spot. It's Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. They have 27 TVs at Jackson, by the way, and a 16-foot media screen. So 16 feet of action right there for you.
Mike's getting some action over here when he's excited
Yeah,
about Cleveland
baby!
hitting a home run.
Ramirez coming through. One of the most underrated hitters in the game, by the way.
The Art Park at Trinity Groves. I don't know if Trinity Groves is a dope little
I
area.
used to play at Art Park as a kid, but I think they got rid of their baseball fields.
It's an outdoor watch party. They have drink specials, live music, hot dogs, and burgers.
Can I ask you a quick question about this?
And they have all these little fire pits, Kevin, with TVs right next to them.
That sounds awesome and might answer my question. At this time of year, would you rather do your football watch party outside?
Yes.
Because usually I'm against that. I'm like, we have air conditioning and stuff. But at this time of year.
This is the perfect weather right now. Oh, wow. From the 682.
It's a change down, McClanahan, not a change up.
Corey, the Rustic has the highest alcohol sales in all of DFW.
That does not surprise me.
Katy Trail Ice House is second. So there you go. That's a great spot. This is near my area, Legacy Food Hall. If you haven't been to Legacy Food Hall, it is dope, right?
It is. It is really cool.
They have a 24-foot LED screen outside in their little, like the corridor area.
They were watching a movie on that when I went there.
Since you're a bartender, I'm wondering this, because there's other games happening. When you're here in Dallas during the Texas OU game, how many TVs are also on, let's say, I don't know what time Texas Tech and Oklahoma State play, or A&M and Alabama.
Right,
but
how many?
So
usually
if you want to go and have a lot of other games on, it's going to be tough.
The big TV will be on this game. All right, and then there will be another TV. Somebody will request it. For the most part, though, you're not going to be able to find it.
And so that's the idea of, are you going to watch football or are you going to watch this specific game, right? Because if you're going to watch this specific game, you're good to go.
There also, by the way, at the Legacy Food Hall, there will be a performance by country western dance team Mustang Stampede from J.J. Pierce High School.
Yeah, we had some friends who just got married and they had their rehearsal dinner out there, and it was really fun.
Second floor at the Exchange is on this list. Kevin, you and I and Mike and Reggie have been there a couple of different times. It's awesome food, and they have a lot of stuff going on uptown as well. And I'll also add this. If Grandscape is using their big screen like they did the other day when Texas lost to Tech,
right?
And I was introducing the Desperado band. They were awesome, by the way. Grandscape is a awesome place to go hang out and watch a game.
Dude, they're reviewing the home run because Rosario on first base might have not touched second because he was watching the home run.
No. Does that mean only that run doesn't count then?
Yeah, he's an out.
Okay.
And then Ramirez would make it 1-1.
Okay.
So, and then Happiest Hour in Uptown off of Olive Street is a pretty awesome place. They got some OU flags flying in there if you want to go check that out.
Okay, there's an amazing combination of things happening on the fan text right now, Corey. Is some people making jokes about spin rate. A lot of people telling me how far from the 214, my two daughters are 23 years apart. That is incredible. I honestly love hearing that because sometimes we meet up or like do group things with other parents and stuff where like you're going through classes and a lot of them are younger or their kids are like, oh yeah, we have a 3-year-old along with our newborn, and you're like, yeah. And so I appreciate hearing that. Then there's people saying who they're rooting for in the game. And then there's also people having a sub-conversation about just the Rustic. And then other places too. It feels like a very busy subreddit, but they can't see what each other are saying.
Kevin,
it's tremendous.
That is the epitome of the rush hour. Like
yes.
the expressway that we're on right now. And if you look outside at Central Expressway, there are a lot of different cars just sitting around talking to each other.
Yeah, and like, look, these are in succession. I remember back in the 80s working in the West End in Dallas.
Insane.
I was a food server for Sonny Brian's Barbecue. The whole West End was a party for both schools. Followed with, wouldn't the number one spot be to watch the game at home? Followed by, my two daughters are 23 years apart. Followed by somebody saying hook 'em. So like, and then a breakdown of the Rustic chicken and mac and cheese. And so there's like a whole bunch of different things happening, and I love it all.
They didn't change it. He touched the base.
So it's 2-1 Cleveland?
2-1 Cleveland.
All right. And then also this. We talk about this all the time. From the 682, the weather is perfect outside. Very next text, within the span of 3 seconds, it's still too hot.
So too hot.
People make responses and they can't even see them. And just real quick, from the 817.
No, you real quick.
TCU Kansas is more important. From a perspective of the rankings, sure. From the perspective of what people in the Metroplex right now will be talking about, it's just not. I'm not saying it's fair or unfair. It's not.
So I've never been, Corey, and maybe you never have either. Has anybody text in real quick? Maybe this goes into Mike Likes It. I'm sorry, but I don't want to go to the State Fair of Texas at all today. Like, I think it would be miserable because of how many people would be at the State Fair. Do people enjoy going to the State Fair when it's super packed?
Okay.
It's tough.
I will tell you, though, you have to time it just right. But for a while, I went to the State Fair during Texas OU with my grandfather when I was a kid, and it was like a ghost town. Now, I know that is...
Oh, because they're all in the stadium.
Yeah, but I know that has changed to a certain degree because the party is kind of like spread out a little bit more. So that is a good question.
I've been on multiple different times. I love first day, and like the first day, it's very like you get there first. You be one of the first 400 people to get in.
Free corny dog.
You can make your way around that place and enjoy it and everything. I have also been at night where it was shoulder to shoulder everywhere you went, and it was almost impossible to walk around. Like, those are difficult days. I will never go on a weekend or a Sunday again. I will only go during the week. As a matter of fact, I might be taking the boys on Monday. Right after the show, I might leave here and go straight over there, and Monday afternoon just hang out with them.
Is that their fair day?
They're off school for Monday and Tuesday. I have no clue why.
My kid's off for the whole week.
And my wife is out of town for the weekend. So.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah.
Look at her.
School
But
people got
I just like the fair, though. I love the environment. I really do. Like, there's just stuff. There's chaos going around all over the place. I like it.
Do you want me to ask you a random Mavs trade question before we segue into Mike Likes It?
Dude, I mean, you just got me going.
Okay. All right.
Like sexually?
Oh, my God.
In every way possible.
Oh, my God.
You just changed to Mavericks. We haven't talked to Mavericks for 1 second today.
I know, aren't you?
And they're playing a huge preseason game tonight that Luke is making a season
nobody
debut.
is ever playing a huge preseason game. What do you think about this idea that at the end of the season, assuming the Mavericks are not bottom 10, so they can convey that pick,
right?
What do you think about the idea of them going all out for a Donovan Mitchell type player, like just that level of status?
Like right around top 20 players?
Exactly. Because then you could trade your 25, 27, and 29 first-round picks with pick swaps in between, and then potentially package out some of your less desirable contracts because of all the draft assets. Do you think something like that could get you a big-time secondary player?
Yes. You know what would help is if Josh Green and Hardy had productive minutes every once in a while.
Because then you could throw them in as a sweetener.
Then teams could say, well, yeah, we want those picks, but I'll tell you what, that Josh Green who played 15 to 20 minutes for you, we think we can use them in more minutes because we have more time because we're not trying to make the playoffs, and he really improved in his third year. Because just think of, I mean, as much as Brunson just got that huge contract, Brunson was okay at best going into this year.
Yeah.
I mean, he couldn't even play basketball in the playoffs against the Clippers, right? They were able to shut him down immediately, and he wasn't very good. And then this year, he kept progressing and getting better, and then he had his moments in the playoffs when Luka was out those first 3 games where he really carried a team. So I'm not saying Josh Green will do that, but it'd be really nice if he started doing Jalen Brunson
But also,
stuff.
He'll have way more of an opportunity to show that to any extent than Hardy will, I think.
Yes,
like
Hardy probably is going to play more G League games.
Yeah,
he's not on the at night team. He'll be on the Frisco basketball players. Frisco Rough Riders. What are they called? Frisco Salvadors.
The Frisco Salvadors.
The Rough Riders?
No. He's talking about the basketball
the Frisco
team.
Horsies. Frisco Broncos. Frisco Titans.
Nope.
Frisco,
let him keep going.
What are the Frisco basketball team called? The minor league team.
You can figure this out. You're a legend, man. You can do it.
Frisco.
It's not Frisco, Mike. It's Texas.
Legends. Thank you.
So my hint of saying you can do it, man. You're a legend. Nothing. It's not
the
Frisco.
State of Texas.
It's Legends.
That's what the state of Texas will do.
They were
for you.
dead to him ever since RJ got canned.
Is this what we're seeing outside here? Is this Texas OU weekend
Yes.
traffic?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's state fair traffic.
Holy
I will tell you this.
crap.
So, like, here's the thing.
Because people are coming from both sides into our Metroplex.
Yeah, and like whenever I go home off of 30, it's usually the way if you're going 30 that goes out to like Garland and stuff, it's easy to get there. But if you're breaking off into the city, it's tough. Now this past week it's flipped because people are like, but this is also the way to the state fair. So I definitely think that's what you're seeing right now. All right.
Follow me if you want to live.
Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
All right, Mike Likes It. First, I want to thank the Tolos and Derek Holland. Yesterday during Mike Likes It, I talked about going out on more dates with my wife. And so I'm going out on a date tonight with my wife. And suggested by a few Tolos and Derek Holland was Ocean Prime. So tonight I'm going to go out to
Is
a
that
place.
like a seafood and a steak place?
It is, yeah, because
Okay.
I wanted to make sure we're going out on a double date. And my friend Jeremy, who is a Tolo, listens to the station quite a bit, big LSU fan.
Okay.
And moved into the Metroplex, really likes, he's a Saints fan, but he's really fallen in love with the Dallas Mavericks because of Luka. And growing up in Louisiana, you're really not he grew up before there was the New Orleans Pelicans or the New Orleans Hornets. And there's really not much of a connection there. So he's really enjoying watching the Mavericks and becoming a Maverick fan. But he's like you, Kevin. I have to check with him on his palate. He has, I will say he has a more variety of things he likes than you.
Yeah.
But one of the things that is just the funniest thing to me is he doesn't like anything white because he assumes it has mayonnaise in it. Does that make sense? Like he doesn't like ranch. He doesn't like blue cheese.
Rice.
He doesn't like mayonnaise, obviously, but he's just, No, like something creamy.
Okay, gotcha.
He's just assuming.
It probably does. If it's creamy, it probably does
has
have
some
mayo.
sort of mayonnaise type of or sour cream type of base, and he's like, I'm not dealing with mayonnaise or sour cream, so I just avoid.
Interesting.
I just avoid white creamy things. Pretty much is what he's saying. I know.
For the love of God, Mike, did you do that last part on purpose?
No, but as I was
doesn't sound like it's gonna be a fun date.
getting done with the sentence, then I realized what was about to happen. All right.
Which
So that
actually
being said,
kind of makes sense.
Going there. I'd love to say I have a lot of sports here. I'm very excited because Cleveland is up 2-1 in the 7th inning, and non-spin rate guy might have just given up a home run, but
Nope,
we
it
can't
was
talk
foul.
about that live, but it was foul. Is that you mentioned something just a second ago that I need to know about because he kind of made fun of collared shirts.
Oh, yeah, no.
How many, I wrote this down, how many nice shirts does Kevin own?
Oh, great question.
A lot.
Because he's so rich and
for sure.
Well, okay.
has all these
that
fancy
have
things to
collars
go
on
to.
them.
No,
Okay.
a lot. It's just this job does not require them. There's nothing wrong with wearing a collared shirt. I'm talking about the people who wear a collared shirt because if you don't, you're below them. You know what I'm talking about. Like, especially in this area, you see it. And so there's
East Dallas?
No. Just Dallas in general is you see some people who are like, ew, look at that person. Like, of course I would sit in the 100s. I'm not whatever.
Okay.
I mean, collared shirts. Mike, you work in TV, so you have to have like button ups.
Yeah.
Are button ups
I'm a
different
big
than collared
fan
shirts?
of the David Donahue brand, but they're expensive. But you have to find them on sale. So that's
Lucius
my
is
favorite.
like, that is the one. That is the
Okay.
brand that you must have. Okay. Van Heusen's always been like the one I go after, but David Donahue?
Yes.
All right, I'm going.
But see,
to
and
look.
you know Lucius is not judging people if they don't have a collared shirt either.
Well, I just didn't know. You know, you said like you kind of like were looking down upon collared shirt people.
Yeah, I'm gonna
expensive.
I'm gonna avoid the thing that I really want to say.
All right.
But yeah.
All right. My next thing that I wanted to get to, and Mike likes it. This falls under Jess. Mike likes it.
Okay.
Which, what is the definition of Jess Mike likes it? When
She
listens
thinks
to-
she said it should be called Mike Hates It.
All right. So I've had this question all week and I haven't got to it. So I think about Arlington and Frisco, and this has to do a little bit with Zeke saying, look, I'm not driving from Frisco to Arlington. It's just doesn't like that
Sure.
drive. And you know what? People that live in Arlington, I guarantee you,
Sure.
75% of the people that live in Arlington are like, I'm not driving to Frisco. I hate that drive.
Yeah.
So I think it's both sides have the same feeling of making that drive. It's not the most fun drive to make. I have a question, and then I also have opinions on this. Why do you think that Frisco, where the Cowboys built the practice stadium facility, the surrounding area is so nice? Why do you think the surrounding area of Arlington, where you have the Rangers playing, you have the Cowboys playing, and I know you have the brand new Texas Live and you have the brand new hotel going up, which is, I think, is still another 2-year project. I think that's a year to 2 years away from that. If you can tell, I think that's supposed to be 40 plus stories high, by the way. It's going to take time to build. Why do you think Arlington has struggled so much over 10 plus years now of the Cowboys being there? The Rangers have been there a lot longer, but why do you think that area has struggled so much to build up around that area?
I got a lot of different. There are a lot. Having worked the city beat, on a newspaper, Mike. There's a lot to the way they planned it. I think Arlington was kind of a city already, and Frisco kind of grew later. You know, like right after 2000, it started becoming more. There was a time when the toll road didn't even get to Frisco. It like got almost there and stopped. And the way that they've gone about that, and you look also the toll road does go directly past and into a lot of the very high class business areas, like when Staubach Company was down here off Preston, they're JLL now. There's a lot of companies right there, and so it's an access point for a lot of people that are affluent that moved out to the Frisco area because there was cheaper homes they could build and prop up right there immediately. Now you're talking also about what Jerry Jones did with the Star too. Like that was something where he built the Star and then said, and it's also, we're going to develop these other pieces on top of it. With that, I think he just wanted to put the stadium somewhere. And he was like, y'all can figure out the rest from there. He created the area for the concrete cowboy, the retails and all that stuff to come in there. And here in Arlington, he said, here's the stadium. It will attract people.
Yeah.
That's all I'm worried about. I do think he wishes he could have done in Arlington what he did with the Star. I really think that's something but he didn't realize even the capabilities he was going to be able to have with the cheap land that he was able to get in Frisco.
I think he's definitely onto something there because they missed their chance when they missed the first chance when the 94 ballpark was built out there to start supporting things around there. And then Plano, for the most part, very affluent, and they were like, well, there's nowhere else to go here, so let's see if we can stretch it out and keep going.
And you have that blank slate where there's literally, when you're talking about cheap land, you're not having to knock anything down. Yeah. It's just dirt, and you just get to start, and hey, we bought the land, now what do we want to build on it? Where, nothing against Walmart. Yeah. Walmart's a good company, but, I mean, there's literally a Walmart 50 yards away from the stadium where they're like, you can't park here because it's Walmart parking. So during the game, there's a whole bunch of security / police officers, whatever you want to call them, going, we have to watch this because we don't want people parking at Walmart and then walking to the stadium, which is some of the best parking you could possibly have going there. But it's interesting to me. I'm around there a lot, obviously going to a lot of Ranger games. And I just think to myself, usually when you see a brand new stadium being built, and it does take time, but even now in a bad way, from what I understand, Ross Perot Jr., who hates Mark Cuban who hates Ross Perot Jr., they had their battle in court.
Right.
Ross Perot Jr. owned a lot of the land around the American Airlines Center. So when he lost the battle of getting the money more quickly from Mark Cuban, that the contract said, look, this is how I can pay it this way. I don't have to give you this money right now. I'm not going to. It seemed like Ross Perot Jr. is like, watch this. I'm going to build everything around here. Screw your parking over. Screw that you can't even really see the stadium anymore from the highway. You know, have you noticed that? Like it's almost covered up. If you don't know where it is and you're kind of an outsider, if you're coming in from Austin or, Norman / Oklahoma City right now, you don't even really know, if you've never seen it, where the Mavericks play because it's so covered up by everything that's been built around it. And parking is the worst ever at the AAC. Like it
used to be so easy.
I
now
park
it's
over
not.
a half a mile away.
Yeah.
And I'd rather make that walk just to avoid how bad it is to get out of the American Airlines Center. And I think that's partly because Ross Perot Jr. was like, hey, watch how I can make this a miserable place for you.
Do you park over by like the El Phoenix? Like that
I park
direction?
sometimes over there, but I park even further. Yes. I park further away. Like I park past the Hooters.
Oh, okay. Even further. Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm making a good, I would say, 15-minute walk.
I parked at the aquarium.
I can get out of there and get to my house in 5 minutes.
And that's the thing.
I walk from my house.
I have made the mistake.
In Plano.
Really far away. For a walk. When you park in the parking garage, you might be like, oh, yeah, this is super convenient and right across the street. But when you try to get out of the parking garage, you realize that when people go in the parking garage, their IQ plummets and they're like, I don't know how to drive. I would never work in cooperation with any other human.
It's a good 30 to 45 minutes to get out of the garage. And that's why I'm just like, I'd rather walk 15 minutes than spend 45 minutes sitting in my car.
There used to be a spot right out, and I'm trying to figure out what direction it was, but there used to be this little tiny lot right outside that was like $25 to park in. And I was like, this is worth it because you could get out and onto McKinney Avenue quickly, but I don't even know if that thing exists anymore. I think a loft has been built where it was.
My last Mike Likes It, and it ends Mike Likes It for the week, because I had a whole bunch of good Mike Likes It, according to me.
You did.
I was eating blueberries yesterday.
Yeah, you were.
And man, when you get a good tart blueberry that's kind of a little bit hard, it is the best. The flavor is awesome. When you get the soft, mushy blueberry, it's close to the worst. And so,
what's the percentage breakdown on that?
Right now, it is October, and I feel like you have less than a 50% chance of getting a great blueberry out of your box of blueberries.
Oh.
I feel like, help me out here, Tolos and Towolos. I feel like if you're getting blueberries in the summertime, you have about a 66 to 75% chance of getting a good blueberry. And I've noticed, as good as the big blueberries look, those are usually the worst.
Huh. Really? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because there's too much not sweetness in them.
It's like it's grown too much and it's lost its tartness, and now it's just mushy. It's just a big mushy glob in your mouth.
Feel the same way about like raspberries and blackberries too?
No, I feel like for some reason raspberries and blackberries are tartar, and so they carry more flavor longer. Where blueberries, I love blueberries, but man, if they are not tart, they are just blob in your mouth.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There's that. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, Diggs doesn't travel at all. Why it's good. Could it be bad? Next on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where we got to make up for something real quick.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10.
Now.
Will win a pair of tickets to the 2023 Royal Rumble. It is at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Also, quick side note for you, not surprising, but Lionel Messi confirmed that this World Cup will be his last World Cup. And now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I do have a very interesting Cowboys point I want to get to.
Okay.
I got a scandal. I know, Kevin, you had the salacious chess scandal that I know you're still studying up on. Maybe you
There
can
are some
share
people
those.
disputing that that's what actually happened. It is fascinating. I've
Right.
become enamored with this story.
Yeah.
No spin rate Bieber, 23 outs, 1 run.
Well, that's what I wanted. I wanted to hit that real quick, Mike. There are 2 pitchers in this game that are already pitched seven innings. Like McClanahan is going into his 8th inning, and Bieber's going into his 8th inning. This isn't 2 teams that said, "Hey, let's make sure we only get 5 out of these guys and go straight to our bullpens."
It's kind of impossible to do what research development analytic people want, and that is to have no starters. One, they're trying to save a lot of money to the owners, because just think about it. As an owner, if I have to pay premium pitching, I have to give, right now the Mets are going to play tonight, right? They're paying their starting pitcher tonight $43 million, and after this year, DeGrom becomes a free agent, and somebody will give him a shorter-term contract because he's older and gets hurt a lot, but somebody's going to give him over $40 million too. Well, what if I could eliminate that as an owner?
Right.
Well, the research and development team that I'm paying millions of dollars says, hey, here's a way to limit how much we have to pay starting pitchers. Make them 5-inning guys. If these guys, which here we go, managers in baseball, and I do think the Rays really messed up in the World Series here against the Dodgers, but they're learning their lesson, I think, of like, hey, if a guy's rolling and he's doing great, why would I take him out?
Yep.
Because do I really have 4 or 5 guys better in my bullpen than my best starting pitcher? The answer is no. And so, but it is a way to eliminate. Just think about this. If I'm going to have to pay Aaron Judge and all these premium hitters $40 million, do I want to pay starting pitching if I add it up? Let's just say $70 million for my top 2 guys, and then for my other 3 guys, I know I'm hoping to have guys that are on rookie contracts, but if my number 3 guy is going to cost me close to 15 to 20 million, my number 4 guy is going to cost me 10 to 15 million, and my number 5 guy is going to cost me $8 or $9 million in free agency. How can I eliminate this?
Yeah.
Well, I can eliminate it by saying bullpens are so important that we'll have a guy throw 5 innings that's really good. Well, that'll probably only cost me $25 million. So it's just a way to really limit contracts.
He only
got 23 outs.
Oh man, I do think that's cool in the first game, and I know we got more baseball to watch here, and it's going to change over time. But it is cool that you got 2 pitchers that made it through 7 innings. So that's awesome. All right, so I went to Kevin Broadus has the Gang of 7.
Oh yeah.
Today I reached out to the
Love
four horse people.
Oh.
This isn't the horse people that you saw
Notre Dame
in pardon me for confusing your time or whatever. What was the name of that movie that I watched?
Is it Pardon Me for Interrupting?
Pardon me for interrupting. Yeah, this isn't the horse people from that, which that was
with
wild.
Will Bond.
No, that's different too. You need to go watch this movie, Mike. It's 2 different movies.
Sorry to Bother You? Maybe?
Yeah, there it is. Sorry to bother you.
What a weird movie.
It was wild. But I don't, we're people now, Kevin.
Sure.
I don't want to just say that these are men that I'm talking to. They could be women. You never know. But the 4 horse people that I talked to, I reached out and I was like, hey, because I saw a stat, and I think this was from Patrick Walker. He can correct me if I'm wrong about this over at DallasCowboys.com. He said that Diggs doesn't travel. Diggs has played 100% of his snaps this year on the right side at right cornerback.
Oh.
And I started going back to, there was the huge argument, Mike, back in the day of Patrick Peterson versus Richard Sherman. And they would argue about, well, Richard Sherman doesn't travel. Well, that's the defense that makes it that way. And Patrick Peterson would claim, I'm the best, because I'll travel with whoever your best wide receiver is. I'll go all over the field with them. So I wanted to figure out what the advantage is of not having Diggs travel. And I got the four horse people gave me many different answers. One of them said that it helps them disguise their defense better. Basically, your defense is set, and if you start going with motion, it tells the offense what you're doing. You're lined up, and the offense still doesn't have a clue what you're doing pre-snap because you're coming at them. You are now disguising your defense better because you're not saying this guy is going across the field with that guy whenever they put him in motion.
Okay.
So that's one person saying it helps you. It tells the offense if you have him following, whether or not you're in man or zone. So if you just stay in the look you're in, then they're still trying to figure it out at snap. So it doesn't. So for the Cowboys, and one of these people did say Kupp's going to get 14 catches.
Right.
So like he's going to get them on Diggs, he's going to get them on Brown. He's going to get his catches no matter what. They're going to try to find ways to line that guy up in different scenarios. But one of the things you want to avoid is in the middle of pre-snap, whenever they say, all right, put this guy in motion. Now your cornerback has to go across the field with this guy, and now your defense changes. Now your defense has to essentially say, okay, everybody has new responsibilities because the sides of the field are different. So that's another way. One of the four horse people said that now if you say that this one guy is going to follow one guy, then it forces the rest of your guys in the secondary to then go into zone because they have to then cover all the other loose ends that are going on around there. So there are multiple different angles to go with this. And then the last one, I think this is reasonable. One of the last four horse people said that whenever your guy is really good at what he does, all right? Diggs is really good at saying, I'm going to shut down this side of the field. He's very good at knowing I have this right sideline that I can always push a guy towards. I know that I have this buffer on this side of the field for me, so I can always kind of go this way with it. And I always have this, so let him be so good at what he does in his art and his craft that he can just take care of that spot for you.
I got thinking about, what about that from the offensive line perspective? Because I know they say some great cornerbacks will, of course, travel, as you referenced, but I was thinking about that. I never consider that perspective from offensive line. You're like, Watt's lining up on the other side.
Oh, so you're like Aaron Donald. We're just going to go put our best offensive lineman in front of Aaron Donald all day.
That'd be crazy if they're like, all right, you know what? Now Zach Martin's playing center, and then he'll shift back out to this. And it's the same thing if it was like, hey, Tyler Smith's been doing a great job at left tackle, but they're running off the opposite side. So we're going to move him to right tackle for these snaps or whatever. Like, my brain would explode if that happened. And so that part of it makes a lot of sense to me. I will shut down this side of the field.
But there are there are multiple, and each one of them had a different answer.
Is there one that you find maybe lines up most with your line of thinking?
I think all of them are wrapped into it. All of them had a different perspective on it. But I do think that understanding the way your defense is set up and trying to disguise, which the Cowboys do a pretty good job at, especially with Micah being that piece that you're like, where is he going to be?
One more follow-up question. Do you think you have to travel to be the best?
Well, that is the last piece I didn't get to, was there is the element of you're only going to run so many routes on the outside. When you're in the slot, you have extra routes that you add to it and distances that you can go, right? You can go across the field, you can go to the sideline. So you have all these other things. If you're that good at covering a slot guy, you do get to claim, I can cover you anywhere. I can do anything. I don't think that Diggs can't. I think Diggs could. But it basically gives Diggs the better opportunity to say, I can jump on maybe 4 different routes that this guy can run, as opposed to I got to decide whether this guy's going inside or outside.
So it's kind of the opposite of what we were talking about yesterday with Justin Jefferson, how he has all those yards piled up in 5 different types of routes. Can you cover those 5 different types of routes?
And Diggs can. I think he can cover all those. But if you eliminate a couple of them and not make him have to choose going left or right when a little tiny wide receiver is going back and forth, you just say, hey, you stick to this. You guess this route tree, which, his tendencies, what this coach typically calls for this receiver. You figure out what he's doing, and you have the right side of the field, and our defense doesn't have to change that much because you have to follow this guy. It really gives you a better opportunity to take your risks whenever you want to.
Now, with Trayvon in mind, I thought this was really cool. He's tied for 5th in the NFL for interceptions and leads the league with 9 pass breakups, which is 50% more than any other player in the league.
Oh, wow.
So the highest anybody else has is 6. He has 9. And if he has an interception this week, we mentioned this with Mickey, that will be 3 straight games with an interception for the second time in his career. Only 6 players in NFL history have ever done that.
Really?
Only 6
Name
players.
them all.
I can. Tyrone Braxton.
Okay.
Chris Dishman.
Broke up the 3 J's, huh?
Lester Hayes, Mike Haynes, Xavier Howard, and Barry Wilburn.
All right. Well, I want to see him do it then.
So I would have guessed like your, Dion, Richard Sherman, Darryl Green, but, we went a different direction with this.
I just got a text from somebody that wants to be a horse person, by the way. And then somebody said they prefer to be called a centaur, not horse people.
So what would you think about the 4 centaurs?
The 4 centaurs is what I will call them from now on.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. All right, last thing I wanted to get to, Mike, I've been pushing this off all week. Scandals in chess. Scandals in
poker.
But the most salacious scandal of all was in fishing. And this is where chaos ensued. Have it ready, Joey, because we'll get to it in a minute. The world of competitive fishing, where anglers battle for cash prizes, has been rocked by a cheating scandal that unfolded at a tournament in, you guessed it, Mike, Cleveland.
Oh, what?
The city of Cleveland. It was this past Saturday.
When they took out Bieber, by the way, real quick, they brought in Emmanuel. Steroids are great, Class A.
I don't know what you're saying about that. Does he a known?
Yeah, he got suspended for it. But once he did it, his butt and thighs got a lot bigger and his game got a lot better.
The tournament to crown
sounds about right.
The best walleye fisherman on Lake Erie took a scandalous turn when the local tournament director discovered that 2 fishermen, considered the team to beat, by the way, inflated the weight of their catch by stuffing the fish with lead sinkers and then padding the inside of the walleye with fillets. So they stuck 8-ounce weights inside of these things and then added more fillet into their stomachs.
So they turned that dead fish into a cannibal?
Yes. Well, kind of like a Dahmer kind of thing.
Fish eat fish.
The preventing judges from discovering the added weight. So they didn't know that there was added weight because there was fillet stuffed in them also.
How did they find out?
They filleted the fish?
Whoa. I mean,
Yeah,
you
how
know
did they
about
find
it.
out?
I'm assuming somebody found out
X-rayed
about
the
it.
fish?
Unless you're breaking this news right here.
Cleveland fisherman John Stewart, also a fantastic
interesting.
He's on an Apple show that nobody
being,
watches.
Witnessed the cheaters being caught red-handed.
Oh.
And this is what the video sounded like.
Here we go! Out of here! You don't leave. Where's the other one?
Oh my God. All right, so there we go. Dude, a crowd of other fishermen get around these 2 guys, and these guys had won a slew of tournaments already, like cash awards,
So they think
major prizes.
Okay.
They got a fishing boat. Some thought it was the most incredible run of luck ever at Lake Erie. And they finished first place at a bunch of them. And then all these fishermen show up around them and start, you get that out of here. And they went off on them, dude. I'm surprised they made it out alive.
When that one guy yelled, "Where's the other one?" Do you think he was talking about a person or a fish? When
I think he's talking about the other guy.
Okay.
I think he's talking about the other guy. Which brings up the question, and I don't know, we're kind of running out of time here. When have you cheated and gotten caught? And I will explain my story. In high school, the person at the front of our chemistry class got all the answers, and then on their graphing calculator, put the A, B, C, A, D, A on the calculator, and then set it next to them. The person next to them then got those answers and put it on their calculator. So one person took the test.
Did they do well?
The entire class missed the exact same question.
Come on.
We all missed one question.
And gals, you
and
can't
we were
do
all
that.
caught cheating on this test.
You can't do that. All right. Maybe math is just the most likely answer to cheat, because I remember when I was in calculus or pre-cal is we had our graphing calculators and you could have equations and stuff in there. And our teacher came by and pushed the reset button. But what she didn't do to anybody is you had to press confirm that you wanted to reset, and everybody would just push cancel.
Oh, no.
So she might have just thought we were like the smartest class ever, but it was because our calculators definitely helped us out.
I cheated in 9th grade Spanish off a person who had just moved from Mexico, so they were really good at Spanish. So for Spanish 1, they were
Why
cheating.
were they in that class?
They cheated by going to Spanish 1. That would be like us moving to Mexico and taking English 1 in 9th grade. Not fair.
I do think about that when they're like, can you conjugate the verb for this sentence that's in English? I'd be like, hell yeah, I can.
When I got called into the principal's office with the Spanish teacher, and they're like, well, how did you know how to conjugate that verb? I was like, I knew it was, like this, and I just put an O on the end, I just didn't know. So my lie didn't go over
Caught
well.
very
And then I was
quickly.
finally like, yeah, I cheated.
Well, I can't believe they didn't buy that line he just threw out there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Betting with Bassick, plus Masterpiece of the Week. It's the fastest segment in all of radio, and good news for you, it's next right here on The Fan.
Two of the Cowboys' top insiders teaming up for one podcast. with us at 12:30 with the Specs kickoff at 3:25. Your home for the best Cowboys coverage is 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where that was Corey. But also, we've got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just 1 second. But before we get to any of that, quick question. Do you think that Joey will succeed or fail at Masterpiece of the Week on his maiden voyage? Let us know, 877-881-1053. But now, how about some betting with Bassick? Where are we at, Bassick?
Well, here's where we're at.
Did you see it?
He took a bite right with you.
I did not see that. I'm also perplexed as how you did not know that was going to be the outcome of this intro.
I got it down. It's over.
Okay.
It's a salad. It's a good salad. All right, Corey.
What up?
You're down $40. Deal with it.
This stinks.
But you get to pick first.
I will pick. Do you know which team is 4-0 against the spread this year?
Cowboys. No, they lost the
I don't know if
first
that's true, actually. Kevin?
I know the Lions were undefeated against the spread.
Dolphins, maybe? I don't know.
No, the Dolphins were too before that game.
The team I picked
Lions?
against last year.
Oh. Bears? I don't know. I have no
The
clue.
Atlanta Falcons are 4-0 against the spread. I will take them and 10 points this week.
Atlanta's plus 10.
Yeah. I will take Atlanta plus 10 against the Buccaneers.
In Tampa.
Yeah.
In Tampa. With Tom Brady's allegations that are going at him this week. It's a news story every week with Tom Brady, dude.
Just about the divorce, or is there something else?
Oh, no. Now there's a suggestion that he in the bedroom is not a good thing. He's not good in there.
Where did that come from?
I heard it this morning on Sean and RJ.
He's probably tired. He's 45 years old, still competing against 20-year-olds.
Well, you should have told him to go to men's team.
And his
I hear
Brazilian-
that all the time.
It is illegal in the NFL and Major League Baseball.
When has that ever stopped Tom Brady from doing something in football? Boom!
And his Brazilian supermodel wife needs more from him, and he's not providing. So
stopped him a lot of times.
Was that your comeback to the boom?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to wait for it to quiet down after you screamed in my ear hole and then smacked the table really to be like, I have just told you that Tom Brady is a cheater. But he's never taken steroids. Look at his body.
Is he the guy that the coach would say the same thing to him that he did to you? Is like, oh, you really don't care about abs, do you?
No, he'd probably say the same thing. I think that maybe an organization said to Casey Fossum at the time, who was like 140 pounds, and kind of strongly suggested doing steroids wouldn't be bad for you.
Wow.
Except they didn't say it that way. But they did pretty much tell my buddy Casey Fossum, you need to start doing steroids, man.
Now,
It's a different time. We weren't getting tested then.
Sure.
They were seeing what was happening.
I just found out Kyle Pitts is out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not?
I've written it down.
Yeah, I forgot about that. It's already written.
All right. I'm usually not a big fan of
One more out. Let's go, Cleveland.
I'm usually not a big fan of this because you could end up with the double loss.
Uh-oh.
But I think this is a solid matchup. Plus, you get 5. So I will go ahead and take the Dallas Cowboys plus 5.
I'm going to be honest with
against the Rams.
I was going to take the Dallas Cowboys. That hurts a little bit. But I think that's a smart bet. I think the Cowboys can win this game. I have the Cowboys losing by 3, right? You picked them to win by how many?
By 6.
6. I have them losing by 3. But I think losing by a touchdown or more, I can see it happening maybe by a touchdown. I can't see the Cowboys with this defense getting blown out.
Yeah.
And I can't see it with the Rams offense blowing you out. They're all of a sudden going to remember how to block.
You know what? I'm going to make a radical change in this segment. Are you ready?
Go.
What if I told you if you put that on me, I'll swap that with you and I'll give you the Cowboys plus 5 against me?
Okay, so now you picked the Cowboys, but now you're picking the Rams minus 5?
That's right.
What are you doing right now?
All right, so now I have to put
You want a different pick?
LA minus 5.
I got
and
now my
erase
book's
the
all
Cowboys.
messed up. Yeah, this is.
All right.
So
hold
that's
on.
your pick against me.
So you get Dallas plus 5.
Yeah.
Which means I get to pick a different game.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't have a lot of things I loved anyways.
I'll take the Cardinals.
Son of a B, that was my other pick.
Plus 5. And my logic here is I'm hedging my bets. I do think the Cowboys are going to win and cover, but on the off chance that on the chance it doesn't go that way, I'm hoping at least I can get $20 in my pocket for being sad. I'm hedging my bets right there.
Man, you guys were taking my games. I wasn't going to pick the Atlanta Falcons, but I wasn't going to also take the Tampa Bay Bucks. I didn't like, having to cover a 10-point spread. All right. Here we go. How much do I believe in Zach Wilson, the hunter of MILFs?
I'm surprised you're not looking at that Texans game.
I am. You shut up.
Okay. I'm mad.
Miami's favored by 3.5 going to the Jets with a backup quarterback.
Are you really not going to put the 0-3 Texans on me?
Hey, they got a tie.
0-3-1. You have that little faith in
you get the Texans.
T-Law.
Wow, that was so easy to convince him of
Texans
that.
+7. Corey, you get that.
Okay, so we're all set.
Well, yeah. We're set.
Okay.
I was thinking about taking. That's fine. I'll do that. I like that. I was thinking about taking the Jets +3.5 at home.
See what the fellas are up to here. In the
we got more people, and guess what? Cleveland rocks, baby. Your wife's going to see the Cleveland Guardians clinch it.
What? How? Well,
okay, you're super invested in Cleveland for this playoff run,
played
then, right?
for Cleveland, bro.
I know, but I've just been watching
and everything.
Drafted him,
and also my guy Shane Bieber took some shots by Ranger people, and I'm like, no, Shane Bieber's awesome.
Call out the Ranger people.
Well, I think I will. It's Jared Sandler.
Oh my
He's
God,
talked
why
about
would
it
you do
on the
that?
post-game show. We talked about it at 1 a.m. when I'm sure tons of people were listening when they were in Anaheim. Not that he doesn't not want him. He just doesn't want to trade a lot for him.
Gotcha.
Right.
If that makes sense. Because I put it to him, would you trade Jack Leiter for Shane Bieber? And he said straight up yes, but if you start adding other pieces to it, no.
Huh. Okay.
How much would you
I would give up other pieces. Because we're bad at developing pitchers. Look, just real quick, Mike. I'm sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
The Rangers just fired a whole bunch of their pitching coaches, whether it was their major league, AAA, AA, and you could spare me this crap if anyone's ever like, oh, they didn't renew their contract. It's not the same. Yes, it is. If you're under contract to somebody and they're like, we don't want you to be under contract to us anymore, you got fired.
Mm-hmm.
Would you trade Rocker and Leiter for him? If that was just your two Vandy guys.
Yes, I would.
Corey?
We're terrible at developing pitching right now.
I think Bieber's that good, too. He's, 27?
Yeah, he's 27 with 2 years left until he's a free agent. I might do that. You would obviously be picking up arbitration
Tipo and
years.
White?
Yeah, right now, I'd say both Vandy guys. Would you trade both Vandy guys for Shane Bieber?
Probably so.
All right.
Me too.
But I also, if I'm at the front office and I just fired people and I'm looking at, okay, I'm hiring people that are going to be good at developing, then I might have a different approach. I might be like, no, these guys are going to be ready soon because I got rid of the crap that couldn't develop.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
This is the part where you say hi.
You gotta start talking, Joey.
I'm coming. Howdy, guys. How are you?
We're good. I was doing better 5 seconds ago, but we're good.
Alrighty.
Is he going to have to get a phone call after the show?
Oh my gosh, are you admitting to calling people after the show and berating
that doesn't
them?
happen. That doesn't happen. Back to you, Joey.
Alrighty. I think we're going to start this as my maiden voyage with a little Texas OU talk because we've been talking about the Red Rivalry game lately, and they're moving to the SEC and what they're going to do if they want to keep the game at the Cotton Bowl. But I think Mike has a pretty interesting solution to that.
They should have a three-way this weekend with A&M being there.
I definitely don't.
You just keep playing each other.
This has nothing to do with Texas A&M.
So what do you think about that?
I think that A&M would be the one in that room that's like upset that they're not getting enough attention.
Yeah. since they're the best.
They would be like,
really confusing.
Hey, what's going on? You two it seems like it's really just two.
Yeah.
Even though we're here.
Texas and OU wanted to experiment, but they needed a conduit, and that's what A&M is there. They're sitting in the chair.
Yep, Texas
They're not
A&M
involved.
just watching. They're like, they want to be a part of it.
Texas Tech can't even get texted back. You're a freak, Mike. That was amazing.
Alrighty, we're going to move on.
Oh, my God. Jeez.
How about our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola? Because we've been talking about Dak coming back here shortly, but I think he has an interesting way to kind of prove if Dak is ready to come back or not.
Oh, he might tell you, but there's signs of if he's ready or not, right?
Like
How's he throwing the ball?
Yeah.
You know,
And Parcells punch him in the hand and see how he feels.
Can we shake hands, right-handed, right? Let's go, okay, let me grab it, see what it feels like, right? Because, think about the pressure of taking the snap. The ball's going to hit your thumb when it comes up. And so, if you're seeing him wincing, it's like, no, go sit down.
Well, there you go.
He said, and you hear right after he says it, he starts to scramble like, oh, I just did the joke. Mickey, it's so obvious at this point.
I'm starting to go over to y'all's side that he's doing this on purpose.
I like it, though. I like that he's become part of the show. He's not like, you know what? There's no I see you in Oxnard. There's just, you know what? I want to be part of KNC.
From the 214, Kevin used to call me at the newspaper to yell at me. I can confirm. That did not happen. That did not happen. Back to you, Joey.
Alrighty, let's. What do you guys think about thrifting?
If you're a teenager, that's all that matters.
I know that I'm going to be part of this.
Yep.
I don't know, Mike. Is it Homer?
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Steelers aren't on the top 10.
Yeah.
They stink. That's fine. It doesn't bother me at all.
It does. It hurts your feelings.
How are your feelings?
My daughter bought a Steelers sweater at the Goodwill or whatever.
Why?
I don't know.
You didn't tell her to throw it in the trash?
She was just thrifting.
I know. I tell you what, kids thrift too much.
They really do.
What is
Joey? Are you a kid? Do you thrift too much?
No, I rarely go to thrift stores. So yeah, maybe I'm not one of those.
I used to go to Dandy Dan's or whatever.
What?
Over off Garland Road and Peavy with my grandmother all the time.
I don't know what that is.
It was
I know where that is.
It was a thrift store.
Uh-huh.
And I remember going there all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And
is it because of that song? Like what happened 5 years ago?
That was way before that song though, Mike. But I didn't. We could get stuff. There was just stuff there. But yeah, it does seem like teenagers are like, I got $4. Let's go get a whole wardrobe today. And it's smart.
It's
Who's
$4
teaching these
worth of
kids
clothes.
this?
We've talked a lot about backups here at the station recently, especially with Cooper Rush and what he's done with Dak out. And I thought Kevin had an interesting perspective about, the rapport he's had with some of the other backups on the team.
I think part of the deal might be he's just naturally going to have a better rapport with Cooper Rush because they were more likely to spend time backing things up together.
But even with Dak though,
the immediate regret.
Yeah, as soon as I said that, I realized that we would end up here. Now people are texting in about awesome thrift shops. So it's taken over. You know what? Do me a favor, Joey. Let's play some of these clips. Don't tell us ahead of time why we said the stupid thing.
Okay.
But yeah, I regretted that.
That's my vote right now.
Backing it up.
Yeah.
Not Mickey? Okay.
No, it's you.
Alrighty, let's go with Corey here. This one's pretty good.
Say, all right, let's put Peters in there and see how that battle goes because Peters is still doing he's a big, strong man who can definitely handle Aaron Donald, but this is a different position that he's playing for the first time. I want to watch it all night. Actually,
I do too.
This is all I want to see now. I want to watch Peters inside going up against Aaron Donald the whole night. 877-881-1053 if you want to see the same thing.
You just lost, Kevin.
I will be very honest too.
That's fine.
There are times when you really do. Some people will try to get into Masterpiece of the Week. That was it may sound like that. That was so unintentional though. That was so unintentional.
The world of sports sometimes throws you off. Like we've talked about this many times. Texas high school football playoff games that were tied used to be decided by penetrations. That was a real thing that happened. And then we got Jason Peters over here, and like, what are you supposed to do?
Handy dandies, was it? That was not dandy dans or whatever.
Okay.
Handy
Nothing wrong with having an
dandies.
affinity to Jason Peters. He is a big, strong guy.
Yeah.
Can't blame him.
Man, that does make it
Strong
sound worse
man.
when Corey's like, man, he's a big, strong guy.
Big strong boy.
Feels like you want him to like scoop you up in his arms and make you feel safe.
Keep me protected.
I've gone thrift shopping with my daughter. It takes me 5 minutes to know I want nothing in this place. And we still have another hour to go.
What? I think we're almost done.
At the thrift shop.
Oh.
Alrighty, this one, I actually have no idea what this is in reference to, so I'll just let Mike take this one away.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's
Red
father
Zone.
is Mr. Universe?
I got red zone.
And challenged AC Green for still having the Jerry curl in the mid to late 90s.
Come on, dude.
Well, he did.
I don't
They showed
know
him
that to
Jerry
be the
curled
case.
out in a little Speedo, and you could see all his body except the Speedo part, and then you could
No,
see
you
the
can see
Jerry
the
curl.
Speedo.
He's like,
You can see
listen,
the Speedo
I
part."
want to keep my body wet. I got to keep it glossy so it looks good for pictures, and a better way to do that is if I got the Jerry curl, I can just take my hand if I get a little dry and put it on my skin again, and it's wet.
All right. Well, I just lost again.
My body with
I'm going to tell you this. This is partially my fault because I remember they kept showing Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad on the TV in like Mike said, in his Speedo flexing, and I had to show Mike, and then that just threw Mike off the track. And yeah, that was tremendous.
I wonder how many NBA players went up to AC Green in the 90s said, hey, nobody's doing this anymore. Even Michael Cage took his off a while back.
Do you think that's what they were going up to AC Green to talk about?
In the book, they talk about his virgin stuff. I read the book. I read multiple books on that.
Just cut him
Magic
saying I read
said-
multiple books.
Magic
Alrighty.
said, like, I bet you start sleeping around. And he said, I bet I don't. And he didn't. Magic did. You know what happened?
What happened? That's not funny. I shouldn't laugh.
Anyways.
Oh my God, Mike.
I think
Yeah,
we have-
Joey,
think we
I
have
told
time
you
for a
they try to
couple
take over.
more. This one, how about some drone talk? I think this happened last week.
Mike, do you know anybody, or are you a drone guy where they would spend
I'm
like
not a drone
multiple
guy. I bet
thousands of
Derek
dollars?
Collins a drone guy.
I bet he has a drone. Flies around the golf course.
I know he's a drone guy because I think he has a drone thing.
He likes
like
bees.
Yeah, that he.
in his fish tanks.
No, not his
Okay.
fish tank. But I think he's done drone work on his like Instagram or whatever.
He's done drone work. All right.
Well, like, you know, the video, and then you're like, that had to come from a drone. He can't jump that high.
Derek Collins cannot jump.
Cannot jump that high. But has a great fish tank that definitely not stoned Mike Bassick looked at for an hour.
True.
He looked at that fish tank for
He was
hours.
like, you guys ever think about coral? And I was like, hold on. Are you sure you're not stoned? He's like, not at all.
Just made me think about his fish tank again. I forgot to really look at it the other day.
Mm-hmm.
We just went and played golf.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, that's all our submissions. What do you guys think?
100% going to vote for Mike Bassick talking about St. Brown's dad and
All right.
weirdly the Jerry curl.
It's 1-0 for Body Wet. How about you, Corey?
I'm voting for Mickey. Mickey's
All right.
was too good.
Ooh, this is going to be on Joey because I'm voting for the insertion of Peters in this game versus Aaron Donald.
I guess as the deciding vote, I'm going to have to go with Mike Body Wet as your K&C masterpiece of the week.
Can we hear
Amon-Ra St. Brown's
Red
father
zone.
is Mr. Universe?
I got red zone.
And challenged AC Green for still having the Jerry curl in the mid to late 90s.
Come on, dude.
Well, he did.
I don't
They showed
know
him
that to
Jerry
be the
curled
case.
out in a little Speedo, and you could see all his body except the Speedo part, and then you could see the Jerry curl. He's like, listen, I want to keep my body wet. I got to keep it glossy so it looks good for pictures. And a better way to do that is if I got the Jerry curl, I can just take my hand if I get a little dry and put it on my skin again, and it's wet.
Body Wet, baby.
Okay, really quick though, I think my favorite part of that might be you can see his entire body except for the Speedo part. That is tremendous. We're the K&C masterpiece right here on
Love it.
105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G Bag Nation out of Fat Daddies. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
If you don't have DFW.
Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. As if Thursday Night Football wasn't enough of an awful, awful show, Garrett Bowles, the offensive lineman who gave all the effort last week, is out for the season due to a broken leg. And Broncos cornerback Ronald Darby is out for the season due to a torn ACL. Now, we always thank those good folks at D&M Leasing for bringing you this crosstalk. It's time to chit-chat with the G-Bag Nation. Where are you and how are you?
Peggy, we are rolling, and we're live at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield, one of our favorite places to party. It's a Football Friday. Happy hour is starting at 2 o'clock here at Fat Daddy's, and we're giving away a flag every 15 minutes.
And I've been there. If you're out there, I mean, you want to watch some playoff baseball while you're out there with G-Bag Nation? Mike. I know, that's what I'm saying. Right Come on out there to Fat Daddy's, watch some playoff baseball, and hang out with the G-Bag Nation.
Is there a Texas OU vibe happening around there as well with people getting ready for the game?
Absolutely. K Twizzle, a longtime Tolo, has already arrived in his Longhorns gear. He's representing. And they're getting ready for the big game tomorrow, so it's going to be a great place to watch that as well.
Now,
the big game.
The big game.
Hey, Hagee.
Yeah,
Hagee. As much as you hate condiments, would you eat a Frito burger?
Is it just a hamburger with Fritos on it?
Yeah,
sure.
It's like a Frito pie.
Is there chili? There's got to be chili.
Frito pie
right?
burger. Yeah, you got chili con queso with it.
Yes. No, that is acceptable. Yes, that actually sounds really, really good.
All right.
So chips and cheese, and we're good there. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a step in the right direction, honestly. If you would have said no to the chips and cheese, Hagee, I would have really started to get concerned.
I'm in on that for sure.
Tio, this is a fascinating moment in time, though, when Kevin asked if the people at the restaurant could make the queso without the red and green stuff in it. He was like,
the red and green stuff?
Tomatoes? No, he's talking about the bell peppers.
Look.
You're talking about rotel.
talking about the flavor.
Yeah.
I get that. Bobby orders it without the pico and the green and the red.
Shut the hell up.
It's an elementary order.
Well, Bobby's loud as hell.
It slows down my queso enjoyment because at the end there's always those little bits that I'm like, that could have been more queso for my chip. And now
you pick around it?
Yes.
Do you really work around it?
Yes.
What about meat in the queso? Are you okay?
No, yeah, that's fine.
Well, how do you guys envision what you're drinking, what you're thinking going down today as you have Walchuk and Broadus suffering dual punishment with the Straw Dog, only not doing it with beer but doing it with the very classy scotch?
I imagine them catching a nice buzz and you working a crowd mic. You know, talking with the patrons.
He's already started. He's got a Miller Lite in hand.
Fat Daddy's
so
in
we're ready to
Mansfield.
go. Yeah.
It's a football Friday.
Yeah, it's going to be a live mic version of what you're drinking and what you're thinking. So you could call in, or you could just join us in Fat Daddy's and tell Chief.
How many
in the dining area?
How many minutes is that segment going to last before y'all have to stop going to people live because they swear?
It's hard to say.
Okay.
That'll be around 5:30, so I imagine people will still have their senses about them pretty good.
Okay.
About 20 minutes.
And that's the safe harbor, right, boys? Safe harbor, 5:30.
Yeah.
That's valid.
Yeah.
We got 15 seconds to dump.
Yeah. We're good.
Yeah, we're good. What are you worried about, Hagee?
Come on, Hagee.
Jeez, calm down, Kevin.
God.
Jeez.
Okay.
Trying to have good radio here.
Just making sure. Now, Corey brought up something really interesting from Sean McVay, and I know Jerry echoed these sentiments, is they are preparing, if not anticipating, maybe having to go silent count for their home game this weekend because of the heavy Cowboys fan contingent.
I love it. I love it. Broadus was talking about this earlier in the week. He's like, it's basically going to be a home game.
Yeah.
And he referenced the fact that it's a road game, and it was like, oh, wait, yeah, I guess you're kind of right. We've seen this take place now. We've seen it with the Cowboys firsthand in L.A. You've seen it with the Rams and even like the 49ers. Like, that is certainly not a home field advantage, and that's part of the reason, like, I feel pretty decent about this game. Like, this is not going to be a road game.
Why do we go to Oxnard, right, every year, besides the weather?
It's an Oxnard victory.
Sure. I mean, we're going to get all the fans from Oxnard driving an hour to SoFi Stadium. We're going to load that place. I mean, C.D. Lamb was smiling ear to ear. when he said about the Cowboy fans traveling. So we're excited for an extra home game this week.
I've never thought of that. As you're talking about crowd noise, Jose Quintana, who's pitching for the Cardinals in St. Louis, is having to try to almost cover his ears because they're working off the pitch comm, and he's struggling to hear that video thing or the microphone thing give him the pitch to throw, because he's like, dang it, I can't hear. People are screaming and yelling right now.
Never thought I'd pull for a Philadelphia team, but believe the Cardinals, huh?
Yeah, Mike, best baseball crowd, St. Louis?
I think so, and I'll say this too. I think they have the best baseball jerseys. I love the Cardinals or St. Louis with the 2 Cardinals on the bat. I just think that's one of the coolest jerseys in baseball.
That's kind of weird too. Is the Philly baseball team is playing the Cardinals in St. Louis, and the Philly football team is playing the Cardinals from Arizona.
I'll probably say the Rangers have the best uniforms, Mike. But I want to know from you. Do you think this is going to become a factor, and do pitchers and catchers need to get their silent count game back on? You need to refresh that in spring training, don't you?
I know this is going to be interesting as the playoffs progress. Is like, how loud do you want that thing to be? And also, the middle infielders have it too. And a lot of times you're going off that because there's a runner on second base. And you don't want it to get too loud, as in, like, then the runner at second base can pick up what the audio is saying. So, yeah, they might have to go back to that traditional, giving signs with fingers.
Like they've done for 100 years
kind
of a thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I just did to Ollie All for laying out on that. Man, y'all didn't think that factoid was interesting at all, did you?
By the way, before we get
not coming from you at all.
Now,
you've been a real jerk.
Zinging it today.
Gavin, you've made me bet against you, or you're not betting against me. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So do you want me to go first?
Please do.
All right, there's a game that I didn't take that I was intrigued with. I'm not in love with, but I'm going to go ahead and take it.
Who's that?
I'm going to take, at home, the Jets plus 3.5 against the Dolphins.
Okay.
That's probably a stupid bet, but I'm going to go ahead and just do that one. I'm going to take the Jets. So you get the Dolphins minus 3.5 on the road in New York.
Okay, I'm not mad at that. I saw Tua is not going to travel, so we'll see what can happen. But I like having a backup quarterback this week, and that's why I'm going to take Cleveland at home, getting 2.5 points against a really disappointing Chargers team.
I like what you're saying, because I was thinking about taking the Chargers, so that makes me feel good.
Yeah, Mike, did you know the Jets were 2-0 or 0-2 at home?
The Jets are?
Yeah.
No, but they're 0-2 at home with Flacco. They're not 0-2 with the MILF Hunter.
Okay. Like it.
Does anybody have faith in the Fighting Geno Smiths getting 5.5 in New Orleans?
I always have faith in Geno.
Well, it's up to you. Is that your $5 bet?
I think I'm in on that, Mike. I mean, why not?
Seattle plus 5.5.
Saints played in London last week, right? They did. They didn't take the off week. Usually, they give you the choice. So Saints coming off a London trip.
Plus, Geno Smith's like a top 4 quarterback right now in the NFL. So.
Zach Attack's won 3 in a row.
This is the year.
Ooh, I'm hot.
Geno Smith.
Has anyone taken the Texans, Mike?
Gotta hustle, guys.
No, go ahead. You want the Texans?
I'll go with the Texans. Yeah, I'll take the Texans plus 7.
His Jags.
Yeah, well, the Jags burned me last week.
I like
the
that
Texans,
a lot.
The Texans is a backdoor cover. I like that.
All right.
What do you guys got coming up on the show? And remind everybody where you're at.
Pure Gold is always live from Fat Daddy's in Mansfield, where happy hour starts in 5 minutes. They're giving away a G-Bag Nation collectible flag every 15 minutes. And we have Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock. Chrissy Scales at 4.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation football action and commentary all weekend right here on The Fan. Come back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Steroids work.
Miss anything from your FitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys. We are live at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. Come down here, win a flag. Every 15 minutes they're doing a drawing. And you can also buy one at 105throughthefan.com with proceeds going to the Night Strength Gym in Garland, which is a boxing gym run by our friend Dave Swavey. But if you are anywhere in the area, you owe it to yourself to get to Fat Daddy's. Try to win one. And in fellowship with the Tolos. Here, we already have a good crowd going. What you drinking and what you thinking is coming up at 5:30. We're going to do a live mic version of that. Actually, we're going to start it at 5:20 today. Okay, so a huge Football Friday show it's on the agenda, and we'd love it if you could join us. General at your service. There's former Cowboy scout Brian Broaddus. You have Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh. Salute to you, sir. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can see us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. And a good afternoon to you fine gentlemen. How the heck are you?
Couldn't be better, man. We have a good turnout already. We've gotten to mingle with a lot of our Tolos that are out here. They're eating the delicious food that we have here at Fat Daddy's. It's very tough being on soda and being in a delicious establishment such as this.
Yeah.
This menu is outstanding, and I cannot wait till Broaddus and I get our mouths around this straw dog and we're able to just slurp down this delicious whiskey. How excited are you, Broaddus?
I was really excited until you kind of described it that way.
Oh, yeah, did you like that description?
Yeah, you know, we're ready to go here. I got a couple prepared, but I got two that need to be prepared.
Okay.
And I brought straws.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you a choice. If you want to prep your own or maybe got one prepped
I'm going to
for you
start
as well.
prepping in front of the fan cam because that's part of the deal,
That's
right?
part of the deal, right.
It's the visuals.
Yeah.
You can go to the fan cam, twitch.tv/Dallas fan cam, also on YouTube. And I'm going to start just hollowing out this wiener.
Okay, yes, because that bet payoff is coming up at 5:20. We do need to make new G-Bag Survivor pool picks.
Right.
And we'll do that momentarily. But as we do every Football Friday to open up the show, it is time for some predictions at 877-881-1053. Since the start of the season, not only the scores, but the texture of the game. Is it going to be close? Is it going to be a blowout? They've come to me like big blinking lights, like well before the game was even played. I've been able to give you my predictions on a Monday, on a Tuesday.
You've been a real visionary all season.
Thank you.
You're
Yes.
the only one that's undefeated.
I've been a Cowboys score oracle, if you will. With this game, it's hard to tell. I've gone back and forth with it. The Rams are desperate, and I'm a big believer in the desperate team theory. As you know, you've chronicled, Brian. You've definitely brought me in, and I'm there with you. But they have not been a great team every year under McVay. They've been bad. They're giving up pressure. They're not getting pressure. Okay, they're not running the football. There's a lot of stuff that's different with this Rams team, and I think losing Von Miller, Odell Beckham Jr., and Whitworth has been bigger than the additions of Allen Robinson and Bobby Wagner. So I'm not looking at the Rams like they're a great team. So I don't know if they're a 500 team. So far they are. Are they going to be that at the end of the year? Can you help me with that? Are they going to be a playoff team, or are they going to continue to slide? How's Matt Stafford's elbow? So there's enough going on with the Rams that make me feel like even though it is a desperate team, the Cowboys are riding momentum. The Cowboys are doing a lot of stuff well. If you can't run against them, you're going to have a really tough time scoring on the Cowboys. Now, I do imagine Sean McVay is going to look at the film and see the huge opportunity. Bobby Beld had this stat for us last night. The Cowboys are like one of the third worst teams in the league at getting run into off of the offensive right side. The strong side of their defense, the defensive tackle there, the end, the corner stepping up, all of that is conspiring in a very negative way. And I imagine McVay is going to give you a very strong dose of that. So as you can see, I'm stumped here. Does anybody else want to go?
Rams 26, Cowboys 23.
Oh, you jerk!
Broaddus.
Yeah.
What a hater!
I do play in the desperate team theory.
He said that confidently too.
I feel like that
he's been planning this all week.
This, and everything that Gavin said though, the thing about with Stafford at quarterback, I think there is something wrong with his elbow. But I'm looking at this game and I'm going to say, if you're the Rams and you're watching how to attack the Dallas defense, the running game. And yeah, they don't run the ball well. They don't really try to run the ball well. But their screen game is very good. I feel like though they're going to try and run it with Akers and Henderson. And if the Cowboys, if you get Anthony Barr on the field, and all of a sudden he's not, the one thing with McVay is you're going to get misdirection. You're going to get eye candy, and you're going to get ball going the other way. When the Cowboys have given up big plays, they've gotten the linebackers. Opponents have gotten the linebackers to stop, to freeze, and now you get wide corners. You get an edge hooked, and now you get a linebacker that's late to the fill. I think the eye candy is going to get him in this football game, and I think they're going to be able to run the football. I really, really do. And if they don't run the football, I think their screen game is going to be really good. But yeah, I expect Cooper Kupp to get his. And I don't think they're going to travel with him. I really, really don't think they're going to travel. I think they're going to play him straight up. But you get Cooper Kupp getting his, you get Higbee getting his, and all of a sudden they find a way to get Allen Robinson going. I think they can score some points this game. Again, Rams 26, Dallas 23.
I think they're going to have to be able to run the ball to do it. And I think bigger than that, if you can't run in today's NFL, you're nearly dead on arrival against good football teams.
Mm-hmm.
And I consider the Cowboys one of those. Where are you at with it, Chiafalo?
I mean, I get everything you guys are saying, and this is definitely a difficult one, but I feel like if the Rams win this game, to me, this is going to be Cooper Rush is throwing interceptions, and Sean McVay is just putting on a masterclass because they don't have the players. They just simply don't. You're talking about the best pass rush in the sport versus a really bad offensive line, and part of that's what the way they've team built and just what the scraps that they've been left with, but also the injuries that they've faced. Like, they got no continuity from that standpoint. Like, yeah, maybe the Cowboys aren't that great at giving up or at stopping the run right now, but the Rams don't run the ball, and they don't have an offensive line that can do it. That's why if you got like a Shanahan McVay, then you start thinking about schematically how they can figure out a way to do it. Yeah. But you saw firsthand the other night, and it is going to be a short week for them as well. But, I mean, San Francisco built similarly with that defense with the Cowboys, and it was just letting the dogs go. 7 sacks, and that's a defense that doesn't even really blitz. They're like, we can blitz these guys, and they got home every time. But the Cowboys don't have to blitz, but when they do, they really capitalize on it now because last year they were sending the blitz all the time. Now they get to pick their spots, and they get home every time.
The thing that teams that have been able to drive the ball in the Cowboys – The Commanders drove the ball on the Cowboys. What set the Commanders back last week? Penalties.
Yeah.
Penalties. Now that your defense is able to get, draw holding calls and things like that. So
exactly.
Yeah.
I think that's a product of the Cowboy D.
If in fact, though, the Rams do play clean, and the Cowboys played clean last week, 4 penalties?
Yeah.
Commanders had a ton of penalties. But every time you watch teams that play against the Cowboys offensively, when they do get some type of penalty or a setback, or a negative play, that's when the Cowboys can tee off on them. And again, it's going to come down to that. If you see the Rams getting a lot of penalties, much like the Commanders did, I really do buy into what you're talking about with the pass rush and stuff like that, especially if it turns into 2nd and 13, second and 18, those kind of penalties.
You've seen the Cowboys come up big in the red zone as well. So maybe they do gash you a couple times on the run. You get down into the red zone. Well, they're the 26th or 27th best team in the red zone. Like they haven't been good in the red zone. Even last year when they were a Super Bowl champion, they weren't great in the red zone. So I still feel really good about the Cowboys keeping them out of the end zone quite a bit. Now, I thought this was going to be the perfect place for the ball's been bouncing the right way for the Cowboys right now with Cooper Rush and all these things. I thought this was going to be one of those bottom-out moments, but this is not home field advantage for the Rams. They just simply don't have the talent offensively to get it done on the offensive line and the weaponry, and then they're also on a short week. I just think the Cowboys' defense is going to stifle them.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see a very low-scoring game. I think it's going to come down to who's more opportunistic in the fourth quarter and who can execute a big play late, but I don't expect a pretty game. I don't think either team is going to be equipped to really put on a master class against the other. 214, Gavin, when have they been bad under McVay? Please let me know. Well, after they went to the Super Bowl and Todd Gurley's knee was bothering him, they took a big step back from elite in the NFC to a team around 500 trying to get into the playoffs. And if that's the team we're looking at right now, it's massively different from being the defending Super Bowl champions. because if that was the case, it would be an easy pick to take the Rams. Now, I think the point spread is completely out of whack. 5.5 points. If I'm going to a betting window, it's an easy bet on the Cowboys. But I tell you what I'm going to do here. I'm just going to get off the pot and I'm going to call it 17-16 Cowboys in a dramatic late field goal from Brett Maher.
Welcome.
So
welcome to the good side.
It's maximum chaos theory. And, the Cowboys always have the ability to end up in the most dramatic spot possible. And I think after winning that game, and the insane amount of conversation that would be happening around Cowboys Nation, it's the power of the story coming in. I don't know. That's the best thing I could do to differentiate who's going to win this game one way or the other. But I'm already sick to my stomach. I think it's a legitimate coin flip game.
I do,
which is it's pretty amazing. Okay, speaking of amazing, Fat Daddies in Mansfield happy hour is underway. They're going to give away the first flag of the afternoon coming up at 2:15. Every 15 minutes they're drawn here. So come see us. No matter what sport you watch, Fat Daddies is the place to be. 165-inch projection screen, over 30 flat screens for Tolos to catch all of the action. Okay, boy, we got to talk about Colts and Broncos. Russell Wilson was bad.
Do you have to?
Dear God, bro.
I think we do,
that was the worst football game ever.
John Snyder might have known what he's doing in Seattle.
Absolutely. There's a point. That's Brian's former intern in Green Bay, John Snyder, the new the Seahawks GM for the last 7 or 8 years. I think that's a big storyline, but also NFL defenses are at war against the passing game, Brian.
Yeah.
And Russell Wilson not willing to run anymore. If you don't have Rain Man vision into the future when you're passing into these crowded defensive backfields and you're not going to run, your offense is stifled. And I think there's a lot of teams that are in this situation, and the best teams in the NFL right now are going to be the ones that paid attention to the trend and knew they needed to invest in the running game. Kansas City Chiefs, Andy Reid's looking like a genius. Kyle Shanahan's going to look like a genius in San Francisco here. And the Lions, who lead the team in yards per attempt, lead the league in scoring. You have to be able to run in this NFL because of how defenses are shelling out to stop your pass, and it is ruling some quarterbacks that we thought were elite. We're like, oh, this guy's elite, that guy's elite. It's making them pathetic. That's what we saw with Russell Wilson. He didn't get that old suddenly. It's defenses making him either win with his legs or a very precise anticipating passing game. And a lot of these guys that were passing into defenses that were consumed with stopping the run, now they're consumed with stopping the pass. And it's like, are you even a starter anymore? Is Geno Smith better than Russell Wilson? Okay, that's what you're seeing. And the teams that can't run are sending their quarterbacks out to slaughter.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Even for a guy like Josh Allen, who's still playing well, it's not like, oh my gosh, Josh Allen doesn't look right or something, but you can see the numbers, in terms of the explosive plays down the field, they have been shot down to a minimum because that's just the way that defenses are playing you now. And the Bills can't run the ball, but they're still a good team, and Josh Allen's still a beast. He's adjusted. Russell Wilson, he doesn't have the mobility that Josh Allen has to be able to combat some of that, and they can't run the ball. Geno Smith is being helped by a run game, as you mentioned, so it is funny how that's worked, and that has a lot to do with a lot of these quarterbacks struggling. The Bucs right now can't really run the ball.
Well,
there's a handful of these teams that just can't do it.
For me, I think the biggest thing is the offensive line plays really down right now across the NFL, and that's why you're seeing these offenses struggle. I don't think it's the play calling. I don't think it's the quarterback. I think everything starts up front, and if you can't pass block and you can't run block, your entire offense is out of whack. And you talk about the Rams.
It's pretty much the same lines that's been going for 10 years with the trends going like that.
No doubt.
Defenses have finally said that's enough.
Hey, well, that's fine, but if you have better offensive line play, I think the offenses are still going to have similar success, right? I don't think that the defense is all of a sudden going to a cover two has just drastically said offenses can't execute and play the same kind of success they've had. I don't think offensive lines are very good right now, and the Rams are completely broken up front, and that's really what's hurting them. That's why they can't execute, and that's why they can't get the football to their playmakers. That's why they're struggling. They're starting backup guards. I think you're seeing that. Russell Wilson just might not be very good anymore, one, but that Broncos line isn't very good. The Colts offensive line isn't very good. You look across the league, offensive line play right now is very bad, and that might be a product a little bit of what we're seeing in college. Now, some of these tackles are okay,
yeah.
but even guys like Evan Neal, some of these top 10 draft picks, they're struggling right now coming out of the draft in the NFL.
All righty, Brian.
His finger might be bad, too. This is something that might not ever healed.
Russell Wilson's finger?
Yeah.
Okay, it's time for the what's that?
No, we got a guy that said thanks for the advice to start Naheem Hines last night, and he got concussed 3 plays in.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, that was a sad deal. I really felt
apologize.
bad about that.
We got to get these G-Bag Survivor picks in. I have the Vikings at home against the Bears.
Oh, I love that. I love that pick. I was kind of thinking the same thing.
I thought the only pick to do here, if you haven't taken the Bills at home versus a rookie, Kenny Pickett getting his first start in the Steelers, to me that felt like a easy money situation there. So I'm going to rock with the Bills.
I'm going to go with the Bucks. Give me the Bucks. I think Tom Brady owns the Falcons.
Oh, okay. That's a battle for first place right
Isn't
there.
that weird?
Yes.
The Falcons can win and have sole possession of first place.
I'd be nervous about picking Tom. His energy seems really low.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is a crossroads in his career.
Gavin, who did you take?
It's hard to play through something
now
like
you've
that.
got me nervous.
Well, his drive is being affected off the field as well, from what we're reading.
His entire life's turned upside down. We'll see how much he can focus
Hey,
through,
just
Brian.
to
Who's
call
your
the
pick?
Brandy Love.
I'm going to
That
take
guy
the Minnesota
bullshit.
Vikings.
Okay, Vikings.
I got
There
the
he is.
Vikings, yeah.
Yes.
We got 2 guys riding the Vikes?
That's right.
2 guys riding the bike.
That's a good pick, though. I almost took the Bills.
Thank
Hey,
you.
I hauled the hell out of that wiener, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, you did a good job with that.
we
But
did
he had a
okay.
better drill than I did, but nice work,
This
Walchuk.
straw worked very well.
Straw. It's all about the straw.
He had a good strategy coming in.
Okay, voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way is going to join you. G-Bag of the Day is coming up. We are live at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield, where we're giving away a limited edition Tolo flag every 15 minutes. Come hang out 2 to 7. Happy hour has already started, and we're back with Craig Way here on The Fan.
But first, it is a football Friday in the DFW. That means it is Miller time.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation live from Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. We're about to talk with voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way here. We're giving away a limited edition G-Bag flag every 15 minutes. Happy hour is on. Fat Daddy's is the place to be in Mansfield. Live music and all that consistently. They party here big time on the weekends. Segment's brought to you by Soda, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com as Craig Way joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys today?
We're doing great. It's awesome to hear you. What kind of a game are you expecting tomorrow?
In a lot of ways, believe it or not, classic Texas OU. You know, these two teams have for years gone at each other, no matter, how good or how bad somebody's doing at the moment. And I understand when folks look at what's happened to OU the last couple of weeks, thinking that maybe they're ripe for a blowout or a domination. But I also know this game does different things to the teams involved. I've seen it too many times over the years, times when Texas went in as a 2-touchdown underdog or more, and then either played it extremely tight or, in a couple of cases, like 2013 and 2015, actually won the game. So it's happened before. It might be a little bit different this time because Texas hasn't been favored going into the game since 2009. But I do think it'll be a really competitive game.
Getting Quinn Ewers back here, Craig, I mean, does that change everything? Is the offense just night and day difference when he's available?
Well, I do think that Quinn offers some things in the pass game with his throws, maybe an edge over Hudson in that respect. But Hudson Card may be able to offer something with his legs. Now, having said that, he's been going on a high ankle sprain the last 3 weeks, so it's been kind of tough for him. And Sark wanted to wait until after practice yesterday and a walkthrough today before he once and for all made the decision on who he was going to go with quarterback. So neither quarterback would surprise me by starting tomorrow's game.
Talking with the great Craig Way here on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation, voice of the Longhorns. Now, Craig, I got to go to my first Texas OU game last year. It was a big Texas league. We know OU came back, and then earlier this year they led versus Tech, and Tech came back. We've seen several of those occurrences during Sark's era here. What's the standout to you during some of those blown leads maybe that Texas has had under Sark's regime, and maybe how they can fix that moving forward?
Well, clearly last year it was all about defensive lapses. It was that, and they really struggled obviously to hold double-digit leads against Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Baylor. All of those games come to mind when they had double-digit leads and were unable to hold it because of some defensive lapses, some younger guys, injuries. All that stuff added up, but it was largely because of some failures on the defensive side. In the Texas Tech game, there was defense involved with it, obviously, because they had to stay out on the field 100 plays, and I think they got worn down. Tech converted 6 of 8 fourth downs in that game, and the numbers showed, I believe, that 35 of the 100 plays that Tech ran in that game came after they had converted a fourth down. So eventually you're going to wear a defense out if you keep them on the field that long. And the offense kind of stalled out there after they had built the lead. So I think they clearly want to jump out to a big lead again like they did last year against Oklahoma, but then protect it a little bit better. And I think they're better armed to do it. And I will say this, if they do jump to a 28-7 lead in the second quarter, I don't know that this particular Oklahoma team can make up that kind of a deficit this time around. They don't have Caleb Williams. They don't have some of the weapons they had, and they don't have Lincoln Riley calling the plays offensively. So if they get to a big lead, I think Texas is better suited to defend it this year than they were last year.
Craig, were you surprised at how well they played against Alabama, especially that early in the year? I know it's several weeks ago, but is that the kind of team that you thought that Texas could have this season, and they've just had a setback or two along the way since?
Well, I think they were building toward that. And, again, defense had a lot to do with it. The two biggest question marks going into this season were performance by the offensive line and the defensive line. How would they do? Really, even the front seven, if you go far enough with regard to the defense. And the offensive line has been a pleasant surprise, I'll say. They're starting 2 true freshmen on the offensive front, and Kelvin Banks, the left tackle out of the Houston area, has been really good. And even Cole Hudson, the true freshman from Frisco, has played well early on. Jake Majors is only a sophomore, the center from Prosper, and he's played well. So it's been a young offensive front. The defensive line has veterans, and they have girth. They're big dudes, and they've really largely held up. Again, I think they got worn down in the game in Lubbock against Tech and didn't get the kind of pass rush they wanted, but they certainly have been good in the other games.
How many Fletcher's corny dogs will Craig Way consume this weekend?
Usually only one, but I will tell you this. I have a little bit of a sweet tooth, and I hear that there's one stand that's got that peanut butter brownie cake, whatever it is, deep fried explosion thing happening right near in the media entrance. And that's the key. And I think that was pretty smart by the people who did that, understanding that weak-minded media would be flocking over to those kinds of food attractions, and I fall right into that category.
That sounds delicious. With everything that goes on with Texas OU, not just the rivalry, but you have it at the state fair. I mean, is this the best rivalry in college football to you?
Well, I'll tell you, I have been fortunate enough to call Alabama Auburn Iron Bowl for network radio for Westwood One, and I've done the game there, and it's an incredible rivalry, but it's a different kind of rivalry because it is home and home. They stopped playing in Birmingham years ago, and so they go home and home. This one is unique for so many reasons because they're both equidistant, about 200 miles away, and the stadium is exactly split down the middle. I've always said that if I wasn't calling the game, I'd like to be sitting on that 50-yard line at the dividing line between the Texas fans and the Oklahoma fans just to hear the conversations that go on. You know, it's truly unique, and I do think that because there's a ton of noise going on every single one side or the other, that makes it really and truly very special. I think it's as good as any, for sure.
Simply yes or no, Craig. Has there been anything funnier to this point in the Big 12 football season than the name of the TCU offensive coordinator gashing Brent Venables and Oklahoma's defense to the tune of 55 points through 3 quarters, being Garrett Riley, brother of Lincoln Riley?
Yeah, how about that? I think that's probably raised some eyebrows. This year in the Big 12's been weird. Think about it. I mean, somebody said to me in the press box last week, what kind of world are we living in when Texas and Oklahoma are going to go into their game unranked and ESPN's College Game Day is going to be in Lawrence, Kansas? Crazy. And I said, yep, it's a different world this year, no doubt about it.
Thank you so much for some of your time, Craig. Have a great weekend and enjoy the game, sir. My pleasure, guys. Have a great weekend. There he is, Craig Way, with you here on 105.3 The Fan, and he's just like me. You know, if I'm at the fair, I don't venture too far from the fried Oreo stand with the little cup of vanilla ice cream. Oh my goodness,
that's usually home base, right? Like if we're all going to disperse, when we get back, we know it's the fried Oreo.
If you get lost, here's the rendezvous point. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day, live from Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. Here he is in the Pimp Cup on a Friday. Lucius.
Yo, hey, I've heard my man call the Texas games.
Yes.
But was he the Texas country reporter before that?
No. That was the voice is very. What's the guy's name? Phillips. That guy's something Phillips.
Bob Phillips.
Yeah, it's something Phillips.
Yeah,
but the voice is very similar.
The cadence, the rhythm, he sounds just like the Texas country reporter.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that was Bob Phillips.
Was it Bob Phillips?
Yeah, it was a good poll.
Yeah, good job.
All right, here we go. Our winner.
Give yourself enough credit.
Yeah.
What?
I remembered something.
Brian behind the scenes is always like, oh my goodness, my brain, I can't remember these players anymore. You just hit Bob Phillips, bro.
Yeah.
In the zone on a Friday.
It was something from the 70s. That's Lucius remembered it first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Short staff. No, it's all gravy, baby. Short staff Popeyes couldn't open up on time because they were short staffed. So a lady came through, got a job and some food.
We don't open till 11 a.m. They don't open till 11.
Now we're short staffed, so we don't open till 11 a.m.
You say what, ma'am?
She said we're short staffed.
Can I have a job then? Because I'm hungry.
Yep.
I'm on the website not trying to do the application, but it won't let me do it. It's talking about server error.
Come to the drive. Come to the window. Come to the window right there.
You want to interview me now?
Yep.
I'm gonna walk you, baby. Yeah, I'm not about to play with.
Ma'am, can you drive around from the sticker, please?
Yeah, there's no walking up to the window, ma'am.
No.
By the way, yesterday I did make that epic Tony Romo cut that you guys voted down. I made that an honorary 5-time champ. First time in history, a one-time champion was fast-tracked to the G-Bag of the Year competition.
Well deserved.
I couldn't let that happen.
Nah.
Not on my watch.
That was a good move by you.
He's looking at. He was looking at me because I had the deciding vote on.
Yeah,
it.
you were the swing vote.
I was swing vote. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
like give the lady some love.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That was an unexpected turn of events for me yesterday. One of the biggest surprise in G-Bag
Gavin
Nation.
just looked right at me like, "What did you just do?
Yeah,
what did
I
you
did.
just do?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "I voted for Popeye's chicken."
But this is a good champ right here.
Yep.
And Lucius, who was challenging today?
Let's go to KMGH-TV, Channel 7 in Denver. The Broncos' local station right here. They apologize for even putting that terrible thing called a football game on the television.
But first off, Troy, I feel the need to just apologize to the viewers. I know we didn't play, we didn't really even run this broadcast, but the fact that you had to watch that on our air, I feel bad. I was here and I didn't even want to watch it. Where do we begin?
Well, listen, it burns the retinas. It was that awful. Both teams stunk offensively. What was most shocking is they were in position, as ugly as it was, to win the game. Very like that Texans game we saw a few weeks ago. And then Russell Wilson made two of the most face-palm throws he's made in recent years. The one to KJ Hamler, throws it up for grabs. They were in field goal range there. And then, Nick, they're driving near the 2-minute warning. Jordan Ford, inexplicably, he tries to get a pass to Tyreek Cleveland. It's an errant pass. It gets picked. That's what allows them to go to over. It just makes no sense. It's just illogical. Then you get to the 4th and 1. Season on the line, Nick. And what do? They go out of the shotgun, which has not worked once in the red zone all year, and yet they do it again. It just defies logic. It really does. They deserve this loss, and there needs to be some consequences. They need not only self-scout, but Nathaniel Hackett has to look himself in the mirror, and so does Russell Wilson, because this is one of the worst games he's played in his career.
Yeah, epic losers all over the league.
It burned the retinas, boys.
That Rams-Niners game was a dumpster fire Monday night.
Yeah.
They're happening right and left. I'm going to ask Stephen Jones at 3 o'clock if they need to make some competition committee adjustments, get the points back.
Yeah, I tell you what, I think when it was all broken down, they spent $78 million to put that game on.
Yeah.
If you look at the life of the contract,
Really?
it's like you pay, $11 billion for the contract. You get 15 opportunities. So they were talking about, they were breaking it down. So $78 million it cost to put that game on last night.
You know, if it's your team, I get it. But if you're a national audience tuning in, you're like, what else is on TV?
Yeah.
This is horrible. Okay, who else is challenging, Lucius?
We got a dude stuck on a roller coaster. He got stuck on a Six Flags roller coaster. It was going up, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So it wasn't like going down or up on a loop-de-loop or something crazy. It was just going up. He got stuck. I don't know how long, but it was too long for him. My man started panicking.
Help! I'm about to get the off this bitch! I'm stuck! I'm stuck! Hey! Get hurry the up! Hurry up! Hurry up! I'm about to have a heart attack!
No. Oh, God.
I'm getting out! Stop it! No! I am stuck! I am stuck!
Oh, I can feel that so hard. I mean, my adrenaline is pumping right now just imagining that situation.
Yeah, that was
you with me on this, Chief? No roller coasters?
No, I'm an anti-roller coaster guy.
I got motion sickness
I
problems
imagine
too.
that.
I'm
I mean,
so happy we're in this together.
growing up, I would go skiing twice a week, and every time I got on that damn ski lift, that's the way I felt. Like, don't let me get abandoned up here.
Yeah,
you know, and
fell
every
off.
time I got to the top, I was like, oh, thank God.
Did you ever fall off?
I never did fall off.
I did.
How
fell
far?
off. It was like I was sliding. My grandfather's like drop. So I did.
Oh, as you were getting on?
Yeah. So like we're elevating, and the higher we got, he's like yelling drop. So
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah,
so
you
it's
gotta
probably
drop.
10 feet.
Yeah.
But it felt way higher.
Yeah. All righty. Any other challengers, Lucius?
Yeah, Sean Sharif in the morning.
There we go.
That's not good.
Sean Sharif in the morning. Hello, Sean. How you doing? I'm here, fam. He makes us all uncomfortable and very curious at the same time.
Hurts and Lamar, along with Mahomes, are all 5-1. 5-1 versus 3-1. I think they're gambling on Lamar not keeping up this pace. The pace is unsustainable.
Your mom's unsustainable.
If you think, no, she can laugh. I mean, never mind. Never mind.
Hey.
Never mind.
Wow. You're curious now, right? First you got uncomfortable, now you're curious. What kind of stamina does she have, sir?
What all's going on here?
Can we Google a pic? What's her Instagram?
Man, you're right. I heard that live this morning, and that was my exact range of thoughts and emotions. Is it Sean Sharif making us all curious and uncomfortable? Is it a guy stuck on a roller coaster? Is it the Denver TV station or our current champion lady at Popeyes? I'm going to go with the guy on the roller coaster, Chiafalo. How about you?
It's a strong bunch. I'm going to rock with Sharif there. I'm now very, very curious.
We are tied at 1, Lucius, in the Pimp Cup.
Dude on the roller coaster.
It's 2-1, Will Chuck.
I'm going roller coaster.
3-1, Brian.
I'm going to vote for Sean.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, live from Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. It is Guy stuck on a roller coaster. Come win a G-Bag Nation flag. Lots of Tolos hanging out already, and they're doing a drawing every 15 minutes. They have, I believe, 10 of the collector's edition pinup G-Bag Nation flags that I know you're a big fan of, Brian. And people
Love
were
that.
asking.
Yep.
People were asking all last weekend on the tour day at DFW. Enjoy the nice weather on Fat Daddy's pooch-friendly patio, bar, flat screens, fans, treats, and in a water station, even for your four-legged friends. It is a great time to be looking into that kind of stuff. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going, sir?
It's Friday. Let's do the sports mix. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about the Frankels.
Shortages in demand are driving up prices. Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find the roads.
Welcome back. At this very moment here at Fat Daddy's, we are drawing 2 more winners for G-Bag Nation flag. She's doing it every 15 minutes. Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. Happy hour is going on already, and there's a little bit of breaking news. Jason Peters, if you thought maybe something looked off and it was weird that he went from 14 snaps to 21 snaps and played worse, chest injury. And we'll be asking Stephen Jones about that coming up at 3 o'clock, but I guess the news is he could miss multiple weeks. So that's not a fun one.
Well, thank God McGovern's already back. I mean, we could just be riding Farniok into this thing versus Aaron Donald, and that would have sucked.
Slander here for Farniok.
No, I'm just saying, like Farniok going with Aaron Donald right now, I'd be more queasy than McGovern versus Donald. Let's be real.
Okay, and we have Tony Pollard questionable for Sunday because of an illness that kept him off the field for today's practice. That is breaking news from 2 minutes ago off the Twitter account of Todd Archer. Okay, so there you have the very latest.
I do wonder, though, is this one of these, like, did this chest injury happen during the game? Or, because I feel like Peters is old enough to where this could have happened him getting out of bed this morning.
That's fair.
Yeah. Like, this could literally be news of the hour it just happened.
It could be. And we'll get more information from Stephen Jones coming up in 13 minutes here on your home of the Cowboys. It is time now for Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Okay, as I teased, we're going to do the sports mix for you. And if you've listened for the first time here, sports mix are generally thoughts, questions, things I need answered, and so I always go to my colleagues here. They do a great job of handling those questions and giving me those answers I need. So I'll start down there with you, Chief.
Sweet.
Is this the weekend that the bubble burst for Cooper Rush?
Yeah, I mean that was my big fear. That's my big fear coming into this thing. It's the bubble bursting on Cooper Rush and Sean McVay putting on a masterclass. But I trust this coaching staff of the Cowboys more so maybe than I have in the entire duration of the McCarthy era. Right now, I'm probably at peak coach trusting because Dan Quinn's had it. Now Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy, what they've done offensively, it's like, okay, I'm feeling pretty good here. And so I don't think this is the one. I think timing, it makes sense, but the team, I just don't see the Rams being talented enough to be that team that does it. So I'm banking on this still being Cowboy victory Sunday and Monday when we get back in here and talk about it, and then that Eagles game has me a little queasy.
So when you say burst, do you mean just he takes the L?
He doesn't play well enough. He doesn't play well enough. He's the reason why they don't win the game.
No, I don't think he's going to be the reason why they don't win. So I would say no. I think Cooper Rush still plays within himself. I don't see him turning the football over a ton. I could see this offense being stagnant. I mean, one thing that they're not doing very well is being able to sustain drives. We've seen a lot of stalled drives with Cooper Rush, and that's something that they need to improve upon. But I don't think this will be the week. They're just not a team that's getting a ton of pressure outside of Aaron Donald.
It's not going to be a good game for Cooper Rush. I think the quality of cornerback that you're looking at there with Ramsey, and then the pass rush that might not be there all game, but it will be there a few times. He's been dodging bullets when it comes to the picks. So I think Jalen Ramsey makes him pay, ends up with about 200 yards and like one interception or so. But the Cowboys win in spite of his mediocre play because the Rams can't do much either.
There you go. Okay, how about you on this one, Zach? You can only take one away.
Okay.
Aaron Donald or Cooper Kupp. You can only take one away.
Donald. I think you saw last week, you can allow Cooper Kupp to get his, and that Rams offense can still be contained. I think that the 49ers showed you that, and that's probably the only defense that's really challenging the Cowboys for the best in the league, in my opinion. I think the Eagles have a case, but they also haven't really played anybody, in my opinion, yet that scares you. The Lions do have a solid offense, and we do need to give them a little bit of respect, but I think that Aaron Donald certainly is the guy that can wreck a game plan.
Yeah, it's a tough choice. Great question. I'm going to take away Cooper Kupp because I think without him, they got nothing on offense.
I like that. I'm going to go Aaron Donald as well here. I think he's the guy that could wreck the game for you. Cooper Kupp, we've seen it, as Walchuk mentioned. He can get his, and they don't have – that's just a jab. That ain't a knockout punch. One guy cannot beat the Cowboys' defense. One guy in Aaron Donald, maybe the best of all time, could eat up this offense.
All right. I'll go back with you on this one. Gavin, okay, you're back from taking a picture there.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have concern about a new deep snapper for the Cowboys?
Oh. No, I don't. I assume, and maybe I'm ignorant to this, but I assume that's a fairly easy job, and he's gonna get that done.
Overton's the new deep snapper, 10-year vet, been around the league. Chief, any concern about operations with your punter kicker with a new deep snapper?
It definitely went into the thinking about how I'm going to go about predicting this game, but it was not enough to sway me in a direction that would have the Cowboys losing. So I will say non-factor.
Yes. I'm very concerned after what you said yesterday and the fact that Maher missed those kicks. I think the operation is something that is one of the more underrated aspects of the game there. The battery's got to get
Look at
this
you
thing
kissing
down.
up to Brian, the former long snapper.
I mean, it doesn't matter if Brian's on the show or not, to be honest. It's just how I believe in the game.
Long snapper's a pretty important part of the operation.
He's always been a long snapper.
On the record for it.
I'm a special teams kind of guy.
When you talk about team building, most people go to the quarterback, but you have a new age pioneer, guy in Walchuk.
The kickers. I believe kickers are people
but
too.
Not just the kickers, the long snappers.
That's a great point. That's why we wanted these guys on the show, right, Brian? They consider everything.
They consider it all. But
I'm a little nervous. I'm a bit nervous right now, Gavin. I'm a little bit nervous.
I will say this, though. There's been so many positive things about Brett Maher and what he's been able to do, and you need those points.
Hopefully today was a better day, though.
Yeah, I mean it's about timing. It's about Maher. Like he's not going to start his approach until he's going to keep his head down. Anger's going to call for the ball, and sometimes these snappers are so good at it that you don't have to spin the laces. So you catch the snap and you just put it down, and then you're through the
just knuckleball that thing.
The laces are away.
Oh, the holder.
They got it down where these snappers have got it where they can rotate the ball in their hand.
That's dialed.
And then snap it, and knowing by that angle that the rotation will get it to where all that the holder has to do is take it and put it down.
Dan.
Laces out.
They got to be out.
Are we in any way disappointed that we didn't holler at our guy LP Ladisseur for just a nice little quick comeback?
I heard that
Very
LP
nervous
was.
about it.
I heard he was very happy about playing golf. And that's what I was when I was at the Star. I go, why don't they just bring LP back? And they're like, no. LP very happy playing golf, not interested.
Why didn't you go out there for a little?
I tried.
Right?
I would have done it.
Yeah.
I would have done that.
Yeah.
I would have gone out there, GoPro on me. Now the coverage would have been a little problematic. Okay, my final thing, and General, I'll go with you on this one.
Thank you.
Real quick. Where does the Texas-Oklahoma game rank on your weekend football watching?
It ranks third behind Cowboys, the Red Zone slate at noon, which is amazing because there's like 7 games going at the same time, and then the Fairgrounds.
The Fairgrounds?
Yeah, that's honestly that's 100% fair. Now it's going to have my undivided attention at 11 o'clock tomorrow, but Cowboys, Red Zone, and then Texas OU right now.
Yeah, give me Kansas and TCU. Definitely the better game, no question about it.
Listen to yourself.
Well, talk to me about who Tulsa's playing this weekend. Well,
Tulsa is also going to be a big one.
Who's their long snapper, though?
For Tulsa, I'm going to have to do some deep diving on
honestly, just tell me who their opponent is.
Tulsa's?
Yeah.
It's a deep show, Gavin.
It's no idea.
Tennessee and LSU also a big one. But it's Cowboys, Rams, and then it's Texas OU.
You know what? I love college football, and I will because LSU does play Tennessee at 11 a.m. I am going to keep an eye on that because my son Bennett Broadus goes to school now at the University of Texas, so I will pull for them, and hopefully they get a victory. So,
by the way, Texas is dominating in terms of Fat Daddy roll call.
Representation,
right? Yeah, the representation right now, it is more burnt orange than I don't see a single Sooner up in here.
Any Sooners in the building yet?
Any
so
Sooners
far?
in the building? We got one. We got one raising the hand back there. He's hammered
okay.
already. That's my guy over there.
All right. Yes.
Tulsa's got the Navy midshipman tomorrow.
Ooh. Oh, thank you. Thank
Anchors
you. Good
away.
pull. Good pull.
We got the seaman.
We're live. Fat Daddies in Mansfield. We are now 5 minutes away from drawing for another G-Bag Nation flag giveaway. I'm about to order the Fat Daddy's triple play and choose from boneless or bone-in wings, jalapeno cheese sticks, fried pickles, and potato skins. They have an incredible menu here. It's a great place to fellowship. They're drawing for flags every 15 minutes, and Stephen Jones joins you next here on The Fan. I want to talk about my friends at Absolute Beauty Solutions, though, and what they can offer you.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. We're live at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. Happy hour is on. You're looking at $2.50 Wells and $2 domestic drafts, $3 margaritas. That's Monday through Friday, 2 to 7. And you can check out the full menu at fatdaddyslive.com. She is drawing once again for some G-Bag Nation flags, okay? And she's doing that every 15 minutes right here at Fat Daddy's, talking with Tolos at the break. We've already had multiple winners and multiple happy folks. Stephen Jones, we're standing by for Stephen Jones, a very busy man here on a Friday, and we'll be getting him before too long. We do have some breaking Cowboys news to reset here with you. Jason Peters has a chest issue. He's going to miss multiple games, is the speculation.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Tony Pollard is ill, and he's obviously ill with the pill, but he's also under the weather, and he is questionable now for Sunday's 3:25 start against the Rams. We're good with CeeDee Lamb, though, right? And we're good with Jordan Lewis. So at least that's some good news, but it's a little tough news. Brian, looks like you have an update.
Yeah, I do. I reached out to several people in the organization and just got back that they think that he had some bad food. So
Okay.
it might be a food poisoning situation. Again, that's what they're saying. They think that's what he might deal with today, why he didn't practice.
Man, my heart goes out to Tony Pollard then, because anybody who's experienced the food poisoning, my dear God, that is some of the 2 worst nights of my life involve food poisoning.
Yeah, one happened when we were doing the late show after a Rangers game.
Oh, that was
And it was about 1 a.m., and I think he ended
deal.
up sleeping in the work restroom.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had food poisoning other than a trip to Cabo San Lucas. I was on my way back.
Are you sure it wasn't alcohol poisoning?
Yeah, I
in
was.
Cabo?
I wasn't drinking. So
bad water.
I think what it was, and I was very, very diligent in avoiding any water or ice. But I got to the airport, and I got a fountain drink, and I think the ice in it kind of sent me over the edge. Shortly after I got back, I was like the most ill I'd been for 24 hours.
You have to also be careful too of like cleaning vegetables.
Really?
Like if you order, I'm going to avoid water and all that, but they clean the vegetables for salads and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's how the water gets on the vegetables too. So
Yeah.
that was something that got me.
It's interesting how the gastrointestinal works,
Yeah.
I think we should all just get used to it. That way we can go anywhere we want and not have to get sick on vacation.
Well, I developed that. I developed that because of the shoey thing. I just
you're
good. I'm good.
Yeah, that's true. That's
okay,
a good
so
point.
are we looking at a situation where Steven could join us at any time, or do we want to jump into our rim session here and then maybe plan on Steven for 3?
Or I mean, should we?
Does that sound good?
Anything that needs to be done right
We can
here.
be flexible. I think we're great at that.
Our flexibility is one of our greatest strengths.
We're about as flexible as Kevin Hagelin,
including the way we diligently go about preparing for our long snappers.
Well,
on our roster.
Yes,
as well.
100%.
No stone left unturned. Well, let's jump into some
Who is the Tulsa
some
long
rim
snapper?
session. You want to open this up for us, Giafalo?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. For the first time in Fat Daddy's history, we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed, and I have to slow down to make sure LA is not getting set up for failure here. But let's go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids to bed, and go all the way around the rim. There it is.
Let it rain. Adam Higuera is the Tulsa long snapper, by the way, so go bleep yourself.
What an incredible story with this video of Draymond Green coming out.
It is. It really is.
TMZ, so resourceful, and the punching of Jordan Poole has absolutely gone viral.
Yes.
Is this Michigan State versus Michigan? Is that what we're looking at here? Is there some deep-seated, in-state rivalry going down?
Apparently that is
Really?
the case. And
That was the beginning of
somebody texted that in yesterday on the truckwreck.com text line. I didn't even think about it at the time, but yeah, it is Michigan State rivalry. And he clocked him. Holy cow. And he knocks back against the wall. I don't think that helped his cause at all. Might have been some double KO action.
It was incredible how good Draymond Green was at delivering that shot. And then he was on him like he was going to finish with a ground and pound like an MMA fighter.
Yeah.
Like some players can't fight, but some can. And we saw in the Malice at the Palace 18 years ago that some members of the Pacers and Pistons could fight. And you're like, oh, look at that. Jermaine O'Neal can box, no doubt about it. And last night I think we saw with that video coming out that man, if I'm in the NBA and Draymond Green wants to go at me, I'm going to try not to back down, but I'm definitely not pushing. There's no way I'm pushing unless that push is going to be immediately followed up by a bob and a weave and a duck. in a run.
Yeah.
You know, I think Draymond Green just put out the biggest message across the NBA that maybe he is the baddest dude in the league.
Do you feel like with a bunch of other giant alpha males, do you feel like there is some level of, well, pick on somebody your own size, Draymond? Right, because he's clearly fighting in a weight class that's at least 1 or 2 below.
Yes,
so there is that there.
I mean, nobody looks great in this story.
Like, he didn't go after Kayvon Looney like that.
But to Jordan Poole, why are you pushing? That is a hey, let's fight.
Why are you getting in my face, Draymond?
Yeah, exactly.
As soon as you get into my face, Draymond, and when you look back at the push of Jordan Poole, and maybe this is just an indictment on how hard he pushes, or maybe it was just a
pushes.
It wasn't like Draymond Green went flying like some push. It was just like kind of more of a nudge of like, get out of my
what are
face,
you doing,
bro.
Right? Yeah. It's tough to say without audio and context. You know, maybe Jordan Poole had said something that justified him getting in his face. So there is an element of unknown things in this discussion.
Sure. But we have had 2 Golden State Warrior teammates come in now and defend Jordan Poole. We had Andre Iguodala yesterday. We've had Steph Curry today, which makes me say I think Draymond and the big mouth of his is in the wrong here.
Yeah, certainly if he apologized to an extent. Now,
right.
I think where it goes from here is also interesting. Like, sometimes 2 people fight and they have a conversation afterwards and they see eye to eye better.
Sure.
You know, and maybe that happens.
How many times do we see them being friends afterwards, too?
Sure.
It's like, hey, we just needed to get that out of our system.
Yeah, you know, Jordan punched Steve Kerr and they got over it.
Yeah. Jordan Poole didn't get much out of his system, though.
No, Draymond did.
Draymond selfishly got to get it all out of his.
Jordan
Poole's like, I still got a lot here in my system.
Maybe you should let me hit you, too.
My tank is actually still full here, Draymond. And you have right now, the reporting is that Iguodala and Looney, as the vets on the squad, are trying their best to rally a divided sort of locker room right now.
Okay. Wow.
And, this is great for the Mavericks.
Oh, it is great. Yes.
This is good for the rest of the West.
Yeah, let's put on
I
the
hope they just self-implode.
If one's got to go, you trading Poole or Green?
Green. Pool's the future.
Yeah,
you trade Draymond.
Poole's not good enough.
You don't think so?
Draymond Green's their engine on defense and transition.
Yeah, but he's nearing
passing
the end.
that he does from a point post type of that opens up so much stuff for their offense.
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way: if you're an opposing team, are you giving up more for Jordan Poole or for Draymond Green?
Draymond Green.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess maybe some teams that feel like they're like a one kind of championship guy away, whatever deal. But I think most people are going to trade more assets for Jordan Poole right now than Draymond Green. That'd be my guess.
Okay, we got Stephen Jones coming up at 3:20. Okay, continue the rim session, Chief. Okay. Do you want to stay on this topic, or do you have others?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to settle in here for just a second.
Let's settle in.
Because now you're also talking about, like, everybody takes the L here. Jordan Poole takes the L. Draymond Green looks like a bleep hole. Now, who is, I guess, depending on how much bag the leaker got, right? Because this is a Golden State practice. This is not footage any of us should be privy to. Yeah. TMZ is obviously going to make us privy to anything.
I need 10 times my annual salary to leak that video.
10 times the annual.
If it comes out, you know, I'm not working ever again in the league. This is my career.
Yeah.
So if you want this video, you got to pay for now and the future.
You got to think that was a hefty bag that the leaker got. But now you have Golden State that is having to do this whole sort of investigation now of who that person is. And I just love the idea of just like how all of this is taking place right now in Golden State, this organization. Oh my gosh, we have this Draymond, we have a team nightmare, but now we have an organizational leaker that we got to get to the bottom of. TMZ, everybody's crapping on us right now. That's a bad look.
It is, man, and I don't know. I just hope that it tears them apart. I do think they have enough great leadership there. And I think, you know, the apology from Draymond Green is going to go a long way. I think they'll probably get it figured out. And because the other thing is, there's fights on most sports teams.
There are.
You know?
There are.
Bassick fought somebody like every other year. We don't hear about this stuff. You know? The only thing
he fights us every damn day.
You know, Jerry Stackhouse used to beat up like 2 or 3 teammates per year. Yeah. You know? And he played on some great teams. So, who was Steve Smith? You know, Carolina Panthers wide receiver. Like, fights happen. Guys are used to it. Sometimes you take the L and it makes you a little bit more humble and it's good for you, you know? So I don't know if this is that different, and I'll still consider the Warriors the favorite in the West.
I agree. I think that they are the favorite in the West. That's why I kind of love hearing this story, and I'm hoping that it does linger for as long as possible.
Hopeful.
And maybe it pops back up later in the year around the postseason. We get another brouhaha between them.
Yes, that would be nice.
Right?
That would be nice. I'm excited to see how this unfolds for Golden State here because you would think, like I was the way I imagined it yesterday before the video, I was thinking maybe this is some type of galvanizer situation. Like we needed this. This was the punch in the mouth that we needed going into the season, and it doesn't really feel like that. It
Like
feels
a wake-up call?
Yeah, it feels like this is kind of a divided.
That looked like an attack.
Right.
More problems with the fight or the leaker?
The fight. Because
if you're a team, what would you worry about more? If the guys are leaking stuff that you guys are doing, or the actual fight?
I think you're more worried about the league.
Yeah, I think the team is worried about the leaker.
I'm going to say the fight. I think money talks for the leaker, and you're like, yeah, we don't pay all of our guys, and one of them had access to it, so they put the video out.
Personally, I agree with that, but I think from the team perspective.
Oh, inside the team?
I think they're worried about probably
I'm much more worried.
more.
Yes, I see that, yeah.
But I'm with you. Otherwise, personally, it's like that guy's trying to just make some money.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably some random guy that just videos practice, not making a living.
Yeah.
And he's like,
but we
got to
get him out.
Get
I'm not that worried about the players.
See, that's
think
what I
once
would
the
say.
Season starts, it's going to be fine. They're going to, settle
If I was
differences.
Kerr or Myers, those guys, the general manager there, I would say, let's find the guy who leaked this.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about the fight. I think we'll be fine. I worry about the person that is putting our information out there for others to see.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed 100%. And shout out to the NBA and just their offseason, their summer soap opera that they've given us. I mean, dear God, between Ime Udoka and this whole Draymond situation, I mean, this is wild. And now we got the good stuff. We have Ho You Fat. By the way, if they had a new stat,
what did you just say to me?
If they had a new stat for who is the league leader in jersey swaps, it's going to be Ho You Fat.
Oh yeah,
because they're already on this thing.
It's a must-get item.
Sharif O'Neal, son of Shaq, who's like playing in the G League right now. Immediately after the game with between Steve Ho You Fat squad and Sharif O'Neal's, it was immediate like beeline. Like you could tell like at halftime, Sharif O'Neal already
Can
had.
we
it in his
get a
brain,
jersey
like,
already?
I'm going right to Ho You Fat for the
Damn
jersey
right
swap.
you can get it.
Can we get one like on Fanatics or whatever?
I think we could probably purchase a Ho You Fat. Yeah.
How do you spell Ho You Fat?
H-O space Y-O-U, I believe.
No. There's. Oh yeah.
I think it's just a. Is it,
maybe
is
just
it spelled
Y-U.
out?
But Steve
Maybe
is
it's Darvish.
spelled with 2 E's.
Yeah.
That's
Steve
interesting.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard players are requesting they get sent down to the G League just so they could try for the jersey swap.
They're trying to
after the
get
game.
the game worn jersey swap takes the Ho You Fat status to a whole other level as well.
Viral.
I'm laughing. There's a video director around the league that listens to our program, and he just texted me. He said maybe they should take care of their video directors.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I'm saying.
There you go.
I feel for you guys.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I have a buddy around the league that listens, and he said, "Yeah, maybe you should take care of
I
the
like
video
that.
directors."
I mean, it's the Chicago Black Sox. It's like, yeah, they threw a World Series because they were making the equivalent of like $19,000 in modern day money. They weren't making crap. They were like, what? We can get like 20 years salary just for not winning the World Series? Bet.
So I did want to stick in the G League for just a second here because we haven't gotten really to discuss the two top prospects in this upcoming NBA draft, one of which is supposedly the most legendary NBA prospect potentially of all time, Mr. Victor Wembanyama and Scoot Henderson. So they played against each other this week. It was a really fun game. Wembanyama was absolutely dominant, and Scoot Henderson was really, really good as well. They're both the clear-cut top two guys, but it's also that Wembanyama is the clear-cut number one guy. And he was quoted as saying, Victor Wembanyama he says, quote, "If I was never born, I think he would deserve the first spot." Talking about Scoot Henderson, which is one of the most legendary lines, I would say, in sports history. This dude, and he's been a stud since like 12 years old. The NBA has been on this guy. And Adrian Wojnarowski, GMs across the sport are going, this is going to be the most legendary tanking season in NBA history because everybody wants a shot at this dude who is the premium prospect, like extraterrestrial. He is an alien. There's a photo of him standing next to Rudy Gobert, making Rudy Gobert look like a small child.
Wow.
Like this dude, and then he's got an offensive repertoire. It's like 7'5".
Yeah, he's like 7'4", 7'5" with guard skills. Basically, I mean, it's freaky. It's freaky.
I saw last night a blocked shot hitting threes. They played twice this week. They were both on national TV. I guess Scoot got hurt, but this is it's just hard to project that a guy's actually going to be able to get it done. I don't see a lot of quickness. So we'll see. But to live up to the hype of like the best prospect ever, like really?
Right.
This guy's going to be better than LeBron and Jordan?
It's a tough deal.
Yeah.
What was
but
Andrew
still,
Wiggins?
it is exciting. Very exciting.
Like Wiggins
to
was
see him give it a
supposed to be
shot.
the next LeBron.
Well,
that didn't work. So hopefully this does.
They're
pan out
comparing
for
this
him.
guy to Jabbar. I mean, I've seen like when you talk about 18-year-old prospects and stuff like that. Maybe before Jabbar went to UCLA.
After reading that quote, he's got the confidence off the court like a Wilt.
Yeah.
You know, so this dude's got the whole package.
Let's go. Stephen Jones is going to join us next. We're live at Fat Daddy's. They're giving away a limited edition Tolo flag every 15 minutes. Come hang out from 2 to 7. They have happy hour every afternoon, 2 to 7 here. Fat Daddy's in Mansfield, and we're back with Stephen Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about Dean.
save money every day.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
All right, welcome back. We are live at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield, fellowshipping with Tolos at the break. They're turning up out here on a Friday. If you're anywhere close, come on by. They're drawing for a free G-Bag flag every 15 minutes. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. And the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com as Stephen Jones joins you now here on the Fan. Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How we doing?
Oh, we're doing great. Okay, so there's news on Jason Peters being out with, a chest injury. What else can you tell us about it?
Well, I just, something that was bothering him this week, and, more than likely, I know he wants to get in there and play, but more than likely we're on the side of safety here and keeping him well for the long haul, but we'll certainly check it out as we move forward tomorrow and then on Sunday.
All right, and speaking of Sunday, are you guys playing well enough to go in and take out the Super Bowl champs in their house?
Well, that remains to be seen. Obviously, you are talking about Super Bowl champs here, and, obviously a great place to play out there at SoFi Stadium, and, they've got a lot of great players on that football team, certainly, starting with Aaron Donald, probably the best player in the league, and go right on down the line, one of our hometown favorites, Matthew Stafford, who, I like to root for, won't be able to this Sunday, but certainly his career has been amazing, topped off with that Super Bowl last year, but and then, this guy Cooper Kupp's presents a lot of problems, so we're going to have our hands full, but, we feel like we're playing well and feel like we can continue to improve as we move forward.
Well, you got to feel great about the way this defense has looked in the first 4 weeks, specifically with the team's speed defensively. Is this the fastest defense you think you've had since maybe back to the 90s Super Bowl teams?
No question. I mean, obviously we've put this thing together, and, I always hats off to our personnel department. I think we do a great job of really listening to what coordinators, whether it be offense, defense, or special teams, are trying to accomplish, and then, go out and work with those groups. And obviously, Coach McCarthy at the head of the list, but working to, get the type of players that can fit the scheme, can fit the play style, can fit what they're trying to get accomplished. And I think that's what's happened here on defense. Is we've got a defense that their play temperament, the way they play the game, really fits the personnel. I think really fits what DQ's trying to get done, and obviously have played, at a high level up to this point.
Now, as good as some of the defensive things are, I mean, and you guys are really good, but maybe you could use more run stopping. Why not go out there and make a trade and put this team in the front runner seat in an NFC that's kind of down right now, Steven?
Well, I think it's got to be the right guy that fits, and certainly we keep our eyes wide open for this. I mean, certainly, when it comes to run stopping, you got guys like a Bohannon and a Gallimore and guys on our team that can do some of that, but we'll continue to see. I mean, a little bit sometimes you get that defense and they're all hungry for sacks, and, they're wanting to make plays at the quarterback, and then, sometimes you get a little overly aggressive and don't play your run lanes. I thought we did a great job adjusting last week, after they got off to the Redskins got off to a good start running the ball. I think we really did a good job adjusting at halftime and really, in my mind, slowing that down to a minimum as we played the second half. So there's obviously areas we can improve. If the right player shows up that we think makes us a better team that fits what we're trying to accomplish as a defense, then we're wide open to do that. Same holds true for the offensive side of the ball. If the right guy shows up that makes sense, we'll certainly be looking at it.
Stephen, what do you make of the low scoring and just across the league, defenses looking a step ahead of offenses through the first month or so of this season?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more so than normal, so you can't just say, hey, it's the first 4 weeks, but, as a whole, usually what happens as the season progresses, these offenses get into sync. and they move the ball better, and they have more production. But I do think even if you just compare the first 4 to the last 4 weeks, first 4 weeks of the season compared to the last 4 years, I think we're down a little bit for sure. I was on the competition committee and get those statistics, and there's no question we're down a little bit in terms of the offensive production up to this point.
Do you think you guys would have to look at another adjustment in the rules from the competition committee if the scoring doesn't bounce back?
You don't do this knee-jerk on one season. I think you got to take the full body of work. There's always the unintended consequences and, things you learn on that committee. But it'll, no question, if there's any blinking lights when this whole season is done and you look and you're concerned about something, then you take a look at it. And just as we do every year. And certainly the way it's pacing right now, if it stayed that way, we'd get in there and see if there's any things that we could do differently. I will say most people will say in this league, that the rules tend to lend themselves to offensive production. So, but it's also certainly something that our fans enjoy. It's entertaining, seeing touchdowns and big plays and, seeing offensive players make those type of plays. At the same time, it is nice to see some of these defenses stepping up, and we'll just see how this full season goes and then evaluate it.
Stephen, with Kearse trending the right way of being available against the Rams this weekend, have you had to walk down to Dan Quinn's office and tell him, listen, don't take Donovan Wilson off the field, whatever you do, please?
Well, I'm not going to be the one telling Dan Quinn what he needs to do or not do. I think he's doing a great job. He knows how to use his personnel. He certainly feels what Dono Wilson's bringing to the table in terms of his aggressiveness and making plays on the ball. I mean, he's had a great start to the year, and certainly I see a lot of people are taking notice. Mentioning the 3 safeties, that they may be one of the best safety groups, which is unheard of, as you know, around here for the past 20 years, as safety hadn't been a priority. But certainly these guys are making a difference, at the line of scrimmage, making a difference in the post and breaking on the balls. Hats off to that group of guys. It'll be great to get Kearse back. I also, give Israel a lot of credit and give Bell. He's trying to learn from these guys, but stepping up when Kearse is out. But it's a really strong group of safeties back there.
Stephen, if I could follow up on that, what changed then within the organization? Was it something that you and Jerry and Will sat down with the coaches, or, you're absolutely right. I mean, Darren Woodson, a legendary player for you guys, and it seemed like forever we couldn't find a safety here, and now you've got all these safeties. Did something fundamentally change with the evaluations with you guys?
Well, I think it's just, being able to know what a particular defensive coordinator wants out of these guys. And, again, I'll say Dan was great, and his staff were great with verbalizing what they were trying to get done. I mean, you look at it, Brian, and it's not it's not necessarily resources. We got, Javon Kearse was a street free agent. Hooker was coming off an injury situation, and we were able to get him on a 1-year type prove-it deal, and obviously Dono and Iz are 6th-round picks. So, we were able to sign, at the end of the day, sign Hooker and Kearse back this year. And so, it's just, I think more than anything, it's just defining what you want out of that position, finding that talent pool, and making it work. Now, the next step's going to be keeping those guys around, and as I said, we took a good step with Kearse and Hooker, and Dono will be coming up here soon. So, I think the biggest thing is communication as to what we're trying to get accomplished at that, at the safety position.
Stephen Jones with us here on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation. I think it's a fascinating matchup coming up between you and the Rams, and looking at how both teams are built. I mean, your club has the most homegrown players in the NFL, and then Les Snead walks around with a Bleep Them Picks T-shirt on. What stands out to you about the way the Rams have built their team? There's no right or wrong, but it's two very different ways of doing it.
Yeah, well, that's my point. There's no right or wrong way. That's what I was going to say. And there's a lot of different ways to go about it. Certainly have to, hats off to the Rams. They won a championship. So certainly you have to pay attention to that, when the right situation presents itself. I also think at the end of the day that it's very important to build your foundation through the draft. And as you said, I think we're, one of the better ones at having the homegrown talent, but also understand that and I think we understand if the right situation comes along, to get a guy like a Fowler, to get a guy like a Hooker, former first-round type picks, to get a Basham, to get a Quinn that we've had here in the past, we've done that as well. But I think, one thing, I would say is we're not against, too, paying a free agent if it's the right guy, and we think he makes the difference. In the meantime, while you do have these homegrown guys coming up, you're going to want to keep them around. And we all know we want to keep the Micahs and the Diggs, and I don't want to leave anyone out of that, but the Lambs and people like that, you want to be able to keep those guys around, because we all know you can't keep them all, but you do want to keep these guys that are playing at high levels here in Dallas. And as I said, if the right situation presented itself, then we feel like we can do that as well.
Stephen Jones here with us on 105.3 The Fan. Stephen, with the NFL warming up to sports wagering, we got to ask you as well. Coach McCarthy was great on this question, but do you think the Cowboys should be 5.5-point dogs to the Rams? Are they that much better?
I don't really pay attention to that, to those lines. I mean, they're, not something that we're involved in, but, I don't know how they go about making lines. The only thing I would say to anything in terms of us continuing to battle each week, which is a good thing, is I think all the players around Cooper Rush have stepped up. And anytime, you're without your franchise quarterback, which we are with Dak, then, probably going to see why some people feel, hey, you got an uphill battle that you're going with your backup quarterback against a Super Bowl winning championship team. So I understand that. I don't know how lines are made, and but I will say this: sometimes it's good to be in the shoes, be the underdog, and feel like you got to go in there and be more focused and more on top of your game in terms of playing at the highest level.
You're not a spread guy, Steven. You more over under prop bet kind of guy.
No, I'm not. I stay strictly because of the job that I'm in. I stay away from those type of things.
I was just busting your balls, man. That was not fair of me, Steven. Okay. Now let me ask you this: we have a legendary NBA fight that just went down this week in practice, and I'm curious: is there a Cowboy practice fight that stands out to you over the years that was pretty legendary?
Well, I'll tell you something that was, really got us on top of it. And, of course, Coach Fisher served on the competition committee with me and is a good friend. But the training camp fight we had out in Oxnard was pretty epic when we practiced against the Rams. It got pretty rough, and I think Aaron Donald was right in the middle of that one with Zach Martin. And, it got a little feisty out there. But that one's probably the one I said, oh, my, this is getting to be pretty, this is escalating here, and I think we ultimately ended up calling off practice. Of course, Jason was our coach, and Coach Fisher was theirs, but since then, I think we've done a good job with these training camp practices because I do think they can be productive for teams in the preseason there, since we're down to 3 games, and obviously we're limited on some of the things we can do with practices. I think they're productive, and it is up to the organizations, in particular the head coaches, to make sure you go out there and not have those type of things. I'm sure the NBA feels the same way, and I know the NFL certainly feels that way, that we're trying to, keep as little of that, trying to keep what little there is out of our game.
Did you ever catch yourself in any scuffles there at Arkansas or anything in your playing days, Stephen?
Not that I recall. I mean, we were pretty disciplined team under Coach Hatfield, and he had a zero tolerance for that type of for penalties and personal fouls and things of that nature. So, we were coached up pretty good, to step away, and I think he did a good job of that resonating with our group. But ultimately, inevitably, you're going to end up, you're going to get two guys that are going at each other, and the chirping that goes on, sometimes you're going to have it escalate to a push or a shove, and unfortunately, sometimes even more than that. But I think overall, we do a good job. You can always be better because you're always going to have some of it, and your goal is to have none of it. But that's probably not realistic when it comes down to these guys competing against each other.
Have you seen the video of Green and Poole?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, it's worth a Google. It's clean. It's a good shot.
I'll need to take a look.
Get a little popcorn ready and rock and roll.
That's the guy you want in your corner. Thank you so much, Stephen. Get him held out there. We'll be pulling for you.
All right, guys. Thank you.
There he goes, Stephen Jones with you every Friday usually at 3 o'clock right here on The Fan. We are live at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. I kind of got the feeling that maybe they are looking for a trade. Maybe they are going to be opportunistic. That didn't sound like just GM speak. But also at the same time, they want to challenge the players they have to try to get it figured out. But this gap sound and stuff, it's been a problem for years, Brian.
Yeah, with Stephen, and they do a good job as far as with the pro personnel, the evaluations. It's with them, as much as they love to draft, they have to be mindful of what the compensation will be, and that's and to go out and get something legitimate. And to me, if you go out and say you're looking at defensive tackles, is that going to help you on the edge? The defensive tackles, the way they played, I feel like they've done a pretty good job of handling inside run game. It's the perimeter stuff that's been a little bit of a problem. Let's see what happens this week, though, with the run game, with the fact with Curse and then Wilson maybe being on the field at the same time.
Okay.
But I like what you're going with that
I like
trade
that.
possibility.
Oh, that's exciting. Okay, we are live at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. Happy Hour is on every weekday afternoon, 2 to 7. They're drawing in 6 minutes for another G-Bag Nation flag giveaway, and we'd love to see you join us for Happy Hour and Fellowship here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Chiafalo this is biggest L, biggest dub, right?
Yes, sir. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? 877-881-1053. That's coming up next right here in the nation. But first, if you want to get a big dub.
The Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We're live Fat Daddies in Mansfield here all the way until 7 o'clock. No matter what sport you watch, Fat Daddies is the place to be. They have all sorts of amazing things going on. They have a dog-friendly porch. It's fantastic, and we're just enjoying some of their pizza there at the break. But there's something for everybody here at Fat Daddies in Mansfield, and they're drawing for Tolo G-Bag Nation flags every 15 minutes, so we're 12 minutes away from the next drawing. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo, Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Yes, sir. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? Text them on in 877-881-1053 because it is time for this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Got to be honest, I feel like we're in the midst of a massive dub right now. Doing a little G-Bag Nation on a football Friday at Fat Daddy's. The Miller Lights are flowing. The Diet Coke is a-flowing for Dawson. We're pre-gaming for the Straw Dog, Broadus versus Walchuk. We got pizza. We got Tolos all over the place. We have Red River Showdown weekend. We have day baseball, playoff baseball. You have the NFL. Like, what an amazing time we're living in right now. State Fair, Walchuk State Fair. I mean, come on.
Weather's
in the 80s.
It's beautiful.
Just
beautiful
a monster
weather.
dub all the way around.
This place couldn't be better. The crowd's great. The Tolo environment is amazing.
They call it the DF dub for a reason.
Absolutely.
We're all catching a dub today. Now let's hit the fan text. 469 Tolo Charles Douglas, biggest dub, consolidated my 401ks last night. Retiring by 65 looks achievable. 33 years to go. So this is a guy that's really getting ahead of the game here.
Way ahead of the game.
But respect to my guy Charles.
At least
Charles,
you got to start. You got to. My advice: start when you 27 years old, starting with the Green Bay Packers. That's what you do.
That's what you do.
So when you're 58 years old and starting to forget names and stuff like that,
you're not putting wieners in your mouth
you're
and
not
slurping
exactly.
scotch through it.
I'm listening to you guys on the radio at the lake. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Well, we got a little late start there.
I'm going to be. I'll be 33 years away for 33 years, but that is okay. Shout out to you, Chuck. You're a monster in the 469. Let's see. We got to give a huge dub, a baseball dub, to the freshly retired Stephen Vaught of the Oakland A's. I mean, dear God, man, this is pretty cool. We have an Amber Alert.
Yep,
that sounds
phones
like
are all going on.
Everybody's phone's going on.
Somebody's taking an L. Okay, somebody in Midlothian is taking a in real time L. Godspeed. Stephen Vaught is getting a huge dub this week, though, because he homered on his very last at-bat as a major leaguer, but also was introduced to the plate by his kids. They hopped on the headset, and they shouted out their dad and gave him the introduction as he walked up for his final ever MLB at-bat, and then, boom, he donged one. How sick is that?
Yeah, great job.
Are you kidding me? It's awesome.
It's a shame that what was that? This one was at Oakland, right? So what? Like 17 people see him do this.
Yeah.
The 3 kids, I think. So,
Thank God for the internet.
Yeah, 14. Yeah, exactly. So,
Otherwise, nobody would have known about
nobody
this.
would have known.
Nobody.
Nobody would have known.
Nobody. The 12 people there at the Coliseum might have known.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we could have ran out there and got the ball and brought it back to him.
Hell yeah, we could have.
Hey, let me ask you a real quick question about that.
Yeah.
Chasing foul balls in Oakland when there's like 5,000 people, do you get up and go get a foul ball?
Hell yeah, you do.
If you're sitting in a
Couple
section
times.
do you get up or do you
it's ricocheting off of about a dozen different seats, but you might as well go get one.
But do you just seriously? Do you it's okay? I had 3 of them last week. You know, I'm not interested.
Yeah, if your season's
there's
ending,
there's diminishing return on that. But yeah, I'd get a nice collection. You know, after I'd probably stop about 25 balls. At that point, we have a good collection. We can have a little league baseball practice for a season.
Yeah, I think I'd kind of I wouldn't get up. I'd just say, nah, it's okay. Let somebody else go get that ball.
yeah.
I got about 100 of these things.
Yeah.
Just kind of eyeball it. I'm not rushing to it. If it's closer to me, then it's mine. I'll get to it when I get to it. If it's closer to you, I know it's yours. You'll get to it.
Just kind of wave at the guy.
Yeah,
you gotta.
That's your zone.
That's your
This
ball.
is mine.
Yeah. These 17 sections are yours. That's your ball.
These are mine.
Yeah.
We have a big L in Green Bay because Green Bay's going to London to play some football this week.
They left yesterday, I think.
Did they really?
They didn't even go the full time.
They left yesterday?
Yeah, I think so.
Whoa,
yeah.
talk about jet lag.
Yeah.
Well, the Packers corner Rasul Douglas, he's
no
played.
passport.
He's played.
They wouldn't let him.
He didn't have his passport.
I think he would actually prefer. He would have gotten a dub had he forgotten his passport.
Oh.
He's not a London guy. He used to play for the Eagles, and they played in London, and so he's talking about it, and he hates it. He says, quote, you don't get to do nothing over there. You just bleeping get on a plane, get over there, and bleeping practice, and then you play a game. You get back on a plane and travel bleeping 8 hours somewhere else. And that is the quote there from Rasul Douglas. He is not happy about going to London and playing a football game this week.
I think me going to London took years off my life because we were doing shows at DallasCowboys.com and all those pubs and stuff. And there's some serious football fans there. I mean, serious Cowboy fans, but serious NFL fans there in London. It's a great experience. And, but you have to go over there early enough. And that's what we did with the Cowboys. We were over there the whole week. So they had dinners for us and stuff like that. We got to see go to soccer matches and things. I mean, maybe the players don't get to do everything, but that's on him. Get out and walk around. You can experience that.
What was the strangest thing you consumed over there?
Oh, I didn't have anything like kidney pie or anything.
Nothing
like
weird?
Nothing weird. I'm like a fish and chips. I mean, when you're there,
you didn't have any pie.
Haggis is
hair
another
pie?
thing. No hair pie. But yeah, no. I was kind of
surprised.
focused on the fish and chips.
Don't they have like an onion egg they got some weird
Scotch eggs.
Scotch eggs.
Scotch egg, yeah. I just kind of I was trying to. It was one of those things like when you go to Philly and you try all the best cheesesteak places. You bounced all the. That's what I was doing with the
fish and chips.
Fish and chips.
You were just fish and chip hopping.
I was fish and chip hopping. Yeah,
I like that. We all took an L last night because last night's Colts Broncos game is the first NFL game in which each team took multiple sacks, threw multiple interceptions, had multiple fumbles, and failed to score a touchdown since a Giants Bills game on October the 18th of 1987. That was the last week with replacement players during the strike. Are you kidding?
Wow.
What we saw last night was historical.
That was replacement level football.
That was replacement level football. It's been over 30 years since we witnessed professionals, quote unquote professionals, just absolutely crap on a football field like they did last night.
Broncos
Disrespectful
fans are
to the
be
game.
calling him a scab.
Yeah, disrespectful to the
Cool.
game. And I'm.
Since we had Shane
I'm holding that
Falco.
L.
You got Commanders and Bears next week, right? Next Thursday.
That is disgusting. That is disgusting.
We're going to set football back 25 years.
Entertainment's low. I think Steven and that competition committee are going to be hard at work coming up next offseason.
I agree. And by the way, how about this for a tease? I will give you the biggest L of the week when we get to the hodgepodge at the 620, boys and girls, because there is a massive L, but we'll save
That's
it.
a good tease. Fat Daddies in Mansfield coming up at 5:20. A live what you drinking, what you thinking. Chiafalo's going to take a live mic into the audience. You'll be able to answer those questions live here at Fat Daddies. And Broadus and Wolchuk will begin their bet payoff drinking whiskey and or scotch out of straw dogs. So that those theatrics start at 5:20 here. We got to run, Nation. When we come back, Cowboys sideline reporter Christy Scales jumps on with us here on your home of the Cowboys. It's a Football Friday. I got to chat Men's Tea Clinic, though, because here we are at the end of the week. And if you're
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live from Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. Tolos are everywhere. We're doing drawings for G-Bag Nation flags every 15 minutes. By the way, you can purchase a flag if you can't get down here to Fat Daddy's at 105thethefan.com/Flagtober. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout. Super Bowl champion, by the way. Lucius Alexander is back in the Pimp Cup there. Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh. Woolchuck and Chiafalo, of course, are on the scene. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. MLB announces an increased attendance in 2022, so things are returning to normal for them. MLB playoffs today, so a lot of people are still baseball excited, even as we turn our attention more to the NFL and the NBA season coming up. A loss in the world of professional wrestling is Sarah Lee, a former WWE wrestler. She also won the reality TV series Tough Enough, passed away, age of 30 today. Cause of death unknown. She married another wrestler in 2017. They had 3 kids in the last 5 years. That's tragic and sad. The Raiders have added veteran wide receiver Albert Wilson. He was with the Dolphins last year, caught 25 catches, but they need some help get that offense going. Daniel Jones is going to start for the Giants in London, and Kyle Pitts is going to miss his first NFL game. That is amongst the headlines here at this hour. Yeah.
The Chupacabras are not happy about that, I can assure you. I have to go make some adjustments
I'm going to take another L in the Fan Fantasy League. I can't catch a break in that league.
That's a tough out. Okay, here it is. Here she is, Cowboys sideline reporter Christy Scales joining you now on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, Christy. Thanks for making time for us today. How you doing?
Yeah, you bet, General. Thank you. And thanks for having me on early before you guys start the drinking payoff of the bet. So I was worried that I was going to be on at 6 o'clock, and I'm not sure you guys are going to be totally with it by that time. So thanks for the early time slot.
Yeah, but Christy, you got to understand, you being an Aggie, you need to be doing a lot of drinking with the way you guys have been playing football here.
Just to get through a Saturday this year, that's for sure. That's for sure.
You're catching a break. There's no Bryce Young tomorrow, right? So that helps your chances?
Yeah, so might be able to keep it within 40. Let's see. All right. Keeping a positive attitude.
There you go. That's why we love you, Christy. What's your perspective on the Cowboys playing in Los Angeles, and how much of a home game does it feel like to you when you're down there on the sidelines?
It's going to be like that. In fact, Sean McVay was talking to Rams media today that they've been practicing their silent accounts on offense because they know that there are going to be so many Cowboy fans there making it loud and making it sound like a Cowboys home game. And by the way, the ticket demand has been sky high there. All the Cowboy fans in SoCal and so many people wanting to go out. SoFi is a destination stadium, just like Las Vegas and AT&T Stadium. But I was looking earlier today, the standing room only, that's level 400 there at SoFi Stadium. So you want to take a guess as to how much a standing room only ticket will cost you for Sunday when the Cowboys are there?
Let's go with $280.
Actually, $220. Yeah, $220. So yeah, $220 a piece for standing room only. It's $280 and up if you want. Actually, you can get about $240 and up in the corners of the end zone in the 500 level, the very upper deck. But actually, the parking is what's outrageous. The parking is about $160 and up resale.
That's crazy. Gosh, are binoculars included for that section level 500?
It should be, and an oxygen tank. So for the upper deck, fifth level. But you know that SoFi, as beautiful as it is, it's not one. It seats 70,000. You know, so it's not a huge seating capacity, but it not only looks like AT&T Stadium once you're on the inside, just because it's same architecture, same design as AT&T Stadium, but it has all those field level suites. And, you know, that's where all the celebrities are usually. So I'm really looking forward to Sunday to see who might be in there and some of those celebrity-wise in some of the field-level suites.
Christy, here's my ridiculous question for you about SoFi. The fact that you played a preseason game there this year against the Chargers, and then you had week 2 last year. Is there any for a team that young guys, players that never have been in this stadium? Is there any advantage of playing a preseason game there and now playing a regular season one?
I think so. It would be, except remember that the ribbon boards and that halo board went out in the preseason game.
That's right.
And didn't come back on. The big halo board didn't come back on until the third quarter. So a lot of we talk about sight lines and things like that. I don't know if I should tell this story about AT&T Stadium, but I will anyway.
Oh, Christy.
Nobody's listening, Christy.
We
Go ahead.
love story time. Come on, give it to us.
I won't say who it was, okay? But I'm doing an event, a client event out at AT&T Stadium, and we've been there a few years already. But it's a backup quarterback who's out there for this stadium event, and it's a flag football game with some clients. And so the quarterback is the quarterback for both teams in this flag football game. But you got to practice, right, before the game. So we put everybody through some drills, and the first thing is pat and go, literally. Just jog down the field, look back, catch the ball. Everybody drops the first couple passes, even if they're good athletes, because the lighting's really different in AT&T Stadium and these new places with the LED lights, or where you have roofs, and it's a nice canopy there at LA, but the backdrop's a little bit different, with the lighting as it comes through. Well, anyway, so the guys are telling the quarterback, man, it's really hard to see the ball. He says, yeah, I wish we practiced here more. Especially, maybe a day or two before the games, or, first part of the season. Because, with these ribbon boards, when they get flashing and stuff, me being colorblind and all, it's really kind of hard to differentiate the colors on the field. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think that's what we all thought.
And it wasn't it was maybe a couple years later that we had the first of those Color Rush uniforms. Remember on Thursday Night Football when we had the Nike Color Rush debut, and it was Buffalo versus New York, and Buffalo was in all red with the white helmets and the red stripe, and New York was all green, white helmets with the green stripe. Well, a pretty good portion of the male population in the United States is colorblind, and it's red-green. And I remember looking at the TV and thinking, oh, I'm so glad that is not the quarterback tonight, because he wouldn't know. He really wouldn't be able to distinguish the players.
All right, 877-881-1053. I need all the Tolos to text in their guesses at the backup quarterback that Christy
I will not tell you. I will neither confirm nor deny.
McGee, Kitna, Orton.
I will neither. I will not confirm or deny anybody.
All right, that sounds like a private off-air
It's like a Brandon Weeden
Christy.
problem.
Oh, okay.
Or
We've got one guess.
maybe it's on staff Kellen Moore. He was a backup at one point.
That's true. He certainly was.
We'll continue to play.
Christy, looking at this injury report that came out today, we had a couple of names that might be scaring people, with Jason Peters maybe out multiple weeks, and then Tony Pollard, who did not practice today with an illness. What can you share with us about these two?
Yeah, so Rico Dowdle took Pollard snaps today, but with Jason Peters, also more of like a cartilage issue, and so that can be very painful, and yes, it could be multiple weeks, so we'll wait to see on that. So Connor McGovern would start again this week. Of course, Peters did play 5 offensive series last week against Washington after only playing 2 series the week before at New York. I think he only had 14 offensive plays then at his first action of the season, Jason Peters. So McGovern, had an extra week, 3 more practices this week to try and get that ankle right, and so Farniak would be the backup then. But what's interesting is last week, and I don't want to get too much into minutia, I think Brian and I are really the only ones that love this kind of stuff, but you might have noticed that at backup tackle last week, Josh Ball was active instead of Matt Waletzko. Yes. And that's because Ball works on the right side and Waletzko works on the left side. Well, when you have Jason Peters, if something were to happen to Tyler Smith, then, Peters could slide over. But if something were to happen to Terrence Steele on the right side, then you would want Ball to be able to step in there. So that's why they went with Josh Ball last week. So it'll be interesting to see if both Ball and Willetsko are active on Sunday, or if they only go with one of them, would it be Willetsko? Because if something happened to Tyler Smith, you would need someone to step in on the left side because you wouldn't have Jason Peters that could slide in there at tackle.
Are we looking at a food poisoning situation with Tony Pollard? Did he just eat something wrong?
TMI, I wouldn't want to know that.
Yeah, I mean that's the worst, right? There's nothing worse than food poisoning.
Well,
Christy.
you are
I mean,
an
dear
expert.
God. Yeah, unfortunately I've had it like 3
But
or
it does
4
clear
times.
up in like 48 hours.
For sure, that's
You
the
know?
beauty. That's
Yeah.
the beauty. But it's the worst 24 to 48 of your life.
Hey,
It's a bad time.
this is the best week of the year for the folks out at the Star in Frisco because Chef Andrew and the team at Legends Hospitality that do all the food there for the coaches and players and the employees, we had our State Fair Food Week. So yesterday we got the funnel cakes and the turkey legs and the corny dogs. So everyone was feeling really good this week with the menu selections.
Oh, that's tough. Is the Fletcher's corny dog at the top of your State Fair must-haves list, or what is?
It is for my husband. He does the Fletcher's corny dogs all the time. Me, it has to be sweet and it has to be fried. So any of that, I have served multiple years as a judge or MC for the Big Tex Food Choice Awards. Right, our buddy Mitchell Gleber, who's the president of the State Fair of Texas, for many years was our spotter for Cowboys Radio. So we know Mitchell really, really well. And so the one year that fried bubblegum won for the Big Tex Award, that's one of the years I was a judge. And so my picture was on the front page of the Dallas Morning News with this long string, like when you take a piece of gum or something gooey and sticky and you pull it from your mouth like a long string.
Yeah.
So I made the front page of the paper, but it was with fried bubble gum hanging off my lip.
Was that actual gum inside a dough ball?
So what it is it's one of those giant marshmallows, a jumbo marshmallow, infused with bubblegum flavor and pink, and then they deep fry it. You pop it in a Fry Daddy, but it makes it it's crisp on the outside, but it's super gooey on the inside. So you literally could pull it, and it's like a string coming out of your mouth, almost like Lady and the Tramp with a spaghetti string there, noodle kind of thing. So, yeah, also made it on Good Morning America. That clip made it on Good Morning America that day. So that was my not even 15 minutes, but 1.5 nanoseconds of fame.
Christy goes national on us. Hey, what's the best fight in Cowboy practice history? We just got an NBA practice fight, and I'm curious. I know you've probably seen some good ones.
No, I agree. I know you had Stephen Jones on half an hour ago, and that one with Jeff Fisher's Rams. Brian, was that 2016 or 2015? But that was in Oxnard. We were probably standing next to each other when that took place. Oh, you know what? I wasn't standing next to Brian. I was standing next to Ty Burrell, who plays Phil Dunphy on Modern Family. You know who I'm talking about? Modern Family? Yeah, he's a huge, huge Rams fan, and he had come up to Oxnard from L.A. To watch the Rams practice against the Cowboys, and that's my favorite, one of my all-time favorite TV shows. So I saw him standing over in the far end zone, and I thought, I want to talk to Ty Burrell, but I don't want to fangirl. I need to be cool. Well, he didn't have a roster of players, so I thought, you know what? I'll take him a roster, and then just kind of chat him up. He couldn't have been nicer. So we're standing there chatting, but we were on the far side underneath the goalpost, and we literally had to move out of the way because that's how far the fight spilled off of the field. And everyone, even the offensive linemen, they all got up. They all ran over except for Travis Frederick. Right, he's the smart one. He's the chemical engineering guy. He just stayed in his spot on the other field over the ball, and everybody else ran in and jumped in on that fight.
All right, Scoop, before we let you get out of here, though, I know you've got something planned Saturday night in L.A. What concert are you going to see? Are you going to the Hollywood Bowl? What are you going to do?
Is it the Beach Boys?
No, that was training camp. Actually, not doing a concert, but Brad Sham has it set up with our friend Rachel, who is a personal friend of Wolfgang Puck, the chef.
Oh, going to eat.
And we're going to Spago. Going to Spago, which so we're going foodie this weekend instead of music. But probably my favorite of the recent concert experiences was Lady Gaga. That was at the Forum, which of course is right next to SoFi Stadium, all part of that Hollywood Park area, and so formerly Hollywood Park area. But that one was pretty awesome.
Love it, Christy. Before we let you go, how good are the Rams? Is this still a Super Bowl contender the Cowboys are going to take on tomorrow?
Not until they get some linemen healthy. That was really, really ugly on Monday night. And so they got 2 more guys out again this week. So let's see if the pass rush can take advantage for the Cowboys.
Appreciate you as always, Christy. Have a good trip out there to Los Angeles. Come back with the dub, and we'll chat with you soon.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
There she goes. Thank you. Christy Scales with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. All right, we're live Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. Hang out at Fat Daddy's huge patio every Friday and Saturday night starting at 9:30 with DJ JP playing today's hits and all your special requests until 1:30. Grab your crew. Join the party tonight. You can grab your crew right now. They're giving away G-Bag flags every 15 minutes, and we'll have another drawing coming up here in 12 minutes. Wolchuk's Top 10 coming up next. Where are we headed with that, sir?
Well, it's National Chocolate-Covered Pretzels Day, so I've got the top 10 foods that you cover chocolate with. What's your favorite? Coming up next.
I'm going to tell you about my favorite window company in the entire world. It's Window Nation, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Go to Window Nation.
according to TopVerdict.com. Trust my family to fight for yours. Call 214-INJURED, online, Mullen and Mullen.com.
The Cowboys take on the Rams Sunday. Pre-game with us at 12:30 with the Specs kickoff at 3:25. Your home for the best Cowboys coverage is 105.3 The Fan. It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Welcome back, Nation. We're live at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. This is the place to be if you're anywhere near. It's an amazing place to watch sports. Happy hour every afternoon, 2 to 7, featuring $2.50 Wells and $2 domestic drafts, $3 margaritas. Man, no wonder this place is so popular. FatDaddy'sLive.com is the website, and they're drawing for flags every 15 minutes. Come on up, fellowship, enter to win, and enjoy the show if you'd like. We'd love to see you. Here is Zach Wolchuk now with the top 10 at 420.
Thank you very much. We do indeed have National Chocolate Covered Pretzel Day. I know you guys have been hardcore getting into the pretzel game. It started in Oxnard, where we found maybe the most delicious pretzels ever, thanks to Mike Bassick.
Yeah.
And I think chocolate-covered pretzels are fantastic.
They are.
Absolutely divine.
Oh, they're so good, dude.
Right? Delicious.
Yeah.
Almonds are better.
You think so?
Chocolate-covered almond. How about this? Chocolate-covered pecan.
Love pecan of any kind.
It's a home run.
I'm down. I love pecans. It might be my favorite nut.
It's a top 5 nut for me,
I
guaranteed.
think it's a great nut.
I prefer, I lean macadamian, but the pecan is a top 5 nut.
The pistachio as well.
The morning.
Yeah.
Another good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good
First thing.
Yeah.
Little breakfast nut.
Yep. Great way to start the day. So
it's fortifying.
You need grains.
It is fortifying.
It's a confidence booster as you go about your day.
Yeah, it certainly is. 877-881-1053 to text in your favorite chocolate-covered item. And we'll get to that in just a moment. I did see this on NFL.com. They put out their top 10 defensive lines. And the Cowboys are listed at number 8. The Cowboys have the 8th best defensive line in the sport. They're ahead of the Bungholes, who are at number 10. The New York Jets are at 9. And then the Cowboys have a 93 pass rush score, but they've got an 18 run defense score. So their overall score is a 68. Which is pretty bad when you're looking at that run defense score.
Yeah.
The teams
going to want to get this fixed.
Yeah, that's not good. And maybe you're onto something there with that trade, Gavin. I liked the question there.
Thank
and you're right. Stephen Jones did not shut that down. He left the door open for some possibilities.
Yeah. And he also mentioned offense as well. I wonder what position they'd be thinking offense. But this is all about the run defense and the defensive line, and we can get excited, but you can't go so far towards one thing in football or you're going to get exploited on the other. And they either need to get this fixed in the next, what do they have, 2 weeks before the deadline? They need to get this fixed or make a trade for a real big, ugly guy from a non-playoff team.
Eagles are at 7, Jags at 6, which I found a little bit surprising, although Josh Allen is fantastic, and Devin Lloyd has been really good for them as a rookie and as a pass rusher. They've been using him there a lot. The Commanders are at 5. We just saw them last week. So there's 3 NFC East teams in the top 10 of the top 10 defensive lines.
There's 4 better than the Commanders?
Yeah. The Chargers at 4. The Titans at 3 with Jeffrey Simmons, Harold Landry, and Danico Autry, who might be one of the more underrated players. And the Titans aren't playing like it.
No.
But they've got some talent up there. And then at 2 is the Bills, and at number 1 is the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
So that's what Next Gen Stats and NFL.com has ranked as the top defensive lines in the sport. Issues there? Do you think the Cowboys should be higher?
Yeah, pass rush matters more. So they're the best pass rush in the league. They're a top 5 D-line.
Yeah, I would definitely put them right now ahead of some of those teams. Like the Chargers, I don't think have played up to expectation this year. Neither of the Titans. Those are teams that I would have put them ahead.
How nervous are you about this whiskey shot that Attila just brought to you?
I'm incredibly nervous. Actually,
he brought me tequila because he knows me. He brought you whiskey, brought me tequila.
Well, you asked for it.
But this is the guy that went to Topgolf with us last year.
Yeah, no,
so
he
knows us.
We love him
out.
dearly. Thank you. We love you. Thank you, Tolo. All right, here we go, baby. Let's dive into this. The best chocolate-covered items besides human beings. I got a lot of people that tweeted in, like Eric is without question the number one thing that they want covered in chocolate.
Mm-hmm. It's sticky. You got laundry to do afterwards. It sounds great. It's like it's like the big moment in a pool.
Yes.
Sounds great.
Right.
Probably in practical matters,
Really?
you do that a couple of times and you're like, no, this is not how we're doing it.
Is there an edible alternative that you've found that works better than the chocolate? Because the syrup, the whipped cream, I mean, all that stuff.
Look, the
ends
whipped
up
cream
being,
bikini, I'm still a fan.
It's fantasy land.
I think it's still a fun fantasy.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
Okay.
No?
Maybe the whipped cream's the best it could get. Yeah, I could see that.
All right,
Yeah.
so we're okay there.
That
Maybe
does
a little
sound kinda
cherry.
nice, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I got Gavin on my side. We got the chocolate-covered strawberries from the 214. I'm not going to read the other thing you said there, but I like where your head's at. Bacon from the 325. I think bacon with anything is a win for me. And bacon was an honorable mention on this list. Cherries.
Chocolate-covered bacon. Chocolate-covered cherries. I'm totally out on that.
Cashews.
That sounds
Cashews
good.
Yeah, bro.
good. Yeah,
Cashews
that's
are
good.
great.
That's good.
That's another top 5 nut. The cashew.
No, the cashew's good.
Very healthy.
Peanut butter and chocolate together.
Yeah.
Just
Home
that's
run.
the Reese's. It's
Yeah,
the number one.
it's literally
number
the
one.
Reese's.
It's
And
chocolate.
whatever it was that Craig Way was describing to us that is at the State Fair and is right outside whatever media spot they got by the Cotton Bowl, which is like some type of fried chocolate peanut butter explosion is the way he described it. Sounds incredible.
Yes. All right, so here's the list. And we start off with number 10, which is chocolate-covered potato chips.
Wow.
Ooh. Now, I've never had this.
That would be sweet and salty.
Sweet and salty
Yeah.
sounds really good.
And you're just talking about the plain Lay's potato chip.
Yes.
The classic Lay
Or a Ruffle.
sea salt kind of.
Yeah, you gotta go Ruffle.
But yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a flavored potato chip. So
Right,
it'll
right,
just
right.
be a regular salted potato
I
chip.
think that would be awesome.
The Ruffles because of the ridges. It's kind of like
Yeah.
you got to have the chocolate in the ridges.
Yes, so
thicker,
it can,
too.
It can,
Yeah,
it can
exactly.
Seep
So it's
into the
slide,
seeds.
yeah.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Number 9, we've got the Oreos. Chocolate-covered Oreos.
Okay, so you're
insane.
So you're
Yeah.
dousing the chocolate cookie
Yeah.
in chocolate.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a bad move.
They're almost, I think they're in the candy section a lot of times at grocery stores. They're not even with the regular Oreos, and they are so amazing.
Oh, so you can actually buy these. These
Yeah.
aren't like a home remedy situation. This is you can purchase
Yeah,
chocolate-covered
it
Oreo.
It comes in a
Wow.
smaller box. There might be like 20 total, just 2 rows, and they're outstanding.
Now, are they double stuffed, you think, or are they single stuffed?
I think they're single.
Probably single.
Yeah.
Double might be a little too much there. Number 8 is the peanut butter. Chocolate-covered peanut butter of whatever kind you want there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I do think that's going to be a home run for everyone in the family, unless you're allergic, in which case I apologize.
Suck it up.
Tough tutu.
Yeah.
Suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah.
Number 7 is the chocolate-covered pretzel, in which case that is the reason we're doing the list. Shout out to National Covered Pretzel Day. Number 6, this is interesting. I've never done this. It's the chocolate-covered s'more. So essentially you're like coating the outside of the graham cracker in chocolate. And it sounds very delicious. The picture looks very good.
So you just need like a little fondue chocolate fountain next to your campfire
Have you ever done the fondue?
Do you put that on a plate and then just drizzle it over, and then you kind of eat it with a fork? I don't know.
I'm not eating anything with a fork here. I think I'm going.
You got to go hands.
You go hands with the
animalistic style.
I'm not Mike Greenberg.
No, we're not greening this.
I'm not eating.
Do you ever
with a
feel
fork.
like you just don't do the marshmallow right?
Yes.
Mine tend to like catch on fire. I'm not paying attention.
No, then you're doing
they catch
it
on
right.
fire, and then but do you take the crusty part off?
Depends how much crusty it is. But I like a good crispy crisp shell with the goo in the middle.
You need
so I like a little
crusty.
burn. I like to flirt with the fire a little bit, catch it, and then blow it out.
Do you
don't want it well done.
Do you like mess with
Yeah.
other people? Like, oh, it's burning, it's burning. You ever do
Oh,
that?
yeah. Oh,
Do you,
yeah.
you always like? Are you
Yeah.
coaching other people up?
No.
Oh, absolutely. If you
Oh,
got
yeah.
kids around you, you got to coach these kids up because
I think you got to learn. I think if you go out there and learn, the thing catches on fire and it burns it all up.
Yeah.
It makes you pay attention a little bit.
try.
Go out
It's
there,
kind of
take
a
your
life
lumps.
lesson.
Go
you
out
know?
there and
There
take
you
your
go.
lumps.
I like that.
I'm sorry, Abby. You burned your
It's
marshmallow.
like a
up, yeah.
sword
Yeah.
fight. You're dueling
What'd
with that
you learn?
fire.
Yeah.
You get in there, you get a little
See, yes.
bit in here,
There's
it'll
a
pull it out a
technique to
little
it.
bit, it'll stick it in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a technique, but I do like the charring of the marshmallow. I think that's an important part.
It's
got
got
to
to be a clothes hanger, right?
Yes.
Clothes hanger every time.
Or they do
No.
have little skewers that you can buy.
You go get a stick off a tree.
Stick
You go
off
get
a
a stick
tree.
off a tree.
Yeah.
Now, you're gonna
That's
Yeah.
a guy. That's
You
a
get all
guy
the
who's
little
been there,
branches
done
off.
that.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a guy who's from the Pacific Northwest
Well-
and is around trees at a frequent level.
We learned yesterday
Facts.
of the earth, and that's why we love it.
Yeah, the very earthy Gavin Dawson. ladies and
Number
gentlemen.
5, we've got the chocolate-covered apples. You've heard
that's a lot.
I go caramel. I go caramel on my apple
now,
over chocolate.
I hear you,
on my apple.
100%, Chief.
Yeah. Corey Major said he likes the caramel on the chocolate. So what if you do the chocolate, the caramel and the chocolate apple?
On the I mean, I
So
still
much.
don't know.
Why do you have to be a bitch about it, huh?
No.
You bitch and you bitch and you bitch. Wow, the list just isn't good enough for you.
No, the list is
You're
perpetually
bitching.
it's perpetually not good enough. But I think the perfect the perfect add to the apple is the caramel.
I agree with you.
I mean,
I'd go caramel
let's
over
be
chocolate with
honest.
an apple too, and
Do
some
you-
nuts.
And if you want to, I was going to say, if you want to sprinkle some nuts on that, that's fine too.
Do you eat the apple even after you've taken all the caramel or chocolate off it? Do you still continue to take bites?
Only if
of
I'm
the
hungry.
apple part.
Yeah, only if I'm hungry as hell.
Or I need the fiber.
Yeah. If I'm a little backed up, maybe.
Do you make that determination after the first bite?
No, you kind of feel it out.
Oh, I need the fiber here.
Yeah.
It's a case by case basis.
Okay.
On that.
It is. Number 4, the marshmallow, chocolate covered marshmallows.
So we're just doing. So
Just-
we think,
just marshmallow
So
only.
we think the chocolate covered marshmallow is better than the chocolate covered s'more.
I don't.
That also includes chocolate,
No.
the Hershey bar, and the Graham.
I
Is
also-
this Golden Corral,
I
like
also- yes.
the dip thing?
Yes, and I also
All
think
right.
the peanut butter would be ahead of this. Number 3 is the Rice Krispie treat.
That's the winner right there.
That's good
Rice
stuff.
Krispies.
There's no way they got two better than that.
Truffles is number 2.
Told you.
And number 1,
More of a truffle buttery guy, right, Broadus?
chocolate covered strawberries.
Man, that costs a lot of money, by the way, that chocolate-covered strawberries.
It does, but
you walk by those stores, it's
Those
like,
are outstanding.
heck,
Yeah.
you need a fourth job to kind of
When you
buy some
did
of those.
the apple part, I was going to say no fruit belongs with chocolate. You're just making the chocolate worse.
But the strawberry's
the
good.
strawberry does.
Yeah,
the
Strawberry is good, but you got to avoid it. It's the Valentine's
You
Day
like the
markup.
pineapple, don't you?
I do like a chocolate covered pineapple. I do like that, but the Valentine's markup on a chocolate covered strawberry is insane. Like the margins
That's
there
exactly.
in February, but that's why you
That's
got
like their goal.
That's why what you do is the heady play here,
What?
Broadus, relationally, is you hit her with the chocolate covered strawberries around this time of year when the state fairs are in town.
Okay.
That's about when you think, okay, this is my time to capitalize on the surprise.
So Valentine's
chocolate-covered
Day is
strawberry.
bad deal,
You stay
right?
away. You stay away. You don't buy
Mother's
high.
Day.
Yeah, you buy low, you sell high, Broadus.
yeah,
Okay.
marking it up, no doubt. And we're getting a lot of love for like the Dairy Queen dipped cones.
Oh, the dip cone is
The
legendary.
dipped cone is delicious.
The
Absolutely.
dilly bar.
What's the dilly bar?
Oh, the dilly
Yeah, the
bar.
dilly bar is like
What's
yeah.
the dilly
It's-
bar? What kind of question
almost
is
I
that?
might be brain farting here. I don't know.
You never had
Google
a
it.
dilly
It's
bar?
amazing. Pre Blizzard at
I'm
Dairy
South
Queen.
African, okay?
It
Yes.
was the greatest item, I think. You had the peanut butter Buster Parfait,
Buster Parfait, yeah.
or
Oh,
the
yeah.
Dilly Bar.
Dilly
Those
bar.
were your two options,
Let
or
me-
Mr. Misty at DQ.
Let me
you know,
Dilly
we
bar.
got fancy. You kids are spoiled today if you don't know what a Dilly Bar
Oh,
is.
I
They're
definitely know what a
excellent.
dilly bar is.
You
Okay.
just said you didn't.
Well,
Just
I
tried
do
true
now, damn it,
classic. He
okay.
Googled it.
Yeah,
Goes
I
from
Googled it.
goes from bad to worse for the Broncos after last night's Thursday night football embarrassment. They have injury news to get you caught up on as we go around the NFL. Coming up next, live from Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. Another flag drawing coming up in 7 minutes on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because if you get hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you're going to want to have the Frankels on your side.
Clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Bobcat of North Texas.
Call or stop by Bobcat of North Texas today during our tractor implement overstock sale. Select inventory of backhoes, tillers, box blades, rotary cutters, and post hole diggers. All for hundreds, even thousands of dollars below SLP. Hurry, these deals won't last.
History. History was made right here.
Aaron Judge has broken the American League home run record.
one of the many reasons to turn it on. Leave it on. The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We're live at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield, and we are now 12 minutes away from the next G-Bag Nation flag drawing every 15 minutes all the way through 7 o'clock right here, Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. It's time to go around the NFL, brought to you by Metter, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram.
Let's go around the NFL, G-Bag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, the Broncos are maybe the most disappointing team in the entire NFL. They had a historically horrible game last night in their loss to the Colts, 12-9, a complete eyesore for anybody that likes good football. And now we have 2 injuries to add a little salt to the wound, as Broncos head coach Nathaniel Hackett confirming left tackle Garrett Bowles will have surgery on his broken right leg. He'll miss the remainder of the season. And Ronald Darby tore his ACL during the overtime loss to the Colts. So a couple of starters are goners. Calvin Anderson replaced Bowles with Cameron Fleming at right tackle in place of the already injured Billy Turner. So, yeah, this is pretty rough. The Broncos had enough problems already to get sorted out, and now I think they're in a place where you can stick a fork in them 5 games into the season. They're done-ski.
Bro.
And now you have to wonder if it's one of the worst trades and contracts in NFL history, Chiafalo.
That's what I was going to say, man. Not only did they give up the farm for this guy, they just handed him a monster beast contract. That's one of the worst contracts ever. Yeah, Broncos country.
Let's ride.
Let's ride.
Woo!
Let's ride.
Why did they give him
Let's
that
ride.
contract, gentlemen? They did not need to do that. I don't know why you don't wait until let's see what we have here.
Nah, dude,
they
they
just
were
jumped
drunk
the gun.
on Russ.
They jumped the gun and said,
Drunk on Russ.
"Hey, Russ, you're our guy. Let's go ahead and pay you." And now they're regretting it. Meanwhile, him and wifey are sitting pretty.
I think they did it because Russell's been a real tough negotiator, and they wanted to give him the deal early so he could come off a little bit of the maxed out numbers that he was pursuing in his last negotiation with Seattle. But this one kind of locks them in at least 23, 24, 25. And going into 26, there will be a $31 million dead cap hit to absorb. So they got to figure out some way to make this happen. I think investing strongly in the offensive line and trying to get Russell Wilson some protection in the running game is the only way out. I would ignore the defense until we get the offense fixed. That's how urgent it is.
But just imagine, like, usually when you bring in a new quarterback and a new coach, there's like some type of hope for like at least 5 seconds. And it's a disaster right now for the Broncos. We have a new head coach we want nothing to do with. We just bought this quarterback and gave up assets. We want nothing to do with him. Like, there's no even hope. You can't even give me a season of like maybe the next few years are going to be fun.
Well,
this is just immediate disaster.
Okay, so we're writing off Nathaniel Hackett as well.
Absolutely.
Really?
Terrible.
You know, is that the Miller talking?
No.
Are you sure?
Dude, Nathaniel Hackett.
Okay, is Nathaniel Hackett responsible for missing KJ Hamler wide open? No, that's on Russell Wilson. I don't know that we can put everything on Nathaniel Hackett right now.
No, that's why we're doing both.
I think it's more so on
both.
Russ. I think it's more so on Russ.
As a fan, you got to worry about everything, though. You don't know if
yes,
the right quarterback,
you
the right
are right.
coach,
Nathaniel
right
Hackett has
anything.
looked like he is
man,
way out of his realm here.
Okay, and here is Brian Broaddus with second down for us.
You've been awfully quiet.
Well, you could be the Detroit Lions and be in your 3rd kicker in 5 games. How about that? The Lions are.
I think I'd rather be the Lions.
Yeah, the Lions are.
He's coming with a kicker story.
Yeah. How about this though? It's funny though. Special teams matter, man. We talked about.
Yeah,
that.
you were just talking about
That's
the
your
long
brand,
snapper.
Wolchuk.
I love the kickers, guys. You're right. Thank God for you, Brian.
The Lions are, like I say, I think about that though. If you're a team, I mean, the Lions. Is there anybody that loses more close games than the Lions?
No.
I mean, 1-score games and stuff like that.
so.
I mean, they've been in
Pathetic.
Been a problem.
I didn't know they were on their 2nd kicker, let alone
No,
their
yeah.
3rd.
Well, Austin Seibert, though, they just they got. Matter of fact, they got a vote of confidence in him yesterday. Special teams coordinator Dave DeFilippo was talking about, hey, this is our guy, and then the next day that they waived their kicker. So I couldn't imagine being on, trying to, like, your team, you're trying to build something, and you can't get the kicking situation. It's quiet because I was listening to you guys talk about the Broncos. When have they got the quarterback situation right here with the Broncos in the last last few years under the John Elway administration.
You're 100%
just Peyton
right.
Manning.
Yeah, they've
only thing they've done right since
yeah,
Elway.
that's what I'm saying.
Osweiler, Drew Lock, Teddy
it
Bridgewater.
seems like forever, though. I mean, they went through all those quarterbacks. Manning, and they actually got Manning when he was hurt.
Yeah,
and then they got a couple of good years out of him. It seems like to me that every time maybe they were trying to get back to that where, hey, let's go get a veteran quarterback, and maybe relive what they did with Manning. But
well, and to your point, I mean, we thought it was a good move. We were talking about maybe this could historically be one of the best divisions of all time with those quarterbacks, and it just hasn't worked out.
No,
it has not. Okay, a few minutes to go here. Wolchuk, third down.
Yeah, Odell Beckham Jr. has put out the 5 teams that he would like to play for. Marcus Spears was on ESPN earlier saying the Cowboys should go sign Odell Beckham Jr. He took to Twitter. He said, I'm not really interested in playing for the Cowboys. He said, these are the 5 teams that I'd like to play for in no particular order. He's got the Chiefs, the Packers, the Rams, which is where I do think he's going to sign, the Bills, and the Ravens. Out of those 5, where do you think OBJ ends up? My money's on the Rams.
Buffalo. He's gonna go hunt another ring is what he's gonna go do, and he's got that relationship with Von Miller.
Yeah,
too. Von Miller will hard recruit him. What's interesting about him though, he's talking about the fact that he played in New York. So playing in Green Bay late in the year when he's going to get signed potentially in November. That's kind of a hard thing on receivers to have to do with, but the fact he's got Green Bay and Buffalo in on those, I tell you, this guy's not afraid to play in a little cold weather.
Did he have Tampa in there?
No.
He didn't have the Bucs.
Did Kansas City? Right, who you say?
Man, I thought there was going to be the Bucs.
Kansas City, Green Bay, Baltimore. Who else? Who else with other teams?
I deleted it already. It was the Bills, the Ravens, the Packers, the Rams. I'm trying to. Oh man,
losing all that weight and not drinking. He's one shot in.
What just happened? I exited out of the freaking thing.
One shot
in. THC infused vodka?
No, the Rams are the team he's going to sign with. They're waiting for him. They need him badly. Allen Robinson's been terrible. It's the Rams is the answer, Brian.
But the Rams might not be any good.
Chief, you got 1 minute.
Well, they're going to be better with Odell Beckham Jr. It's the Chiefs, the Packers, the Rams, the Bills, and the Ravens.
Well, good.
You think Andy Reid wants him?
Well, Chuck, that was odd. I'd never seen anything like that.
Was it weird?
I'm sorry.
He was like staring off into the
distance.
distance.
I zoned out. I thought you guys had the rest of this covered.
Well, Chiafalo does. 4th down, buddy.
The Jim Irsay, the owner of the Colts.
You're right. Soda does wonders.
Yeah.
The owner of the Colts, Jim Irsay, he was obviously his team was involved in the ugliest game in football history last night. But he tweeted out just a few moments ago a photo of a particular lady, and he says the win last night was as beautiful as Raquel Welch.
She's in the box.
I would leave that for you, Broadus, to just give us all your Welch thoughts.
Well, I don't know. This picture
it's a great
looks a
picture.
Creepy, honestly.
It's a little.
That was like from my parents' generation.
Yeah.
No, that's
like baby boomers.
No,
it's a black and white photo.
Go back. No,
weird looking.
Raquel
photo.
Welch was like she was like
she's
the
a top dog.
Yeah, back in the day in the 70s, absolutely. Her
iconic
was iconic when it
beauty.
comes to that. Yep.
Okay, Fat Daddy's in Mansfield is an iconic establishment, and every Friday they rock the house. We have live music going Thursday, Friday, Saturdays. Happy hour continues for the next 2 hours. You're looking at $2.50 Wells, $2 domestics, and we are 4 minutes from the next G-Bag Nation flag drawing. You good, Broadus?
No, I think I am.
Brian, you bleeped me on that.
I was tapping him, and he just was like
he was trying to give it a heads up.
Yeah.
Okay, we have Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt joining you in 4 minutes. Then the Expressway will launch with what you drinking, what you thinking, and a double show bet payoff.
Yeah, let
All
me
that
kick your
coming
ass
up.
on this straw dog.
And of
Let's
course,
go.
LA Live at 5:40 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about my friends at Absolute Beauty Solutions, though. Here we are. It's another weekend. Maybe you're heading out of town for a great vacation. Maybe you're heading to a pool party here with the sun still.
the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield, where we'll be here for the next 2 hours, and they're giving away G-Bag Nation flags every 15 minutes. Just got to get here and enter the drawing and hang out, do some fellowship. And we'd love to see you. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander is back home in the Pimp Cup. We got What You Drinking, What You Thinking coming up in 20 minutes. Okay, Bobby Belt's going to join you here in about 20 seconds. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. They're here with us. And you can watch us on 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Carter Freeman coordinating our video. And Brian and Zach are going to do this straw dog payoff. They have already hollowed out their dogs, and they're going to be drinking fine spirits. Here's some scotch, some whiskey coming up at about 5:20. So thanks for making us part of your day as Bobby Belt joins you here on a Football Friday. And a good evening, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you guys? Out there in beautiful Mansfield, the home of Peyton Russell. Peyton Russell straight out of Mansfield.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, it is. It's a glorious place. I know we've run into Nate Wood out here. So a lot of fine Tolos and folks out here in this part of the Metroplex. But I want to hear from you on what we're looking at here with Jason Peters, and I guess they're calling it a chest injury. How much of a concern is this for his availability?
I mean, I don't think he's playing this week, and now it's a question of exactly how long is he going to be out. Right now it's going to be Connor McGovern there at left guard getting the full body of work. And, they'll continue to evaluate Jason Peters in the next week. But I think that, this week definitely out. And I think Philadelphia and potentially even Detroit, it sounds like, could be in jeopardy.
And then Tony Pollard, what are the chances that he misses Sunday?
That one's a little more vague because that one's an illness is just all we're hearing on that front. I haven't been able to run down exactly what the illness is at this point, but I mean, Mike Parsons had that flu a couple weeks back, and so, it's not clear what he's battling right now, but Tony Pollard, those illnesses, they can always be finicky. I think it's going to be one of those things probably where they get into the game and then figure out on Sunday, all right, is he feeling good? Can he go? What's his fatigue level at? And then, of course, on the injury report today, you have the questionable designation on CeeDee Lamb, but everything we hear on that front is that Lamb's going to go. I mean, he does have that groin injury, but the MRI on him came back positive, and they think that he'll be fine and ready to go on Sunday.
It's Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt here with you on 105.3 The Fan. And Jordan Lewis is good?
Yeah, Jordan Lewis will play. It sounds like Jordan Lewis is good to go.
Bobby, when you look at this game, and I picked the Rams to win because I believe in the desperate team theory. Where your path for victory for the Cowboys? So just take me out of this whole thing, but give me your one or two things that you look at that, hey, this is how the Cowboys are going to win this game this week.
I mean, I think if the Cowboys win this game, you're looking at Matthew Stafford does what Matthew Stafford often does, and he gives you the ball a couple times. That'll be a part of it. And I think that the Cowboys are going to don't let the Rams, who haven't been able to run the ball, don't let them run the ball on you. Like I think that's going to be a big part of this. So take the Rams running game out of this, lock things down on that front, force Matthew Stafford to drop back with that bad offensive line, with his poor decision-making a lot of times, and use that pressure that you generate to force him into some even worse decisions. And so I think that that'll be the big key for them. If the Cowboys want to come out of this with a victory, I think they just need to lock things down on the running game and force Matthew Stafford to give you the ball a couple times. On the offensive side of the ball, we've seen it can be a little bit of a struggle at times for them to generate points right now. But I think as long as the defense does their job and continues this run of holding opponents under 20 points, then you don't necessarily need the offense to go like gangbusters. I mean, it was Micah Parsons in the locker room last week after the Washington game where he said, we gave up 19, then 17, 16, 10. All right, next week it's 7. And so that's the kind of mentality they're coming into this with. And, there's this great offense that we heard yesterday from them. They're quite offended at the idea that they're maybe a little bit of an underdog in this game. But this is something that while I picked the Rams just like you did, Brian, I've got the Rams winning this game. It wouldn't be a game that I'd be shocked if the Cowboys pulled it out. I think it's something that is well within their reach. And I think if they want to do it, then they're going to have to make sure that they don't get beat in an area that the Rams haven't been able to beat teams this year.
I was having a really hard time picking who I think is going to win the game. I ended up going with the Cowboys by a point. But what was your main reasoning for because there's so many things going on bad with the Rams right now? Do you think this first 4 weeks has not been indicative of what kind of a team they are?
Yeah, I think that they've got just a ton of talent, and you hear stuff coming out of that locker room this week. You listen to LA, media availability, and this is kind of a sobering week for them after playing San Francisco, I think. And it sounds like a lot of people over on that side are kind of waking up to like, all right, we got to stop fooling around here. And I think it's similar to what Brian's talking about, desperate team theory. But you can be as desperate as you want, and if Matthew Stafford's going to throw the ball into Trayvon Diggs' chest 3 times, like that doesn't matter. And so ultimately, it's still going to come down to better decision-making on his part, being able to protect him a little bit better for the Rams, because the Dallas defense, we know they're talented, and we know they can make plays in all the areas that the Rams would seem to be a little weak, in terms of they can't pass protect, they turn the ball over. Those are things Dallas's defense has shown an ability to take advantage of. And so I think for me, it's just more about knowing where their talent's at and believing in that desperate team theory and believing that they've woken up a little bit and gone, okay, it's time for us to lock in here. And ultimately, I think that'll be an advantage for them. But like I said, this is a game that I could very easily see the Cowboys winning.
Bobby, I think we're feeling confident about the Cowboys' defense because they've clearly been carrying this team through the first 4 weeks of the season. But offensively versus this Rams defense, we know Aaron Donald's awesome. We know what Jalen Ramsey can do. Bobby Wagner's had the second most pressures on this Rams defense. Is there another player that stands out to you that maybe we haven't talked about on that Rams defense that might present some problems for the Cowboys offensively?
I don't think that there's anybody that stands out as like, man, that's who you got a game plan for. But what did we just do? We just rattled off, 3-4 guys that are really good football players. Sure. And, if you've got 3-4 really good football players on that side of the ball, then that can make a difference. But, look, they've still waited for, Taylor Rapp, I think, is a good player. They're still waiting for Leonard Floyd to really get going. So, there are guys who haven't played up to their standard yet that I think are just you're waiting on that to click. And so those are some guys that can. But, you still mentioned, Aaron Donald, Bobby Wagner, Jalen Ramsey. Those are really good pieces at all 3 levels of the defense that you're talking about there.
Bobby Belt with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Do you feel like Dan Quinn has decided to actually call the defense a little bit more conservative ever since Dak Prescott got injured? Like last year they did so much blitzing and man coverage, and I feel like they still did a decent amount of that versus Brady. And then ever since then the Dak injury takes place, and they're not blitzing near as much. And I wonder if that's just like the defense doing like what you think the offense would do with a backup quarterback. Like let's be a little bit more conservative here. I wonder if Dan Quinn is doing that defensively. And the Niners don't blitz at all, and then Monday night versus the Rams, they blitz and they get 7 sacks and it works. And I don't know if maybe Dan Quinn would maybe go back to the blitzing kind of philosophy that he did a lot last year.
Well, I think it's just a matter of, scheming things up, against the teams that you're playing. So, I think when you talk about playing, not as much man or putting guys in zone schemes, well, you're going up against a team like Cincinnati with all those weapons. A lot of times you will find yourself with a lot of receiving, good receiving targets. You're going to put yourself in zone a lot more often. And Washington had a lot of weapons. You can see that. But I think it's more a function of they've been able to get home. They haven't been able, they haven't needed to generate pressure from the blitz very often. They've run twists and stunts, and they've been able to win one-on-one matchups with Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, guys like that. They've played some really poor offensive lines, and I think it's just a matter of Dan Quinn deploying his resources based off of who he's playing. I think more than a lot of coaches that we've seen come through this building in the last several years in Dallas, I think Dan Quinn really genuinely just tailors things week by week based off of who they're going against. And so I think it's just a matter of the personnel that they've had and the personnel that their opponents have had and forming the game plan around that. And I just think that's what you've seen from them. And again, we may see that again this week with how bad that Rams offensive offensive line is. You may see them just come with 4. You may see them come with 4 and a blitzer or something like that, and try and play things a little bit more conservatively and try and focus more on the run game and things like that. And so I think that's just a fact or a function of Dan Quinn trying to tailor this defense to who they're going up against each week.
It's Bobby Belt here with you, our Cowboys Insider on 105.3 The Fan. How much better is Trayvon Diggs this year? Can you say it for sure at this point that you're banking in the improvements that he's shown?
Yeah, I think he's better. I mean, he's shown a willingness, obviously, to tackle in certain moments. I won't say that he's shown a willingness to tackle all the time, but I mean, there have been moments where he's been willing to do it. Back-to-back plays against Cincinnati really, you could argue saved that game for you. And so I think you've seen that aspect of it. I think he's better in just pure coverage. We haven't seen him get beat by a bunch of double moves. Now, here's the other thing. Double moves take a little bit of time to develop sometimes. You got to pass protect, and teams have not been able to pass protect. So it may just be a function of we haven't, a lot of these teams haven't had the time to throw to run those sorts of routes and test Diggs on him. But to this point, we haven't seen him get burned a lot on those. I know he had some trouble at times in week one. There were a couple plays where it didn't look so good. But I mean, I think, over these last 3 weeks, Trayvon Diggs has looked really solid, and he's looked really good in ways that you want him to look good. It's not just, getting the 7 picks in 6 games to open the season. He's winning in ways other than just getting the ball back for you. And last week, I mean, he was incredible in every possible way. And so, no, I think we can bank on Trayvon Diggs' improvements also because this is the 3rd year in the league for him, and it's the, 6th year that he's played defensive back. And so this is a guy who's still learning and growing at that position and has a desire to learn and get better. And I think that you're seeing the fruits of that already through the first 4 weeks of the year.
Hey, Bobby, you and I do our show, The Love of the Star, together. We talk about a lot of varying subjects and stuff like that. Something that you and I did talk about was with Barr. And, and I'm interested. I asked Stephen Jones about keeping Donovan Wilson, kind of a tongue-in-cheek joke, but I really want Donovan Wilson to stay on the field in the rotation. I want to see, with Curse, him playing. I'm interested in finding a way to replace Anthony Barr in this. And is that something that we could see, or am I kind of dreaming here right now on that?
No, I don't think you're dreaming. I mean, look, Dan Quinn has shown a willingness to put 3 safeties on the field. There were a lot of reps last year where it was KZ, Wilson, Curse, Hooker, Wilson, Curse. Like they will run 3 safeties out there regardless. But yeah, I think especially with Anthony Barr's struggles, which he has not been great. He played well, I think, against Cincinnati, but other than that, he's not been great. And I think that if you were to ask me, who's better at covering guys in the flat or covering tight ends, Curse or Barr? I'm going to say Curse. If you ask me who's better playing up in the box and run blitzing and different things like that, I'm going to say Curse over Barr. If you're going to ask me about awareness and instincts, I'm going to take Curse every time at this point, given what we've seen. So to me, it's a no-brainer, and I think that's given how important Curse is to that defense and how well Donovan Wilson has played, I get the sense when you hear Dan Quinn talking, he's going to figure out a way to mix and match it. So does that necessarily mean Anthony Barr coming off the field? No, not necessarily, but we do know based off of what Dan Quinn has said that he's going to get Curse on the field with Wilson. And I think the only way you can see that, just looking at the personnel, would mean that's going to take snaps away from Anthony Barr. It's not going to take snaps away from Malik Hooker because then you don't really have a true free safety. And so, and Dan Quinn's been very, very impressed when you hear him talk, very impressed with how Malik Hooker stepped in and his communication wearing the green dot since Curse went out. So they like their entire safety group, and if they need to get 3 guys on the field, I think that sacrifices Barr more than anybody else.
Bobby, who you got in the straw dog off? We got Walchuk versus Broadus here, slurping down what seems to be whiskey and water.
There is
Johnny Walker Black.
Johnny Walker Black with a little bit of water.
Yeah, and we do have ice in here as well, which I was not anticipating, but that's fine. Hey,
that's good.
We got ice.
It's you don't want it to be room temperature. Trust me, I learned
Showing
that.
it up here to the fans.
Who's your money on? Who's your money on?
So this is like a race, like a competition to see who can down it first?
Yeah,
No.
who's the best?
I'm going with the veteran, Brian Broadus. And I mean, I think that, Wolchuk's been out of the game for a while. He hasn't had that ramp-up period. Like we see the ramp-up period with Anthony Barr or Jason Peters. I think similarly, Wolchuk may come out of this with a chest injury. And so I just don't know that he's had the ramp-up period.
Yep, my chest is weak.
And Walchuk's been Broadus has been building up to this. He performed the shoey in a spectacular way just a couple of weeks ago, so it feels like he's kind of more prepared for this moment. I agree with you, Bobby. My money's on Broadus as well. but I'm going to take my millennial my millennial Wolchuk in terms of hope and like fandom.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like smart money's on Broadus, but like the hope and like just being excited as a fan and being a fanatic, I'm obviously pulling for my guy
I
Wolchuk.
appreciate it. I'm channeling Mike McCarthy. I'm no damn underdog.
My thing is, I just want both teams to have a good time. I just hope both teams have a good time. That's what I'm rooting for.
Trust the process.
I'm cheering for a tie.
Absolutely. Trust it.
Have a good weekend, Bobby. Anything else before we let you go?
Bye, Bob.
Just that I love you all.
There he goes, Bobby Belton. You heard right. A double show bet payoff is coming up as Broadus versus Wolchuk in a straw dog off. They will be using hot dogs bored out to be used as a straw. And we're drinking liquor. Okay, so what you drinking and what you thinking starts next here at 877-881-1053. LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up at 5:40. If you missed the G-Bag of the day, we're live Fat Daddies in Mansfield here on The Fan. But, hey, I wanted to tell you about my friends over there.